Douluo, my Sharingan isn't very proper. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 201 Inspection. Within the blue-silver grassland, fragrant grasses swayed. Faintly visible figures in green robes shimmered among them. In a clearing surrounded by numerous blue-silver grass citizens, Yichu stood in the center, feeling the slightly damp night breeze, its warmth and gentleness enveloping him. Surrounded by nature, Yichu emptied his mind of all thoughts. The blue-silver grass, stirred by the wind, resembled a vast blue ocean, rippling with waves from afar. The rustling of the leaves was like the surging tide. In the lake of life, Xiao Wu sat cross-legged, hugging her knees, gazing towards the blue-silver grassland. A considerable amount of time had passed, at least half an hour. Zhu Xiuqing had already finished her cultivation and was sitting beside Xiao Wu, quietly waiting for Yichu's return. Xiuqing, why did Xiao Chu play for so long? Xiao Wu rested her chin on her knees, pouting, clearly unhappy. I don't know either. Zhu Xiuqing gently shook her head. Their gazes never left the direction of Yichu. Roar, Erming, who was helping Xiao Wu scout Yichu's location and was standing on tiptoe, let out a soft roar. Sister Xiao Wu, Sister Zhu Qing, Erming says Yichu and the others are back. Dumming understood and immediately translated for Zhu Qing, who couldn't understand. Great. They're finally back, Xiao Wu cheered and jumped up happily. Zhu Qing, standing beside her, was equally quick, immediately standing up straight. Her excellent momentum caused her body to sway slightly. Sure enough. In the distance, bathed in soft fluorescent light, Yichu is slowly walking towards them. Ningrongrong followed behind Yichu, keeping a distance between them. This was somewhat contrary to Ningrongrong's usual behavior. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing couldn't help but feel puzzled. They jogged quickly towards Yichu. As they got closer, they realized that Yichu's face was very pale, as if he had encountered something bad. Ningrongrong also kept her head down, clutching the hem of her clothes, as if she had committed a grave mistake. She would occasionally look up at Yichu, her eyes filled with worry, tears, and apology. Xiao Wu ran over, and noticing the awkward atmosphere, she didn't immediately rush into Yichu's arms. Instead, she took his arm and softly asked, Xiao Chu, what's wrong? Are you alright? Seeing the two girls surrounding him, Yichu's gloomy expression vanished. But upon hearing Xiao Wu's question, a hint of lingering fear returned to his face. His lips twitched, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. How could he possibly be alright? Everything was going well, they were having a great time. Who would have thought that at the last moment, an accident would occur, and he would almost be seriously injured? Even now, Yichu still felt lingering fear. He dared not think about it again. He simply shook his head and responded with a dry laugh. Nothing, I'm just suddenly a little tired, really. Xiao Wu tilted her head, carefully examining Yichu's face. Seeing Yichu nod affirmatively, she didn't press the matter. Zhu Xiuqing, standing to the side, looked at Ningrongrong with suspicion, wanting to know what had happened. Unfortunately, Ningrongrong just blushed and fidgeted with the hem of her clothes. She really found it difficult to talk about this. Xiao Chu, since you're a little tired, why don't you rest for a while? Xiao Wu considerately helped Yichu. Slowly walking towards the shore of the lake of life. Wrong, what happened between you two? Zhu Xiuqing, following behind, curiously approached Ningrongrong and whispered in her ear. She had never seen Yichu with such an expression before. Ningrongrong's beautiful face turned bright red, even the tips of her ears were crimson. She quickly shook her head. We didn't do anything, really? Wrong, why is your voice a little hoarse? Zhu Xiuqing looked at her strangely, not believing her. Really? It's because it was a bit cold at night, and I caught a chill, so my throat is sore. Ningrongrong nodded firmly. Her eyes were still misty, and she felt a little guilty. If she hadn't hurt Yichu, she probably wouldn't have had to be so secretive. She looked up again at Yichu's back, a little worried. Even her gaze towards Xiao Wu and Zhu Xiuqing was apologetic. Zhu Xiuqing frowned. Uncertainly, She leaned towards Ning Rongrong, sniffed, and immediately felt a faint, strange scent. Zhu Huking was stunned, her thoughts drifting. This scent seemed somewhat familiar. She felt like she had smelled it somewhere before. Zhuking, what are you doing? Ning Rongrong noticed and took a few small steps back. Zhu Huking's face flushed, her eyes filled with shock and understanding as she looked at Ning Rongrong. She was too embarrassed to say anything more. She seemed to understand why Yichu and Ning Rongrong had been playing for so long. Now that she thought about it, it seemed to be about the same time as her last time. Thinking of this, Zhu Huking's breathing quickened, her face flushed, and she lowered her head as she chased after Xiao Wu and Yichu. Ning Rongrong followed closely, feeling guilty. Reaching the shore of the Lake of Life, Xiao Wu pulled Yichu to lie down, using her knees as a pillow for him to rest. Her small hands gently massaged his temples, slowly circling them. Yichu's tense face relaxed. He turned his face to Xiao Wu, inhaling her fragrance, feeling very relaxed. Her warm breath made Xiao Wu's body warm, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. She held Yichu's head and ruffled his blue hair. Zhu Huking also came over, sitting cross-legged beside Yichu's legs, placing his legs on her own, and slowly massaging them. Her eyes looked at Xiao Wu, hesitant to speak. Only Ning Rongrong sat to the side, unmoved. She just looked at Yichu with worry, thinking about her and her sister's future happiness. Rongrong? Why is there something dirty on your clothes? Xiao Wu, who was taking care of Yichu, finally turned her attention to Ning Rongrong. Ah! Where? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, looking at her clothes. There was indeed something on her left shoulder. Ning Rongrong's face panicked, and she blushed deeply. It probably got on me when I was walking on the grass, she explained, while reaching out to brush it off. I see. Xiao Wu nodded slightly, not noticing anything wrong. This was the largest gathering place for soul beasts on land, the starred-out Great Forest, and even Daming and the others didn't have time to clean it. Rongrong, there's something in your hair too. Oh, thank you. Ning Rongrong thanked her, took out a silk handkerchief, and blushed as she carefully checked it. Yichu, what's wrong? Zhu Huking looked at Ning Rongrong, feeling embarrassed. She felt Yichu's muscles were a little tense, and there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Yichu had been buried in Xiao Wu's arms, not daring to utter a sound, while Xiao Wu was asking him questions. Now, with Zhu Huking's question, Xiao Wu noticed his unusual behavior and looked at him strangely. He then awkwardly revealed his face, forcing a smile. Haha. I'm just a little sleepy. You guys chat? I'm going to study this soul bone I just acquired. Amidst the three women's worried, strange, and teasing gazes, Yichu left the soft lap pillow, refusing the perfectly timed massage. Xiao Wu called softly. Yichu, however, dared not linger. Staying here on this topic would make him very uncomfortable. He took out the soul bone that the agate turtle had dropped from his divine might space. In a flash, he left the three women's encirclement and sat down a short distance away. He had already stored this soul bone in his divine might space before Erming had even finished eating it. Yichu shook his head, dismissing the minor insignificance from his earlier thoughts. He focused his attention on the soul bone in his hand. This was a 15,000-year-old left arm bone. Its texture was smooth and delicate, like agate. Its integrity was quite good. However, Yichu had no intention of letting Ning Rongrong absorb it. Its age was still a bit too young. Its ability was only to allow a soul master to store 30% more soul power. While Yichu was studying this soul bone, Xiao Wu and Zhu Huking on the other side had already begun interrogating Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, what's wrong with Xiao Chu? Xiao Wu looked at her intently, full of curiosity. I'm sorry. Ning Rongrong lowered her head, her voice filled with guilt. Her appearance baffled Xiao Wu. Fortunately, Zhu Huking, who had already figured it out, was there. She leaned in and whispered her findings and guesses to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was stunned, her head turning red and hot. She glanced strangely at Yichu, who was sitting upright not far away, intently studying the soul bone. Then she looked at Ning Rongrong with a puzzled expression. This kind of stress-relieving activity. Logically, shouldn't Yichu feel incredibly relieved afterward? Why does he look so uncomfortable? Zhu Huking was also very curious about this. Rongrong, what happened? I just wasn't careful. Ning Rongrong was stared at by the two girls. She had no choice but to tell the truth about what she had done. Although she had a bit of a mischievous personality and sometimes spoke quite fiercely, it was only in the realm of empty talk. Therefore, this time, she originally wanted to have a proper talk with Yichu and complete what she hadn't been able to do during the last night raid. Unexpectedly, she lacked experience. The sudden change startled her, and she accidentally hurt Yichu. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu looked at Ning Rongrong in a daze, then immediately felt resentful. Ning Rongrong was almost in tears. I really didn't mean to, I just wanted to thank him. The three girls calmed down and looked at Yichu, their eyes flashing with deep concern. Zhu Qing Ning Rongrong quietly moved closer to Zhu Qing, leaning in to whisper. Xiao Wu quickly squeezed in as well, listening to the two girls' conversation. The three girls' faces slowly flushed. Zhu Qing, please, Ning Rongrong pleaded, clutching her hand. Even Xiao Wu looked at her with hopeful eyes. Daming and Erming exchanged bewildered glances. With their cultivation levels, they naturally heard everything the girls were saying. But they couldn't understand the meaning. They only knew that it seemed Yichu and Sister Rongrong had accidentally injured him while playing in the grass. But they were 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Not long after, just as Yichu finished studying the soul bone, a pair of beautiful legs came into view. He looked up, his gaze sweeping over the leather jacket and pants. Long, slender legs, a shapely waist, an alluring figure. Zhu Zhuqing stood shyly before Yichu, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. Zhuqing, what's wrong? Yichu asked, looking at her curiously. What's wrong? Ouch, Yichu gasped, feeling a weight on his chest. Zhu Zhuqing didn't answer, her face red, and sat directly on his lap. Daming, Erming, behave yourselves, don't look around. Not far away, Xiao Wu was supervising the two brothers, Daming and Erming. Ning Rongrong, meanwhile, was intently watching Yichu and Zhu Zhuqing's intimate moment. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Yichu were already embracing. Yichu Zhu Zhuqing gazed tenderly into his deep blue eyes. Yichu stared at her, stunned. A flash of light appeared on her body, followed by a loud meow. Zhu Zhuqing had actually entered martial soul possession. A pair of pink cat ears stood up on her head. Her tail stood erect behind her, like a question mark, waving in the air. Her heterochromatic eyes, filled with tender affection, seemed to melt Yichu's heart. Gurgle so alluring, so captivating. Yichu's Adam's apple bobbed, and he unconsciously collapsed. Zhu Zhuqing lay on top of Yichu, silent. She shifted shyly, though unsure of her intentions. Yichu carefully reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her closer. Their lips parted slightly, their red lips and white teeth meeting. A tender kiss. Aside from that kiss, there were no other actions. Not long after, feeling he had completed his mission, achieving the desired effect for himself and his friends, Zhu Zhuqing tried to get up. But she seemed to have no strength left, still quietly holding Yichu, leaning on his shoulder. Zhuqing? Are you alright? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head slightly, a pink dress draped over her shoulders. Yichu looked at her strangely. All this seduction, just to kiss him. Turning his head, he caught Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu's furtive glances. He wanted to get up and ask them, but realized it wasn't safe for him to move. So he simply held Zhu Zhuqing and sat up cross-legged again, tidying her hair behind her ear. Zhu Zhuqing leaned against Yichu's chest, seemingly remembering something. A flash of light appeared on her body, dispelling her martial soul possession. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong seemed to receive a signal and quickly ran over. Under Yichu's questioning gaze, they helped Zhu Zhuqing up. Ning Rongrong anxiously asked, Zhuqing, how is Yichu? Before Zhu Zhuqing could answer, Xiao Wu's shy voice rang out. She was perceptive enough to know better. Rongrong, Xiao Chu should be fine, Xiao Wu said, blushing, pointing to Yichu sitting cross-legged on the ground. Ning Rongrong also looked over, and with just one glance, her heart relaxed. Yichu's face was rosy and healthy. It seemed Yichu's body was as robust as ever. He patted his chest and muttered to himself, it's alright, I say, what are you two doing so mysteriously? Yichu shifted his body, trying to avoid their blatant gazes. It's... Rongrong was worried she might have something wrong with your body. So she asked me to check you out. Zhu Zhuqing's clear, watery eyes blinked uncontrollably. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and her eyes seemed to be steaming with tears. Yichu's face turned red and then dark. Although this matter made him a little embarrassed, he found it more amusing. It really was a case of concern making him lose his composure. He glared at them, annoyed. You guys underestimate me too much? My mental fortitude isn't something that can really be scared, and besides, I'm a soul master, and I have Zioland's soul skill, so even if I have a minor injury, it's nothing. Wrong, don't take it too seriously. You'll get used to it, okay, I know. Ningrong lowered her head and nodded slightly. Hearing the second half of Yichu's sentence, she looked at him in surprise. Then she lowered her head shyly. Okay, I'll be more careful next time, Xiao. You're getting more and more indecent. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, crossing her arms. She quietly straightened her clothes, which had been disheveled by the grabbing. Haha, I was just joking. Yichu laughed awkwardly at the two girls' strange looks. He quickly let the matter drop. Alright, it's over now, it's getting late. Should we go back to the academy to rest, or just rest here? Yichu looked up at the sky. Xiao Wu looked reproachful, but she hadn't meant to blame him. However, she didn't want to dwell on the topic anymore. Let's rest here. Xiao can take us back early tomorrow morning. Okay, let's do that then. Yichu nodded. Ningrong, having recovered after learning that Yichu was alright, cautiously raised her hand. Yichu, how about we rest over there? She pointed in the direction of the blue-silver meadow they had just visited. Alright, Yichu agreed, and just then, he wove a tent out of blue-silver emperor material. Xiao Wu blushed slightly, clearly remembering something. Then let's go, Duming, good night. Yichu said goodnight to the two brothers, then led the three women towards the meadow. A night passed. The sky was just beginning to lighten. In the blue-silver meadow, inside a simple tent, Yichu pulled himself out of his reverie and peeked out. Without waking the women, he tiptoed to the shore of the lake of life. Ming was lying on the ground, fast asleep. Yichu called softly towards the bottom of the lake. Duming, with a splash, a blue shadow grew larger and larger on the lake's surface. The water surged and splashed. Duming's bullhead emerged from the water. Yichu, is there something you need? After a moment of hesitation, Yichu slowly said, I want to know about Xiao Wu's mother's whereabouts. Auntie. Duming was stunned. Silence followed for a long time. Considering the relationship between Xiao Wu and Yichu, he decided to tell him anyway. Duming's voice was filled with longing. We don't know where Auntie went, or whether she's alive or dead. That day, Yichu frowned, remaining silent, waiting for him to continue. That day, Auntie left voluntarily with a woman in purple robes who had entered the lake of life. She never returned. Before leaving, she only asked Ming and me to protect Sister Xiao Wu, and she also said, Chapter 202 changes. And Auntie also said that she would come back to pick up Sister Xiao Wu and us after everything was over, but so many years have passed, and we haven't heard from Auntie. Sister Xiao Wu couldn't wait any longer, so she risked transforming into human form and leaving this place to find Auntie. After Duming finished speaking, Yichu was still clueless about what he was saying. He looked at it in confusion. Duming, do you know that woman? Duming shook its head. She was wearing a bamboo hat, and we couldn't see her face clearly. We only knew she was a woman by judging from her voice and figure. Yichu scratched his head in annoyance. This was really strange. Isn't there any other distinguishing feature? For example, her martial soul, her cultivation level, etc. Martial soul. Duming was stunned for a moment, then lowered its eyes and pondered for a while. That woman didn't fully summon her martial soul, but she had 8 spider legs on her back and was holding a blood-red longsword filled with killing intent. A blood-red longsword. Spider legs. Yichu's eyes narrowed, recalling that Douluo had also mentioned a blood-red longsword. He already had an answer about the woman's identity. That's right. Duming's voice suddenly rose, as if he had discovered something. What's wrong? Duming's eyes widened, feeling like he had grasped some clue. The domain she used is very similar to the one Chang Hao used last time. She's also a titled Douluo, very strong. And her soul rings are at least 10,000 years old, and she even has 200,000 year soul rings, at least 10,000 year soul rings, Yichu murmured, his expression somewhat serious. That woman was indeed the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Yichu, do you know who that woman is? Duming looked at Yichu strangely, who was deep in thought. No, just some guesses. Yichu waved his hand and answered with an embarrassed smile. He didn't want to say anything more about this topic. With the spirit hall's power, even if he told them, it would only add to their troubles. Daming, thank you for telling me all this. I'm taking Xiao Wu and the others back soon. If you have time, I'll come and bother you often. Yes, you're always welcome here, Daming responded in a muffled voice. It was quite bored here, and it was happy that Yichu and the others came. It didn't ask much about a mysterious woman, it trusted Yichu to help Xiao Wu. Well, goodbye then. When Erming wakes up, please give him my regards. Yichu waved goodbye and turned to walk towards the blue-silver grassland in the distance. Walking slowly, Yichu's heart was not at peace. He frowned, looking at the purple aura on the horizon. He was full of doubt. Why would Xiao Wu's mother willingly leave with Bibidong? Was she using Xiao Wu and the others as a threat? No, that didn't seem right. Based on his past understanding, Bibidong didn't seem like the type to abandon the soul rings and soul bones of Daming and Erming. Moreover, judging from her soul rings, she had definitely undergone the divine trial. And with a domain similar to Tang House, the origin of that blood-red longsword became obvious. It belonged to one of the 5 great god kings of the god realm, the Azure god super artifact, the Azure god sword. Bibidong inherited the Azure god's position. What about the Rakshasa god? What exactly has that guy named Yexiu done? Yichu muttered helplessly. Logically, the Azure god sword should still be in Tang Chen's hands, or rather, the King of Slaughter's hands. These changes made Yichu anxious. He didn't know whether he would be friend or foe to the spirit hall in the future. Yichu grabbed his hair, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. He shook his head forcefully, temporarily suppressing these thoughts. This time, accompanying Ningrongrong back to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he also needed to carefully inquire with Douluo. He even needed to find Jinringsu to find out about Bibidong's situation. It was better than making wild guesses. A short while later, Yichu returned to the place where he had spent the night. Before he even got close, he saw a shapely figure looking around. A smile returned to Yichu's face as he softly called out, "Zhu Qing." Hearing Yichu's voice, Zhu Qing looked over happily. Yichu strolled over and hugged his large cat-shaped pillow. "Moi, good morning." Zhu Qing blushed, stood on tiptoe, and gave Yichu a light kiss on the lips. Yichu followed suit, returning the kiss. A cool morning breeze swept across the blue-silver grass. Zhu Qing nestled closer to Yichu. "Where did you go just now?" "I went to talk to Daming and say goodbye." Yichu gently rubbed his palm, adding warmth to her hands. It made her earlobes turn red. Seeing her shy and unable to contain herself, he couldn't help but recall what had happened last night. A hint of teasing crept into his eyes. "But why are you up so early? Shouldn't you rest a little longer?" "No need," Zhu Qing said irritably, pressing his fidgeting hand back into place. With a muffled groan, Yichu felt himself sinking deeper into her embrace. She looked at Yichu shyly, her eyes pleading. Her words were halting and hesitant, too embarrassed to speak. "Tell Rongrong not to come to me for any guidance anymore. I'm only a little more stable than her, PFFT, haha, okay, I'll talk to Rongrong." Putting himself in her shoes for a moment, Yichu knew Zhu Qing was telling the truth. But he still couldn't help but laugh. Zhu Qing buried her face in his chest, playing the ostrich. Last night, while they were resting together, Yichu, while seemingly a cat on one arm, also became a human cushion. His hands were gentle yet different, his arms applying varying pressure. Ningrongrong's delicate body was soft and comfortable. The 3 girls whispered among themselves, without any hesitation, that Yichu was right beside them. To adapt quickly and master the basics, so as not to cause Yichu any more trouble, Ningrongrong fully demonstrated her spirit of seeking knowledge without shame. She asked Zhu Qing, a senior, hoping she could teach her by example, even providing on-site instruction, so she could stand on the shoulders of giants, imitate skillfully, and even apply what she learned immediately. This request was also strongly supported by Xiao Wu. Even Yichu's heart pounded and his mouth went dry. The wooden-shaped cushion made Ningrongrong, lying on it, feel quite uncomfortable, and her face flushed red. The shy Zhu Qing, however, couldn't withstand the little devil's pestering and fierce teasing. She could only close her eyes, hug Yichu's arm, and pretend to be asleep, her whole body red. Ningrongrong, however, continued her incessant chatter, causing the group to fall asleep very late. "No need, I already heard you." Ningrongrong's voice came. Yichu and Zhu Qing turned to look. Ning Rongrong had just emerged from the blue-silver tent. Rongrong, Zhu Huking's pupils dilated, and she shrank into Yichu's arms, somewhat afraid of this fierce little devil. Rongrong, what are you doing with that carrot? Are you hungry? Yichu looked at her curiously. This should be something Xiao Wu liked to eat. Is it breakfast for Xiao Wu? Zhu Huking also looked at the suddenly shining Rongrong with a puzzled expression. No. Rongrong took it from me. Two pink rabbit ears peeked out, and the charming Xiao Wu also came out of the tent. Xiao Wu excitedly hugged Yichu's other arm, gently rubbing against his shoulder. Facing his probing gaze, Xiao Wu shook her head. I don't know why our Rongrong wanted my carrot. I'm just hungry. Humph. Ning Rongrong blushed and huffed, her little hands holding the carrot turning slightly white. Hungry? I happen to have some pastries I bought while shopping earlier. In that case, let's have breakfast before we leave. With that, Yichu released the two women, sat cross-legged on the ground, and activated his divine power, conjuring some exquisite food on the grass. Sit down and have some, yay. Xiao Wu excitedly sat on Yichu's lap, her petite body making him a human chair once again. Zhu Huking sat quietly beside Yichu, opened the packaging, and gently handed the pastries to him. Rongrong, look, Xiao Chu has so much delicious food here. Can you give me back my treasured giant carrot? Xiao Wu looked pitifully at Ning Rongrong. This was her precious food that she had been saving for a long time, something she herself couldn't bear to eat. Xiao Wu didn't know why Ning Rongrong was so picky about her food, refusing anything thin or crooked. I don't want it, I'm on a diet recently. Ning Rongrong shook her head, decisively refusing Xiao Wu's request. With her lips slightly parted, Xiao Wu put the carrot into her mouth, her face flushed, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster, and slowly began to gnaw. Xiao Wu let out a painful groan, the carrot in her hand suddenly losing its flavor. Zhu Huking, however, noticed Ning Rongrong's reproachful look. She immediately understood. Her face flushed, and she dared not look at Ning Rongrong again. Alright, Xiao Wu. I'll buy some for you and prepare extra, including Rongrong's share. Yichu hugged the beauty in his arms, gently comforting her. Yes, Xiao Chu, you must remember. Xiao Wu tilted her head back and bit Yichu's chin. Yichu chuckled, nodded gently, and squeezed her strong waist, reluctant to let go. HMPH, a cold snort made Yichu turn his gaze to Ning Rongrong opposite him. Meeting her gentle, watery, rippling blue eyes, Yichu's heart trembled. The sight of her eating with her cheeks puffed out, staring at him intently, reminded him of something unpleasant. Xiao Wu's treasured food looked somewhat familiar. No, it was very familiar. Ahem, Yichu coughed twice, clearing his mind of the gloom. Ning Rongrong lowered her head again, diligently eating her diet meal. She had chosen the best food from Xiao Wu's pile of carrots, based on her memory. As she ate, she felt a little helpless. Zhu Huking, this successful senior, was unwilling to guide her. She had no choice but to rely on her own intelligence and become self-taught. Yichu, who was feeding Zhu Huking, suddenly remembered something. Right, Rongrong, I have a magical herb here. An 8-petaled fairy orchid, suitable for Oscar. Why don't I let you keep it? If he performs well in the future, I can give it to him. As he spoke, a glint of blood flashed in Yichu's eyes, and an 8-petaled orchid appeared in his hand, its fragrance filling the air, its pure white petals exuding an ethereal beauty. This is the 8-petaled immortal orchid, with a mild and mellow medicinal property, easily absorbed, capable of strengthening the body's foundation and expelling impurities. Oscar, as a food-type soul master with innate full soul power, has the potential to become a god, so Yichu doesn't mind making a small investment. Huh? Give the immortal herb to that guy, Oscar, Ning Rongrong answered Yichu vaguely while munching on a carrot. Then, finding it troublesome, she pulled the carrot out, which was covered in a crystalline color. Ning Rongrong frowned. Why give it to him? She had personally experienced the effects of the immortal herb, and she was reluctant to give it away to someone else. Yet, Xiao Chu, why give it to Oscar? I remember the 8-petaled immortal orchid and the Kilo tulip. Aren't they a pair of mandarin duck immortal herbs? Xiao Wu also knew a bit about immortal herbs. The little notebook Yichu had made was still lying in her ring. Huh? Mandarin duck immortal herbs? Then we definitely can't give them to him. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Ning Rongrong glared angrily at Yichu. What are you thinking? If they weren't sitting a bit far away, Ning Rongrong would have wanted to tap him on the head with a carrot in her hand. Yichu smiled helplessly, I'm just entrusting it to you for safekeeping, isn't that right? He's quite talented, and he's a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I'm just asking for your opinion, aren't I, HMPH? Then don't give it to him, don't even think about it. If you want to reward him, you can use something else. Our family has no shortage of money, besides, I clearly said before that my things are yours. HMPH. You can keep it yourself, Ningrongrong glared at Yichu reproachfully. Then, she started munching on the carrot in her hand again, her face slowly turning red. Her words became slurred. Keep it for our future baby too, Rongrong, you're really shameless. Xiao Wu patted her pretty face with her little hands. Zhu Huking also nodded. You two are criticizing me, but you each gave Yichu different ones. Ningrongrong's words made the 2 girls blush and fall silent. Yichu rolled his eyes at her helplessly. The little witch was indeed a little witch. Alright, then I'll keep it for now. But this time, I can reward Oscar with a soul bone dropped by the agate turtle. After all, the effects of those hidden weapons are indeed extraordinary. Yichu chuckled and put the 8-petaled immortal orchid away again. Okay, then give it to him. Ningrongrong waved her hand indifferently. Anyway, as long as Yichu was around, she would get more and better soul bones in the future. Yichu nodded slightly. If he didn't give him the immortal herb, then he would have to do the work. Anyway, the condition for the god of food was only to break through to the title Douluo level before the age of 30. If Oscar performed well, he could also help him hunt souls to accelerate his growth. He thought that he could meet the condition. After a long while, everyone's stomachs were basically full. The carrot in Ningrongrong's hand slowly melted in her mouth. Looking at Yichu, she opened her mouth, then hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. What's wrong, Rongrong? Yichu, who was about to put away the remaining food, looked at her curiously. Rongrong, just say what's wrong. Did Yichu just say yours is mine? Ningrongrong hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke slowly. Yichu, do you still have any kilo tulips? Hearing this, Yichu understood. It was probably for her father, Ningfengzi, who had worked hard for half his life to break through to level 80. Wrong, I'm sorry, I only have that 1 kilo tulip. Although I have other immortal herbs, their effect on treasure-type martial souls is limited. I see. Ningrongrong lowered her head somewhat dejectedly. She naturally understood Yichu's words. He no longer had any immortal herbs that could guarantee the evolution of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Don't be too disappointed. This world is still vast. Maybe I'll find another way in the future. Yichu, having finished packing, gently stroked Ningrongrong's swollen lips, which were red from eating breakfast, as his fingertips glowed with the green light. Yichu, thank you. You don't need to apologize. What you brought me is incomparable to anything in the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school. We should be thanking you. Ningrongrong grasped Yichu's hand, a smile on her face, and leaned into his arms, speaking softly. Yichu also smiled gently. At this moment, the sun finally fully emerged above the horizon. Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, come here. We should go. I've already said goodbye to Daming and the others. Okay. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing quickly approached Yichu. Space shifted. The 4 figures disappeared from the spot. The woven tent slowly dissipated. In the distance, Daming glanced at the still sleeping Erming before slowly sinking to the bottom of the lake. Wishing everyone a pleasant life. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Admonition. The sun rose in the sky. At Shrek Academy, in the dormitory of the 3 girls, Yichu and the others appeared out of thin air. Wrong, hurry up and pack your things. I'll take you back to the 7 treasure glazed tile school in a bit. Okay, I don't have much to take, I just need to wash up. Ningrongrong nodded happily and ran into the bathroom. Xiaochu, you have to come back soon. Xiao Wu reluctantly took Yichu's hand and held it to her heart. Yichu looked at the 2 girls and hesitated for a moment. A slight smile appeared on his face. He said, how about I take you 2 with me? Let's play in Yongdao City for a few days. Leaving the 2 girls here anyway would just mean participating in the training arranged by Uzaya Gang, carrying stones and running around the academy. It would be better to take them to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Really? Xiao Wu's crimson eyes lit up. Of course she was willing. Ningrongrong had said that Yongdao City was many times more prosperous than Soto City. The 7 treasure glazed tile school was also very beautiful. Of course it's true, Rongrong is very happy to welcome you all. Yichu pressed down on Xiao Wu, who was hugging him and jumping around, and rubbed her head. Yes, that's right. Xiao Wu, you should come back with us too, I can show you around. Ningrongrong, who was taking a bath, also peeked out from the crack in the door. Yichu looked at her fragrant shoulders, his eyelids twitched. This girl is really getting bolder and bolder. Alright, Rongrong. Hurry up and take a bath. Ningrongrong giggled and stuck out her tongue, stretched out her palm, held up a little foam, and blew a kiss to Yichu. Then she closed the bathroom door tightly. Click. Zhu Qing, how about it, let's go together? Xiao Wu looked at Zhu Qing, who had already sat down on the edge of the bed, and said in a sweet voice. Yichu's gaze also fell on the somewhat silent Zhu Qing. He walked to the edge of the bed, sat down, and put his arm around her waist. Zhuqing, even if you have something to do here, going out for a few days shouldn't be a big deal, right? How about it? Come along. Zhuqing hesitated for a moment, then nodded as he wished. Yes, I'll come too. Great. Xiao happily pounced over, and the 3 of them immediately lay down on the bed. Ouch, Xiao, you, alright, stop fooling around. Everyone, let's get ready quickly. Xiao, you wait here for Rongrong to come out. Zhuqing, you go to my room. Yichu rolled his eyes and pushed the wriggling, mischievous rabbit who was taking advantage of him and Zhuqing away. Xiao quickly wiped the drool from her lips and looked at Yichu in confusion. Huh? Xiao, what are you going to do to Zhuqing? What can I do in such a short time? I'm just asking Zhuqing to go to the bathroom in my dorm to wash up. Let's split up and get it done quickly. Yichu tapped Xiao's head lightly, annoyed. Let's go, Zhuqing. Okay. Zhuqing glanced at Xiao resentfully, her face flushed, and smoothed out the wrinkles on her leather jacket. Xiao, Rongrong, let's meet here, okay? X2 hearing the 2 girls' replies, Yichu didn't delay any longer. He took Zhuqing's hand, used his divine power, and disappeared from Xiao's sight. He returned to his dormitory, which he hadn't been back to for a long time. Zhuqing, sit for a while, I'll tidy up a bit first, okay? Zhuqing nodded slightly. Yichu also went directly into the bathroom and began to wash. Zhuqing looked at the somewhat dusty dormitory and got up to help Yichu tidy up. Half an hour later, Yichu came out. A bath towel was wrapped around his waist, his muscles were well defined, 8-pack abs, exquisite and firm. A typical case of looking slim in clothes but muscular underneath. Zhuqing, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, blushed and dared not look directly at him. Suppressing her shyness, she picked up the clothes she had just folded and looked at Yichu with bashful eyes. Yichu, I'll help you, okay? Thank you so much. Yichu only hesitated for a moment before immediately agreeing. After a while, with Zhuqing's help, Yichu was dressed in a white outfit with silver threads. After Zhuqing, blushing and having just been lightly touched by him, entered the bathroom with small, quick steps, Yichu left and headed towards Tang San's dormitory. Oscar shared a dormitory with Tang San. It was mealtime. As a food-type soul master, Oscar was self-sufficient and was still fast asleep. The self-disciplined Tang San had already finished cultivating his purple demon eye and gone to the cafeteria to enjoy the breakfast prepared by Yu Xiaogang. Arriving at the door, a purple light flashed in his eyes. After confirming that only Oscar was there, Yichu simply walked through the door. Seeing that Oscar didn't react at all, he couldn't help but mentally criticize his laziness. Extending his index finger, a chilling aura slowly condensed into an ice ball. He hurled it at Oscar's face. Poof, the ice ball shattered, revealing icy water inside. Ah! Holy crap! So cold, cough cough. The icy sensation instantly sobered Oscar, who quickly got out of bed, patting the remaining cold water from his face. His angry, almond-shaped eyes searched for the person who had tormented him. Damn it! Who is it? It's me. Yichu's voice rang out from behind him. Oh, it's you, Yichu. Oscar turned around quickly, startled. Looking at Yichu leaning against the wall, a hint of surprise and confusion crossed his face. He cautiously asked, what are you doing here? Yichu, arms crossed, leaned against the wall, looking at Oscar calmly. I came to see you. See me. Oscar pointed uncertainly at himself. He didn't seem to have offended him, did he? Could it be that the hidden weapon Tang San gave him had malfunctioned? Don't be nervous. I'm not here to cause you trouble. On the contrary, I'm here to give you a gift, Yichu chuckled, extending a hand, his eyes gleaming. In an instant, an object resembling agate appeared in his hand. A gift? Oscar looked curiously at the object Yichu kept tossing and dropping. It seemed somewhat like a soul bone. A look of shock flashed in Oscar's eyes, his heart pounded, and his face flushed with excitement. He asked incredulously, "Is this really for me?" "Of course it's real. Although I know Rongrong has already given you some gold soul coins, that's clearly not enough, and your talent is enough for us to allocate some resources to you." Yichu stopped teasing him and quickly tossed the soul bone to Oscar. Oscar, trembling with fear, clutched the soul bone to his chest. He examined it carefully, his peach blossom eyes revealing a look of infatuation. It was as if he were looking at a peerless beauty, the kind who wasn't wearing clothes. He murmured incessantly. "So this is a soul bone. This is the left arm bone of a 15,000-year-old agate tortoise. It can increase your soul power reserves by 30%, enhancing your stamina." Seeing his entranced expression, Yichu couldn't help but explain. "I understand, thank you so much. I'll definitely follow Miss Rongrong's lead from now on." Oscar took a deep breath, realizing this wasn't free. He immediately pledged his loyalty. "If you can do that, great. If not, that's all right too." Yichu smiled gently, slowly walking to Oscar's side and patting his shoulder. Under Oscar's confused gaze, his tone was chilling. "Just give the bone back." Oscar's breath hitched, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He understood Yichu's meaning. Once a soul bone is absorbed, it cannot be replaced. To get it back, one must either cut off their hand or die. "Yes, I understand," Oscar said in a deep voice, looking at Yichu's captivating blood-red eyes. "It's good that you understand." Yichu patted his shoulder and walked behind him. "By the way, please tell Dean Flander and the others that Rongrong has some urgent business to attend to at home, and Xiao Wu and the others are going with her. Ask them for leave." As he spoke, Yichu paused, turned around and looked Oscar up and down, stroking his chin as he said, "As for you, you'll be seeing Sect Master Ning soon. No need to rush." "Yes, I know." Oscar turned around and nodded to Yichu. He wasn't in a hurry to meet Ning Fengzi. "Then I'll trouble you. I'm leaving." After Yichu finished speaking, he was about to use his divine power to leave. But Oscar called him back. "Wait a minute, Yichu, Is there anything else?" Yichu paused, looking at Oscar curiously. "This is a letter that was sent to you yesterday afternoon by someone from the Spirit Hall branch." Oscar took out a small bead, retrieved the letter from it, and handed it to Yichu. "You weren't at the academy at the time, so that person made 2 trips. After returning, he brought this letter back and asked me to give it to you, because Yichu had injured Daimyo Bei, frightened Ma Hongjin, fought Tang San, and argued with the Grandmaster. Others were unwilling to interfere in his affairs. Therefore, this letter ended up in his hands." "A letter from the Spirit Hall branch." Yichu frowned and took the envelope. After carefully examining it, he opened it directly. After reading it carefully, Yichu raised an eyebrow. There wasn't much information on it. It was a farewell from the Qianjin and Jiangmo brothers, telling Yichu to be careful. Yichu held the letter in his hand. He felt a little strange about their whereabouts. The Qianjin and Jiangmo brothers had actually left Soto City and gone to the Heaven Dao Imperial City. What was going on? Had something happened in Heaven Dao City? Silently, he stored the letter in his divine might space. He figured he'd have to go back anyway, and he'd find out about this when he got back. "Thank you. I'll be leaving now." "Okay, see you later." Oscar nodded slightly. Before leaving, Yichu couldn't help but give him a few more words of advice. "Oscar, you have great talent. I hope you won't be so lazy in the future. Spend more time cultivating. Let me tell you a secret. The condition for inheriting the God of Food's legacy is to break through to the title Douluo level before the age of 30. If you have the determination and perseverance, I don't mind helping you." By the way, Rongrong is already level 36. Before the words were even finished, Yichu activated his divine might and disappeared before Oscar's eyes. Oscar stared blankly at the empty room. Yichu's sudden disappearance surprised him, and his last words shocked him even more. The admonition echoed in his ears, deafeningly loud. "The God of Food's legacy." Oscar swallowed hard, shook his head violently. and looked at his hands in disbelief. The soul bone was still in his hand. It wasn't just my imagination, was it? Oscar trembled with excitement, his mouth dry. God? Does he really exist? Oscar muttered to himself with some doubt. Putting aside this uncertainty, he understood what Yichu meant by Ning Rongrong's last words. Ning Rongrong's cultivation had risen to level 36, definitely because of Yichu's help. Looking at the soul bone in his hand, the ecstasy in his heart vanished. Gradually, his gaze became firm. He wasn't stupid. Whether it was true or not, breaking through to the title Douluo level before the age of 30 would ultimately benefit him. Becoming better and becoming a god were not contradictory. In the three girls' dormitory, Ning Rongrong and the other two girls were ready. Yichu's figure slowly appeared. Xiao Wu jumped up and immediately clung to Yichu. Having just taken a bath, she had a faint fragrance on her body, like the scent of the acacia heartbreak red. How is it going? Are you all ready? Yichu asked Zhu's Huking and the other woman, cupping her shapely buttocks. Everything's ready. Let's go. Ning Rongrong smiled and took Zhu's Huking's hand, leading her to Yichu's side. Zhu's Huking glanced at Yichu, her face flushed with embarrassment. Okay, let's go then. Yichu chuckled and took the two women's hands, activating his martial soul. Space began to distort, and the four figures disappeared from the room. Through the transit of the divine might space, they would soon reach their destination. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, in the council hall. Ning Fengzi, along with Sword and Bone Douluo, were discussing something. Ning Fengzi's expression was somewhat solemn. Uncle Sword, what do you think of the evil blood Douluo's strength? Outside, to avoid causing a commotion, Yichu led the women to the small courtyard where he had previously stayed. All right. We're here. Yichu released the women. He was getting a little tired of them being so close. Wow. Wrong. Your house is so big and beautiful. As soon as she stood still, Xiao Wu looked around, tilting her head back to gaze at the various tower-like buildings in the distance. Her eyes widened in amazement. The light reflected from the glass made her eyes sparkle. If she weren't unfamiliar with the area, she would have run out immediately. Yes, it is indeed very beautiful. Zhu's Huking also tilted her head back, looking at this behemoth of the Soul Master world. She was speechless for a long time. Of course. Come on. I'll take you to see my dad and the others. I'll introduce you to them while I'm at it. Ning Rongrong proudly straightened her back, smiling as she took the two girls' hands and led them outside. Yichu, hurry up and follow. Coming. Yichu glanced at the courtyard he hadn't returned to in a long time and hurriedly followed. Ning Rongrong continued to introduce the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's architecture and layout to Xiao Wu and Zhu's Huking. The two girls listened, confused and dazzled by the sights. After inquiring and learning that Ning Fengzi and the others were in the council hall, they rushed over with Yichu and the others. Hearing some noise, Ning Fengzi, who was in the middle of the meeting, suddenly frowned and shouted loudly, "Who's making such a racket outside?" The most powerful sword Douluo's ears twitched slightly beneath his silver hair, and a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. It's Rongrong's voice. Haha, our little princess is back. The sword Douluo had barely finished speaking when Ning Fengzi and Bone Douluo suddenly heard a voice they hadn't heard in a long time. Daddy, Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone. Rongrong is back. The three looked towards the door with surprise. A girl in green was running towards them, smiling brightly and mischievously. Who else could it be but their little princess, Ning Rongrong? Seeing his daughter, who had been away for a month, return home, he quickly got up and strode forward. But two figures were faster than him. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 204 Surprise. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, one on each side, passed Ning Fengzi and hurried towards their beloved little princess. Ning Rongrong's blue eyes were also brimming with tears. This was the first time she had been away from home alone for so long. Her eyes swept over the two titled Douluos. After a moment's hesitation, she leaped into Sword Douluo's arms. Grandpa Sword, I missed you so much. Hearing her words, Sword Douluo was overjoyed and quickly hugged her tenderly, ruffling her hair. He didn't forget to give Bone Douluo a provocative look. Bone Douluo immediately frowned. Ning Fengzi paused, quietly lowering his half-open arms, a hint of helplessness on his face. Sword Douluo smiled triumphantly. Good girl, you're finally back. Grandpa Sword missed you too. Ning Rongrong looked up. Really, of course. I missed you terribly, Sword Douluo answered without hesitation. A sly glint flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she smiled at her two grandfathers. No one knows a daughter better than her father, and Ning Fengzi, standing nearby, inwardly felt a sense of foreboding. The little devil was up to her tricks again. Sure enough, Ning Rongrong's next words thickened the tension in the hall. Blinking her clear, large eyes, Ning Rongrong innocently asked, "So, Grandpa Sword and Grandpa Bone, who misses Rongrong more?" "Of course, Grandpa Sword misses you more than Grandpa Bone," Sword Douluo replied quickly, his face serious, glancing smugly at Bone Douluo. "You're talking nonsense. It's clearly me who misses you more." Bone Douluo, a beat slower, could no longer tolerate it. His over 2-meter tall, broad frame, withered body, and hoarse voice made him look somewhat terrifying. Even Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking, who had already entered the council hall, couldn't help but hide behind Yichu, curiously watching the family's exchange. Yichu stood awkwardly to the side, not daring to speak at this moment unless he offend these two. "You're the one talking nonsense," Sword Douluo retorted, not to be outdone, and shouted at him. "If I hadn't thought a little more than you, why would Rongrong have rushed into my arms as soon as she got back? Why didn't she go to you?" After saying that, Sword Douluo hugged his little princess like a treasure, praising her. "Rongrong is so clever. She knows who misses her the most." "You?" Bone Douluo's eyes widened, and he didn't know how to retort for a moment. "Hey, what? You're not convinced? Come on, let's find a place to fight one-on-one. I'll loosen up your old bones for you." Sword Douluo raised his sword eyebrows, looking at his balding old friend with amusement. "Fight then. Come on. Let's find a place. I'm not afraid of you." Bone Douluo puffed out his chest, staring at his opponent without fear. The two were on the verge of exchanging blows, and Ning Fengzi helplessly watched these two pillars of the sect. "All right. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, you've been fighting your whole lives. Rongrong just got back today, let's just let it go. Besides, there are juniors here, lest we become a laughingstock." Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, the two Douluo, Jian and Gu, finally noticed Yichu and the other two standing beside them. HMPH, the two exchanged a glance, almost simultaneously letting out a cold snort, turning their faces away, refusing to look at each other, their eyes fixed on Ning Rongrong. "Haha," Ning Rongrong giggled, her eyes narrowing. Zhu Zhuking, seeing Ning Rongrong being so pampered, felt incredibly envious and lowered her head, a hint of disappointment in her pale purple eyes. Yichu quietly took her hand, scratching it twice, and smiled gently at her. On the other side, Ning Rongrong was about to say something more when she was interrupted by Ning Fengzi, who seemed a little scared. She inwardly cursed. No wonder she's a little devil, always causing trouble. As soon as she gets back, she couldn't help but glare at her and call out to her. "Rongrong, don't talk nonsense." Ning Rongrong made a face at him. With Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo as her backers, she wasn't afraid of her father at all. Her mischievous personality was mostly due to the two Douluo spoiling her. She just snorted at her father. "What nonsense am I talking? You don't even miss me, but you won't let your two grandpas miss me. She came all this way back, and she hasn't even entered the door yet, and you weren't already scolding her." Ning Fengzi smiled wryly. "We were just talking about important matters. I didn't even know it was my precious daughter who came back." He also knew that when his daughter got into trouble, she was the type to not act until she saw the benefit. In that respect, she was a bit like him. "How about this? Dad will give you some gifts as an apology." His tried and true tactic didn't work this time. HMPH. Let it go this time. Rongrong is in a good mood. Ning Rongrong turned her head away, leaving Sword Douluo's embrace, and took Bone Douluo's hand. To Ning Fengzi's surprise, Ning Rongrong actually began to comfort the still somewhat angry Bone Douluo. "Grandpa Bone, stop looking so long. I know you miss Rongrong too, but who can blame me for having such a big frame? Haha. It'll hurt Rongrong if she bumps into me." Hearing this, Bone Douluo's face showed some surprise, but his expression softened. He glanced at Sword Douluo with a smug look. "I knew it. How could Rongrong think Grandpa Bone misses you less?" HMPH. Don't take comforting words seriously. Sword Douluo flicked his sleeves unhappily. All right, both of you grandpas, calm down. Let me introduce you to my good sisters." Ning Rongrong rarely stepped in to smooth things over, which surprised the two Douluos. They exchanged a glance, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. "Why isn't this little princess asking for gifts?" Ning Fengzi nodded happily. His daughter had finally matured a bit. Otherwise, he would always have to worry about her. Seeing that Sword Douluo and the others had calmed down, Yichu cupped his hands in greeting to them. Yichu greets Sect Master Ning and the two seniors. Yichu, why are you being so formal? Ning Rongrong slapped Yichu's hand away, pouting slightly in dissatisfaction. Isn't this basic politeness? Yichu chuckled awkwardly, offering an apologetic smile to the three people before him. Alright, Yichu. Rongrong is right, you've been here quite a while now, we don't need to be so formal. Ning Fengzi smiled elegantly, speaking in a very amiable manner. A quick glance behind him revealed that his special soul skill couldn't penetrate the cultivation levels of the two girls behind him. Intrigued, he couldn't help but notice. Kid, long time no see, your cultivation has improved quite a bit, Sword Douluo sized up Yichu. Although he couldn't discern his cultivation level, he could glean quite a bit from his aura and spirit. I've managed to break through a few levels by chance. Hearing Yichu's reply, Sword Douluo raised an eyebrow, somewhat speechless. Haha. Just say what you want to say, kid. Why make this swordsman uncomfortable? Bone Douluo laughed gleefully. Yichu understood and knew there was no need to hide anything. I just broke through to level 35 yesterday. Level 35, Ning Fengzi was shocked. Yichu, you really are a prodigy. You're not even 13 years old, yet you already have such cultivation. Sword and Bone Douluo were also somewhat surprised and nodded in approval. Indeed, he was a prodigy. Of course, Ning Rongrong hugged Yichu's arm, her face full of joy. After all, he was her man. But compared to Yichu, my two sisters are even more amazing. Ning Rongrong smiled proudly and gently pushed Yichu aside. She squeezed between Xiao Wu and Zhu Xiuqing and took their hands. The gazes of Sword and Bone Douluo also changed. Noticing the gazes of Ning Fengzi and the others, Xiao Wu and Zhu Xiuqing became somewhat restrained and at a loss. Oh? I wonder what's so special about these two young ladies. Ning Fengzi looked at them curiously. You'll be surprised when I tell you. Alright, girls, stop keeping us in suspense. Tell us quickly. Bone Douluo also became interested. They were all seasoned veterans. They wondered what else could surprise them. Okay, Ning Rongrong first took Xiao Wu's hand. This is Xiao Wu. Her martial soul is the soft bone rabbit, and she's also a battle soul venerable under 13 years old, and her level is even higher than Yichu's, currently level 38. Level 38, Ning Fengzi and the others were shocked, looking at Xiao Wu in astonishment. Before they could fully digest it, Ning Rongrong raised Zhu Xiuqing's hand. This is Zhu Xiuqing, her martial soul is the netherworld cat. She has the highest cultivation level among us, already level 39. Don't be fooled by her good development, she's actually not even 12 yet, not even 12 years old. Level 39, Ning Fengzi and the other two exclaimed in unison. Shock was overwhelming. Did this mean that this was a 12-year-old soul master? Such a genius, they had never seen anything like it before. Rongrong, Zhu Xiuqing looked at Ning Rongrong, who was about to pinch her waist, with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. Haha. I couldn't help it, Ning Rongrong chuckled apologetically. Yichu, standing to the side, couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. Zhu Xiuqing composed herself and bowed to Ning Fengzi and the others who were still staring at her. Junior Zhu Xiuqing greets Sect Master Ning and the two Douluo historians. Xiao Wu hadn't experienced these things, but she imitated them. Junior Xiao Wu greets Sect Master Ning and the two Douluo historians. The three slowly came to their senses. They looked at Yichu and the others strangely. They were experienced and could naturally see that the relationship between Xiao Wu and the other two girls and Yichu was unusual. They couldn't help but wonder where Yichu had attracted so many talented and beautiful girls. Not to mention Xiao Lan before, Du Yan was also quite good. Xiao Wu and Zhu Xiuqing are now even more outstanding, each one beyond the description of mere genius. Their own little princess suddenly seems somewhat inadequate. Immediately, Sword and Bone, the two Douluo, frowned, staring at Yichu with some hostility. They already knew about Ning Rongrong and Yichu's affair, but because of Ning Fengzi's approval and intervention, they hadn't made things difficult for the boy. Unexpectedly, he'd returned with two more exceptionally talented girls after just one trip. It seemed Rongrong had already become close with them, calling them sisters and sharing a husband. How could this be? Rongrong was the future hope of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The sect leader of one of the 3 upper sects sharing a husband. It sounded incredibly strange. Meanwhile, Ning Fengzi, The father remained remarkably calm. Since you are Rongrong's good friends, there's no need for formalities. From now on, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is Rongrong's home, and it's also your home. Thank you, Sect Master Ning. Zhu Huqing straightened up, her face expressionless. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, seemed quite happy. Yichu, standing to the side, couldn't help but want to cover his head. This silly rabbit was really naive, mostly taking people's polite words seriously. If they were to become a family, it would only be after Yichu married Ning Rongrong. Suddenly, Yichu felt 2 hostile gazes directed at him. The helplessness on his face froze instantly. He forced a smile and smiled at Sword and Bone Douluo. Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, what are you doing? Ning Rongrong stood fiercely in front of Yichu, her eyebrows raised, glaring back at the 2 of them. Rongrong, this kid, alright, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu. I've already told you about these things, so don't make things difficult for Yichu anymore. Sword Douluo was about to advise Ning Rongrong when Ning Fengzi interrupted him. He frowned, looking at Ning Fengzi with confusion. He didn't understand why the usually shrewd and steady Ning Fengzi always sided with Yichu when it came to Yichu's problems. Even Rongrong and Yichu's relationship was the same, he let the 2 kids run wild. Now that things had come to this, it was too late to do anything. He couldn't afford to lose face for the sect leader, Ning Fengzi, in front of the younger generation, so he had no choice but to give up. Xiao Wu also reacted at this moment, running back to Yichu's side and standing behind him. Zhu Huqing did the same. Just as the 2 Douluo's gazes passed, Ning Fengzi's meaningful gaze fell upon them. He glanced at Zhu Huqing, then at Yichu, and said something that left Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu completely bewildered. Yichu, I didn't expect you to be so shrewd. Do you know her identity? Yichu was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized what was going on. As the sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengzi could naturally deduce Zhu Huqing's background from her surname and martial soul. Moreover, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's intelligence work was top-notch. I know, Yichu nodded calmly. Dad, do you know Zhu Huqing's background? Ning Rongrong looked at him curiously. It's not a secret. If you played around less, you would know too. As a renowned and prestigious family in the Star Luo Empire, the Zhu family's inherited martial soul was naturally no secret. Looking at the confident Yichu, Ning Fengzi was somewhat surprised. It seems my worries were unnecessary. It's best if you can handle it. If there's any trouble, we can certainly help. Then thank you very much, Sect Leader Ning. As soon as Yichu finished speaking, Zhu Huqing's voice followed. Thank you for your kindness, Sect Leader Ning. Zhu Qing is very grateful. Although she wanted to handle some things herself, it was always good to have an extra layer of protection. It's alright. Putting aside your relationship with Rongrong, the talent of all of you is enough for us to win you over. Ning Fengzi's directness added a touch of sincerity to his words. Zhu Qing fell silent, looking at Yichu's profile, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. She immediately decided to find a time to be honest with her sisters as soon as possible. Xiao Chu, what are you talking about? Xiao Wu was initially startled, thinking her identity had been exposed. Nothing, you'll all know in time. Yichu squeezed her little hand. At the same time, she was a little puzzled by Ning Fengzi's attitude. She had almost introduced all her lovers to him. Yet, he still didn't seem to object to her relationship with Rongrong. This was really strange. Ning Fengzi was unaware of Yichu's curiosity. Instead, he smiled at his daughter. Opening his arms wide, he said, Alright, Rongrong, you've finished introducing yourself, right? Come here, let Daddy take a good look at you. Daddy has missed you terribly, really. Ning Rongrong rushed to her father, her hands behind her back, smiling broadly. Ning Fengzi calmly reached out to hug his daughter. Unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong spun around, her feet leaving after images, easily dodging his embrace. Having failed to catch his daughter, Ning Fengzi's eyes narrowed. He looked at Ning Rongrong with some surprise. Although he was a support-type soul master, his soul power was over 70 levels, and his physical attributes were excellent. Ning Rongrong inherited his martial soul, also a support type. Even though he had only casually tried to hug her, her speed was considerable. He hadn't expected his daughter to dodge so easily. At the same time, he noticed the subtlety in his daughter's footwork. Not only Ning Fengzi was surprised, but Jian and Gu also exchanged astonished glances. Due to the unique nature of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, even a title Douluo couldn't discern Ning Rongrong's soul power level. Ning Fengzi's heart stirred, and he glanced at Yichu without leaving a trace. Then, he asked his daughter, Rongrong, what level is your soul power now? Daddy, guess. If you guess right, I'll let you hug me. Ning Rongrong smiled mysteriously, using her ghost shadow perplexing steps to create distance between herself and Ning Fengzi and the others. Although it was only a half-baked ghost shadow perplexing steps technique, it still drew admiration from Ning Fengzi and the others. Ning Fengzi smiled wryly. He seemed to be unable to keep up with his daughter's speed. He could only think for a moment. Daddy guesses you've already broken through. You're level 28 now. Wrong. Ning Rongrong suppressed a laugh and gently shook her head. Wrong? Are you already level 29? He knew his daughter quite well. From childhood to adulthood, Ning Rongrong hated cultivation the most. Although she had exceptional talent, she always had to be forced to practice for a while, and even then, it required various benefits in exchange. This situation only improved after she met Yichu. She had only been away from home for a month, yet she had already reached level 29. That was already an overestimation. No, Ning Rongrong shook her head vigorously. Ning Fengzi frowned. Still no. Then what level are you? Are you still the same as when you left? Level 27, you stinky dad. The more you talk, the worse you sound. Your daughter isn't that bad. Ning Rongrong pouted unhappily, taking small steps to Yichu's side and leaning against him. She didn't want Ning Fengzi to guess anymore. Proudly hugging Yichu's arm, she smugly laughed, as if she didn't recognize her own family. Sect Master Ning, my aptitude is much better than yours. I haven't been slacking off this past month. My cultivation hasn't increased much, just a measly 9 levels. Hearing her address to her father, Yichu, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Ziuqing were somewhat amused and exasperated. This girl was truly audacious. You little brat, how dare you spout such nonsense at such a low level? Wait a minute, Ning Fengzi's expression darkened at first, but when he realized Ning Rongrong was referring to level 9, his face immediately lit up with disbelief. Wait? Rongrong, how much did you say? Ning Rongrong blinked her big eyes, looking innocently at her father. I said level 9. That's a bit low, still quite a bit behind Xiao Wu and Ziuqing. After confirming again, Ning Fengzi's voice changed slightly. Level 9? You left at level 27, so that means you're level 36 now? You're not lying to me, are you, you naughty dad? I may have been a little mischievous before, but I never lie. If you don't believe me, then let your 2 grandfathers check. A little bit mischievous. Yichu rolled his eyes. Zhu Ziuqing also looked at her with disbelief. Some of her words and actions couldn't be described as mischievous at all, they were downright shameless. Ning Rongrong pouted and glared at Yichu. As she spoke, she ran to Bone Douluo and stretched out her little hand. Sword Douluo also came over, trying to intercept the little hand. Bone Douluo glared at him, then quickly grabbed Ning Rongrong's hand. He had naturally heard the conversation between Ning Fengzi and his daughter clearly. He and Sword Douluo were both somewhat skeptical, but they didn't show it. A moment later, Bone Douluo's face was filled with surprise. Old Bone, what's going on? Hearing Sword Douluo's urging, Bone Douluo nodded to Ning Fengzi. Fengzi, that's right. Rongrong's soul power has indeed reached level 36. What? This is too unbelievable. Sword Douluo's expression was even more fascinating than when he heard Zhu Ziuqing had reached level 39. I've never heard of anyone increasing their soul power by 9 levels in just 1 month. Ning Fengzi nodded in agreement. Even Tang Hao, who was once hailed as the youngest title Douluo, couldn't do it. Could it be that our Rongrong is truly a genius? Or is there something special about Shrek Academy? Bone Douluo looked at Zhu Ziuqing and the others, guessing. Ning Rongrong wasn't surprised that Bone Douluo and the others knew her whereabouts. She was the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the apple of her grandfather's and father's eye, and they certainly wouldn't let her go out alone. Ning Fengzi's expression became suspicious. He and the 2 title Douluos in front of him knew the cultivation process of soul masters all too well. A soul master who wanted to improve their cultivation had to take it 1 step at a time. If they were too hasty, they might ruin their future or even risk their lives. There were also some unorthodox cultivation methods in the Soul Master world. For example, methods that used one's own life force as a price to obtain a faster cultivation speed. If that were the case. Thinking of this, A hint of solemnity and killing intent appeared in Ning Fengzi's eyes. The white-haired, youthful-looking sword Douluo had obviously also thought of this possibility, and his face immediately darkened. Sect Master Ning, Senior Sword Douluo, don't worry, Rongrong's improvement will not be a problem. Seeing the two men's expressions change, Yichu quickly stepped forward to explain. What Yichu said is right. I've already checked, and Rongrong's soul power is much more solid than before. He had also had this concern, so Bone Douluo had thoroughly examined her with his soul power. Dad, don't worry. Shrek Academy doesn't have that kind of ability. It's all thanks to Yichu. How could he possibly harm me? Ning Rongrong walked back to Yichu's side and snuggled close to him. It was Yichu who gave it to her. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo looked at Yichu in surprise. Ning Fengzi was shocked, realizing a possibility. Could it be that Rongrong had already achieved what he had always hoped for and dreamed of with Yichu's help? Sword Douluo asked doubtfully, then the footwork you used just now, which seemed like a self-created soul skill, was that also taught to you by him? That's right, it was all thanks to Yichu. Ning Rongrong never held back when praising Yichu. Besides, she was always telling the truth. Hearing this, Sword Douluo couldn't help but look at Yichu with even greater admiration. How was it? Wasn't it amazing? Are you satisfied with my cultivation level, Dad? Ning Rongrong leaned against Yichu, beaming with pride. Satisfied, satisfied, Ning Fengzi was too busy to pay attention to anything else, nodding blankly. Satisfied already? Rongrong's cultivation level is just one of the 3 surprises she brought back. One of the 3 surprises, Ning Fengzi and the other 2 repeated Ning Rongrong's words. The 2 elders looked at Ning Rongrong curiously. Her cultivation level alone had already shocked them for half a year. They really couldn't imagine what other surprises awaited them. Hearing his daughter's playful voice, Ning Fengzi looked at her intently, anticipating the appearance of what he had longed for. But Ning Rongrong smiled and took out 2 black boxes from her soul tool. Rongrong's second surprise is this, something called a hidden weapon. A hidden weapon. Ning Fengzi, who had been full of anticipation, suddenly lost his focus. It was far from what he had expected. Yes, it's a hidden weapon. This was also a gift from Yichu? Ning Rongrong wasn't lying. The 2 huge crossbows in her hands were indeed given to her by Yichu long ago. As for the others, HMPH. Yichu had drawn the blueprints, so of course they belonged to him. She glanced at Yichu, her face flushing, and gritted her teeth. She, Ning Rongrong, was going to be betrothed today. On behalf of Yichu and her father, she would present a betrothal gift. QQ Group. 831,821,005. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 205 Dowry. Yichu looked at Ning Rongrong strangely, not understanding what she was thinking. Why was she blushing? Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, standing nearby, were also wondering how Yichu had managed to raise Ning Rongrong's level by 9 in just 1 month. Their thoughts were interrupted by the hidden weapon Ning Rongrong had produced. For a moment, they forgot their doubts and stared at the small black box in Ning Rongrong's hand, unable to see what the surprise was. Rongrong, is there anything special about this little thing called a hidden weapon? Sword Douluo asked curiously, looking at this huge crossbow in her hand. Grandpa Sword, don't let its unassuming appearance fool you, its power is considerable. An ordinary soul master could easily be killed by it if they're not careful, Ning Rongrong said, slowly fiddling with his huge crossbow's mechanism. It can deal with soul masters. Ning Fengzi, still disappointed at not seeing what he wanted to see, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Given his position, he quickly realized that this thing was of immense value to the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school. Little girl, you're not lying to Daddy, are you? Ning Fengzi's face showed disbelief again. You stinky daddy, I just said Rongrong wouldn't lie, and now you don't believe me. Ning Rongrong stomped her feet angrily, glaring at Ning Fengzi. Ning Fengzi was speechless for a moment, and could only laugh awkwardly and admit his mistake. Daddy's just too surprised, isn't he? Haha. Rongrong, don't even mention Fengzi not believing you, even your Bone Grandpa and Sword Grandpa are a little surprised. Bone Douluo tugged at the few hairs left on his head. Sword Douluo nodded repeatedly. That black box was simply too unremarkable. HMPH. It's okay if you don't believe me. We'll just try it. Ning Rongrong held up 2 huge divine crossbows and gestured at Ning Fengzi and her 2 grandfathers. Alright, then let us see just how powerful your hidden weapon really is. Knowing its significance, Ning Fengzi, assuming it was better to be safe than sorry, agreed. Besides, Ning Rongrong wouldn't be so naive as to joke about something like this. Ning Rongrong shook her head. Not enough, Rongrong has more than just this hidden weapon. This space is too small, let's go outside and try it, alright. Let's go outside, Ning Fengzi nodded and led everyone to the open space behind the council hall. He also ordered that no one was allowed to step into this area. Once everyone was in place, Ning Fengzi looked at his daughter. Rongrong, how do you want to try it? Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment, then her somewhat mischievous gaze fell on the two Douluo, sword and bone. Grandpa Sword, why don't you try it with Rongrong? You're so powerful, there definitely won't be any accidents. That's not necessarily true, your Grandpa Sword's body isn't as strong as old Bones. Sword Douluo smiled slightly, rarely praising Bone Douluo. Hey, Bone Douluo grinned, straightening his back. At least you have some self-awareness. Since that's the case, let me handle it, HMPH. You get carried away with just a little spittle. Sword Douluo glared at him, curling his lip in disdain. You should go to the side, I'll keep our little princess company, Sword Douluo said, then walked to the center of the open space. Rongrong, go ahead and use those hidden weapons, Grandpa will just defend, okay? Grandpa Bone. You can cheer for Rongrong from the side. Ning Rongrong smiled happily, her little hands behind her back as she slowly walked to the opposite side of Sword Douluo, winking mischievously at Yichu not far away. Only by letting her father and the others witness the power of these hidden weapons would the betrothal gifts have any weight. Rongrong, let me test these hidden weapons with Senior Sword Douluo, so you don't get hurt. Ning Rongrong had just raised this huge crossbow in her hand, about to make a move, when Yichu stopped her. Yichu gestured for Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing to step aside, then quickly walked to Ning Rongrong's side. Kid, I wouldn't want to hurt Rongrong, but your suggestion isn't bad. Sword Douluo raised an eyebrow in agreement. This way, even if it was a little risky, he could act more freely. Rongrong's body was still too fragile. If you released too much soul power, he would inevitably suffer bumps and bruises. Ning Fengzi and the others nodded in agreement. Yichu, but the hidden weapons are all stuck to me now. Ning Rongrong put away this huge crossbow, hugged Yichu's arm, and a soft, slightly confused smile appeared on her face. It's okay, we'll go into the Divine Might realm first, then switch them off, because they hadn't had Tang San's hidden weapons for long. Yichu and the others only had one other weapon besides this huge crossbow and the silent sleeve arrow. Okay, Ning Rongrong nodded happily. She was naturally happy that Yichu cared for her. Sect Master Ning, please wait a moment, Yichu called out to Ning Fengzi and the others. Seeing him nod, he activated his martial soul, and the two figures vanished from the open space. This kid's soul skill is really impressive. It probably comes with its own space. Bone Douluo stroked his chin, marveling at Yichu's space-type soul skill. Ning Fengzi, however, had even more in mind. Such a soul skill could actually hold people. Wouldn't that be perfect for a surprise attack? He could bring a group of people and parachute them into the main camp, launching a surprise attack from the middle. Not long after, Yichu reappeared before everyone with Ning Rongrong. Sword Douluo's eyes were even sharper than before. Feeling embarrassed under their gaze, Yichu said, Yichu, be careful. Ning Rongrong blushed, wiping away the few drops of drool that had lingered on his lips. Then she called out to Sword Douluo, Grandpa Sword, you'd better be careful, don't hurt Yichu. Several black lines appeared on Sword Douluo's forehead, his voice becoming somewhat stiff. Yes. Grandpa Sword knows. Ning Fengzi and Bone Douluo's expressions weren't good either. Ning Rongrong's eyes were full of spring, her pretty face shy and timid. Even a fool would know that something must have happened between them. The world is going to the dogs, it's really too much? They don't respect their elders at all. Bone Douluo coldly stared at Yichu. His Rongrong was so well behaved. It must be that Yichu who was being dishonest. Ning Fengzi was even more distressed. Although he had accepted the fact that his daughter and Yichu were in love, what father would feel happy seeing this? He couldn't help but think that he hadn't yet tasted the pastries Ning Rongrong had specially made for him. He'd been a guinea pig, though. The good food and the obedient ones had all been taken by Yichu. This little darling was already siding with outsiders. Under the rather unfriendly gazes of several elders, Yichu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It wasn't entirely his fault. Inside the Divine Might space, Ning Rongrong insisted that Yichu remove the hidden weapons himself. He had no choice but to help Miss Ning change. During this time, the little devil took advantage of him quite a bit, though he enjoyed it nonetheless. After she was changed, he couldn't resist pinching her cheeks and giving her a few kisses. Being watched like this, the blush on Ning Rongrong's face started to rise again. She quickly straightened Yichu's clothes, then hurriedly lowered her head and slipped aside to join Xiao Wu and the others. Rongrong, what were you and Xiao Qiu doing? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Nothing, I just made him remove the hidden weapons himself, Ning Rongrong replied truthfully, cupping her blushing face, extremely shy. Rongrong, you're too bold, Zhu Huking looked at her helplessly. If she remembered correctly, the stomping crossbow was strapped to her thigh, the hidden arrow was placed on her chest, and the tight-backed crossbow was carried on her back. Xiao Wu and the other girl rolled their eyes at Ning Rongrong. Senior, this kid is ready, Yichu chuckled awkwardly, somewhat embarrassed, towards the sword Douluo who was staring intently at him. Since you're ready, then come on, the sword Douluo replied coldly, his hands behind his back, a faint fluctuation of soul power already emanating from him. Yichu's expression turned serious, his eyes flashing with a bloodlust. With a flick of his wrist, a huge divine crossbow appeared in his hand. He naturally didn't need to consider the possibility of injuring his opponent. Sword Dao Chenzin's cultivation was as high as level 96, hailed as a title Douluo with the strongest attack. This huge divine crossbow wasn't truly capable of killing gods. Its power limit was fixed. His Sharingan observed the flow of soul power on the sword Douluo, searching for weaknesses. While marveling at the seamless integration of his opponent's soul power without any flaws, he didn't hesitate any longer. He made a move to deflect this huge crossbow in his hand. Ning Fengzi's gaze remained fixed on Yichu's hands, not wanting to miss a single detail. Suddenly, this huge crossbow in Yichu's hand remained motionless, but 3 short arrows flew out from his sleeve. These were silent sleeve arrows. The 3 arrows, arranged in a triangular pattern, silently flew towards Sword Douluo's chest. Not bad, Sword Douluo praised. With decades of rich combat experience and renowned for his offensive power, he could naturally sense the approximate power of the arrows. He didn't make any movement. He still stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes narrowing, and the surrounding air seemed to distort slightly. Just as the arrows were about to reach him, several sword energies appeared out of thin air, splitting each arrow in 2 from the very center, scattering it on the ground. Sword Douluo didn't even use his martial soul. Before the arrows even hit the ground, Yichu's attack came again. Unlike the silent hidden arrows, this huge divine crossbow, in pursuit of greater offensive power, abandoned its stealth. A sharp, metallic clang rang out instantly, piercing the eardrums. 16 jet black arrows shot out from the black box. Before the clang had even subsided, the 16 arrows were already at Sword Douluo's face. Sword Douluo's expression changed. His right hand, hidden behind his back, shot out, forming a sword shape with his fingers. With a light tap in the air before him, milky white sword energy swept out. In that instant, it was as if an invisible sword was positioned before him. Clang, clang, clang. The 16 arrows collided, producing a dense, metallic clang. The instant the sound rang out, Yichu activated the sand-spitting shadow arrow placed at his chest. Buzz! With a fine whooshing sound, a cloud of black poisonous mist, carrying a cluster of steel needles, enveloped Sword Douluo. Is it poisonous? Sword Douluo raised an eyebrow. His right hand, which had been behind his back, hadn't even landed yet, and it was too late to gather power. His left hand, wrapped in powerful soul energy, shot out with a flick of his sleeve. The mist and steel needles were all dispersed with a single blow. His hands fell naturally, and he smiled slightly as he looked at Yichu, who was still fiddling with his huge crossbow in his hand. He also took a moment to summarize the results of the hidden weapon evaluation. Rongrong didn't exaggerate. These little things called hidden weapons are indeed quite powerful, especially the black box in Yichu's hand. Its attack power and penetrating power are very strong. Soul masters below level 40 who are not defensive types basically cannot withstand it head-on. Good. Rongrong, this is indeed a big surprise. Ning Fengzi tapped his cane, very pleased. This was only a single target attack. If a large number of people with those black boxes fired arrows at the same time, one could imagine. Even soul masters would die as many as they came. Ning Rongrong, however, had no time to heed his praise. Instead, she excitedly cheered Yichu on. Go Yichu, The sword Douluo, who had just finished speaking, twitched his lips, his expression tightening again after just easing. Yichu also inwardly cursed his bad luck. He wore a wry smile, but his movements were anything but slow. In the brief moment the sword Douluo spoke, he used his ghost shadow steps to silently close the distance to within 8 meters. His right foot suddenly tensed, as if preparing to charge forward, while the crossbow strapped to his thigh silently fired 3 arrows, aiming straight for the sword Douluo's lower body. Simultaneously, his toes gripped the sole of his shoe. A flying blade shot from between his boot toe, striking directly at the sword Douluo's face. His right leg wasn't idle either. The same crossbow and flying blade were launched. This continuous, close-range attack was an attempt to find an opening in the sword Douluo's defense. "Boy, are you still not done yet?" Already annoyed by the little princess's siding with outsiders, he became even more impatient. He pointed forward. Now he was somewhat relieved that Yichu had taken Ningrongrong's place. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to unleash his soul power directly. Rongrong's small body might not have been able to withstand it. With his finger, sharp soul power surged out from his body. Clang. The sounds of collisions were continuous, and all the incoming hidden weapons were blown away by the surging sword energy. Yichu's clothes were cut with some marks. "Ah! Grandpa Sword, you promised Rongrong you wouldn't hurt Yichu?" Ningrongrong's anxious voice rang out. Sword Douluo paused, letting out a muffled groan. He was a little hurt. "Rongrong, be quiet." "I'm fine." Yichu looked at Sword Douluo's dark face and helplessly called out to Ningrongrong. "HMPH. I was just worried about you." Ningrongrong pouted unhappily. Under Yichu's puzzled gaze, Sword Douluo's face darkened further. He glared at Yichu. This kid, how dare he disregard the little princess's concern? What a scoundrel. Yichu understood, and felt both amused and exasperated. The concern of the beloved princess was truly deadly. Yichu didn't want to face his sour face anymore. Having tested everything, he simply put away this huge crossbow. He stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. "I wonder what Senior thinks of the power of these hidden weapons." "The power is indeed quite good. The key is that it doesn't require any soul power. Even ordinary people can use it." Sword Douluo put away his impatience. After the experiment, he naturally knew the characteristics of these hidden weapons. "I finally understand why these things are called hidden weapons. It's practically arming a person like a hedgehog. If it's used to catch the enemy off guard, its power might need to be reassessed. No soul power required." Ning Fengzi's face lit up with joy. This was definitely a powerful weapon for armed sect disciples. "Senior, your insight is truly remarkable. This humble one admires you." Yichu's face showed a flattering expression as he cupped his hands and bowed in respect. Sword Douluo's face showed a hint of smugness. Before Yichu finished speaking, his movements suddenly became larger. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out. A cold light shot out from behind Yichu, flying straight towards Sword Douluo's face. Yichu was already standing in front of Sword Douluo. The distance was simply too close, even he couldn't dodge the attack from this tightly mounted crossbow. His expression changed drastically as he shouted, "You brat! You've really got some skills." Sword Douluo cursed inwardly for this kid's lack of martial ethics. There was no time to think further. He immediately mobilized his power, flipped his palm and held it upright in front of his chest, then raised it high. "My body is like a sword." In just an instant, a sun radiating sharp sword energy seemed to light up in this space. Shining with a strong metallic luster, it transformed into a storm of sword energy. The arrows fired from the crossbow, adorned with intricate patterns, instantly turned to dust. Even the venom they contained was reduced to a thin mist and dissipated into the air. Right behind Sword Douluo, a 2-meter-long, half-foot-wide ancient great sword hovered in mid-air. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, a total of 9 spirit rings, swirled around it. This was the 7-kill sword, Sword Douluo's top-tier weapon spirit. A flash of bloodlust crossed Yichu's eyes. A sharp sword aura erupted from Sword Douluo, passing right through him. Fine cracks appeared on the ground. A demonstration must be done properly. Yichu raised his hand. The flying claw shot out, grabbing a tree beside the clearing. Using the force, Yichu flew backward. "Haha. Good lad, I didn't expect you could actually force out a swordsman's spirit. Bone Douluo, enjoying the spectacle, didn't miss any opportunity to taunt Sword Douluo. HMPH. That kid is too cunning. Sword Douluo didn't refute the established facts. He just glared at Yichu in the distance. Ningrongrong and the other girls rushed toward Yichu in a panic. Xiao Chu, are you alright? As soon as Yichu landed, Xiao Wu clung to him, feeling around to check him. Seeing Yichu's torn clothes, Ningrongrong glared angrily at Sword Douluo. Grandpa Sword, why did you use so much force? What if you hurt Yichu? I say, girl, didn't you see what happened? Sword Douluo's breath hitched, and he couldn't help but click his tongue. This girl was indeed very outgoing. Why don't you care about your Grandpa Sword? Yichu can't hurt you, Grandpa Sword. Ningrongrong rolled her eyes. Alright, Rongrong, Senior Sword Douluo has already shown mercy. I'm fine, and what I did just now was indeed a bit offensive. Yichu grabbed Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking's hands, which were still wandering over his body, and put them down. He stopped Ningrongrong, preventing her from saying anything more. Kid, you didn't offend anyone. This kind of thing does require a bit of surprise. Sword Douluo understood that the sneak attack wasn't intentional. Then it seems Rongrong misunderstood Grandpa Sword. After Xiao Wu and the others confirmed that Yichu was alright, Ningrongrong smiled and apologized to Sword Douluo. Ning Fengzi and the other two froze on the spot. They all glared at Yichu resentfully. They hadn't expected this kid's words to be more effective than theirs. Why didn't they receive this treatment? Girl, you're really too deeply poisoned. Sword Douluo sighed helplessly and put away his martial soul. Looking at the giant sword, Yichu couldn't help but marvel at the domineering power of the 7-kill sword martial soul. Its powerful oppressive aura and sharpness gave Yichu reason to believe that if he were truly an enemy, he would likely be beheaded before he could even react. Ningrongrong smiled sweetly at her father. Dad, what do you think of this set of hidden weapons? Very good, very powerful. It even forced Uncle Sword's martial soul out. Ning Fengzi nodded happily. Facts speak louder than words. A set of hidden weapons capable of forcing out a martial soul of a level 96 title Douluo must be incredibly powerful. Imagine the scene if, facing an enemy, the direct disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, known for their lack of offensive capabilities and carelessness, were to suddenly unleash these hidden weapons. Fengzi, if all the disciples in the sect were equipped with such a set of hidden weapons, it would definitely greatly enhance the overall strength of the sect. Sword Douluo's voice was somewhat solemn. This set of weapons didn't require soul power to use. Even if thousands of ordinary people were equipped with this, they could probably dominate a battlefield. Fengzi, the coward is right. On a serious matter, Douluo didn't argue anymore, and the two reached a consensus. Ning Fengzi could definitely be considered a wise sect leader. His heart was burning with excitement, and he nodded decisively. Looking at his daughter, who was already smiling and waiting for him, he smiled slightly. Rongrong, you really are my good daughter. Since Ningrongrong brought this back, it naturally proved that she cared about the sect, which was commendable. Girl, tell Daddy, how many of these do you have? Daddy, Rongrong only has one set of these. Ningrongrong smiled mysteriously. Alright, Rongrong. Stop being mysterious, just tell me what you want. Ning Fengzi didn't believe her. He just shook his head and smiled wryly. It seemed that his daughter had some demanding conditions again. Ningrongrong glanced at Yichu shyly. Yichu's heart skipped a beat. Ningrongrong's voice rang in their ears. Alright. Actually, my daughter can have as many of these things as you want. Ningrongrong smiled at Ning Fengzi and the other two, cupping her slightly flushed face and swaying shyly. Because Yichu has already given the forging blueprints for these things to my daughter as a betrothal gift. As long as you agree to marry my daughter to him, Rongrong will give you the blueprints. Yichu stared in shock at Ningrongrong's flushed face. When had he ever said such a thing? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking were also speechless. They never expected Ningrongrong to pull this stunt. Did they know whether Yichu had said this or not? Ningrongrong was so bold as to take it upon herself to give herself directly to Yichu. Even Ning Fengzi was momentarily dumbfounded. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 206 Assassination. What is all this? A betrothal gift. This is too fast. Are you kidding me? After a moment of stunned silence, Sword Douluo was the first to react. Rongrong, what nonsense are you talking about? He pointed at Yichu. You want to marry this boy? He has quite a few female companions. As the future sect leader of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, how can you share a husband with someone else? That's right. How can this be? Douluo also frowned and nodded quickly. Compared to those hidden weapons, his Rongrong's lifelong happiness was more important. Hidden weapons could be dealt with in other ways, but his little princess couldn't afford to be hurt. Why not? I want to marry him, Ning Rongrong pouted and hugged Yichu, not wanting to let go for a moment. No. I don't agree, Sword Douluo wouldn't let her do whatever she wanted. Rongrong, you're still young. This is too early, Bone Douluo earnestly advised. Even your grandpa doesn't agree to this, but I'm willing. It's Rongrong who's getting married, not the two grandpas. If you don't agree, fine, humph, Ning Rongrong snorted coldly, completely ignoring their objections. Rongrong, Yichu was about to speak when Ning Rongrong glared at him fiercely, and he swallowed back his words. Rongrong, you, Sword Douluo's face flushed red with anger. Ning Rongrong had never talked back to them like this before. Rongrong. How dare you speak to your elders like that? Ning Fengzi finally came to his senses, frowning as he looked at his daughter, feeling a bit of a headache. Judging from the expressions of Yichu and the others just now, this betrothal gift was most likely something his daughter had decided on her own. HMPH. Anyway, Dad, you have to agree to this marriage. I've already collected the betrothal gift for you. Ning Rongrong hugged Yichu tightly, looked up at him coquettishly, and buried her head in his arms. Zhu Huqing and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance, standing silently in place, not daring to speak. Ning Fengzi's lips twitched. What did he mean by putting it away for him? He gathered his thoughts and looked at Yichu, who was deep in thought. Ning Fengzi also frowned. He hesitated. He had naturally been prepared to betroth Ning Rongrong to Yichu. It was just that he hadn't seen what he wanted to see yet. He was still a little unsure. Straightening his expression, Ning Fengzi asked Yichu, Yichu, is what Rongrong said true? You really want to use the blueprints for that hidden weapon as a betrothal gift? You want to ask me for Rongrong's hand in marriage? Yichu held the soft girl in his arms, feeling a slight pain. He looked down. Ning Rongrong was clutching his clothes tightly, some even stained with blood and flesh, very nervous. She bit her red lips, looking at him with teary eyes. Her tender eyes rippled, revealing a hint of fear. She had taken a lot of courage to say those words. Since Yichu couldn't take her yet, she would help him secure this position. Xiao Wu has achieved her goal, Zhu Huqing is eloquent, Du Yuyan is just one step away from success, and even Xiao Lan is symbiotic with Yichu. Ning Rongrong, too, must win some kind of victory. Yichu held Ning Rongrong tightly in his arms and smiled gently. These things had to be faced sooner or later. This was indeed a good opportunity. After a moment of hesitation, Yichu gently released the girl from his arms. Ning Rongrong, who didn't want to let go, was soothed by his eyes. Her pearly teeth bit her lips tightly, and she could taste a slight metallic taste in her mouth. She clutched Yichu's clothes, looking pitiful. Yichu withdrew his gaze, his eyes sincere, and looked at Ning Fengzi. Uncle Ning, this junior, Yichu, did indeed say those words. I brought Rongrong back this time specifically to visit these seniors, hoping that Uncle Ning can agree to this junior's request, to betroth your daughter to this junior. Hearing Yichu's words, the tension on Ning Rongrong's face finally dissipated. She smiled radiantly, as if she had eaten honey, her eyebrows and eyes as beautiful as a painting, like a crescent moon in the clouds. The blood on her lips only made her more beautiful. Her blue eyes, like water, reflected only one person. Uncle Ning, Yichu guarantees. Yichu bowed, about to continue speaking to facilitate this beautiful union. But Bone Douluo couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted at Yichu, you brat. It's not even close to being settled yet, don't keep calling me Uncle Ning, I suddenly think you should be more polite. Ning Fengzi's face twitched. He thought only his daughter had this idea, but it turned out this kid had already planned it. He was just using this opportunity to bring it up early. Senior Gu, please calm down. Yichu's words are not empty talk. I will do my best to treat Rongrong well, I will help, boy, what guarantee do you have? Sword Douluo raised an eyebrow, pointing his fingers like a sword at Xiao Wu and Zhu Huqing. Is that all you're going to promise? These are just the two present. Old Poison's granddaughter seems to have taken a liking to you too, doesn't she? Can you really be devoted to Rongrong, kid? You're having a good time with 3 wives and 4 concubines. What? Is my Rongrong a wife or a concubine? Sword Douluo's questions were as sharp as his sword. Yichu fell silent. After a slight pause, he gave the answer he had given before. They will all be my wives. Perhaps this wasn't the answer Sword Douluo wanted to hear, but it was Yichu's true thought. If a distinction really had to be made, then he planned to let the women handle these matters themselves. His words alone certainly wouldn't convince everyone. You little brat. You dare to lie to me without even a proper title, and you still dare to promise to do your best for Rongrong. Don't think you can get away with anything just because Rongrong likes you, soared Douluo's Swordorus whirled, as if he was about to teach Xiao a lesson at the slightest provocation. Alright. Uncle Jian, this matter, Ning Fengzi shook his head, about to step in to smooth things over. A sharp shout rang in his ears. Grandpa Jian, if you dare touch Xiao, I'll never speak to you again. Ning Rongrong glared coldly at Sword Douluo, tears welling in her eyes, her voice devoid of emotion, leaving no room for negotiation. Sword Douluo's expression softened slightly, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Ning Rongrong. Girl, did Grandpa Jian do something wrong? Grandpa was just worried you'd be wronged. Yes, Rongrong, we're all doing this for your own good. Bone Douluo also earnestly tried to persuade her. They weren't blind to Ning Rongrong's deep affection for Yichu, nor did they necessarily oppose their relationship. But, this kid had way too many women. With their Rongrong's status, why should she suffer such injustice? Rongrong doesn't care. I've made up my mind about him. Ning Rongrong tightly grasped Yichu's hand. With her other hand, she took Xiao Wu's hand, making her stance clear. Zhu Xiuqing, not to be outdone, took Yichu's other hand. She stood directly facing Ning Fengzi and the others. Sword Douluo's face darkened. They really didn't take him seriously at all. This was practically a provocation. He said in a deep voice, Rongrong, this is your life's most important matter, you can't be reckless. Seeing Ning Rongrong's determined expression, Sword Douluo's eyes twitched. He even glared fiercely at Ning Fengzi. If it weren't for this old man's interference, saying you'll find out later, he would have already cleaved them both in two with a single stroke of his sword. Ning Fengzi sighed softly, stopping Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo from speaking again. He slammed his cane on the ground. Uncle Bone, Uncle Sword, that's enough. Stopping the two, Ning Fengzi turned his gaze to Yichu and his daughter. I agree to this marriage. Yichu's pupils constricted sharply, and he froze on the spot. He was even planning to reveal his ability to help others and acquire spirit rings beyond their age limit. This agreement caught him completely off guard. Boy, did you hear that? This marriage, wait, Fengzi did you misspoke? The joy on Sword Douluo's face froze. He stared at Ning Fengzi in shock, somewhat doubting whether he had misheard. Really? Dad, Ning Rongrong, who was about to release her spirit, exclaimed in surprise, looking at Ning Fengzi in disbelief. She knew her father, as the head of a sect, he was like a businessman driven by profit. He shouldn't be the kind of person who would act without waiting for a benefit. She hadn't even played her trump card, and her father had already agreed. It all seemed unreal. Uncle Jian, you didn't mishear, Ning Fengzi said calmly. Sword Douluo was speechless. He couldn't understand Ning Fengzi's actions. He had let them develop their plans before, and now he was the one agreeing to this marriage. Sword Douluo had thought that Ning Fengzi had some other scheme or plan. But this was it. He'd solved the family's little princess's lifelong problem in one fell swoop. What a clever scheme. Fengzi are you out of your mind? Bone Douluo's large frame trembled, a hint of reluctance in his voice. He ignored the strange looks from Sword and Bone, turning to his daughter and noticing the disbelief still lingering in her eyes. He felt a little helpless. You're already so eager, hopelessly clinging to her. What could he, as your father, say? Wrong, Daddy's telling the truth. Great. Thank you, Daddy. Ning Rongrong jumped up happily, throwing herself into Ning Fengzi's arms. Zhu Xiuqing, holding Yichu's hand, shook it to bring him back to his senses. The surprise was too sudden. Yichu, beaming with joy, immediately bowed. He sincerely said, Junior Yichu, thank you Uncle Ning for your kindness. Alright, we're all family now, no need to be so polite. Ning Fengzi raised his hand. His expression turned somewhat uncomfortable. Taking advantage of the moment he raised his hand. Ning Rongrong, who had been in his arms, suddenly jumped out. He hadn't even warmed her arms yet. She gently helped Yichu up, her smile never fading. Congratulations, Rongrong. Zhu Xiuqing, standing beside her, offered her congratulations. Since arriving at the 7 treasure glazed tile school, her eyes had always held a hint of envy. Yes. This is wonderful. Xiao Wu also smiled broadly. Her thoughts were simpler. Of course, she would be happy that Xiao Chu had successfully accomplished what he wanted. Yichu, from now on I am your true fiancé. Ning Rongrong leaned against Yichu, gently nuzzling his chin, smiling dreamily. Yichu smiled gently, holding her tightly in his arms. He didn't say much, but bent down to pick up a few drops of blood from her lips. Watching them act so brazenly, oblivious to everyone else, Douluo raised his sleeve, covering his eyes with a pained expression. Douluo's eyes were practically spitting fire. Ning Fengzi, as the sect leader, had already spoken and couldn't take it back. But he truly didn't understand. Fengzi, why is this happening? I need an explanation. Now that things had come to this, all he wanted was an explanation. He didn't really want to ruin Rongrong and Yichu's relationship. It was just that he was uneasy about simply pushing Ning Rongrong out like this. Rongrong was only a support-type soul master. What if something happened after he and Old Bones were gone? Ning Fengzi couldn't bear to watch any longer and looked away. He opened his mouth, unsure where to begin. Suddenly, a 9-colored light flashed, drawing Ning Fengzi and the others' attention back. Grandpa Sword, please don't be angry anymore. Let Rongrong explain. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's face was flushed, one hand tightly holding Yichu's, the other holding a small pagoda. It was her martial soul, the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Ning Fengzi turned around, instinctively looking at his daughter's martial soul. His body trembled violently, and he froze on the spot. He saw it. He saw it. He finally saw the surprise he had longed to see. That person hadn't lied to him after all. Yichu really did have that ability. Instantly, Ning Fengzi's eyes lit up with wild joy. His lifelong dream had been realized through his daughter. Rongrong, is there anything else you want to say? Douluo took a deep breath, managing his emotions and trying to soften his voice. Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, you don't need to worry about Rongrong suffering any injustice. Rongrong is a little devil. She won't be bullied by anyone. Besides, Xiao Wu and Xiuqing are both very good to me. Ning Rongrong held up the small tower. 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings hovered above it, illuminating the space like a small, 9-colored sun. Rongrong, this isn't just a matter of bullying. With so many women, how can he protect you properly? And aren't you afraid he'll change his mind? Douluo had a different perspective. The disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school were inherently lacking in combat power. With so many women around, how could this kid possibly have time to protect Ning Rongrong? Grandpa Bone, have you forgotten about Xiao Wu and Xiuqing? They're just as strong. They can protect Rongrong too. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at them, then smiled at Xiao Wu and Xiuqing. Rongrong's right, Sister Xiao Wu will protect her too. Xiao Wu nodded quickly. This wasn't a joke. She didn't want to see her Xiao Chu heartbroken. Please rest assured, seniors, Xiuqing will also protect Rongrong. Xiuqing's voice was clear and firm, conveying a sense of disregard for life and death. Sword and Douluo exchanged a glance, speechless. Yichu was about to speak when Ning Rongrong interrupted. Besides, Yichu. He definitely won't change his mind. Ning Rongrong looked at her fiancé with a smile, her eyes full of tenderness. Who knows? Douluo's sharpness had subsided considerably. He had clearly taken Ning Rongrong's words to heart. Grandpa Sword, the martial soul in my hand is the best proof. And this is also the 3rd surprise I brought back. Ning Rongrong handed over the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. A 3rd surprise. Douluo and Douluo looked over in confusion, unable to see any change in her martial soul for a moment. 9 layers, Ning Fengzi's hoarse voice came. Fengzi, what did you say? Douluo looked strangely at Ning Fengzi, who was already somewhat abnormal and trembling as he walked over. Douluo, however, noticed something unusual, his eyes drawn to the 9 colors, unable to look away. Sword Master, Rongrong's martial soul seems to have 2 more colors, 9 layers, 9 colors. This is the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Ning Fengzi had already approached, holding the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda in Ning Rongrong's hands, extremely excited. What? The 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. As a highly respected elder of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Douluo naturally knew the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul's flaws. His eyes narrowed, and he stretched out his fingers, counting down the layers one by one. 9 levels. It really is 9 levels. Wrong. What exactly happened? Douluo was filled with confusion, unable to understand why her martial soul had suddenly evolved. Startled, he looked sharply at Yichu. Could it be because of this kid? That's right. Grandpa Sword, this was also given to you by Yichu? Ningrongrong nodded happily. Weren't you curious about why my soul power increased so quickly? It's all because Yichu gave me a fairy herb called the Kilo Tulip, to help them understand what the fairy herb was. Ningrongrong had to imitate Yichu, saying that this thing was something that should only exist in heaven, rarely heard of in the mortal world. Just yesterday, after Rongrong took the fairy herb, not only did her cultivation break through 8 levels in succession, but her martial soul also transformed into the 9 treasure-glazed tile pagoda. The 3 of them listened in a daze. Their eyes revealed a deep disbelief. They had never heard of such a divine object. Yichu is willing to give Rongrong something so precious. How could he possibly change his mind? Ningrongrong looked at Yichu and blinked. Even without this, she believed Yichu would never change his mind. He couldn't bear to abandon her. Seeing that Sword and Bone Douluo's expressions softened, Ningrongrong continued, even if we take a step back, Yichu helped me evolve my martial soul into the 9 treasure-glazed tile pagoda. For the sect, this favor is beyond repayment. She paused, playfully pouting. Therefore, this young lady has no choice but to shoulder the responsibility of thanking Yichu and repay him with my body. Uncle Ning, seniors, please believe me. Yichu will never abandon his woman. Yichu's attitude was sincere and earnest. Xiao Wu and Zhu Ziuking also chimed in. We all believe in Yichu. He wouldn't be the kind of person to start something and then abandon it. Sword and Bone Douluo exchanged a glance, and Ning Fengzi finally straightened his back again, looking triumphantly at his 2 pillars of support. HMPH. It's too late for my objections now. Your marriage is still up to your father. Sword Douluo glanced at Yichu and the others, then turned away, hands behind his back. Hey, you coward. Why are you being so stubborn at a time like this? Just say you agree, and make the girl happy. What's wrong with that? Bone Douluo smiled happily, his worries dispelled. Wrong. Grandpa Bone has agreed to your marriage. Don't mind that swordsman, he's still upset because you yelled at him earlier. That's great. Thank you, Grandpa Bone. Ningrongrong happily hugged Bone Douluo. Grandpa Sword, don't be angry. It was Rongrong's fault. I just didn't want to cause conflict between the people I love most. Ningrongrong grabbed Sword Douluo's large hand and started to act coquettishly. She secretly regretted that if she had taken out the 9 treasure-glazed tile pagoda earlier, perhaps there wouldn't have been so much trouble. It's all Dad's fault for not following the rules. Alright, Grandpa Sword didn't mean to blame you. Sword Douluo couldn't stand Ningrongrong's coquettishness. Even the hardest steel has become as soft as silk. I agree to this marriage. Ningrongrong was overjoyed, and Yichu hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Young man, thank you both for your kindness. HMPH. Don't be too happy yet, kid. If you really want to marry my Rongrong, you'll have to prove your strength to me. Sword Douluo snorted coldly, glancing at Bone Douluo who had just teased him. I'll pass. We'll talk about it when you can beat that old Bone, you sword man. What do you mean? Bone Douluo was immediately displeased. Wasn't he implying that he was inferior to him? Although that was true, with so many juniors present, didn't he have any pride? Alright, let Yichu choose for himself then, won't you? Ning Fengzi spoke up at the right moment, without objecting. After all, seeing his daughter being taken advantage of in front of him was a bit painful for him. He felt uneasy if he didn't make things difficult for her. How can that be? How long will we have to wait? Ningrongrong immediately became unhappy. Wrong, let it go. This request is indeed reasonable. Yichu stopped her. He was confident that he wouldn't keep Rongrong waiting too long for this test. Okay, Ningrongrong was silent for a moment, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes, and quietly leaned on Yichu's shoulder. Rongrong, take it easy. Ning Fengzi glared at his mischievous daughter and said helplessly. She could even do something as absurd as helping someone else with betrothal gifts. I'm afraid she won't even last until that day. She'll stuff herself into Yichu's mouth, leaving nothing behind. With everything settled, everyone left the open space. Let's go inside and sit down. Ning Fengzi was about to lift his foot when he suddenly remembered something. He turned around, his eyelids twitching. Looking at his daughter constantly nibbling at Yichu, he felt a little tired. He said seriously, Yichu, Uncle Ning. Yichu immediately pushed Ningrongrong's little face away and looked at him in confusion. Go visit King later, He was assassinated a few days ago and was seriously injured, wishing everyone a pleasant life. Chapter 207 Evil Blood. Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Yi Chu's joy was quickly dispelled. For a moment, he was stunned and stood there, frozen in place. He asked uncertainly, "Uncle Ning, did you just say that His Highness the Crown Prince was seriously injured?" "Yes, that's right," Ning Fengzi nodded solemnly, then turned his back and continued walking into the house, his voice still ringing out. "A few days ago, when King came out of the palace, he was assassinated. He was pierced by a hidden arrow and almost died." "What? Senior brother King almost died? Grandpa Bone, who did it?" Ning Rongrong, who was immersed in the joy of becoming Yi Chu's fiancée, was also shocked by this news, and her mind cleared. That was the Crown Prince of the Empire. Who had the audacity to do that? Bone Douluo glanced at Yi Chu. "We were just talking about this. If you want to know anything else, let's sit down and talk it over." Without saying anything more, Sword and Bone followed Ning Fengzi away. Yi Chu stood there, stunned. He finally understood why the Qianjin and Jiangmo brothers had suddenly left Soto City for the Heavenly Dao Imperial City. It turned out Jin Rinxu had been assassinated. "Xiao Chu, what's wrong?" Xiao Wu gently nudged him. Yi Chu snapped out of his daze. He shook his head slightly. "Nothing, let's go inside." "You must be tired of standing." "No, I'm not tired at all." Ning Rongrong took his arm, smiling brightly, showing no sign of fatigue. Her gaze swept to the side. Zhu Zhuking, who was also somewhat dazed for some reason, smiled teasingly. Zhuking might really be tired, after all, such a heavy burden. "Wrong, I'm not tired at all, I'm used to it." Zhu Zhuking snapped out of her daze, dodging her outstretched hand, and gave her a shy, glaring look. She didn't know why, but Ning Rongrong always liked to tease her. Was it just because she was so much better than her? Yi Chu glanced at Ning Rongrong strangely, noting her already impressive figure. He then shared some of his blush with Ning Rongrong. "Alright, let's hurry up and catch up," Yi Chu sighed, pinching Ning Rongrong in his arms and rolling his eyes at her. The group returned to the hall and sat down. "Rongrong, can't you be a little more careful?" Ning Fengzi, sitting in the main seat, glared at Yi Chu, tapping the floor with his cane. He looked at his daughter, who kept trying to squeeze into Yi Chu's lap and sit on him, his face full of exasperation. Although he had agreed to their relationship, there was no need to be so blatant. Under everyone's gaze, Ning Rongrong, who had successfully settled into her seat, felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She could only lower her head and sit down next to Xiao Wu. Uncle Ning, I wonder who assassinated His Highness the Crown Prince." Yi Chu's face was also somewhat embarrassed, but he couldn't wait to ask the question that had been on his mind. Ning Fengzi's expression softened, and he shook his head, seemingly both nodding and shaking his head. "I don't know exactly who it is, but I do have a suspect, Uncle Ning." "Which faction are you suspecting?" "I don't know." Yi Chu was almost completely baffled. "I don't know." Ning Fengzi nodded again, then continued, "That person is named Zizu, and he was brought back by Zubang. The reason I suspect him is because of a coincidence. King's assassination attempt happened exactly the day before Zubang returned from his soul hunting expedition." "Zizu? Zubang brought him back?" Yi Chu was stunned. This inexplicable change made him frown. "But, Uncle Ning, this coincidence and timing doesn't seem enough for you to draw this conclusion, does it?" "Of course not." Ning Fengzi nodded in agreement, giving him an appreciative look. He then stared at Yi Chu seriously. "But what if this person's appearance could give Zubang, who originally had no chance of winning the throne competition, the ability to rival King?" "What?" Yi Chu was shocked. "How could one person possibly have such power? Could it be that the evil blood's cultivation is very strong?" "Kid, you guess right, he is indeed very strong." Sword Douluo's voice was tinged with solemnity. After Zubang introduced him to Zuyi, he immediately became an imperial worshipper. Fengzi and I also attended the banquet and met him. I can tell you definitively that he is a genuine level 98 title Douluo. Such cultivation, perhaps only I and Old Bones together can contend with him. Level 98. Yi Chu was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth, and his mind suddenly became a little confused. How come he had never heard of this title Douluo? "Grandpa Sword, you're not joking, are you? Even with the enhancement that Dad gave you, you still can't beat that guy." Ning Rongrong looked at him in surprise, somewhat incredulous. From childhood to adulthood, She had always felt that her two grandfathers were top-tier powerhouses on the continent. Grandpa Sword, I'm not joking. What I just said also included Feng Zhi. Sword Douluo sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to be more explicit. Within level 95, the difference between title Douluos might not be significant, but the gap becomes enormous above level 95. Furthermore, breakthroughs after level 95 are incredibly difficult, requiring not only the accumulation of soul power but also comprehension. A level 96 title Douluo has 20% more soul power than a level 95 title Douluo, and a level 97 title Douluo has 30% more. And so on. Just looking at soul power alone, you can see the difference. Zhu Xiuqing and the other girls listened quietly. They weren't really familiar with these matters. Now, they found them quite novel and inspiring. Bone Douluo, standing nearby, couldn't help but say, wrong, your sword grandpa wasn't lying. This old bone of mine is also stuck at level 95, and hasn't broken through for many years. Among those present, perhaps only Bone Douluo had the most authority to speak on this. Although he had fought Sword Douluo his entire life, he had to admit that he was indeed inferior. Hearing this, Sword Douluo chuckled and looked at Bone Douluo with a mocking expression. Hey, actually your soul power was already enough, you just lacked a bit of enlightenment. Who told you to be less focused than me? Otherwise, you would have broken through to level 96 long ago, HMPH. You're just temporarily ahead, Bone Douluo sneered, unconvinced. Alright, you two, stop fighting again. Ning Fengzi waved his hand helplessly, trying to calm them down. Anyway, that evil blood is indeed very powerful, and his origins are very mysterious. I wonder if there are other unknown forces behind him. Ning Fengzi rubbed his brow, feeling a bit of a headache. Logically speaking, all the title Douluo powerhouses on the continent should be recorded in the Spirit Hall. The sudden appearance of such a person in the Heaven Dao Imperial City. I wonder what kind of changes will occur. Looking at Yichu, who was still deep in thought, Ning Fengzi didn't say much more about this topic. Yichu, remember to visit King later. Yes, I will. Yichu nodded numbly. The inexplicable changes that have occurred in this world have really caught him off guard. According to the current analysis, even if Jin Ringsu's assassination attempt wasn't carried out by the evil blood Douluo, it was still related to the forces behind him. Perhaps Jin Ringsu knows more about the evil blood Douluo, Yichu thought to himself, keeping this in mind. Ahem, Ning Fengzi suddenly coughed twice. Yichu looked at him in confusion, and the two remained silent. Uncle Ning, is there anything else? Feeling a little flustered by his gaze, Yichu tentatively asked. Knock knock. Ning Fengzi frowned and tapped the armrest of his chair. What? Where's the betrothal gift you gave me? Several black lines appeared on Yichu's forehead as he looked at Ning Rongrong somewhat awkwardly. PFFT. Ha ha ha, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but burst out laughing at this comical scene. Xiao Wu and Zhu Xiuqing were also suppressing their laughter. They never expected that the sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would show such a mercenary side. Dad, why are you so loud? Didn't I just say Rongrong put them away for you? Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at her father and quickly ran to his side. She swept her little hand across the table, revealing a thick stack of papers covered in drawings. She proudly patted the drawings twice. Here you go, all the hidden weapons Yichu demonstrated are here, the silent sleeve arrow, the huge crossbow, the sand-spitting arrow, the stomp crossbow, the boot shadow flying blade, the tight-backed flower crossbow, and the flying claw. Girl, where was I being loud? Ning Fengzi sighed helplessly. His status in the family seemed to have declined. Logically, as his future father-in-law, even if he was a little loud, wasn't that perfectly reasonable? He sighed inwardly, thinking that daughters grow up and leave home. He quickly picked up the drawings and began to examine them. Ning Rongrong giggled and took the opportunity to sit back in Yichu's lap. Sword and Bone Douluo were too preoccupied to pay attention to them. He got up and walked to Ning Fengzi's side, examining the items closely. These little things are so exquisite. Bone Douluo nodded repeatedly, looking at the blueprints on the paper. Yes, but with these blueprints, replicating them shouldn't be difficult. Ning Fengzi nodded happily. The blueprints were precise down to every single part and the materials used, all clearly stated. Acquiring these hidden weapons was a pleasant surprise. Of course. These blueprints were all drawn by Yichu stroke by stroke. It took a lot of effort and time. Ning Rongrong leaned against Yichu, ignoring his feelings, swinging her feet, Her face flushed with laughter. I really don't know where you found these things. Sword Douluo put down what he was holding, looking at Yichu with a puzzled expression. Hearing this, Yichu realized what was going on. He needed to explain some precautions for using hidden weapons. What if Tang San discovered them while they were using them, and then shouted about the three upper sects being of one mind? Would that be extremely embarrassing? Helplessly, he wrapped his arms around Ning Rongrong's waist and pulled her up slightly. His voice was somewhat serious. Uncle Ning, if these things are made, it's best not to use them in public. Oh? Why is that? Ning Fengzi looked at him curiously. He had already seen the blueprints and could only say that Yichu was very thoughtful. The design of these hidden weapons was actually quite copyright conscious. If forcibly dismantled, they would automatically disintegrate. Even if exposed, it wouldn't be easy for others to pirate them. Yichu pondered for a moment. He didn't know how to explain it for a moment. He wanted to show them Tang Hao's right arm bone, but without exposing Daming and the others, he couldn't find a suitable reason. He couldn't very well say he found it, could he? Logically speaking, with Tang San's personality, the leak of hidden weapon technology should have made him want to eliminate the 7 treasure glazed tile school as soon as possible. But the world had already undergone unknown changes. What if Ning Fengzi got involved with him again? Would that be a huge mess? He made a quick decision. To prevent such a thing from happening, Yichu decided to tell the truth. He wanted to completely eliminate any possibility of Ning Fengzi and Tang San becoming friends. He said in a deep voice, that's because these hidden weapons have an unclear relationship with the Clear Sky sect. The Clear Sky sect. Ning Fengzi's heart skipped a beat, and his expression immediately changed. How could this be related to the Clear Sky sect? As far as Ning Fengzi knew, the Clear Sky sect's forging was indeed superb, but Ning Fengzi understood them. These things called hidden weapons, so exquisite, how could they be something that those roughnecks could research? To be precise, it's related to Tang San, the son of the Clear Sky Douluo, Yichu slowly said. Ning Rongrong in his arms also understood the gravity of the matter and didn't move. She listened quietly to Yichu and the others. Tang Hao's son, Sword Douluo frowned at him. Compared to Tang San, he was still very curious about Tang Hao's whereabouts. Boy, have you met Tang Hao? Yes, and we have a grudge, Yichu nodded truthfully. Boy, what do you mean? Bon Douluo stared at Yichu in surprise. He couldn't understand how a mere soul master like Yichu had become enemies with Tang Hao. Back when I was studying at a lower-level academy, I was almost killed by Tang Hao. Right now, one of his right arm bones is still lying in my divine might space, and his fate is unknown. Yichu's 2 seemingly casual words stirred up a storm in the hearts of Ning Fengzi and the other 2. Tang Hao's right arm? Boy, you're not joking, are you? Sword Douluo looked at him with disbelief. Although Tang Hao, after becoming a titled Douluo, had only shown his prowess in killing the previous pope, his strength as one of the Haoshan twins was undeniable. Of course, I wouldn't use such a thing to amuse you. A flash of bloodlust crossed Yichu's eyes, and a right arm bone instantly appeared in his hand. Before he could say anything, Ning Rongrong presented the soul bone to Sword Douluo. Grandpa Sword, look. What Yichu said is all true. That Tang Hao is in a terrible state. He was tricked by Yichu, lost an arm, and nobody knows where he is. After all, she had actually witnessed a battle in the illusion. Ning Rongrong's words added a touch of truth to Yichu's story. Her words showed no respect whatsoever for the so-called Haoshan Douluo. To her, she was already Yichu's fiancée, so of course she had to support him unconditionally. Sword Douluo stared blankly at the soul bone in his hand. With his knowledge, he naturally knew that the soul bone's age was no less than 60,000 years. Ning Fengzi and Bon Douluo immediately went over to examine the soul bone. It really is the Haoshan sect's inherited soul bone. Ning Fengzi's shocked voice rang out. Fengzi, you're not mistaken, are you? Bon Douluo still couldn't quite believe it. There's no mistake. I attended the ceremony when Tang Hao became the young sect master before the Clear Sky sect closed down, and the soul bone was bestowed upon him then. Ning Fengzi examined it carefully. The soul bone was exactly as he remembered it. Boy, I wonder how you schemed against him? That's the title Douluo. Sword Douluo looked at Yichu, feeling inexplicably uneasy about the test he had set earlier. He glanced at Bon Douluo beside him, feeling a little more at ease. Even if Yichu wanted to prove his strength, he should have picked on the weakest opponent. Ning Fengzi also frowned, looking at Yichu strangely. Of course, he didn't believe that he alone could cut off Tang Hao's right arm. He nodded. To be honest, I'm a little curious too. I just called 2 friends, used Tang San as bait, and ambushed him. Seeing that Ning Fengzi still wanted to get to the bottom of things, Yi Chu quickly added, however, I can't tell you much about those 2 friends, but Rongrong and the others have met them. Yes, yes. Rongrong's 3rd spirit ring was also thanks to their help. Ning Rongrong nodded repeatedly. Hearing this, Ning Fengzi and the 2 Douluo exchanged glances. They couldn't help but re-examine Yi Chu. This kid seemed much more mysterious than they had imagined. There must be a force behind him that shouldn't be underestimated. Alright, then we won't force you. But I'm curious how you and that kid Tang Hao became enemies. Bone Douluo was still a little curious. How did a title Douluo become enemies with a kid from a junior spirit master academy? Yi Chu gave him a strange look. Sword Douluo was right. Bone Douluo was indeed less focused than him and liked to listen to gossip. Ning Fengzi and Sword Douluo also perked up, staring blankly at Yi Chu. What kind of deep-seated hatred could make a title Douluo lower himself to kill a mere child? Yi Chu's lips twitched. Fortunately, there wasn't anything he couldn't say. He could just change the key parts. This matter is actually related to Xiao Wu. Yi Chu's voice rang out leisurely, his gaze falling on Xiao Wu. Meeting his gaze, her face flushed instantly. Related to Xiao Wu? Ning Fengzi and the others looked at Xiao Wu. Aside from her high talent and beauty, she seemed unremarkable. Ignoring them, Yi Chu recounted the whole story. Back then, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and I were all studying at Notting Academy, and we shared the same dormitory. At the same time, to make his words more believable, Yi Chu's pupil power expanded, and with everyone's cooperation, he suddenly pulled them into an illusion, showing them the day Tang Hao called them out. Damn it, this Tang Hao is so despicable, he's unworthy of the name Haoshan. Sword Douluo was filled with righteous indignation after hearing the story. Bone Douluo also sighed. This kid is truly shameless, rumors can't be believed entirely. I had some respect for him. Ning Fengzi shook his head. So that's how it is. Zhu's Huking stared blankly at Yi Chu. No wonder he appeared alone in the starred-out Great Forest and asked her to protect Xiao Wu. In Yi Chu's story, he concealed the fact that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form. Such a story, although it seemed a bit far-fetched, seemed to be the truth. The cause of the matter was that Tang Hao killed a child in order to eliminate a rival for his son's love. Fengzi, what do you think? Sword Douluo held a soul bone in his hand and looked at Ning Fengzi. He had heard Ning Fengzi say a lot about being of the same ilk. He wondered what choice he would make this time. Haoshan sect? Or Yi Chu? He looked at his daughter who was tightly hugging Yi Chu. Ning Fengzi couldn't help but smile bitterly. The hopes and future of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school had already been given away. What else could he do? He slowly straightened his back and smiled, saying, of course, it depends on Rongrong's choice. Ultimately, the future is up to the young people. Thank you, Dad. Of course, I choose my future husband. Ning Rongrong beamed, hugging Yi Chu and kissing him a few times. She wasn't worried about these things. She had blind confidence in Yi Chu. She believed he would handle it well. Hey, Fengzi, this isn't like you at all. But I strongly support this decision. Sword Douluo's body radiated the sharpness of the 7-kill sword. The Clear Sky sect was no longer the top of the 3 upper sects it once was. What was there to fear? Since that's the case, then I'll go kill that brat Tang San now. If Tang Hao dares to show his face, we'll send them all down with him. Bone Douluo was no saint. He had little feeling for any sense of brotherhood. According to the original plan, for the sake of the sect's status, he also had the intention of eliminating Tang San. Uncle Bone, no. We should handle this more cautiously, Ning Fengzi called out to Bone Douluo. He understood the power of a title Douluo and was thinking ahead. Their 7 treasure-glazed tile school was a large and powerful family. If Tang Hao was truly alive, they would be in serious trouble. It would be better to find a suitable opportunity to accidentally reveal Tang San's identity. Even if those hidden weapons couldn't be exposed, they would still serve as the sect's last line of defense. Uncle Ning, don't worry about Tang San. I will take full responsibility. Yi Chu knew very well that for a long time to come, there would be no conflict between the 2 sects. The Clear Sky sect wouldn't dare to show its face at the moment. This was probably one of the reasons why Ning Fengzi had chosen him without hesitation. Alright, you can take this soul bone back now. Ning Fengzi nodded, took the soul bone from Sword Douluo, and handed it back to Yichu. Yichu, however, raised his hand and pushed it back. With a faint smile, he said, "Uncle Ning, you should keep the soul bone. After all, I'm the one who dragged the 7 treasure glazed tile school into this mess. Consider it an extra bonus for Rongrong's betrothal. This betrothal gift is quite substantial, a soul bone, hidden weapons, and immortal herbs. But since we're all family now, I won't stand on ceremony and accept it." Ning Fengzi didn't refuse. With the appearance of the evil blood Douluo, he already felt the pressure of the continent not being peaceful for long. This soul bone was quite old. It might give Sword Douluo an opportunity to break through to level 97. Only by becoming stronger could the 7 treasure glazed tile school stand firm and embrace a brighter future. "Sigh, your wealth is more than both of our title Douluos combined." Bone Douluo shook his head, having lived most of his life without even a soul bone. Sword Douluo nodded in deep agreement. "P.S. I don't know why, but among the 3 upper sects, the 7 treasure sect, the wealthiest, is the one most lacking in soul bones. I've never even heard of inherited soul bones. Let's just pretend they don't exist here. You 2 seniors are too kind. I was just lucky." Yichu smiled. He didn't think the dowry was too heavy. Ning Rongrong's dowry was equivalent to the entire 7 treasures glazed tile sect. All he really gave was a single immortal herb. "Alright, it's getting late." Ning Fengzi looked up at the sky outside. It was only about an hour before dinner. "You should take advantage of this time to visit King. By the time you return, it should be almost time to eat." "Okay, I understand," Yichi replied. He picked up Ning Rongrong and put her back on the stool. He was also curious about how badly Jinring Su was injured, since even the Qianjin and Jiangmo brothers rushed over here without stopping. Then, "Uncle Ning, seniors." Yichi will take his leave for now. "Go ahead." Ning Fengzi waved his hand. Yichu gave Xiao Wu and the other girls some instructions and then left without lingering. He activated his divine power and disappeared from the hall. "Alright, girl. It's not like we won't see each other again. It's just for a little while. No need to look so miserable." Ning Fengzi shook his head and chuckled. The poison had indeed penetrated too deeply. Ning Rongrong looked at him resentfully. "I was thinking, we didn't seem to have discussed when to get engaged." "Engaged?" Ning Fengzi was speechless, giving a wry smile. "It's not very convenient right now. Once the situation in Yondao Imperial City stabilizes, or when you're older, Dad will arrange it." "That's good." Ning Rongrong happily jumped off her seat and went to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking's side. Knowing Xiao Wu's identity, she simply extended an invitation to them as well. "Xiao Wu, Zhuking, do you want to come along?" "Ah. Rongrong, is it possible to come along?" Zhu Zhuking looked at her shyly and shook her head in refusal. She still wanted to resolve the Xingluo matter before considering such things. Xiao Wu's eyes flashed with a hint of longing, but she also shook her head. "No, this is Rongrong's own time." She understood the importance of this kind of thing for a girl. "Let's talk about these things later, or we can ask Yichu's opinion." Ning Fengzi unusually didn't consider the reputation of his sect. This was also one way to win over Xiao Wu and the other girl. "Yes, Dad is right." Ning Rongrong nodded and didn't mention it again. This matter definitely needed to be discussed with Yichu. After all, he was the male lead. "Uncle Jian, you can take this soul bone and absorb it." Ning Fengzi handed the soul bone in his hand to Sword Douluo. This action also solidified his stance. Once a soul bone is absorbed, it can only be cut off. Even if the Clear Sky sect discovers it one day, they won't be able to get it back. "Okay." Sword Douluo didn't refuse. In this sect, only he and Old Bone were qualified to absorb this soul bone. Bone Douluo's main attributes were defense and space, so this soul bone was obviously more suitable for him. With a power boost from this soul bone, even if he couldn't break through, the 7 kill sword's attack power would at least be much stronger. Bone Douluo watched this scene, and Ning Rongrong noticed the envy flashing in his eyes. "Grandpa Bone, don't be too envious. Rongrong will take good care of you in the future and give you a soul bone too." "Haha." Ning Rongrong ran over and hugged him, letting out a clear laugh. "Girl, I'm very happy that you have this thought." Bone Douluo patted her head with satisfaction, thinking she was just comforting him. Little did he know that Ning Rongrong was very serious. "Uncle Bone," Ning Fengzi was about to say something when Bone Douluo waved his hand. "Fengzi, I know very well that this soul bone is not suitable for me. It's good that you know, Old Bone. In the future, when we spar, I can give you a few moves. Sword Douluo had spent so much time with him and naturally knew that he wouldn't hold a grudge because of this. Therefore, he spoke as bluntly as ever. HMPH. I'll have to test your mettle then. If you haven't improved, that'll be your laughing stock. Bone Douluo sneered, glaring fiercely at Sword Douluo. Ningrongrong smiled at them, but didn't say anything. She had to keep your Chu's secret. Her gaze fell on the two girls, Xiao Wu and Xiao Wu, who were sitting somewhat uncomfortably to the side. Ningrongrong didn't want to stay there any longer. Dad, actually I have a little surprise for you. Another surprise. Ningfengzi's heart skipped a beat. He had already received enough shocks today. Yes, I met a food-type soul master with innate full soul power at Shrek Academy. He's already agreed to join the 7 treasure glazed tile school. A food-type soul master with innate full soul power? Wrong, that's quite a surprise. Ningfengzi's lips twitched, even he had never heard of a support-type soul master with innate full soul power. It's alright, compared to what your Chu gave me, it's nothing special. Ningrongrong waved her hand dismissively, her face full of smugness. Ningfengzi covered his head, unsure how to refute her. Alright, everything's settled. If there's nothing else, I'll take Xiao Wu and the others for a stroll. Go ahead, treat them well. Ningrongrong took Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking's hands and was about to walk outside. But she stopped at the door. Ningrongrong turned back and looked at Ningfengzi with a puzzled expression. Daddy, why didn't you ask your Chu if he had any more kilo tulips? Ningfengzi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled gently. Daddy believes I still hold a place in your heart, right? My good daughter must have already asked for me. Of course. Ningrongrong was overjoyed. Daddy, don't be too discouraged. Yichu said he'd have other ways to help you. Ningfengzi simply nodded. He wasn't blindly trusting of Yichu. Ningrongrong didn't say anything more and led the two girls out of the hall. Watching their departing figures, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo stared intently at Ningfengzi, as if they were about to force his hand. Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, what are you doing? Ningfengzi took a step back. The two men, one on each side, pressed down on his shoulders. Sword Douluo looked at him strangely. Fengzi, confess honestly. Did you already know that your Chu had the ability to evolve Rongrong's martial soul into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda? Wishing everyone a happy life. 82,000 word chapter. Chapter 208 Familiar. Looking at the somewhat aggressive Sword Douluo, Ningfengzi chuckled dryly. He nodded helplessly. Uncle Sword, I did know that before. Well. No wonder you didn't object to Rongrong and Yichu dating before, even letting them be alone together. So you'd already planned this all along. Bone Douluo looked constipated at the old fox. Ningfengzi. Couldn't you have told us sooner? Sword Douluo frowned, somewhat annoyed. Uncle Sword, if I had told you earlier, you probably would have resorted to underhanded tactics, Ningfengzi said helplessly, looking at the two of them, the culprits who had turned Ningrongrong into a little devil. If he had told them, Sword and Bone Douluo might not have agreed to trade Rongrong's happiness for the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Fortunately, he received the news when Rongrong and Bone Douluo's relationship was just beginning to blossom. Now, the situation was a happy one for everyone. That's true, Bone Douluo nodded in agreement. This really did seem like something these two old fogies would do. He then looked at Ningfengzi with some curiosity. By the way, where did you get this information? You don't seem like the type to trust people so easily. It's quite a coincidence. I'm also very curious. Ningfengzi shook his head and chuckled, removing the two hands that were holding him and stretching his shoulders. Curious? What are you curious about? Sword Douluo's face was full of strange expressions. You feel curious, yet you still dare to trust others? Of course I'm curious. Ningfengzi paused, frowning, his smile gone. Instead, his expression became somewhat serious. Looking at the two Douluos, Sword and Bone, he said in a deep voice, because the person who told me this information is actually the master of Yuxuan, Tang Yuhua. What? Tang Yuhua? Isn't he from the Haoshan sect? Bone Douluo's heart trembled. Tang Yuhua's identity was naturally no secret to Ningfengzi and the others. They all knew perfectly well that Tang Yuhua was the daughter of the previous sect leader of the Haoshan sect. Why would she know this? And why would she tell you? Sword Douluo's eyebrows furrowed, his mind a complete mess. Yes. I'm a little confused too, Ningfengzi nodded, walking towards the entrance of the council hall, facing the blazing sun on the horizon, and slowly spoke. he said. At first, when I got this news from her, I thought Yichu and the Haoshan sect had some connection. But now the situation is that Tang Hao's right arm has been cut off. Phew, why would Tang Yuho know this news, and why would she tell me? I have no idea. Yichu has quite a few secrets. Ning Fengzi let out a long sigh, not expecting that the relationship between Yichu and the Haoshan sect would be so different from what he had guessed. This relationship is a bit complicated. Bone Douluo rubbed his temples, somewhat saddened. Sword Douluo came up behind Ning Fengzi, also looking somewhat melancholy. Fengzi, after hearing what you said, I suddenly don't know if our choice today was right or wrong. Haha, Uncle Jian, don't keep focusing on wrong. The 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda alone is enough for us to choose him. We need to have faith in him. Ning Fengzi shook his head and smiled wryly. No one understood the value of the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda better than him. It broke the limitation of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, which could only add 7 rings. From now on, Rongrong's future would have infinite possibilities. Once she reached the level of a 9-ring title Douluo, she would be an undisputed god of support on the battlefield. She would possess the power to turn the tide on any battlefield. Besides his many confidants, each and every one of them will be a pillar of the future Soul Master world. Putting aside his many concerns, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but smile heartily, raising his hand to catch the falling sunlight. Rather than saying he had faith in Yichu, it would be more accurate to say he was very optimistic about the future of Yichu and his confidants. The 7 treasure glazed tile school, seemingly sitting atop the 3 upper sects with imposing prestige, is actually in a period of decline. When their swords rust and their bones decay, how will they cope with the wolves lurking around them with such meager resources? Right now, he's merely following his daughter's wishes. In the future, when they grow up, the rewards will be immense. The future belongs to the young. Ning Fengzi's words were no mere jest. Haha, Sword Douluo paused, then burst into laughter, seemingly mocking himself. In terms of assessing the situation, you, as the sect leader, are truly insightful. Bone Douluo nodded. Ning Fengzi, as sect leader, had indeed fulfilled his duties diligently. Turning to look at Sword Douluo beside him, he said, just now, I thought you coward, had chickened out. HMPH. Old Bone, I think you're really itching for a fight today, aren't you? When has Sword Dao Chengxin ever been afraid? Indeed itching, so what? Draw your hand. Hearing the voices behind him, Ning Fengzi found their noise bothersome. He shook his head helplessly, not wanting to waste any more words, and slowly walked away. On the other side, after Yichu disappeared from Ning Fengzi's sight, he arrived near the Crown Prince's residence in just a few breaths. A dozen steps later, he stood before the gate. The Crown Prince's residence was much more heavily guarded than on his previous visits. There was no one around, only sentries patrolling every 10 steps. A carriage had just driven away from the gate. Its exterior was exquisitely decorated, presumably carrying imperial officials who had come to visit Zhu King. In these extraordinary times, Yichu couldn't stand out. As soon as they saw him, someone stopped him, their expression respectful. Young Master Yichu, are you also here to visit His Highness the Crown Prince? Indeed, Yichu nodded in agreement. Please wait here a moment longer. This is a critical time, and we need to inform others. Please understand. The guard bowed deeply, and before he finished speaking, he winked at someone nearby, signaling them to go and inform them. Thank you for your trouble. It's no trouble at all. The guard bowed and withdrew, and Yichu waited quietly. Inside the Crown Prince's residence, Zhu King was not sitting in the reception hall, but in the back garden. Beside him was a young girl with white hair and a white dress, wearing a golden laurel crown, like a white swan. Her slender eyes were filled with gentle charm, her temperament was noble, and her face was exquisite. It was none other than the Empire's little princess, Zhu Ke. Zhu King rubbed his temples. The officials who had come one after another had made him a little tired. Seeing this, Zhu Ke picked up a fruit knife from the table and asked with concern, Crown Prince, shall I peel an apple for you? Yes, thank you for your trouble, Zhu King nodded. At this time, no one else should be coming. Looking at Zhu Ke, who had been rushing over to take care of him whenever she had a spare moment these past few days, it would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. But if she could ask less about Yichu, that would be even better. These past few days, Zhu Ke had mentioned him almost every day. He shook his head helplessly and leaned back in his chair. HMPH, Suddenly, he let out a muffled groan, aggravating the wound on his chest, his brows furrowing. Your Highness, young Master Yichu requests an audience outside. Yichu? Hearing this familiar name, Zhu King's expression changed. He hadn't seen Yichu in a long time. He wondered what he'd been busy with. Zhu Ke, who was peeling an apple, was also suddenly overjoyed. Her face quickly flushed. She couldn't forget Yichu. Her memory of him was still vivid. She immediately ordered the guard, quickly, bring him in. The room fell silent. Seeing the guard bowing his head and remaining motionless, Zhu Ke was also taken aback. She noticed a stern gaze. Looking over, she saw Zhu King glaring at her. Zhu Ke also realized what was happening. Her face flushed, and she put down the apple in her hand, slowly lowering her head. Zhu King then withdrew his gaze and looked at the servant. Go, invite him in. Having received permission to enter, Yichu, familiar with the route, walked towards the back garden without needing anyone's guidance. From afar, Yichu saw Jinring Su disguised as Zhu King, and Princess Zhu Ke beside him. As he got closer, he could see more clearly. At this moment, Jinring Su, playing Zhu King, still appeared as a young man. His face, not particularly handsome, was covered in paleness, adding to his sense of weakness and losing his usual refined elegance. He certainly looked like he had been seriously injured. Zhu King looked at Yichu walking towards him, his gaze calm and indifferent, his brows lowered, ignoring him. Zhu Ke, however, secretly stared intently at Yichu, unable to look away. Yichu seemed to have grown even more handsome, more beautiful than before, and every move he made exuded nobility. Brother Zhu, Princess Zhu Ke, it's been a long time, Yichu greeted them with a bow. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Ke, about to speak, adorably covered her mouth. The events of just moments ago were still vivid in her mind. She was too ashamed to be presumptuous again. Yes, it has indeed been a long time. I wonder what you've been so busy with. Zhu King straightened up, raising an eyebrow and glancing at Yichu. His tone carried a hint of reproach. Yichu was secretly observing him and didn't notice his slight oddness. He cut off the beginning and picked out the middle part, truthfully explaining, I've been cultivating outside for a while. I only returned to Yongdao City today. Hearing that Brother Zhu had been assassinated, I came to visit him. Oh? You're really thoughtful. Sit down and talk. Zhu King rolled his eyes inwardly. Of course, he didn't believe Yichu's story. Considering Zhu Ke was there, he didn't make things difficult for her. Upon hearing Zhu King speak, Zhu Ke immediately stood up. Under Zhu King's strange gaze, she personally pulled out a chair for Yichu and even wiped it with her pristine white sleeve. Even with her swift movements, every gesture exuded elegance. Truly worthy of being a student of Yuxuan. Her face was shy and timid, her voice soft and beautiful. Yichu, please sit. Yes, thank you, Princess Zhu Ke. Yichu didn't stand on ceremony and sat down without hesitation. He wasn't a native and didn't feel much for this kind of royal power. As soon as he sat down, Zhu Ke, who had been taking good care of Zhu King, focused her attention on Yichu. She personally poured him a cup of warm tea. Yichu, from now on, you should just call me Zhu Ke. Calling me princess is too formal. Yichu hesitated for a moment, glancing guiltily at Zhu King's unpleasant expression. Under Zhu Ke's expectant gaze, he slowly nodded. I understand, Zhu Ke, Zhu Ke happily sat back down, about to say something, but was interrupted by Zhu King. Sister Zhu Ke, your brother is also a little thirsty. He tapped the table next to his teacup, his voice somewhat sarcastic, looking at her coldly. Oh, Crown Prince, I'll pour you some right now. Zhu Ke blushed under his gaze and quickly poured him a cup. Then she obediently picked up the apple that hadn't been peeled yet. She didn't dare to say or do anything else. Zhu King picked up the tea, took a sip, and teased, Yichu, long time no see, your charm has grown. You've even captivated my sister. Crown Prince, what nonsense are you talking about? A blush quickly rose on Zhu Ke's fair neck. She lowered her head and stole a glance at Yichu. Yichu awkwardly touched his nose and chuckled twice. Brother Zhu, you flatter me, flatter me. Zhu King's expression turned cold, and he gripped the cup in his hand tightly. He hadn't praised him at all. A surge of anger rose within him. He frowned again, clutching his chest in pain. Seeing this, Yichu remembered his business and looked at him with suspicion. Brother Zhu, do you know who tried to assassinate you? Zhu King adjusted his breathing and shook his head. I don't know either. That day, I had just left the palace without any guards. Suddenly, an arrow shot from afar pierced me. Zhu King clutched his left shoulder, his face grim. If he hadn't sensed something and avoided a vital spot, he might have died on the spot. He wasn't entirely without suspects. But he couldn't possibly say such things in front of so many people. Yi Ju suddenly understood. No wonder he was still assassinated despite having 2 titled Douluos protecting him. So that's how it was. This assassin had a knack for timing and choosing the right location. Or perhaps, he was just very lucky. Originally, it was just to prevent the guards from getting in the way, but unexpectedly, they caught the porcupine and the snake spear, making it difficult for them to follow Zhu King. Looking at Zhu King, Yi Chu's eyes showed a strange expression. He looked at Zhu King in surprise, who was covered in cold sweat. His heart was filled with doubt and uncertainty. Could his injury really be that serious? Logically speaking, with the Heavenly Dao royal family's foundation and the spirit hall behind him, even if he was seriously injured, it shouldn't be this severe after several days. Yi Chu frowned, and the 3 tomoe in his eyes suddenly lit up. He was immediately shocked. There was some strange blood-red soul power wrapped around Zhu King, seemingly eroding him. That aura felt somewhat familiar to Yi Chu, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Feeling Yi Chu staring at him, Zhu King also looked at him in confusion. Blood-red light entered his eyes. A trace of color suddenly returned to his pale face, and his heart felt stronger. A fleeting glint of infatuation in her eyes and a blush on her face flashed by. Zhu Kai, who had been secretly observing Yi Chu, also tightly gripped her thighs, suppressing the urge to pounce on him. Yi Chu, his face grave, had just closed his Sharingan when he saw Zhu King's face, her teeth clenched and her expression furious. Her gaze fell on Zhu Kai, her face flushed, her long neck draped in pink gauze. Her small hands were on her tightly closed legs, fidgeting. She was staring at him intently. Noticing his gaze, without the allure of the Sharingan, her heart pounded, and she avoided Yi Chu's eyes. Her lips parted slightly, and she breathed softly. Yi Chu opened his mouth, speechless, utterly embarrassed. This was tantamount to seducing Zhu Kai in front of Zhu King. Ahem, he could only cough twice to ease the atmosphere. I wonder how Brother Zhu's injuries are? I have some herbs here that might help. No need, I'm not going to die yet. Zhu King's face remained angry, his eyes glaring as if he wanted to tear flesh from his skin, his words extremely harsh. Suddenly, a guard rushed over from outside the pavilion. Your Highness, Prince Zhu Bang requests an audience, wishing everyone a pleasant life. Chapter 209 Confession. Avalanche? What's he doing here? Yi Chu was puzzled and looked at Zhu King. He had already suppressed his anger and regained his composure. Let him in. After a brief hesitation, he ordered Zhu Bang to enter. Yes, the guard quickly retreated to relay his order. Not long after, 2 figures appeared at the entrance to the back garden. One of them was Zhu Bang, whom Yi Chu had met once before. He had dazzling reddish-brown hair, and although his eyes had lost some of their former gloom, his every move still exuded an air of arrogance. His unsteady gait was like a dragon strutting across the ground, but his upright posture was somewhat hunched. He looked rather comical. Accompanying him was a young man wearing a black academic gown and glasses. In just a moment, Zhu Bang arrived at a pavilion in the center of the back garden. The instant he saw Yi Chu, a hint of fierceness flashed in Zhu Bang's eyes. Yi Chu sensed this movement clearly but didn't pay it any mind. Big brother, Zhu Bang's expression remained unchanged as he smiled and casually gave a curtsy. Ignoring Yi Chu, his gaze fell on Zhu Kai beside him. Little sister Zhu Kai, it's been a long time. Have you missed your brother? Zhu Kai's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her earlier shyness vanished, and her smooth chin touched slightly. She said calmly, Greetings, royal brother Zhu Bang. She didn't answer his question, only offering a greeting. She had no liking for this royal brother who only knew how to bully the weak and toy with women. Besides his arrogance, he lacked any semblance of royal refinement. Yi Chu sat quietly to the side, observing this spoiled prince whose temperament and behavior had drastically changed. With a powerful backer, he seemed much more confident. Seeing that he ignored him, Yi Chu was pleased. He remained a quiet observer, curiously watching the person behind Zhu Bang. My dear brother, you've never been here before. I wonder what wind blew you here today. Zhu King's voice was calm, feigning surprise. He addressed him as my dear brother, yet didn't even offer him a seat. Zhu Bang didn't care about Zhu Kai and Zhu King's perfunctory attitude. He sneered inwardly, unusually straightening his back in front of Zhu King. His speech lacked his usual timidity. "Big brother, I heard you were assassinated. I'm so sorry. I've been dealing with the matter of our empire's retainer, His Majesty Zhu, these past few days. Only today did I have time to visit you, big brother. I hope you won't blame me." Zhu King took a sip of tea. Although he had been recuperating here after his injury, he still managed to get first-hand information. Not to mention the Spirit Hall's covert cooperation, he had quite a few supporters in the Empire. He knew Zhu, of course. He even knew where these people came from. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of resentment. If that crazy woman hadn't deliberately concealed it, they wouldn't have only just received the news. He glanced at Han Feng, who was staring at him. Zhu King frowned. Then he slowly said, "It's all right. After all, His Majesty the Evil Blood's joining is indeed a very important matter, for the development of the entire empire. My personal injuries are nothing. It's good that you understand, brother." Zhu Bang smiled smugly, his words full of provocation. "Brother, just stay here and take good care of yourself. I'll take care of everything outside." "Oh? Is that so?" Looking at Zhu Bang's arrogant attitude, Zhu King narrowed his eyes. "Then you'd better perform well, brother. This is a rare opportunity for you. I will seize it." Zhu Bang nodded with a smile. Zhu King suddenly felt a little annoyed. How long ago was this? He was just a cowardly, spoiled prince who dared to act so arrogantly in front of him. A slight pain came from his body, and he didn't want to waste any more words. "Then congratulations in advance. If there's nothing else, you may leave." Hearing his dismissal, Zhu Bang paused, not responding immediately. Instead, he turned and exchanged a glance with the young man behind him. Seeing this, Yi Chu, who had been observing the two of them, frowned even more deeply. The young man in the academic gown had shown no respect whatsoever since entering. His gaze had never left Zhu King, constantly scrutinizing and examining him. Now it seemed that even Zhu Bang, a prince, was deferring to him and acting according to his wishes. Where did this person come from? Under Yi Chu's astonished and uncertain gaze, Zhu Bang bowed and took his leave after the man nodded slightly. "Brother, I brought some tonics to visit you. The things are already outside the door. I hope you will accept them." Silence followed. Zhu King quietly sipped his tea, ignoring his words. Zhu Bang's face slowly darkened. Not wanting to make a fool of himself, he said, "I suppose you must be tired, so I won't disturb your rest any longer. See you later, Zhu Ke." With that, he flicked his sleeves and left. The young man in the black academic gown glanced at Yi Chu before leaving. Watching their retreating figures, Yi Chu felt a sense of unease. That person also gave him a dangerous feeling. He had just been about to use his Sharingan to spy on him, but unexpectedly, the man had sensed him. "Brother Zhu, who is that person following Zhu Bang?" Yi Chu snapped out of his daze and looked at Zhu King. He found him covered in sweat, his lips bloodless, and shivering. "Oh, Crown Prince. Are you alright?" Zhu Ke also noticed Zhu King's abnormality and quickly got up to go over, anxiously wiping his sweat with a handkerchief. Her expression was somewhat flustered. "Brother Crown Prince, should I ask Anxia to treat you again?" "No need, my wound just hurts a little." Zhu King's voice was hoarse, as if sitting was already difficult for her. Yi Chu's expression was solemn. Aunt Yi, whom Zhu Ke mentioned, was possibly one of the only two owners of the Nine-Heart Begonia. Yi Lingling's mother. He hadn't expected that even she hadn't been able to heal the injury. "Brother Zhu." Yi Chu hesitated for a moment, then reached out his hand to Zhu King. Zhu King's eyes flickered. Although she didn't understand what he meant, she inexplicably placed her hands in his. During his recovery, he wasn't wearing the black gloves that he always wore to conceal his slender fingers. Jin Ringsu's soft hand was smooth and delicate, and it was still cool to the touch. The boneless feeling made Yi Chu's heart flutter. He slowly took her hand. She, still in Zhu King's guise, felt Yi Chu's warmth. A faint blush appeared on her face. Under Zhu Ke's strange gaze, Yi Chu's palm glowed with a faint green light. The Blue-Silver Emperor's first soul skill, Endless Life. Soul power transformed into warm life force, continuously flowing into Zhu King's body. Soon, within a dozen breaths, his pale lips slowly regained color. The cold sweat on his forehead, wiped away by Zhu Ke, had dried. His body felt warm and comfortable. The pain within him immediately subsided. Zhu King then looked at Yi Chu strangely, his eyes flickering. What's wrong with this guy? He has way too many soul skills. His martial soul is clearly eyes, how can he have healing soul skills? Seeing his complexion improve, Yichu withdrew his soul skills and released his hand. Unexpectedly, Zuking, whose face was now flushed, glared at Yichu resentfully. He clearly felt Yichu pinch him before letting go. Seeing Yichu's confused and bewildered gaze, he immediately realized it was unintentional. He could only grit his teeth and say coldly, "Thank you, it's what I should do." Yichu, with a serious expression, guiltily picked up his teacup. He lowered his eyes, took a sip, and tried to hide his embarrassment. Having spent so much time with girls, he had actually instinctively pinched her. Luckily, he was quick-witted and managed to brush it off. "Wow, Yichu, you're so amazing. It feels even faster than Aunt Yi's treatment." Zuke looked at Yichu like a little fangirl, her eyes sparkling. "Princess Zuke, you flatter me. It was just a little trick, Yichu. I already told you to call me Zuke." Zuke seemed not to hear Yichu's other words, only looking at him shyly, correcting his way of addressing her. I'll be more careful next time." Yichu paused for a moment, then nodded helplessly. Zuking pinched his brow, somewhat speechless. "Alright, Zuke. I'm fine now, you can sit back down, okay, Crown Prince brother." Zuke smiled and returned to her seat. Zuking also looked at Yichu again, answering his previous question. "The person following Zubang is named Hunfeng. He was just a teacher my good-for-nothing brother found a few years ago. It seems, only at the Soul Master level." With Zuke present, Zuking didn't elaborate. When he received the news, he didn't pay much attention. In his eyes, a level 40 Soul Master was nothing but trash. Hunfeng, Yichu could also see that Zuking didn't take Hunfeng seriously. He couldn't help but shake his head, reminding him. "Zubang found a good teacher. I can feel that person's spiritual power is not simple, at least." Yichu paused, thinking for a moment. He looked at Zuking seriously and said solemnly, "At least close to the Soul Saint level." Are you serious?" Zuking was shocked, looking at Yichu with some disbelief. The difference in spiritual power and soul power between the guy in front of him was already ridiculously large. How could someone be even more outstanding than him, outside the Crown Prince's residence? Hunfeng and Zubang, who had already left, boarded their carriage and slowly drove away. "Teacher, how is my elder brother's injury?" Zubang popped a grape into his mouth. Although he was asking about his elder brother's injury, there was no worry on his face. Hunfeng shook his head strangely. "Something strange. His blood and ki are still quite abundant. Logically speaking, even a Soul Emperor poison with this kind of poison shouldn't be able to hold on until now. How could this be?" Zubang's face was also somewhat surprised. He knew that most people in his family had no talent for cultivation. It was strange how his elder brother had managed to hold on. A worried look appeared on his face. "Alice. It's a pity His Majesty Evil Blood's current status makes it inconvenient for him to come here, otherwise His Majesty could come and see for himself." Don't worry. Even if he can hold on now, once the blood poison spreads to his limbs and bones, things will be different." Soul Wind, confident of victory, took a piece of silk and carefully wiped his glasses. Then he put them back on. "Besides, with our help, this throne will be yours sooner or later." "Haha. Teacher is right. I will definitely acknowledge you as my imperial tutor then." Snowbang laughed loudly, his face showing a look of utter arrogance. He had already imagined his days of wielding power over the world and resting his head on the lap of beauties. Soul Wind didn't react, opened the window of the sedan chair, and looked up at the sky. He felt a little nostalgic for his martial soul, the soul-devouring beast, which he could no longer suppress. He wondered how long his soul could hold on. Could he find a way to resolve the backlash from his martial soul? The carriage fell silent. Passing through the bustling streets, it slowly made its way towards Snowbang's residence, the Crown Prince's residence, the back garden. Zuking's face darkened. He had already believed Yichu's words. There was no reason for the other party to lie to him. Yichu didn't say much, tilting his head back to finish his warm tea. He then stood up. "Brother Zu, I'll take my leave now. I'll come back to see you again when I have time to check my cultivation." With Zuke present, Yichu couldn't be too direct. His unspoken meaning was that he would come to see him again that evening. Zuking had just inwardly scoffed at the idea of checking cultivation when he saw the meaningful look in Yichu's eyes and understood. He nodded slightly. "Okay, then see you next time." "Ah. Yichu, you're leaving already? Aren't you going to stay for dinner?" Zuke stood up excitedly. She hadn't seen enough, hadn't even spoken much with Yichu yet. Yichu chuckled and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Zuke, but no need. Uncle Ning and the others are waiting for me to go back for dinner, Uncle Ning. Zuking frowned slightly, not giving the form of address much thought. Are you going back to the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Then please give my regards to my teacher. Yes, I will. Yichu nodded in agreement. Then I'll take my leave now, see you later. Without further delay, a red light flashed in his eyes, and space twisted. An invisible vortex appeared, distorting and carrying Yichu's figure away. Staring at the spot where Yichu disappeared, Zuke remained stunned for a long time. Zuking, who had regained consciousness before her, looked at Zuke, who was like a lovesick girl, and couldn't help but tease her playfully. My dear sister, are you really that fond of Yichu, whom you've only met once or twice? Why don't you ask father to grant you a marriage? A marriage? Zuke exclaimed, blushing and speechless. Yichu was not only handsome and possessed an exceptional temperament, but he was also very mysterious, appearing and disappearing without a trace, making it difficult for her to see him clearly. This only fueled her urge to investigate further. Her eyes gleamed, clearly showing she was genuinely considering it. Zuking's face darkened, inwardly cursing herself for being so talkative. That philandering bastard. She cursed inwardly. But a sudden pain shot through her chest wound, so she quickly composed herself. She dared not tease Zuke any further. Yichu, who had vanished from their sight, had already returned to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. He first strolled through the council hall, but saw no one. He only saw a long sword mark on the ground. Standing there, Yichu stared strangely at the sword mark, sensing the faint sword intent lingering in the air. His lips twitched involuntarily. He understood. It must have been Jianengu who had pushed him too far. Without lingering, he activated his divine power, intending to return to the small courtyard first. Ningrongrong and the other girls should still be waiting for him there. Arriving at the small courtyard, he heard some movement coming from the room he had once stayed in. Inside, the girls, already tired from their stroll, had placed a table beside the bed. There were some snacks and juice on the table. Zhu Huking and Ningrongrong sat at the table, chatting. Xiao Wu was wrapped in a blanket, gently inhaling the faint fragrance left by Yichu. Having just heard Zhu Huking reveal her background, Ningrongrong suddenly seemed to understand. No wonder Dame Yubei kept staring at you. So you and he actually have this kind of relationship, HMPH. Serves Zhuking right for being snatched away by Xiao Chu. That sick cat doesn't deserve Zhuking, Xiao Wu pouted, indignant on behalf of her best friend. The first time I saw that sick cat, he was actually going to a hotel with 2 women on either side of him, not at all like someone defying fate. Zhuking, don't worry. If your family really dares to pressure you, I will definitely do everything I can to help you. Ningrongrong patted her chest. She wouldn't watch Zhu Huking fall into the tiger's den. With Zhu Huking's current talent, she wouldn't even need to ask. Her father would probably take one of her grandfathers on a trip to the Douluo Empire. Me too, Sister Xiao can help too. Xiao, who had been lying down, immediately rolled over and raised her hands in agreement. Okay, thank you. Zhu Huking smiled slightly. Being with them felt warmer than any so-called home. The pressure in her heart had lessened considerably. Because she had met Yichu. Her cultivation had increased, her talent had improved, and her backer was very powerful. As Ningrongrong spoke, she also held a piece of pastry to Zhu Huking's lips. Here, although this isn't as delicious as mine, it's still pretty good. Don't think about these troubling things. Zhu Huking's lips parted slightly, taking more than half of the pastry into her mouth. Wrong, you, feeling Ningrongrong's restless, slender finger poking her mouth, Zhu Huking blushed and glared at her resentfully. Haha, Ningrongrong held the remaining half of the pastry, giggling incessantly. Xiao was rather shameless, so she could only tease the thin-skinned Zhu Huking. Rongrong. Xiao Wu lay on the bed, tilting her head back and opening her mouth, begging Ningrongrong to feed her. Ningrongrong rolled her eyes at her and directly threw the small half of the pastry into her mouth. Rongrong, you? Xiao Wu's crimson eyes were a little confused. What? Do you dislike Zuqing or not? Ningrongrong looked at her, smiling mischievously. Zhu Huking's gaze also swept over. I don't dislike Zuqing, Xiao Wu hurriedly explained. She smacked her lips angrily. her little face a little aggrieved. I wanted to eat grass flavor, but Rongrong gave me this one, which is grilled fish flavor. Zhu Zhuking's pursed red lips curled up slightly. PFFT, haha, then I'll get you a piece. Ning Rongrong smiled and pinched another piece of grass flavor pastry and stuffed it into Xiao Wu's mouth. The door creaked open, and the girls turned around, Yichu's figure coming into view. Yichu? Zhu Zhuking stood up happily. Yichu, you're finally back. Ning Rongrong cheered and jumped into his arms. Ugh, little Wu, cough cough. Only Xiao Wu, when she tried to get up, choked on the pastry in her mouth. She quickly covered her mouth and stopped coughing. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuking quickly picked up the juice in front of Xiao Wu and brought it to her mouth, patting her back. Yichu supported Ning Rongrong's pert bottom, who was clinging to him. He sat down next to Zhu Zhuking, pulled the girl away from his arms, and placed her on his lap. There was already a string of teeth marks on her face. Xiao Wu, are you alright? Yichu asked with concern, looking at Xiao Wu who was squeezing out tears. Cough cough, and nothing's wrong. Xiao Wu rubbed her red eyes, wiping away the tears. She knelt on the bed, looking at Ning Rongrong nestled in Yichu's arms. She gave a disgruntled snort. If she hadn't choked, she definitely would have taken the seat. By the way, Yichu, how's senior brother King? Having taken advantage of him, Ning Rongrong was also concerned about her father's student. Yichu pondered for a moment, unsure how to describe it. He could only use Zhu King's own words. He's alright, he said. He won't die. PFFT, you didn't offend him, did you? Ning Rongrong looked at Yichu strangely. Normally, Zhu King wouldn't say something like that. Maybe. Yichu smiled helplessly, not wanting to discuss this topic further. He glanced around. Only Zhu Zhuking had half a glass of juice left. Too lazy to pour more, he picked it up and chugged it down in one gulp. Zhu Zhuking gave him a shy glare and picked up the container next to her to refill his glass. By the way, what were you two talking about just now? Pressing down Ning Rongrong's writhing waist, Yichu looked at Zhu Zhuking with some curiosity. Zhuking just told us about our family. As soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, Yichu's eyelids twitched. He saw half a piece of pastry that Xiao Wu had already nibbled on in front of him. Zhu Zhuking looked at this scene and lowered her head, secretly laughing. Is that so? Yichu smiled helplessly and picked up the half-eaten pastry. Amidst Ning Rongrong's laughter, he chewed it slowly. At the same time, he asked, Zhuking, can you tell me about the thing you said you hadn't finished yet? Yes, Zhu Zhuking nodded. Without Yichu's help, she couldn't have finished this matter. It was better to tell Yichu sooner rather than later. Zhu Zhuking hesitated for a moment, seemingly organizing her thoughts, thinking about where to begin. After a long while, she slowly began. Actually, I was also assassinated. Upon hearing this, Yichu's smile froze. He was somewhat surprised. He wasn't surprised that Zhu Zhuking had been assassinated. After all, given her circumstances, such an event wasn't unusual. He was curious why Zhu Zhuking would bring up the fact that she had also been assassinated at this time. Could this be related to Jinrixu's assassination attempt? What? Zhuking, you were also assassinated? Xiao Wu on the bed exclaimed in surprise, immediately jumping up and reaching for Zhu Zhuking's body. Are you alright, Xiao Wu? I'm perfectly fine here. Dodging her groping hand, Zhu Zhuking was somewhat amused and exasperated. I was just concerned about you. Xiao Wu also realized what was happening and, amidst Ning Rongrong's giggles, reluctantly sat back down. Zhuking, was it someone sent by Davis, or your sister? Yichu's eyes held a dangerous glint. Whoever it was, he would make sure Zhu Zhuking was properly avenged. Neither. Zhu Zhuking gently shook her head, her voice trembling slightly. None of them. Ning Rongrong looked at her strangely. Yichu's expression also became quite serious. Zhuking, can you tell me more specifically? Okay, Zhu Zhuking nodded slightly and recounted the events in detail. It happened when I had just obtained my third soul ring. Right at my doorstep. That day, I returned from a soul hunt and was about to step into my house when I was ambushed from behind. Another hidden arrow. Before Zhu Zhuking could finish speaking, she looked at Yichu tenderly, her eyes filled with deep relief. If it weren't for the shadow spider spear behind me, which blocked most of the attack, I might have died on the spot. At your doorstep. Yichu's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Zhu Zhuking to have such an experience. Moreover, the location of this assassination attempt unexpectedly overlapped with Jinrixu's attack this time. Then how did you rule out that it wasn't Davis and your sister who did it? Zhuking, Ningrongrong was also somewhat doubtful. Could this alone eliminate the suspicion of those two competitors? Xiao Wu didn't understand this kind of topic and listened quietly. Because although our competition is fierce, assassination is strictly prohibited. In other words, even if they really wanted to kill me, they should have done it secretly, not in public. Yichu nodded. If assassination was allowed, then this kind of competition seemed somewhat meaningless. They could just spend money to hire someone to kill me. Also, after I was assassinated, I actually fainted and was critically injured and dying. It was my sister. She saved me, using a snow lotus she had prepared to break through to level 40, and then took care of me for a long time. Zhu Zhuking spoke, her eyes still somewhat dazed, as if in a dream. Before that, she had never imagined that her sister would worry about and take care of her so much. Thinking of how she had been targeted for so long, and her sister's sudden change in attitude after her injuries improved, she felt very wronged. Tears slowly welled up in her eyes. Alright, isn't this something to be happy about? Yichu raised his hand, his fingertips gently tracing the corner of her eye. Yes, Zhuking, your sister still loves you. Ningrongrong hadn't expected that her sister, who had seemed somewhat vicious to Zhu Zhuking before, suddenly had such a kind heart. Zhu Zhuking forced a smile. Yichu put his arm around her slender waist, letting her lean on his shoulder. Ningrongrong and Xiao Wu also gently took her hands. After a moment, once Zhu Zhuking had composed herself, she continued, my sister told me that those people had approached her to discuss cooperation, but she refused. It seems they also approached Davis, but Davis ignored them. My sister guessed that they tried to assassinate me to show Davis their sincerity. Them? Zhu Qing, do you know? I don't know. Before Yichu could finish speaking, Zhu Qing shook her head sheepishly, her face showing a hint of apology. Yichu was astonished. He hadn't expected that Zhu Qing didn't know where they came from or who they were. But he increasingly suspected that the they Zhu Qing mentioned were from the same place as the Evil Blood and others who supported Avalanche. Few things are getting more and more complicated. Yichu thought to himself. Judging from this information, it seems that it's not just the spirit wall that's plotting to take over the two great empires. He shook his head, temporarily memorizing this information. He could discuss it with Jin Ringsu when he met her tonight. Then, Zhu Qing, what does that assassination have to do with what you're doing? Yes, Zhu Qing hugged Yichu's arm tightly, her lips pouting in grievance. Sister wants me to compensate her for her snow lotus. Originally, Zhu Zhuking wouldn't have felt so wronged. Given her personality, she would have returned the item willingly. But Zhu Zhuing's words were quite harsh, making her a little sad. Seeing this rare display of cuteness in Zhu Zhuking, Yichu couldn't help but pinch her pretty cheek, and even nibbled on her upturned upper lip. It's alright. Xiao Chu has many herbs, compensating her with a snow lotus is easy. Xiao Wu pouted, realizing she hadn't gotten anything out of it today. Zhu Zhuking blushed, looking cautiously at Yichu. Her words still carried some anger towards Zhu Zhuing. But, she doesn't want a snow lotus, she wants me to compensate her double. Could this compensation be related to me? Yichu looked at Zhu Zhuking strangely. Her eyes seemed to say she had done something wrong. Zhu Zhuking nodded guiltily. Yes. After I met you and went home, she found out more about my soul ring configuration and sudden increase in soul power level. I see, Yichu suddenly realized. It seems Zhu Zhuing's condition is that Zhu Zhuking give her a super limited spirit ring as well. Yichu, I'm sorry, I agreed to her in a fit of anger. If it doesn't work out, I'll give her an explanation myself, haha. No need to apologize. Helping your sister is no problem, Yichu chuckled. Actually, your sister probably wants to force you to leave Xingluo City to prevent you from being assassinated again. It's a kind of protection for you. After all, she has no idea where your second spirit ring came from. Logically speaking, she should also understand that such an encounter is not replicable unless you really sell me out. Hearing Yichu's words, Zhu Zhuking was stunned for a moment. After hearing the end of the sentence, she hurriedly explained in a flustered manner, no, I didn't mention you to her. I know. It's okay that you told her. Didn't I already say I would help her? She'll find out sooner or later. Yichu smiled and comforted her, kissing Zhu Zhuking's cheek. No wonder Zhu Zhuking didn't want to leave Soto City. She was waiting for her sister's letter. Thank you, Yichu, she said softly, cupping Yichu's face before pressing against him. She was completely at his mercy. Her heart pounded, But she didn't care about Yichu's restless hands. Ningrongrong, sitting on Yichu's lap, suddenly felt superfluous. She and Xiao Wu stared at each other. "Young miss. The sect master invites you and your guests to have a meal," a voice came from outside the door shortly after. "I know, we'll be right there," Ningrongrong pouted and called out. "Xiao Chu, enough already? Save some room for dinner." Xiao Wu looked at Yichu, whose Adam's apple bobbed, and spoke with a sarcastic tone. Yichu, still rational, withdrew his hand and embraced the soft, limp body before stopping. "Let Xiuqing rest for a while, then we'll go." "Okay, I understand." Ningrongrong glanced at Zhu Xiuqing, whose face was flushed, and gave him a resentful look. Not long after, the group left the room. Ningrongrong and Xiao Wu each took Yichu's arm. Zhu Xiuqing, her face red, crossed her arms over her chest, gently moving them to ease the still aching pain in her heart. Her pretty face was bright. When she learned that Zhu Huan had made things difficult for her because of the snow lotus in order to protect her, she couldn't help but feel happy. Looking at her sisters and Yichu beside her, a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. "By the way, Xiao Wu, Xiuqing, after we finish eating, I'll take you to visit Senior Douluo," Yichu suddenly said. He also needed to go back to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well Secret Realm to ask Douluo about EXIU. For example, to have Douluo draw his eyes. Senior Douluo, Xiao Wu looked at him curiously. He's the grandfather of his other confidant, Douluo Yan. He's also a titled Douluo, Ningrongrong pouted, still harboring resentment towards Douluo Yan. Also a titled Douluo, Zhu Xiuqing was surprised. "Yes, so Xiuqing, don't worry too much about things back home. Even if I can't beat them now, we have people behind us." Yichu smiled casually, acting like Zubang, a spoiled brat, with one woman on each side. He tilted his head back, his nostrils flaring, taking advantage of everyone. "Hey Yichu, watch yourself." Xiao Zhu Xiuqing blushed, looking at Ningrongrong and Xiao Wu speechlessly. She said no, but her body cooperated. Soon, the group entered the 7 treasure glazed tile school, to its inhumanly luxurious reception hall. The porcelain dishes were dazzling, like a continuous banquet, with over 100 dishes, none of them the same. Xiao Wu was overwhelmed by the sight, swallowing hard and her eyes gleaming. Seeing her like this, Yichu couldn't help but chuckle. If Xiaolan were here, she might be even more pathetic than Xiao Wu. Unfortunately, she's now been conscripted by Yan Yan to join the royal fighting team on a tour of the Soul arenas in various cities, training their combat abilities. Yichu also took the time to observe Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Bone Douluo's aura was somewhat disordered, and his hair seemed to be thinning. Sword Douluo's spotless clothes were now covered in dust and had some messy wrinkles. It seemed that Sword Douluo's 7-kill sword was still superior. "Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, you two aren't fighting again, are you?" Ningrongrong was used to this kind of thing, she could guess from their equally unwilling expressions. "Alright, Wrong, quickly invite Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing to take their seats." Ning Fengzi smiled helplessly. If he hadn't gone to find them, they probably wouldn't have finished fighting yet. "Okay, Dad." Soon everyone was seated. Yichu, as instructed by Zhu Qing, also greeted Ning Fengzi on his behalf. During the meal, the Sword and Bone Douluos, who had initially harbored resentment, suddenly forgot their earlier unpleasantness. They exchanged a glance, wishing they had never been there. Ning Fengzi, with a dark face, looked at Jia Yao and had no appetite. He was feeling uncomfortable from the public display of affection opposite him. "Rongrong, can you please use cups to drink from?" Seeing Ningrongrong's actions, Ning Fengzi quickly stopped her. He covered his face, somewhat helpless. His words went unanswered for a long time. Fortunately, Yichu still had some sense of shame and quickly stopped Ningrongrong and Xiao Wu and Zhu Xiuqing from eating beside him, who were already getting carried away with their competition. It was as if he didn't know them and was ashamed to be associated with them. Sunset Forest at noon. The sun shone brightly, making this place, which was not as lush as the starred-out Great Forest, appear very bright. Soul Masters came and went from time to time, or remained buried here. In a wide open space, Yichu's figure appeared here. After scanning the surroundings and finding no one, he quickly formed hand seals. His body slowly entered the void and disappeared from the spot. Ice and Fire Yin-Yang I Secret Realm. As soon as Yichu entered, a long-lost aura lingered in his nose. Before he could fully experience it, A dark green figure instantly appeared in front of Yichu. Boy, it's good to see you again. Where have you been gallivanting lately? You don't even know to come back and visit this old man. This person is none other than Poison Douluo. He's still dressed in gray cloth, with dark green hair and eyebrows. Senior Douluo, I wasn't out gallivanting. Besides, I came back once before, you were just not here. Yichu waved his hand and explained. HMPH. What did you go doing? Yan told me everything. I'm warning you, brat, if you dare to let my Yan down, I won't let you off. Douluo snorted coldly, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. Senior, don't worry. I can't bear to part with Yan. By the way, Senior, you didn't go looking for trouble with someone again, did you? Yichu looked at the somewhat disheveled Douluo in front of him. Hell, life's been a bit boring. I couldn't resist going to spar with that old chrysanthemum again. I just got back a little while ago. Douluo smiled nonchalantly and sat down at the table under the wooden shed, starting to brew tea. Yichu smiled wryly. That chrysanthemum Douluo had really given him trouble. Kid, you're back just in time. Chat with me. Douluo beckoned Yichu to sit down. Sure, I happen to have some things I need to ask you, Senior. Yichu sat down opposite him. Oh? What is it? Douluo looked at him with interest. Yichu shook his head. No rush. Before that, let me introduce a few people to you, Senior. As soon as he finished speaking, Yichu activated his martial soul. In a special distortion, 3 beautiful girls with different styles appeared before him. Wishing everyone a pleasant life. A long chapter of 10,000 words. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Speculation. Seeing the beautiful women before him, Douluo's face darkened. His hand, which was about to place the tea leaves, froze. Senior Douluo, long time no see. Xiao Wu was still looking around. Ningrongrong smiled and casually waved to Douluo, which was her way of greeting him. So you're a little girl from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Douluo's smile was forced. His gaze swept over the other 2 girls, whose beauty rivaled his granddaughters. He looked up and gave Yichu a dangerous look. So, these are the 2 you were going to introduce to me? Yes, Yichu nodded. They are the girls I mentioned to Yan before, Your Excellency Douluo. This junior is Zhu Xiuqing. Receiving Yichu's signal, Zhu Xiuqing bowed to Douluo. This junior is Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, her eyes full of curiosity, also came to her senses and greeted him. Hello, Douluo nodded indifferently. Ningrongrong, however, was not satisfied with his performance. He introduced the 2 women's cultivation levels with a smile. Senior Douluo, they are both more outstanding than your granddaughters. They are about the same age as me. Xiuqing is already level 39, and Xiao is level 38. What? Douluo's pupils dilated, and he was shocked. Then his face quickly darkened. He glared at Ningrongrong. This little girl dared to deliberately provoke him. HMPH. It's just that they met this kid when they were young. If my Yan had met him at the same age, she wouldn't necessarily be worse than them. Douluo snorted coldly. He quickly realized that their growth must be related to Yichu, and they might have also consumed the immortal herbs produced here. Ningrongrong pouted. You also know that we met him first. Alright, wrong. Yichu smiled wryly and stopped her from continuing. Actually, the immortal herbs you consume all grew here. Senior Douluo protected them for a long time. No wonder I felt so comfortable as soon as I entered. It truly is a treasure land. Xiao Wu's eyes curiously looked at the 2 bright lights in the distant mist, one blue and one red. Zhu Xiuqing nodded slightly. She felt the same way, and the flow of her soul power within her body had quickened considerably. This was another excellent place for cultivation. As Yichu spoke, his eternal kaleidoscope reappeared, releasing the jade-eyed cloud-winged tiger inside. The tiger, which hadn't been outside for a long time, seemed very happy, jumping a few times and rubbing its head against Yichu's leg. Yichu patted its head and said to Ningrongrong, Wrong, you take Xiao Wu and the others around to see the sights. Senior Douluo and I will have a private chat for a while. Remember not to get too close to the ice and fire yin-yang eye, understood? Ningrongrong pouted, no longer trying to argue. Ningrongrong led the women away, and Xiao Wu happily tried to mount the tiger's back. Zhu's Huking looked at the tiger, recalling some things. They hadn't gone far when Douluo's previously cold face turned completely ugly. HMPH. You little brat, you actually dared to bring my Yan Yan home while she's not here. Don't think I won't teach you a lesson. He stroked his beard and added, with Yan Yan gone, no one can protect you, senior. Don't worry, I treat them all the same as Yan Yan. They'll meet again. Yichu took the tea Douluo had just brewed and poured it for him and herself. You better be like that, HMPH. Douluo glanced at the women's retreating figures, feeling bitter inside. This kid really doesn't know any better. I prefer peace and quiet. Bringing so many women back is practically kicking him out. What a scoundrel. Senior, you can actually look forward to the scene where they all become titled Douluo and call you grandpa along with Yan Yan, Yichu said, sipping his tea and narrowing his eyes. From a certain perspective, compared to the sword and bone Douluo, this old poisoner was much easier to deal with. Hiss, Douluo was suddenly stunned, and after thinking about it, he couldn't help but gasp. What Yichu said was very possible. Such talent was rare in the world. He glanced at Yichu, a hint of expectation and amusement flashing in his eyes, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hey, hearing that familiar laughter, Yichu felt a little embarrassed. It was really too outrageous. Kid, your idea is very interesting, but what I'm thinking about is you calling me grandpa along with him. It would be best if there were a bunch of kids too. How Douluo looked at Yichu with appreciation. To have this kid and his woman call him grandpa, such a prestigious thing, just thinking about it was very satisfying. That day will come, Yichu smiled wryly and did not refute. After a while, Douluo finally stopped laughing. He put aside his fantasies, his face still smiling. Alright, hurry up and tell me, what do you want? Yichu went straight to the point. He said seriously, I want to know the details of your contact with the Xiu. Oh? Did you encounter other people who had contact with our benefactor? Douluo immediately became interested. Sort of, Yichu nodded. After all, Daming and Erming couldn't really be considered people. Douluo looked at him strangely. What did he mean by sort of? Thank you for your trouble, senior. Yichu poured him some more tea. Douluo didn't dwell on it, nodded, and recounted the whole story to Yichu. It all started when I discovered this ice and fire yin-yang well. After listening to this, Yichu finally understood the origin of the grudge between Douluo and Chrysanthemum Pass. It turned out that Douluo wasn't the only one who discovered the ice and fire yin-yang well. Chrysanthemum Pass of the Spirit Hall also discovered it with him. Douluo's voice continued. Because of the struggle for the ice and fire yin-yang well, we fought directly. At that time, I was just level 80 and hadn't obtained my soul ring yet, while Chrysanthemum Pass was already a soul Douluo. I was naturally no match for him. Even now, Douluo still felt a bit aggrieved when he thought about being humiliated by Chrysanthemum Pass. He picked up the water glass on the table, seemingly using tea instead of wine, and took a swig in frustration. It was at this time that my benefactor descended from the sky and suppressed that old chrysanthemum, then sealed the ice and fire yin-yang well, which is how this secret realm came to be. That's it. Yichu listened, but didn't get much useful information, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. That's all. Apart from him helping me hunt for souls and telling me to keep an eye on the ice and fire yin-yang well, we didn't have much interaction after that. Douluo shook his head. Speaking of which, he and that person had only met once. Yichu frowned and simply took out paper and pen from his divine might space. Senior, do you remember exactly what his eyes looked like? Of course I remember. Douluo nodded affirmatively. Those blood-red eyes, devoid of emotion, exuding a strong sense of oppression, and captivating allure, were still vivid in his memory. Then please describe them, senior. Yichu handed over the paper and pen, while also asking, also, is there anything else special about him? Have you run into some trouble, kid? Douluo took the paper and pen, looking at Yichu strangely. Yes, I have indeed encountered some strange things, Yichu nodded. Yichu's intuition told him that the unknown changes appearing in this world were highly likely related to that Xiu. Alright, if you really encounter any trouble, just come to me. Anyway, I'm just killing time. Seeing that Yichu didn't want to say more, Douluo didn't ask any further questions. He was quite satisfied with his grandson-in-law. Except for the fact that he had a lot of women. But that didn't matter, as long as he was strong enough. These weren't big problems. Then thank you very much, senior. Yichu smiled slightly. Although this guy has a somewhat eccentric temper, he's truly dedicated when it comes to helping. He's a decent grandfather, in a way. Douluo picked up his pen and lowered his head to scribble on the paper. At the same time, he was also recalling things that had happened to Xiao that he couldn't understand. Speaking of special things, there really are some. Douluo paused, looking up at Xiao. He said in a deep voice, "It seems that our benefactor doesn't want people to remember him." Doesn't want people to remember him? Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was he planning something shady? That's right, he doesn't want people to remember him. That day, the memories of Chrysanthemum Pass were erased on the spot. At first, I thought it was just a necessary measure to protect the ice and fire yin-yang but after our benefactor disappeared, I was shocked to discover through investigation, almost no trace of his existence has been found in the entire Soul Master world. Even some people who had contact with him, such as Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, have lost the part of their memories related to our benefactor. What? Tang Hao also had contact with him? Xiao was shocked, his eyes widening. That's right, these are all rumors circulating in the Soul Master world when our benefactor was still alive. Douluo nodded affirmatively. Back then, the rumor that someone could simultaneously defeat, or even instantly kill, the Haoshan twins caused a huge uproar throughout the Soul Master world. Others might not know who it was, but he could guess from just a few words. He couldn't possibly be wrong. Douluo's words left Xiao speechless for a long time. That guy seemed to possess a soul skill that could erase memories, and his mastery of it was terrifying. Douluo continued drawing as he spoke. Later, he seemed to have vanished into thin air, as if he had never existed. Except for a few people, no one knew him. Among them, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bidong, should still remember our benefactor. I see. Xiao rubbed his temples. It all came back to Bidong. It seemed he'd have to go to the Crown Prince's residence tonight and talk to Jin Ringsu. Alright, finished drawing. Douluo put away his brush with satisfaction. Xiao quickly picked up the paper. How is this possible? Xiao exclaimed in shock at just one glance. It really does look alike, doesn't it? The same vibrant red and purple. Douluo nodded smugly, he had put in his utmost effort. Senior, you didn't draw it wrong, did you? Xiao looked at the pattern on the paper. His heart suddenly pounded violently, and his body trembled with excitement. He stared at the pattern on the paper, exactly like the one before his eyes. He was speechless for a long time. What leaped onto the paper was a single piece of black jade, from which a blood-red six-pointed star was hollowed out and outlined. In the center of that six-pointed star was a purple three-bladed windmill. This wasn't just a resemblance, it was exactly the same. A sudden, unrealistic guess crossed Xiao's mind. HMPH. I definitely didn't draw it wrong, Douluo snorted coldly, his statement leaving no room for doubt. Hearing this, Xiao examined it more closely. Indeed, there were some differences. The only difference was that, centered on the purple three-leaf windmill, there were faint, water-like ripples spreading outwards, covering the entire eyeball. Could this be the rune again? Xiao's pupils dilated sharply. Thinking of this, he felt both joy and fear. Excitedly, he asked Douluo, Senior, what are these ripples you drew? How would I know? But these ripples in my benefactor's eyes are actually very, very faint, almost invisible. Douluo sipped his tea. He had only seen two people possess this kind of martial soul. How could he know so much? Faint? Could it still be evolving? Xiao was filled with doubt and uncertainty. After taking several deep breaths, Xiao's emotions calmed down slightly. Wanting to verify his guess, he continued to ask, Senior, you once said that person's soul skill was exactly the same as my divine might. I wonder if he had any other soul skills. Other soul skills? Douluo looked troubled, he had only seen a handful. However, Douluo remembered something and pointed towards the direction of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Kid, do you remember the two ice coffins inside? I remember, Xiao nodded quickly. Inside were Douluo's son and daughter-in-law, his future in-laws. Douluo had mentioned to him before that this was a contingency plan left by Xiao. This should also be one of my benefactor's soul skills, a contingency plan left in my eyes. Douluo pointed to his eyes, his mood somewhat low. Back then, when you and the others were on the verge of death, this soul skill was released from my eyes, freezing their last breaths, a soul skill that freezes a person's life force completely? An heavenly harvest sun fate. Xiao was shocked, his blood rushing through his veins. He felt that his guess was now more likely to be correct. Sigh, all these years I've traveled everywhere, hoping to find a way to revive them, Douluo sighed softly. The tea in his hand tasted of wine. Don't worry, senior, your father-in-law and mother-in-law will recover one day, Xiao earnestly comforted him. His goal was to become a god. He believed this was no problem. How, of course. I've placed great hopes on you, I believe in you, Douluo smiled. He had long since placed his bets on Xiao, even betting his granddaughter on him. Ahem, senior, I have one last question, Xiao scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. What question? Go ahead and ask, Douluo waved his hand dismissively. Senior, how similar do I look to that Xiao? Xiao chuckled, leaning closer to Douluo so he could see more clearly. Douluo raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him closely. He stroked his beard and nodded. Very similar, extremely similar. Xiao's smile vanished, and he suddenly looked at him seriously. He said, then do you think I might be your benefactor, huh? Douluo almost dropped his teacup, his face filled with astonishment. He seemed somewhat unable to believe what Xiao said. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, what did you say, kid? Xiao knew that his guess was a bit hard to accept. But he should have thought of this from the beginning. After all, his appearance was clearly modified by the Blue-Silver Emperor's bloodline, and his eternal kaleidoscope was only activated through the combined effects of the Purple Demon Eye and the Autumn Water Dew. He had never dared to think about such things before. But now, with the appearance of Zizu and others, and Bibi Dong inheriting the Azure God's position, he had no choice but to think about it. He now desperately wanted to understand what was going on. Seeing this, he patiently repeated himself. Senior, could this young Xiao be the benefactor you mentioned? Douluo stared blankly at Xiao, momentarily speechless. He had thought he misheard. He asked Xiao to repeat himself. Unexpectedly, he hadn't misheard at all. Xiao had indeed asked that. Bang! Douluo slammed his hand on the table, startling Xiao. Even Xiao Wu and the others, who were riding their tiger-like companions in the distance, were startled. Douluo glared at Xiao, his expression dangerous. His voice carried a hint of anger. You brat, you want to take advantage of me, don't you? You haven't even called me grandpa yet, and you expect me to chase after you calling you benefactor, damn it. Senior, how could I have such thoughts? Xiao smiled helplessly, quickly telling him to calm down. No such thoughts? Then why are you spouting such nonsense? Are you so obsessed with women that you've lost your mind? Douluo then pressed his hand against Xiao's forehead. Xiao quickly slapped his hand away. He explained, I'm perfectly sober, it's just that there are too many similarities, so I have some doubts. Too many similarities? HMPH. That's true, Douluo snorted coldly, but he had to admit it. To be honest, if you had a bit more of that domineering aura, I might kneel down and call you my benefactor the moment I saw you. He looked him up and down, then shook his head again. But you should just think about it. Your suspicions are utterly absurd. Douluo stood up and stretched, giving him a disdainful look. Xiao opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but then said nothing more. This was indeed a bit far-fetched, and even he himself didn't quite believe it. After all, he didn't seem like the kind of person who would cause trouble, did he? He'd made things a bit confusing for him in this Douluo continent. Senior, where are you going again? Xiao had just closed his mouth when he noticed Douluo raising his hand, making a hand seal, as if he was about to leave the secret realm again. Where are you going? Don't you know? Douluo glared at him, then glanced at Ningrongrong and the others, who had been drawn over by the noise of him slamming the table. Xiao immediately understood. He gave a wry smile. Senior Douluo, you don't need to leave. I just brought them here to pay a visit. We'll just have dinner here and then leave. HMPH. Dinner is your responsibility then. Just call me when it's time to eat. Douluo paused for a moment, flicked his sleeves, and went into his room. Watching the closed door, Xiao sighed helplessly. He still felt that he might be Douluo's benefactor, but he couldn't prove it to him right now. Xiao Chu, what happened just now? Xiao Wu's soft, seductive voice rang in his ears. Xiao turned his head. A huge tiger hut stood outside the wooden shed. Ningrongrong and Xiao Wu were straddling it. Xiao Wu was in front, and Ningrongrong was behind. Ningrongrong's eyes held a sly smile, while Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled, her face flushed. Xiao observed her strangely for a while before realizing the reason. On the tiger's back, Xiao Wu was clutching its fur, while Ning Rongrong was directly hugging Xiao Wu, not behaving herself. Yichu rubbed his forehead, giving Ning Rongrong a helpless glare as she giggled, her face red. Compared to being a hooligan, Ning Rongrong was much more shrewd. He suppressed his own thoughts. Whether that Xiu was him or not was irrelevant to him for the time being. He knew nothing. He could only act according to the current situation and his own ideas. He walked to the tiger and stroked its head. Then he looked up at Xiao Wu and the other girl. Is everything alright? Not seeing Zhu Qing who had come with him, Yichu couldn't help but ask. By the way, where is Zhu Qing? Is she cultivating in some corner again? Haha Yichu, you guessed right, Zhu Qing is cultivating again. Ning Rongrong laughed, her body shaking. Xiao Wu, whom she had grabbed, whimpered and resisted fiercely. If she weren't leaning against her, she would have fallen over. Rongrong, can you stop taking advantage of Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu all the time? What? Is my fiancé jealous? Did you see? Xiao Wu bullied me too. Ning Rongrong pouted, she was just retaliating for the bullying she had suffered earlier. Yichu ignored her, went directly to Hu Zi's side, and climbed onto him. Ning Rongrong consciously stepped back a little, allowing Yichu to sit between the two women. Xiao Chu feeling the familiar presence surrounding her, Xiao Wu's face instantly lit up with joy. However, her smile didn't last long before turning into boundless shyness. Yichu gently patted Hu Zi, making it walk slowly. Then, he gently pulled Xiao Wu into his arms, taking over Ning Rongrong's role. Compared to Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu was even less resistant to Yichu. She gently covered Yichu's hand, her pretty face flushed red, lying motionless in his arms. She breathed out hot breath, murmuring incessantly. Xiao Wu, Rongrong, if either of you gets bullied in the future, tell me. I'll help you get revenge. Yichu spoke seriously, but his actions were anything but polite. Xiao Wu, still half asleep, gave a soft hum. Those were all the benefits you got. Although Ning Rongrong was sitting behind him, she could still see Xiao Wu's red ears. Shyly hugging Yichu, she bumped into him with her small body, almost falling over herself. You're getting more and more indecent, Ning Rongrong muttered. Although there was a hint of disdain in her words, she still hugged Yichu's waist and pressed her whole body against him. Her body rose and fell with the movement of Hu Zi beneath her. Yichu felt her gentle massage, the pressure soft and comfortable. After Hu Zi had walked a short distance, Yichu saw Zhu Qing sitting cross-legged in the distance of the ice and fire yin-yang, well, diligently cultivating. If Zhu Qing sat behind him, it would probably be better than Rongrong, right? Yichu tilted his head, thinking. Then he felt that sitting in front, like Xiao Wu, and being able to hold her would also be nice. Hiss, lost in his daydreams, Yichu suddenly gasped, his body stiffening, and he shivered. His body seemed to be partially frozen by the cold air emanating from the ice and fire yin-yang well in the icy spring. Yichu, do you think I'm inferior to Zhu Qing? Ning Rongrong's somewhat dangerous voice came from behind. Feeling the warmth emanating from Yichu's body through her palms, Ning Rongrong's face burned. Nothing's wrong, I was just thinking about what to eat tonight. Yichu dared not speak carelessly at this moment. But with their bodies pressed close together, Ning Rongrong could easily feel Yichu's abnormal heartbeat. Why is your heart beating so fast? Are you lying? Ning Rongrong grabbed Yichu, unwilling to let go. Nothing's wrong. Isn't your own heart beating fast in this situation too? Not to mention that the ice and fire yin-yang well could enhance the vitality of soul beasts and herbs. The constantly changing strength of Ning Rongrong's grip on him was enough to make him tremble with fear. Xiao Wu, sitting in Yichu's lap, was already sweating profusely. Having already been intimate with Xiao Chu, she naturally understood that behind her, there was not only Xiao Chu, but also Ning Rongrong causing trouble. Hey! Rongrong, I really didn't lie, be gentle, Yichu's slightly pained voice came. The jade-eyed cloud-winged tiger carried Yichu and the other two, constantly pacing around the ice and fire yin-yang well. A quarter of an hour passed. After entering the area of the azure blue ice spring, aside from Ning Rongrong, Yichu, who should have been quite robust, and Xiao Wu, a battle spirit master, were both chilled by the cold air after sweating. After an unknown amount of time, Zhu Qing opened her eyes and saw only Ning Rongrong. Hu Zi had already run to the herb field to select suitable labor fees. Ning Rongrong was currently chewing on a crunchy carrot, kneading Xiao Wu's favorite food. Rongrong, where are Yichu and Xiao Wu? Zhu Qing looked at Ning Rongrong curiously. Her face was flushed with joy, as if she had discovered a new world. It turned out that she could also use the method she taught Yichu to give him a massage. Ozhuking, are you finished cultivating? Yichu and Xiao Wu went into the room. Ningrongrong looked up, her eyes smiling, and pointed to the wooden house in the distance. What are they doing in there? Ozhuking stood up and stretched her graceful body. Change your clothes, we'll be out soon, Ningrongrong said, biting into a carrot and covering her burning face with her hands. Why are you asking Xiao Wu for food again? Ozhuking said, blushing and looking at her helplessly. I'm hungry, and Yichu included my share when he bought it, so Xiao Wu still has plenty. After saying that, Ningrongrong stopped talking and focused on playing with a carrot in her hand, taking a bite every now and then. A little while later, Yichu led Xiao Wu out of the small wooden house. Ozhuking quickly went to greet them. Yichu, holding the fiery girl in his arms, Yichu, whose body had relaxed a lot, still wanted to hold her a little longer. Are you done cultivating? No, not really, but I'm a little hungry. Ozhuking leaned against Yichu's chest, her stomach rumbling slightly. At noon, seeing the three of them being so affectionate, she felt embarrassed to eat alone. Oh, I thought you finished your cultivation early to keep me company. Yichu put his arm around her waist and pinched the soft flesh of her waist. Her voice held a hint of disappointment. I can keep you company tonight. Ozhuking blushed, tilting her head back shyly at him. She slowly tightened her arms around Yichu, letting him feel her tenderness. No need, I have to go out tonight. Yichu shook his head and smiled, pursing her red lips. Is that so? Ozhuking leaned obediently against his chest, then glanced curiously at Xiao Wu, who was blushing beside her. Yichu, why are you changing clothes? It's all Rongrong's fault. She got our clothes dirty. Hearing Ozhuking mention this, Xiao Wu was indignant. Her eyes flushed crimson. She glared angrily at Ningrongrong, who had just walked over. What do you mean I got them dirty? It was Yichu himself, Ningrongrong retorted, chewing on a carrot, her words stammering. Ahem, alright, there's no need to argue. You're both right. Yichu awkwardly stopped their argument. Gently releasing Ozhuking from his arms, Yichu said, since you're all hungry, let's go to Douluo City and buy some food. He was indeed quite hungry after being tormented by Ningrongrong. Yes, Sister Xiao Wu is hungry too. Xiao Wu looked at Ningrongrong, hugged Yichu's arm, and pressed herself against him. She had sweated a lot earlier, and her body was still a little delicate. Let's go then. Yichu activated his divine power, taking the woman into his divine power space, and then began forming hand seals. Before long, they arrived at Douluo City. It was already dusk, the bright orange sun painting the sky golden red. Yichu led the three women down the street. Wow! Wrong, you really didn't lie to Sister Xiao Wu. This place is much bigger than Soto City. Xiao Wu jumped up and down happily, looking at the even more luxurious buildings around her, much more excited than in Soto City. Her previous resentment was gone from her face. Ozhuking's eyes also shone with wonder. This was a foreign landscape for her. Of course, I have no reason to lie to you, Ningrongrong pouted, having already thrown away the carrot she was chewing on. She wouldn't reveal these things in public. Compared to her newly discovered method, she still preferred to learn Ozhuking's, since Yichu seemed to enjoy that type more. Xiao Wu, don't go too far. Come with Rongrong to buy some food now, and let Rongrong take you to play more tomorrow. Yichu helplessly pulled the somewhat lively soft rabbit into his arms. He didn't want her to wander off and get lost. In Douluo's room, it was quite dark. He was holding a poison pill that emitted a dark green light. His dark green eyes reflected this. Douluo occasionally inputted some soul power or toxins, trying to understand the formation of this poison pill. Ever since he learned that soul bones weren't a foolproof solution, he had been researching this thing. He was so engrossed that he didn't even notice the passage of time. Outside, Yichu and the others had already returned to the secret realm. A knock came at the door. Senior Douluo, come out for dinner. Hearing Yichu's call, he snapped out of his reverie. Coming, he replied simply, immediately popping the dark green bead in his mouth. The door opened, and Yichu and the others had already prepared the meal. Senior Douluo, are you still researching that poison pill? Yichu served him rice. Yes, I've got a tiny bit of a clue, and I'm still trying. Douluo nodded and sat down. No need to rush. It's okay if you can't figure it out. I can get Yan Yan an external soul bone. Then you won't have to worry, you can get soul bones. But do you think external soul bones are as common as cabbages? Douluo said irritably. This kind of thing is practically on par with the rarity of a 100,000-year soul ring. Senior Douluo, please trust Xiao. He can definitely do it. Zhu's Huking handed him chopsticks. At the same time, 8 spider legs suddenly stretched out from behind him. This is an external soul bone. Douluo's eyes widened, and he almost stood up again. Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu both have one, Ningrongrong said sourly, poking at the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks, her eyes fixed on Yichu. Yes, I have one too. Xiao Wu swallowed what she was eating, and a red light shone from her body, and a phantom that looked like a piece of clothing materialized. Douluo stared blankly, amazed at Yichu. I didn't expect you to be so lucky, kid. Yichu smiled mysteriously. Haha, actually, I have a soul bone that's similar to Zhu Qing's shadow spider spear right now, so I can give it to you, senior, to use first. With a whoosh, Douluo couldn't hold back any longer and stood up directly. You kid are not joking, are you? Of course not. Yichu directly took out the 8 spider spears that the human-faced demon spider had exploded out of, and presented them to him. Douluo reached out his hand, then slowly withdrew it. Forget it, I'm doing all right now. I've mastered some techniques for injecting toxins into poison pills. This stuff is quite rare, so let's save this one for Yan Yan. Douluo looked at Yichu with a slightly constipated expression as he spoke of its rarity. Alright, Yichu didn't insist, but he probably wouldn't give this soul bone to Douluyan anyway. After all, he still quite liked Douluyan's beautiful snake woman appearance. Maybe he could find someone more suitable later. But kid, if you're really that lucky, you can get a few more and use them as inheritance soul bones from my Douluo family. Hey, senior, how can you say something like that? Yichu glanced speechlessly at the somewhat delusional Douluo. Even if you really got them, it would only bring disaster upon your descendants. That's true. Douluo, who was laughing, paused, then patted his head. Then he instructed Yichu, but you also need to be careful. It's best not to expose your external soul bone that hasn't been fully fused. That scene just now almost tempted me, I know that, kid. Let's eat. Douluo hadn't had such a lively meal in a long time. Fortunately, he was already used to his granddaughter and Yichu feeding each other. Therefore, his appetite was surprisingly good. After finishing the meal, Yichu took his leave. Before leaving, he gave him the Crimson Swan kiss for self-defense. After Yichu sent the 3 girls back to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, it was already completely dark. After spending some time with them, Yichu planned to go to the Crown Prince's residence to meet Jinringsu. Yichu, when are you coming back? Yichu walked out the door, just about to activate his divine power to leave. Ningrongrong followed him out. What's wrong? Yichu looked at her curiously. Ningrongrong blushed, leaned close to his ear, and whispered something in his ear. Cough cough. Next time. Hearing Ningrongrong's words triggered a cough from Yichu. Don't you believe me? I've already practiced, I'm definitely no worse than Zhu Qing. Ningrongrong gritted her teeth in embarrassment, grabbing him and refusing to let him leave. No, Yichu swallowed hard, unable to resist. Of course I'd be happy to cooperate, but I don't know when I'll be back, so you should rest first. Okay then, I'll try harder, Ningrongrong pouted, offering her lips to Yichu. Yichu didn't stand on ceremony, his hands already around her waist, pulling her into his arms and showering her with affection. Alright, I'll trouble you to take care of Xiao Wu and the others tomorrow, Ningrongrong nodded gently. Watching Yichu disappear before her eyes, she clutched her aching heart, feeling somewhat resentful. The Crown Prince's residence, the study. Yichu's figure appeared there. He had entered the secret room but didn't see anyone, so he came here. Who goes there? Whoosh! Before Yichu could even regain his footing, a sharp shout rang out, and 2 staffs flew towards him. They hovered around him, wreathed in terrifying soul power. Yichu naturally recognized these 2 staffs. He bowed to the void. Yichu greets the 2 seniors. As his words fell, 2 figures appeared, one in blue and one in red. They were the Jinjun and Jiangmo brothers, who had come from Soto City. Yichu, what are you doing here, kid? Jiangmo Douluo, clad in red armor, looked at him in surprise. Senior Jiangmo, Yichu has come to keep his appointment with Jinringsu this morning. Hearing him address Jinringsu by her name, Jiangmo Douluo frowned and withdrew his martial soul. The other dragon subduing staff also flew back, landing in the hands of Jin Jun Douluo, who wore blue armor. Jin Jun Douluo looked at him with some astonishment. I didn't expect your special soul skill to be so fast. If I'd known, I would have had you escort us brothers. The two brothers hadn't stopped much along the way, which was why they had only arrived in Heavendao City this afternoon. And according to Yichu, he had already returned this morning. If there's an opportunity, Yichu is certainly willing to serve. Yichu cupped his hands in greeting. His eyes scanned the surroundings, but he didn't see Jin Ringsu. Before he could speak, Jin Jun Douluo said, wait patiently, Xiaoxu has gone to take a bath. 10,000 word update. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 211 Healing. Hearing that Jin Ringsu was currently bathing, Yichu nodded and stood still, waiting quietly. The demon-slaying Douluo, arms crossed, leaned against the wall, eyes closed in meditation. The 1,000-pound Douluo, seeing him standing there, found it somewhat amusing. Kid, no need to be so reserved, just find a seat. It's just that neither of you seniors has taken a seat. Yichu smiled casually. There was no need to sit down anymore. He could already sense his martial soul stirring. It seemed Jin Ringsu was already approaching. Sure enough, less than a dozen breaths later, a heavy footstep sounded outside. Creak. Jin Ringsu, still in her Zuking form, pushed open the door. Her golden hair was still wet. Her once bright-eyed, white-toothed face was now sickly pale. A neat, loose golden robe draped over her slender body. She looked like a frail, noble scholar. As soon as she pushed open the door, she saw Yichu standing in the middle of the study. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. As she stepped into the room, a gentle breeze wafted in from outside, carrying with it the faint, sweet fragrance of her recent bath. Yichu vaguely saw two dark figures dart and click. One of the figures closed the door behind them. Uncles, Jin Ringsu bowed respectfully. The spirit hall is divided into the Pope's Hall, the Elder Hall, and the Hall of Offerings. Except for the Pope's Hall, the members of the other two halls are all titled Douluo level beings. Especially the Hall of Offerings, which is filled with powerhouses exceeding level 95. These offerings are the true pillars of her spirit hall. Jin Ringsu also showed them great respect. Whoosh, 1,000 Jun Douluo suddenly appeared in front of her, supporting her elbow. He said softly, Xiaoxu, we've watched you grow up, there's no need for these formalities. Yes, Xiaoxu, big brother is right. The demon-slaying Douluo, who had been leaning against the wall, opened his eyes again and stood up straight. His temper, usually somewhat volatile, softened considerably when speaking to Jin Ringsu. Jin Ringsu straightened up. Behind her, two figures hidden in the shadows revealed themselves. They were none other than the two titled Douluos, Sizu and Shemeo. Sixu, Shilong, greets the two venerable ones. The two bowed respectfully to the Kyanjin demon-slaying brothers. Their expressions seemed to show some guilt and fear. In the spirit hall, although both were titled Douluos, the difference in strength still resulted in vastly different statuses. They understood that the power of these venerable ones, to a certain extent, even surpassed that of the Pope. Upon seeing them, the already powerful and somewhat volatile demon-slaying Douluo immediately couldn't contain his anger. His face was grim, his voice icy. HMPH. How exactly did you two protect Xiaoxu? How could you let Xiaoxu suffer such serious injuries? If we didn't need manpower right now, we would definitely let you taste the power of my dragon-subduing staff. The porcupine Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo lowered their heads, not daring to move. They said in unison, please forgive us, seventh elder. Jin Ringsu, who had been watching Yichu with a strange look in her eyes, also came back to her senses. She pleaded, uncles, this assassination attempt can't be blamed on them. She seemed to have spoken too loudly and with some force. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her face paled a little. She clutched her left shoulder and continued, during my last trip to the palace, because I was going to meet with the 3 members of the Heavendao Royal Academy's teaching committee, Meng Shenji, and others, I specifically asked them to wait for me outside the palace just in case. Jin Jun Douluo, who had been watching from the side, changed his expression and frowned at Jin Ringsu. Xiaoxu, since you're injured, don't waste your breath, she said, turning to her younger brother, demon-slaying Douluo. Brother, let it go. They've been infiltrating the Heavenly Dao sect with Xiaoxu all this time. They've done their part, even if they haven't made any great contributions. Demon-slaying Douluo never disobeyed his elder brother, giving a cold snort and letting it go. Alright, no need for formalities, came the calm voice of 1,000-pound Douluo. Hearing this, Porcupine Douluo and Serpent Spear Douluo straightened up again. "Thank you for your mercy, young master." They bowed slightly to Jinriksu and retreated. This scene left Yichu speechless. He couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying power of the Spirit Hall. With their title Douluo level cultivation, Serpent Spear and Porcupine Douluo would be sought after by any power, treated as honored guests. But in the Spirit Hall, they were only there to be reprimanded. After the criticism session for Porcupine Douluo and Serpent Spear ended, Jinriksu's gaze returned to Yichu in the arena. Her voice, somewhat weak, was ethereal and clear, like the murmur of a flowing spring. "Why did you come so early this time? Is there something you need my help with?" Yichu chuckled awkwardly, feeling a little embarrassed. He seemed to be giving people the stereotype that he only came to the temple when he needed something. Looking at Jinriksu, he shrugged and shook his head. "No, nothing, I just wanted to ask you a few questions." Jinriksu looked at him, her eyes flickering uncertainly. After a moment of silence, she turned and walked towards the hidden door in the wall. "Come with me." After speaking, she turned to look at the Jinjun and Jiangmo brothers. "Uncles, thank you for your hard work these past few days. Don't worry, Xiaoxu. If anyone dares to try to assassinate you again, I'll make sure they don't leave alive." Jiangmo Douluo patted his chest forcefully. "That's right." Jinjun Douluo nodded in agreement, then looked at Jinriksu with concern. "Xiaozu, all you need to do now is take good care of your health. If it really gets too bad, my brother and I will escort you back to the Spirit Hall and have the Grand Elder personally treat your injuries, okay?" Jinriksu nodded. She glanced at Yichu. If they really needed to return to the Spirit Hall, this guy would be a good means of transportation. Seeing that the secret door was open, she stepped inside. She didn't forget to urge Yichu, "Let's go." Yichu nodded and smiled at the four titled Douluos in the room. The demon subduing Douluo stretched out his index finger, on which was a mini red dragon subduing staff, which was constantly spinning. "Kid, don't do anything reckless." "Senior, I'm not stupid." Yichu smiled bitterly, feeling a little ashamed. If you were to mess with Jinriksu now, wouldn't that be like an old man hanging himself, courting death? Besides, he didn't even have that intention. He sighed helplessly. He followed Jinriksu's footsteps and entered the secret passage. The light inside the secret passage was not very good. It was only illuminated by a few luminous pearls embedded in the ceiling. Jinriksu, walking ahead, moved very slowly, her steps faltering. Yichu could even hear her somewhat rapid breathing. Raising an eyebrow, he looked at her back with a puzzled expression. He couldn't help but ask, "How's your injury? It seems even worse." "Yes." Jinriksu, walking ahead, gritted her teeth and nodded slightly. She responded softly and then explained in more detail, "After I was injured, I was treated by the nine-heart begonia family in you. The treatments were quite effective, but it didn't work. I think I've been poisoned." "Poisoned?" Yichu looked at her in surprise, his eyes flashing with a blood-red light, his Sharingan blooming in his blue pupils. He stared at Jinriksu ahead, observing the soul power within her body. "Yes, poisoned. The wound that was supposed to heal through treatment is now deteriorating again, and it's even corroding the surrounding muscle tissue." Jinriksu slowly walked forward, simultaneously removing her disguise. Her soul power flowed, and golden light slowly emanated from her body. A sharp pain shot through her body, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. She clutched her left chest, her voice weak and feeble as she continued, "Furthermore, I suspect this poison also affects my soul power. Every time I circulate my soul power, my meridians ache terribly, and at night, this pain is even more pronounced." "So this was due to poisoning?" A look of seriousness flashed in Yichu's eyes. He had just used his Sharingan to examine her more closely. That crimson soul power was indeed slowly encroaching upon her body. It was about to slowly seep into her limbs and bones, intertwining with her own soul power, and was constantly growing stronger. Yichu withdrew his martial soul. Jinriksu had also returned to her original form. Her golden hair slowly grew longer. Her back became more shapely, and her loose robes became much fuller. Listening to her rapid breathing and seeing her swaying figure, Yichu stepped forward and stood beside her. He reached out and took her right arm, supporting her as they walked forward. He also revealed his discovery. "Your suspicion was correct. I did indeed see a crimson soul force devouring you." Yichu turned to look at her. Suddenly, she stopped, somewhat stunned. Her wet, golden hair fell loosely, looking somewhat disheveled. It obscured her face, which should have been rosy, but was now as pale as paper. Her delicate eyebrows were slightly furrowed, a hint of sorrow on her cheeks. She possessed a delicate fragility, moving like a willow swaying in the breeze. Her deep, gradually golden pupils lacked their former strength and majesty, giving only an impression of fragility. A few strands of hair clung to her beautiful face, damp with sweat from the pain. The occasional waves of pain made her grit her teeth, her lips trembling slightly. Her snow-white swan neck was perfectly proportioned. The loose robes allowed glimpses of her snow-white beauty. A fragmented beauty, enough to evoke anyone's protective instincts. Yichu couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. "What's wrong?" Jinriksu gasped for breath, seemingly exhausted from merely activating her soul bone. She leaned weakly against Yichu, looking at him with confusion. Reflected in his unwavering, azure eyes was a version of herself she had never seen before, frail and sickly. No, nothing," Yichu blinked absently, his voice slightly panicked. He shook his head to clear his mind. Jinriksu's beautiful face was filled with suspicion. Seeing his evasive gaze, she seemed to understand something. She frowned slightly, then looked away. With Yichu's support, she continued walking forward. Yichu's words confirmed her suspicions once again. "It seems I really am poisoned. No wonder my health is getting worse and worse." Jinriksu, who was speaking, suddenly trembled and let out a muffled groan. A trace of color returned to her paper-white face. She turned around and looked at Yichu, who was standing motionless with his eyes downcast. Her face showed embarrassment and annoyance. Yichu had actually put his arm around her waist. Now she was pressed against his chest. "Walking like this is more stable, so you don't sway and keep bumping into me. It'll also make it easier for me to treat you." Yichu looked at her with a smirk. As expected of the crown prince, the fabric he wore was definitely of high value. Even through his clothes, Yichu could feel the silkiness of her skin and couldn't help but want to wiggle his fingers a few times. Holding her slender yet fleshy, soft and warm waist, Yichu was also somewhat aroused. Yichu didn't care what Jinriksu was doing and carried her into the secret room. Feeling the warm life force emanating from him, the pain on Jinriksu's face lessened considerably. Gently inhaling the fragrance emanating from Yichu, her breathing gradually became steady. Leaning against Yichu's chest, his warmth enveloped her. "Alright, we're almost there. Let's talk after we sit down. You're sweating so much, you're making my clothes dirty." Seeing she was about to say something, Yichu reminded her. I didn't ask you to help me." Jinriksu gave Yichu a cold look. Unfortunately, she couldn't be authoritative in her current state. Yichu chuckled softly. "You're injured, but I won't let you bully me. Even when you weren't injured last time, I still spanked you." He rarely bantered with Jinriksu. "Fine, then next time I'll try carrying you in, you," Jinriksu retorted, still completely unyielding. Looking at the entrance to the secret chamber they were about to reach, she silently endured it. She had never realized this secret passage was so long. "Alright, sit down." Yichu helped Jinriksu sit at the new stone table. Looking at the tea set on the table, Yichu also sat down. After exchanging a glance with Jinriksu, he smiled mysteriously. Yichu then took out a blood spirit mushroom from his divine might space. With a simple and crude motion, he crushed it into powder and tossed it into the teapot. He then poured in boiling water and brewed it. Instantly, a medicinal fragrance filled the entire secret room. He shook it slightly and poured a cup for Jinriksu. "Hey, this blood spirit mushroom can enhance your blood and ki, perfect for you right now." Jinriksu looked at him with surprise and pursed her lips. Her voice was exceptionally gentle compared to before. "Thank you." She reached out and took the steaming teacup. She brought it to her lips, her brows furrowed, and she gently blew on it before placing it back on the table. She looked up at Yichu. What she saw was a sea of blood, and her eyes instantly turned into a pool of autumn water. Her face flushed red. She bit her lip and quickly looked away. "Yichu," a cold voice brought Yichu back to his senses. "What's wrong?" Yichu looked at Jinriksu strangely. "I told you long ago, don't look at me with those lewd eyes. I haven't settled the score with you for seducing Zuke this morning." Jinriksu gritted her teeth, her gaze filled with resentment, but her heart was pounding uncontrollably. "Hey, don't wrong me. I didn't seduce Zuke at all. I just wanted to check on your injuries." Yichu awkwardly closed his Sharingan. He had only seduced her accidentally. "Speak, instead of spending time with your three little wives." What brings you here? Jinriksu gently touched her burning face, coldly staring at Yichu. You really have a lot of eyes. Yichu was taken aback, letting out a sigh. He had only been strolling around with Ningrongrong and the other two women for a while at dusk, and her spies had already spotted him. What I'm here for isn't urgent. Let's deal with your injury first. Deal with my injury? Jinriksu looked at Yichu in confusion. Yes, Yichu smiled indifferently, reaching out to pick up the blood spirit mushroom tea in front of Jinriksu. Using the third soul skill of the Blue Silver Emperor, Blue Silver Ice and Fire Break, he channeled the power of ice, and a layer of white frost instantly condensed on the outside of the teacup. The steaming tea became lukewarm. Jinriksu stared at him in shock. Why did this bastard's abilities seem to be endless? He didn't notice her confusion. Yichu picked up the teacup and took a small sip. He immediately handed it to Jinriksu. Here, the water temperature is just right. Jinriksu, who had just been looking puzzled, was speechless when she saw the tea Yichu handed her. She simply didn't move, frowning with a look of disgust. You actually gave me something you'd already drunk from, cough cough. It's a habit of mine. Haha, Yichu awkwardly scratched his head. Spending so much time with the girls had indeed made him much more warm-hearted. It was just that these heartwarming little habits were somewhat inappropriate. Under Jinriksu's icy gaze, Yichu quickly poured another cup, cooled it down again, and handed it to Jinriksu. She looked away, took the cup, and took a small sip. You meant you could help me heal my wounds? Yes and no. Yichu shook his head, then nodded. What do you mean? Am I being silly? Jinriksu suddenly became a little excited, accidentally aggravating her wound again. She couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Don't get excited. Yichu stood up and sat down next to her, placing his hand on her back. His life force slowly circulated. What I mean is, I can't do it alone, I need your help, Yichu said, picking up a cup of tea with his other hand and bringing it to Jinriksu's lips. Jinriksu took the cup, glaring at him. Speak, you should be able to sense it too, right? What's in your body isn't really poison, but a very strange, blood-red soul power. If it weren't for your six-winged angel martial soul, which carries a powerful divine aura, you'd probably be dead already, Yichu said, stroking his chin. He still felt he'd seen this power somewhere before. Indeed, Jinriksu nodded. She already knew what kind of soul masters the evil blood group were. This strange soul power is entangled with yours. You can't handle it alone, but you still have me, right? Yichu smiled smugly. What do you mean? Jinriksu was still a little confused. How did this get involved, Yichu? Ugh, have you forgotten about our martial soul fusion technique? Yichu rolled his eyes. Jinriksu sneered. How, so you still remember we have martial soul fusion technique training? You kept saying you'd be back to your previous training rhythm after a while, but what happened? So all you did was spend time with those three women? You're really too busy to find time for anything. Jinriksu gritted her teeth, glaring at Yichu. Her complexion, which had improved somewhat under Yichu's treatment, suddenly turned icy cold. Last time, this bastard even dared to spank her. And he hit her so hard. Well, I do have some free time later, Yichu said with a forced smile. He had originally planned to take Xiao Wu and the others back to the Heavenly Dao Imperial City as soon as possible. But Zhu Qing had some things to do, so he had to put the plan on hold. Let's not talk about this now. We'll have plenty of time to practice the martial soul fusion technique once you're better. Yichu quickly put the matter behind him. Such unpleasantness would only affect his cultivation later. HMPH, Jinriksu snorted coldly. She knew Yichu's little scheme perfectly well, but didn't expose him. He was right. Once she recovered, there would be plenty of time to deal with this lewd, womanizing bastard. So what should we do next? She could heal her injuries herself, so she certainly didn't want to trouble her grandfather. Besides, things had changed on Zhu Beng's side. If she disappeared without reason for a while, there was a risk of exposure. She had been secretly infiltrating for so many years, she didn't want all her efforts to be in vain. Ah, you bastard. What are you doing? Jinriksu suddenly exclaimed. Yichu had already picked her up and was holding her in his arms. He wasn't joking just now. He picked her up without warning. Don't get excited, I'm just carrying you over. Yichu tilted his head back, dodging Jinriksu's outstretched arms. Soon, Yichu placed her on the stone bed beside him. Now, let me see your wound first. and see if the plan is feasible. Yichu sat down opposite Jinriksu, pressed down on her shoulders, and said seriously, What are you saying, you bastard? Jinriksu's face was flushed, covered with a thin layer of anger. Her golden pupils narrowed slightly, and she hugged herself, somewhat flustered. The location of her injury was very ingenious. Although she had already been taken advantage of by this bastard's lewd martial soul and had felt her tenderness, how could she easily let this bastard see this? Isn't it your shoulder that's injured? Yichu looked at Jinriksu, who had turned from white snow to red maple leaves, strangely. Yes. That's right. Jinriksu bit her red lips and nodded with difficulty. Then there's no problem. It's not like I'm asking you to take off your clothes. Shut up, Jinriksu shouted angrily, her expression constantly changing. Looking at Yichu, who was intimidated by her, she gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. Get to the back. Facing Yichu's strange gaze, Jinriksu, her eyes red, said coldly, trembling, My wound was from an arrow, and I have another wound in my back. Get to the back right now. An arrow. Yichu was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Urged on by Jinriksu, he sat down cross-legged behind her. Yes, I'm ready. Yichu sat up straight, fully focused. In front of him, Jinriksu, who had just placed her hand on her collar with her back to him, trembled. Gritting her teeth, she hated Yichu intensely. Her movements were hesitant, and Jinriksu's collar slowly slid down, revealing only her shoulders. Those snow-white shoulders could be described as perfectly rounded. Yichu, who was slightly taller than her, could even see her delicate collarbones. Although it was only her shoulders, it was the first time she had ever exposed so much of herself in front of a man. In Yichu's vision, the corners of her cheeks were no longer pale, only a blood-red vermilion color remained. Even the tips of her ears looked as if they were about to bleed. Her fair back, like porcelain, was slowly draped in a layer of pink. Jinriksu was also bandaging her wounds. A piece of white silk was wrapped around her injured areas, passing under her armpits. On that white silk, there was a glaring patch of blood. Hiss! Jinriksu endured the pain and pulled off the white silk. Instantly, the wound came into Yichu's view. Such a perfect back, yet it bore an unsightly bloody wound. Below her left shoulder, there was a bloody hole. With Yichu's eyesight, he could even see through the hole to the other side. Seeing the appearance of this wound, Yichu couldn't help but frown. Around the wound, there seemed to be a strange soul force spreading and corroding outwards. Around the wound, a small patch of skin had disappeared, exposing the blood beneath. It was truly an eyesore. Noticing the prolonged silence behind her, Jinriksu was too embarrassed to turn around. She could only grit her teeth and speak. What? Is it ugly? She knew exactly what her wound looked like. No, apart from the injured area, the rest is still beautiful, Yichu said truthfully. His eternal kaleidoscope eyes shone brightly. Hearing Yichu's words, Jinriksu's back flushed even more. She didn't know why she had asked such a question. Yichu, however, wasn't surprised. It was normal for girls to be concerned about such things. He then said seriously, Next, I'll try to clear away the strange soul power around your wound. Okay, Jinriksu nodded, saying nothing more. Yichu relaxed his body and exhaled a breath of warm air. The breath brushed against Jinriksu's porcelain-like back, causing a slight tremor. While she felt a slight itch, her pink clothes deepened. Amaterasu. Kagatsuchi. Yichu extended his left index finger, his right eye suddenly becoming bloodshot. A small wisp of black flame ignited at his fingertip. Maintaining this wisp of black flame, Yichu slowly brought his index finger closer to the wound on Jinriksu's shoulder. At the same time, he instructed, If it hurts, bear with it. I'll try to be careful, okay, I know. Before Jinriksu finished speaking, Yichu had already touched the edge of her wound with his finger. As the delicate body in front of him trembled, Yichu's heart also stirred slightly. It felt as smooth as porcelain to the touch. Only because the situation was different now did he feel a slight heat. Yichu's eyes narrowed, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. This was the first time he had used Kagatsuchi to perform such a delicate operation. The blood-red soul power wrapped around him had nowhere to hide under Yichu's Sharingan. Wherever the black flame passed, that soul power was instantly burned away. In just a few breaths, it was completely cleared away. Whoosh, the black flame in his hand dissipated. Yichu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Jinriksu's back was also covered in fine beads of sweat. Okay, Okay, this was a tone Yichu had never heard from Jinriksu since he met her. Shy, so very shy. Let me help your back heal first. As he spoke, a faint green light emanated from Yichu's hand as he pressed it against her back, placing it on her wound. Jinriksu let out a soft moan. Her entire face and head were flushed red. All traces of holiness and majesty had long been forgotten. The heat from Yichu's palm caused her temperature to rise rapidly. Fortunately, the Blue-Silver Emperor's first soul skill, Endless Life, was no less powerful than the Nine-Heart Begonya's healing ability. It didn't last long before Yichu withdrew his hand. All done. Perfect as before, Yichu chuckled, feeling a sense of accomplishment, as if he had saved a work of art. At the same time, a deep sense of doubt lingered. This aura was becoming increasingly familiar. Thank you, Jinriksu whispered. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to pull the exposed skin up to her shoulders and cover herself again, Yichu's voice made her body tremble. Her lingering crimson face turned blood red. Very good, very successful. Next, we should treat the wound on your shoulder. What did you say? The front too. Jinriksu was astonished and tightened her clothes. Yes, we'll treat the external wound first, and then we'll deal with the internal ones. Before he finished speaking, Yichu was already about to get off the stone bed and walk towards her. He didn't care much about the shoulder wound. Alright, Jinriksu gritted her teeth. Her eyes, as deep as an autumn lake, rippled with the falling leaves. She looked at Yichu, who was now sitting in front of her, looking at her. Her head was lowered, and her lips were almost bleeding from being bitten. Her robes slipped down again, exposing her shoulders. The long robe had been transformed into a strapless dress. Yichu quickly saw the wound on her shoulder. The location was indeed somewhat delicate. A slight bruise could be vaguely seen. The assassin was truly ruthless. Hurry up, Jinriksu said, her eyes closed, her body trembling slightly. Already injured, sitting for so long was taking its toll. Okay, having already experienced the first time, Yichu was quite adept. Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi were used in turn. After a few shivers from Jinriksu, the evil soul power swirling around her wound was completely cleared away. Just as he was about to reach out and heal her wound, Yichu froze. He finally remembered why this aura felt familiar. It was that night, when Erming took him and Rongrong to hunt souls, the blood arrow he encountered. He had only seen a large, blood-red bow because of the distance. At this moment, Jinriksu had been waiting for Yichu. After a long silence, she opened her eyes, immediately filled with embarrassment and anger. Yichu had been staring at her wound. She cried out in shame and indignation, "You bastard!" Yichu was also startled awake by her voice. He quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I was just thinking about something, it was just a shoulder." Yichu wasn't inexperienced. The sweet and soft Xiao Wu was quite something. Yichu suppressed his surprise and used his unending vitality technique. Amidst Jinriksu's muffled groans and curses, it instantly adhered to her wound. Compared to her back, this was significantly gentler. Within a few breaths, Jinriksu's external injury was treated. Jinriksu pulled up her clothes, breathing heavily. She was drenched in sweat, her eyes seemingly capable of killing. She glared fiercely at Yichu. Yichu, however, extended a hand. "Let me help you adjust your condition." Jinriksu's face was covered in hair, making it difficult to see her features at first glance. She gave Yichu a cold look before looking away. "Hey, don't be so willful," Yichu said helplessly. He hadn't gained any advantage. His eyes hurt a lot when he used Amaterasu. Although he had only created a small flame, the external injury was just an appetizer. The real problem was the residual blood-red soul power in Jinriksu's body. You should adjust your energy and spirit first. Later, we'll use the cultivation process of the martial soul fusion technique to cleanse the toxins in your body. With that, Yichu activated his blue-silver domain. The blue-silver domain spun continuously, emitting fragrant aromas. Faint blue and red lights appeared alternately. Jinriksu, who was disheveled, her hair sticking to her face, her clothes in disarray, looking like she had been bullied, immediately felt her body relax a lot. A warm aura surged towards her. The sweat on her body slowly evaporated. Then came a chill, which cleared her mind considerably. Jinriksu looked at Yichu in surprise. She had experienced this domain before, and it definitely didn't have this ability to alternate between hot and cold. Had this guy's domain awakened a second time? She had heard every word Yichu said earlier. Seeing that Yichu was also resting with his eyes closed, ignoring her, she simply sat up cross-legged and began to slowly adjust her state. After a while, Yichu opened his eyes first and looked at Jinriksu. "How are you?" "Ready." Jinriksu slowly woke up. "Yes, ready. Then let's begin." Yichu stood up and stood in front of Jinriksu, opening his arms to her. Jinriksu took a deep breath. She also tilted her head back and opened her arms. This gesture of asking for a hug and being lifted up made her feel a little embarrassed. Yichu didn't stand on ceremony and leaned over, placing his head on her shoulder. He then easily lifted Jinriksu up from under his arms. Jinriksu blushed and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her long, shapely legs also encircled Yichu. As her body pressed against him, Yichu felt a soft pressure. He could feel her heartbeat through her skin. Their faces rubbed together, both burning hot. Considering Jinriksu's limited mobility, Yichu let her cling to him for now. He then sat cross-legged, letting her sit on his lap to prevent her from moving around. After a long separation, they faced each other, foreheads touching. Their deep blue eyes met his golden gaze, both momentarily stunned. Then they looked away, feeling each other's breath on their faces. Their hearts remained unsettled. Yichu lifted his arms from hers, cupped her fair cheeks in his hands, and made her look at him. He said in a deep voice, "Listen. Let's review first, then we'll proceed with a healing. Understand, mm?" Jinriksu looked at the somewhat assertive and serious Yichu, and suddenly felt a pang of fear. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she dared not look any longer. She closed her eyes shyly. "Let's begin. This time, I'll take the lead," Yichu said, then closed his eyes. He followed the soul power circulation route recorded in the Two Elements Heart Sutra, driving the soul power within his body. Just as he closed his eyes, Jinriksu opened them a crack. Looking at Yichu, her eyes were filled with longing. Jinriksu frowned, suppressing the thoughts in her heart, and closed her eyes tightly again. She quickly entered the state of concentration. Although they couldn't see each other clearly, the two, embracing each other, could still clearly feel each other's presence. The soft pressure in front of him made Yichu want to breathe more vigorously. His hot breath, hitting Jinriksu's face, always reflected a blush. With each breath, they were enveloped in each other's presence. Gradually, as their minds emptied, their complexions returned to normal, as if they could no longer sense the presence of their physical bodies. Above them, space tore open, and a pair of blood-red eyes made their dazzling appearance, illuminating the entire secret chamber. 3 tomos spun, converging and then unfolding. The magnificent, crimson-purple kaleidoscope loomed at their brows, also radiating blood-red light, illuminating Jinriksu's face. Then, a golden 6-winged angel hovered in the air. Holy fire ignited on its body, its radiance rivaling the blood-red light, each illuminating half of the secret chamber. Jinriksu's brow shimmered with the golden light, emanating a sacred and noble aura. Gradually, the light clusters at their brows slowly merged together, the process proceeding smoothly. Golden light enveloped blood-red light, the colors constantly alternating. Their spiritual power resided within the light clusters at their brows, intertwining. "You are in me, and I am in you." This was a space shared by their spiritual energies. Yichu tried to call out to Jinriksu. "Everything's normal. Let's officially begin in a bit, remember. I'll be in charge this time, okay?" Jinriksu's voice rang in Yichu's mind. There were no extra words. Although he found it strange that her tone was suddenly so cheerful, Yichu didn't have time to think about it. Little did he know, outside the spiritual space, a smile appeared on Jinriksu's lips. This time, she could actually see some of Yichu's little thoughts. This had never happened before. "Just cooperate well from now on," Yichu reminded her again. "Do we really have to do this? Will it be?" Jinriksu's voice was somewhat worried. She had already learned of Yichu's plan through the spiritual link. "Don't worry, although it's a bit dangerous. But I won't hurt you," Yichu's voice rang out with a faint smile. This was also a considerable challenge for him, but with a martial soul fusion technique, he was confident. "You?" Jinriksu's voice was somewhat angry. She was clearly worried about him. As expected, she was still as ungrateful as ever. Patiently, he said softly, "Yes, I will cooperate with you, then let's begin." Yichu's voice fell. Suddenly, the soul power on both of them surged and intertwined, like a giant cocoon, enveloping them completely. Inside the secret chamber, Beneath the large red and purple eyes in the sky, 3 soul rings, one purple and one black, suddenly rose. Below the 6-winged angel, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings also appeared, 5 in total. Suddenly, Yichu's second and third soul rings flashed, Amaterasu. Kagutsuchi, Jinrinksu's 5th soul ring flashed, Holy Sword, composed of holy fire. Then, the blood-red pupil transformed into a streak of crimson light. The 6-winged angel transformed into a streak of golden light. Intertwined, the golden-red light filled the entire secret chamber. The 2 streaks of light instantly surged into the golden-red soul power cocoon. Meanwhile, inside the cocoon, Yichu tightly embraced the delicate body in his arms. Her waist was slender yet voluptuous, soft yet firm. This time, Yichu refused Jinrinksu's soul power flowing towards him. Jinrinksu also subtly tightened her embrace, cooperating with him as best she could. She welcomed Yichu's soul power flowing into her body, filling her limited meridians to capacity. Yichu's soul power was wreathed in Amaterasu black flame, while Jinrinksu's soul power was mixed with sacred fire. Their clothes were instantly reduced to ashes by the leaking flames. They naturally had a view of the outside world and were fully aware of their own condition. Both of them turned crimson and were covered in a fine sweat. Though extremely shy, Jinrinksu still held Yichu tightly. Gradually, their soul powers merged together. Golden flames mixed with black appeared on their bodies. When their soul powers completely merged, the crimson soul power entangled within Jinrinksu's soul power vanished in an instant. 10,000 word update, wishing everyone a pleasant life. Chapter 212 Lying. The entire process went smoothly, but the inherent dangers kept Yichu focused. He had to ignite the Amaterasu fire directly within Jinrinksu's body without damaging her meridians. This task was quite challenging for Yichu, consuming a significant amount of his mental energy. Yichu's face turned pale, and crimson blood trickled from the corners of his eyes, evaporating before it could drip, leaving only faint traces on his face. Holding the flawless, white-skinned Jinrinksu before him, his arms around her slender, unobstructed waist, the smooth, silky feel stirred a restless desire within him. A surge of heat rose in his danshin. Jinrinksu, now completely exposed to Yichu, suddenly trembled slightly, her body turning pink. In Yichu's mind, her coquettish, embarrassed voice echoed. Yichu, don't let your mind wander like this. Jinrinksu had already glimpsed into Yichu's mind. The thoughts that were now appearing were like garbage, those holographic projections of indecent images. They almost made her blush with embarrassment. Sorry, Yichu's voice was weak, tinged with awkwardness. He couldn't help it, he was a normal man. If he were hugging Ning Rongrong like this, and he didn't show any reaction, she would definitely suspect there was something wrong with his body. Suppressing the romantic feelings in his heart, he channeled the power of the mini-ice spring within his body. Yichu's body suddenly became icy cold. Jinrinksu, stimulated by the chill, also shivered. Their minds cleared considerably. The hot, ambiguous atmosphere quickly crumbled. They threw their unrealistic fantasies to the back of their minds. Yichu's voice was somewhat serious. Next, let's deal with the toxins that have already invaded our meridians, Jinrinksu responded softly. Then, she softly instructed Yichu, don't force yourself. If you can't do it the first time, we can try a few more times. Though she said this, the thought of having to be so open with each other a few more times made her head spin. Okay, Yichu responded. Then, the spiritual space stopped alternating colors inside and out, maintaining a state of blood red enveloped in golden light. The combined soul power of the two, carrying the Amaterasu fire and the divine fire, continuously circulated within Jinrinksu's body, putting a strain on her meridians, causing a flash of pain on her face. Yichu frowned. His blue-silver domain unfolded beneath him, slowly emitting green light and a faint fragrance, clearing away the negative effects on both of them and repairing the areas he had injured her with his improper operation. Jinrinksu also unfolded her angel domain. The divine power contained within also had a certain healing effect. With the two domains overlapping, both of their attributes received a significant boost. Yichu's work of clearing the toxins was able to proceed more smoothly. The scorching black gold soul power circulated continuously. Yichu's body began to sweat, and blood trickled from the corners of his eyes. This soul power was constantly cleansing Jinrinksu's limbs and bones, clearing toxins and greatly improving her physical attributes. Time passed. After a difficult cycle through Jin Ringsu's body, Yichu's spiritual power was almost insufficient to sustain him. The Amaterasu fire slowly extinguished. The sacred fire returned to Jin Ringsu's body. The golden-red cocoon slowly dissipated. The domain beneath them stopped rotating and slowly disappeared. In the now darkened secret chamber, the lone man and woman embraced, only their foreheads flashing with golden-red light crack. The spiritual space split open. Their consciousnesses returned to their bodies. PFFT, Yichu, holding Jin Ringsu in his arms, fell straight backward onto the stone bed. Ugh! Jin Ringsu groaned softly. She clung to his neck, collapsing weakly into Yichu's arms. Pressing herself against him, she knelt on top of him, breathing heavily. Their bodies mingled in heat. Jin Ringsu's face was flushed, biting her red lips, afraid to move. She buried her head in Yichu's body, closing her eyes, trying to feign unconsciousness. After waiting for a long time, and seeing no movement from Yichu beneath her, she finally managed to prop herself up. The gentle pressure lessened slightly, and Yichu's breathing became easier and more relaxed. Yichu? Yichu? Seeing Yichu was still, a hint of panic suddenly appeared on Jin Ringsu's face. She shook him repeatedly, carefully checking him. She then discovered that he had overexerted his mental and soul power and had already passed out. Ascending Yichu, her upper body slightly supported by her arms, she still pressed tightly against him. She could still feel Yichu's powerful heartbeat in his burning heat. "This guy, I told you not to force yourself," she grumbled reproachfully, her eyes filled with concern. Jin Ringsu reached out and brushed the strands of hair that were stuck to Yichu's face. She gently touched Yichu's cheek, a hint of shyness and surprise on her face. She poked him uncertainly, her brows furrowing slightly, a hint of displeasure in her heart. This guy's skin seemed much better than hers. Jin Ringsu stared blankly at his eyebrows, nose, and mouth, her eyes shimmering. She had to admit, Yichu was indeed quite handsome. No wonder Zuke couldn't forget him. Her soft hand gently stroked Yichu's cheek, the movement delicate, as if wiping away the dried blood stains. As she looked, she recalled the rubbish that had crossed his mind. Instantly, her face flushed, and her heart raced. Quietly watching him, as if possessed, Jin Ringsu slowly leaned down. Her four red lips slowly approached. Yichu's breath gradually intensified. She had only touched him a little, feeling a slight warmth, when Jin Ringsu's delicate body trembled slightly. She quickly mustered her strength and pulled away from Yichu. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she gently stroked her lips, her face flushed. Looking at Yichu, who was still lying there motionless, her body tingled at the point of contact, and her heart pounded uncontrollably. "Consider this your payment for healing me," she whispered. She glanced at Yichu and spat inwardly. She took out a robe from her soul tool and draped it over Yichu's shoulders. Then she crossed her arms to make walking easier, so she wouldn't lose her balance. The ground was cold under her bare feet. Just as she was about to open the secret door to her boudoir in the secret chamber, her peripheral vision caught sight of the tea on the stone table. She slowly stepped forward and drank the tea that Yichu had tested for her temperature in one gulp. Then, blushing, she opened the secret door to the secret chamber. Embracing herself, she went into her boudoir to bathe again. The night faded. The heavenly Dao Imperial City welcomed the first rays of dawn. At this moment, Yichu lay on a soft, large bed, still asleep. Outside the purple gauze curtains were some everyday household furniture. The exquisite decorations all revealed that this was a woman's boudoir. The outer chamber was quiet. In the Crown Prince's residence, in the study, Jin Ringsu, now in the form of Zuking, was dealing with the trivial matters that had piled up recently. Her energy and spirit were completely different from last night. Her golden hair was dry and crisp. Her refined and gentle face, bright eyes and white teeth, were rosy. She looked at the documents in her hands with a faint smile on her face. Beside her, the two brothers, Jin Jun and Jiang Mo, stood guard on either side of her. Looking at Jin Ringsu, who had recovered completely overnight, Jin Jun Douluo was somewhat puzzled. "Xiaoxu, are you really alright, Uncle Qianjin?" "I'm completely healed, much better than before I was injured." Jin Ringsu put down what she was holding and smiled confidently. She could clearly feel that her physical strength had increased significantly, and her cultivation was more solid. "Was it that kid who healed you?" demon-slaying Douluo suddenly asked. "Yes." Mentioning Yichu, Jin Ringsu's face suddenly flushed. She nodded, seemingly a little guilty. I didn't expect Yichu to have such abilities. Having received confirmation, Qianjin Douluo smiled with relief. He is indeed a rare genius. After praising Yichu, he looked at Jinringsu with a hint of mockery. Xiaoxu, are you really not going to consider it? I'll consider what? Jinringsu panicked, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Haha. I was just joking, but the Jin family only has you as their sole heir. Qianjin Douluo smiled casually. He was utterly loyal to the Jin family. He was considering all of this for the sake of the six-winged angel's legacy. Although Qianjin Douluo had only said it casually, it still made Jinringsu pause for a moment. She asked herself honestly. If she had to choose, that bastard was indeed a good choice. His strength, talent, appearance, etc., were the best she had ever seen, and he could even perform a martial soul fusion technique with her. But that guy had too many women, and there might be some she didn't know about. She pursed her lips. Uncle Qianjin, the affairs of the Heaven Dao Empire are not over yet. I don't want to think about these things. Qianjin Douluo was about to say something more when... Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Jinringsu's voice fell. Sitten and Snakespear entered. Snakespear Douluo was carrying a food box. Young master, the medicinal meal you requested has been prepared. After this assassination attempt, Jinringsu had become much more cautious, having Sitten and Snakespear keep an eye on her meals. Then give it to me. Jinringsu stood up and picked up the food box. After weighing it in her hand for a moment, she turned and walked towards the hidden door. Uncles, I won't keep you company for now. With that, she walked into the secret passage. As the hidden door closed, demon-slaying Douluo looked at his twin brother with some curiosity. Big brother, you think so highly of that kid? Qianjin Douluo smiled faintly and found a seat. Rather than saying I think highly of Yichu, it's more accurate to say it's Xiaoxu herself. What's the use of us saying anything about this? Given her personality, he had just taken in some of Jinringsu's little expressions. This medicinal meal was most likely prepared for that kid, in the secret passage. Jinringsu's body emitted a golden glow. As she walked forward, her golden hair grew longer and smoother. Her figure became fuller and more shapely again. She arrived at the secret room, carrying the food box to the hidden door leading to her boudoir. Thump. She placed the food box on the table in the middle. Jinringsu sat down on the edge of the bed, looking at Yichu who was still fast asleep. Jinjun Douluo's words echoed in her ears, and her face lit up with a radiant glow. She felt a surge of embarrassment and annoyance. She had really suffered a great loss this time. This guy had seen everything. Yichu, lying on the bed, inhaled the fragrance in the air, looking relaxed. He seemed to be having a pleasant dream. A smile played on his lips, a contented expression. Still smiling, Jinringsu glared at him. She reached out and pinched Yichu's face, rubbing it, but her own face felt hotter. Let bygones be bygones, but what happened last night? How should I treat you? She murmured to herself, looking at the exceptionally handsome Yichu. She didn't notice the slight movement of Yichu's fingers extending from under the covers. Jinringsu's soft hand brushed against Yichu's eyebrows and nose. Suddenly, she felt an urge to forcibly possess Yichu. Jinringsu, the dignified heir of the six-winged angel. Her innate soul power was at level 20. Her cultivation and strength were always far superior to her peers. Who could possibly make her suffer so many defeats? Being bewitched by this bastard's martial soul, throwing herself at him and being manipulated multiple times was bad enough. This scoundrel was also the first person to dare spank her. And after last night, there were hardly any secrets left. Yet Yichu remained as mysterious as ever. She knew very little about him. The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to tear apart the thick fog blocking Yichu's path. Her slender, jade-like fingers danced across Yichu's face. What should I do? She gently touched the corner of his upturned lips, her expression gradually becoming dangerous. How? Jinringsu bit her lip, giving a cold laugh, and withdrew her hand. Looking at Yichu, her lips curled up, and she slowly lowered her head. Sensing a hint of hostility, Yichu's eyelashes suddenly trembled, a red light flashing within them. Their lips met. Yichu suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze meeting three swirling black tomo. Their eyes locked. Jinringsu blushed, her red lips pressed against Yichu's, ceasing their movement. Then her body stiffened. Caught off guard, pink mist welled from the depths of her golden pupils. Jinringsu fell against Yichu without resistance. The bloodlust in Yichu's eyes quickly dimmed. His mind, still hazy from just waking, was reeling. Why would Jin Ringsu kiss him first? In Yichu's somewhat dazed gaze, Jin Ringsu's face swayed. Still confused, thinking it was a dream, Yichu didn't refuse the sweet taste in his mouth. He reached out and embraced Jin Ringsu's waist, pulling her closer. Everything proceeded smoothly, according to procedure. Jin Ringsu's eyes were filled with infatuation, her breathing rapid, as she slowly pulled Yichu's shoulders. HMPH, a muffled groan suddenly rang out. Jin Ringsu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. Her eyes immediately cleared. Looking at Yichu, who was still unconscious with his eyes closed, her eyes flashed with shame, anger, and fierceness. She abruptly sat up. A sharp pain shot through her lips, and a drop of bright red blood appeared. "You bastard!" Thud, Jin Ringsu shouted, followed by a muffled thud. She punched Yichu in the stomach. Ugh, cough, cough. Still somewhat dazed, Yichu immediately clutched his stomach and coughed incessantly. Jin Ringsu touched her own lips with her fingertip. Her still somewhat glossy lips were stained with blood. The burning pain in her stomach also brought Yichu back to his senses. He paused for a moment. Finally, he remembered that he had lost consciousness after healing Jin Ringsu. His eyes darted around erratically as he looked around. Purple gauze curtains, a fragrant silk quilt covering him. A familiar fragrance lingered in the air. He took a deep breath and rubbed his stomach. There seemed to be a faint taste of blood in his mouth. His gaze fell on Jin Ringsu, who stood beside him, her eyes blazing with fury. He looked at her strangely. He scratched his hair and forced a smile. "Sorry. I thought this was a dream." "A dream?" Jin Ringsu blushed, glaring at Yichu. "You shameless bastard. Just because it's a dream doesn't mean you can do whatever you want." If he weren't still so weak, she would have slashed him with her divine sword. "I sensed some hostility, and when I opened my eyes, I saw you were about to do something to me." Yichu was speechless at this, looking at Jin Ringsu with a strange feeling. He gave a wry smile, covered his forehead, closed his eyes, and murmured, "That's why I thought it was a dream." Hearing Yichu's words, Jin Ringsu stiffened, her face turning red all the way to her neck. She realized Yichu had caught her red-handed. Her expression was flustered, and she was too embarrassed to bring it up again. Yichu, however, closed his eyes, covering his face, and carefully recalled what had happened. Since what had just happened wasn't a dream, then Jin Ringsu. Thinking of this, Yichu reopened his eyes and turned to look at Jin Ringsu, who was still standing beside him. He stared intently into her eyes, unmoving. Under Yichu's gaze, Jin Ringsu seemed to lose her senses, forgetting to breathe, her pretty face flushed crimson. Her eyes, like autumn waves, shimmered and darted away. In just an instant, the courage she had once possessed to possess Yichu seemed to have been emptied. Yichu stared blankly at her, a hint of surprise and understanding flashing in his eyes. He was no longer the naive newcomer he used to be. He recalled the conditions Jin Ringsu had proposed during their last meeting. While he was even more certain of his thoughts, he also felt a headache coming on. Getting involved with such a proud woman didn't seem like a pleasant prospect. Seeing Yichu's knowing yet conflicted and increasingly strange gaze, Jin Ringsu couldn't take it anymore and gasped for breath. She cried out, What are you looking at?" Yichu calmly turned his head, looking at the ceiling. His voice was flat. "Nothing." Yichu's indifference made Jin Ringsu's breath catch in her throat. A chill ran through her. Did this guy know what she was thinking? After a moment of silence, Jin Ringsu finally spoke. "Get up quickly, I've prepared some food for you." Yichu didn't react. Jin Ringsu frowned and called out again, "Yichu, ah." "Oh, I know," Yichu responded, directly throwing off the covers and getting up. "Ah, you bastard," Jin Ringsu exclaimed, suddenly covering her eyes and turning her back. "Damn it," Yichu exclaimed, quickly pulling the blanket back up. Clutching the blanket, he looked incredibly embarrassed. "Why didn't you call someone to help me get dressed?" "How could I call someone in to help you in that situation?" Jin Ringsu said, both ashamed and indignant. What would others think if they came in and saw a naked man in her room? She was already being generous by carrying him to her bed. Wait a minute." Yichu, still clutching the blanket, activated his divine power and vanished, blanket and all. Noticing the silence behind her, Jin Ringsu turned around, looking left and right. She couldn't see Yichu anywhere. After a while, Yichu reappeared, dressed, still holding her snow-white silk blanket. This little incident instantly dispelled the tense atmosphere. Their eyes met briefly, then looked away, both avoiding her gaze. They went their separate ways. Yichu put the blanket back down. Jin Ringsu walked to the table and sat down, slowly taking the contents out of the food box. Your injuries should be almost healed, right? It's all better now, thank you so much, you're welcome. As he spoke, Yichu sat down at the table. Jin Ringsu pushed the tea she had already poured towards Yichu. Yichu took a sip, somewhat surprised. This was actually the blood spirit mushroom he had brewed? I felt you needed this more right now, so I had it warmed up, Jin Ringsu said casually. She then pushed a small bowl of medicinal food towards Yichu. Her eyes never left Yichu, as if trying to discern something. Yichu lowered his head and slowly ate his breakfast. This medicinal food was indeed quite good. The depleted soul power in his body was recovering much faster. Seeing Yichu deliberately avoiding her, Jin Ringsu gritted her teeth and snorted coldly. Speak, what do you want to ask me? When it came to business, Yichu quickly stopped eating. I want to know the background of those people, the evil blood Douluo. Where do they come from? They are a group of fallen ones, or rather, evil soul masters. They all came from Death Valley. Jin Ringsu didn't say much, directly telling Yichu what he wanted to know. Death Valley? Isn't that your spirit hall's territory? How come I've never heard you mention them before? Yichu looked at her in confusion. The original story only mentioned Death Valley briefly. Yichu only remembered that the spirit hall's golden generation underwent trials of life and death there. Although the effects of these trials, besides increasing their cultivation levels, weren't particularly noticeable. HMPH. I only learned about their origins after I was injured. Jin Ringsu snorted coldly, her face unpleasant, even showing a hint of disgust. Yichu looked at her in confusion. He put down his spoon and asked in surprise, with your status, surely you have access to these things, do you think that's possible? Jin Ringsu glared at Yichu. It's all because that madwoman deliberately concealed all this. If I hadn't been injured, Grandpa would still be in the dark. Madwoman? Yichu looked at her strangely, feeling that there was something off about her tone when she mentioned this madwoman. Just as he was about to ask, Jin Ringsu's voice rang out again. According to Grandpa, these evil soul masters aren't even from this continent. They're not from this continent. Yichu looked at her in shock. That's right. They came here through a special passage used by our ancestors decades ago and then abandoned. This is the answer Grandpa got after consulting with our ancestors. Our ancestors? Yichu was shocked again, his mind a little blank. He blurted out a question out of nowhere. Are your ancestors still alive, Yichu? What do you mean by this? Jin Ringsu's face immediately darkened, wishing she could slap him. This was the faith of her Jin family and even the entire spirit hall. Wait for me, let me catch my breath. Yichu reached out to stop her, covering his face, processing the information he had received. The origins of the evil blood were now clear. It must be from the Sun and Moon continent. As for the ancestor Jin Ringsu mentioned, it's obvious who it is. The deity the Jin family serves, the angel god. But this is too outrageous. The angel god has actually appeared? The evil soul masters from the Sun and Moon continent have landed ahead of schedule? What on earth did that damned Yixiu do? Yichu suddenly wanted to deny his guess about Yixiu. He had no reason to cause such a big incident. What's wrong with you? Jin Ringsu looked at him suspiciously. Is it strange that his ancestor could manifest? That's a deity. Nothing. Yichu scratched his head and asked again, so, you should also know that there's a group of evil soul masters in the Star Luo Empire, right? Yes, I know. Jin Ringsu nodded, giving him a cold look. She wasn't curious why he knew this news. After all, among his women were women from the Star Luo Zhu family. Then your spirit hall hasn't taken any action. Yichu looked at her strangely. Jin Daoliu just watched? Do you think we don't want to deal with them? But moving one thread affects the whole situation. It's not just our plans that will be disrupted, the exposure of our strength, the loss of combat power, the indifference of other forces, and the hidden evil spirit masters. All of these are very important reasons. Moreover, according to our ancestors, although most of them have flawed martial spirits, there are quite a few strong individuals among them. Although the special passage in Death Valley can no longer be used, they have mastered other methods. If we don't kill them outright and instead provoke a backlash, the entire continent will be thrown into turmoil. Furthermore, after saying a lot in one breath, Jin Ringsu's voice suddenly paused. A puzzled expression appeared on her face. Furthermore, what? Yichu asked, puzzled. Furthermore. Grandpa said that I should be left to deal with these evil spirit masters. Jinriksu looked at Yichu with some confusion. She didn't quite understand why. Yichu, on the other hand, seemed to understand a little. This might be part of the future angel god trial. Yichu let out a long breath. What Jinriksu said was indeed not without reason. At least the continent is relatively peaceful now. If a conflict were to break out, given the complex web of forces on the Douluo continent, some forces might take advantage of the chaos, stand by indifferently, or even side with the evil soul masters, plunging the continent into bloodshed. Yichu temporarily set those things aside and continued to press for what he wanted to know. By the way, who is that crazy woman you mentioned earlier, the current pope of the spirit hall? Jinriksu's expression turned cold when she mentioned her. Yichu thought to himself, sure enough, it's Bibi Dong, but how could she, who inherited the Azure God's position, still be insane? Ahem, Yichu coughed twice, cautiously asking, what's your relationship with that crazy woman you mentioned, Why are you asking this? Jinriksu frowned, looking at him strangely. I'm just curious, Yichu explained with a dry laugh. A hint of suspicion flashed across Jinriksu's face as she observed him for a moment, but found nothing unusual. There's nothing I can't say. One of the reasons I came here is to avoid her. Avoid her? Yichu was completely stunned. You used the wrong word, didn't you? Why not? That crazy woman has always thought I'm her daughter, and she even wishes I were dead. She's a lunatic. Thinking of the crazy woman, Jinriksu felt a headache coming on. She didn't know why Grandpa chose her as Pope. Sister Dong was clearly more suitable. Yichu froze. He felt like he'd gone mad. Did Jinriksu not recognize her mother? Or had she really changed mothers? What's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with my answer? His strange behavior made Jinriksu roll her eyes. Why had this jerk suddenly become so neurotic? No, I'm fine, I'm just too surprised. Yichu took 2 deep breaths. He asked again. May I ask, who is your father, Yichu? Don't you think you're being a bit too curious? Besides, you could probably figure this out yourself, right? Jinriksu's face flushed with anger. Yichu stiffened his neck, somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, he then closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. Asking such a question would be the work of a madman. Hadn't Jinriksu's martial soul already provided the answer? This meant that Bibi Dong also seemed to have a serious problem. Even Jinriksu's background might be questionable. Yichu felt a headache coming on. Jinriksu looked at Yichu, who had stopped talking and instead picked up his spoon again to eat. She asked, finished asking, finished? Yichu looked up and wiped his mouth. He had finished asking and finished eating. He felt a chill in his heart. The future was now even more uncertain. Since you've finished eating, come with me. Jinriksu got up and walked to a desk next to her. Yichu looked at her with a puzzled expression and followed closely behind. Although the house was small, it was fully equipped with all the necessary furniture, and behind the screen in the corner, there seemed to be a small bathtub. Yichu followed Jinriksu to the desk, where Jinriksu squatted down and opened the bottom drawer. Yichu's gaze was drawn to a book on the table. It was the Two Elements Heart Sutra, which he had seen before. What intrigued Yichu was that it seemed to contain some fragmented pages. Yichu picked it up and flipped through a couple of pages. The contents immediately stunned him. Most of the information seemed to be related to himself, and also to Zhu Zhuking and the other girls. Flipping through further, he discovered a specimen of a lily of the valley, emitting a faint, elegant fragrance. Yichu's heart skipped a beat. Some things he had just confirmed became even clearer. He remembered this flower. It seemed to be one he had left for Jinriksu. Looking further, he saw the missing pages of the Two Elements Heart Sutra. After a quick glance, Yichu's expression turned strange. He looked up at Jinriksu, only to meet her gaze with a pair of deep, golden eyes. The golden pupils trembled, as if she were very nervous. Jinriksu held a long brocade box, her face flushed. She had been watching Yichu for a long time, but hadn't disturbed him. She gave him a deep look, her eyes filled with inquiry. She had already suspected that Yichu had noticed her gaze. Yichu immediately panicked and put the box back. He knew perfectly well what it meant. I'm sorry, Yichu didn't know how to explain prying into someone's privacy. But he had genuinely only been curious about the later pages of the Two Elements Heart Sutra. Seeing Yichu's avoidance, Jinriksu frowned. A nameless anger suddenly rose within her. She chuckled coldly to herself. She calmly picked up what Yichu had put down. Her rosy face was radiant, but her eyes were somewhat cold. Her voice was flat. Why didn't you look? What are you afraid of? Did I scare you? Yichu opened his mouth but didn't speak. His eyes darted away. Jinriksu looked at him coldly, her pretty face growing hotter and hotter. Do you already know? Yichu's heart skipped a beat, and he asked tentatively, which one are you talking about? Everything, Jinriksu said coldly, waving the book in her hand. The contents of this book, and, she glanced at Yichu shyly, gritted her teeth, her face like a peach blossom, her eyes like water. And the fact that I kissed you just now, yes, I do know. I understand your feelings for me, Yichu nodded calmly. He even added an important detail for her, looking directly at her without flinching. Then why were you afraid just now? Why did you pretend you didn't know? Jinriksu's heart pounded. She put down what she was holding and walked up to Yichu. We're not suitable, Yichu said calmly. Not suitable? Jinriksu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled coldly. If we're not suitable, then why did you have such filthy thoughts when you saved me last night? If we're not suitable, why did you hug me when you thought it was a dream? If we're not suitable, why did you save me in the first place? Jinriksu kept questioning Yichu while also getting closer to him. Yichu stood there, stunned. It seemed he wanted to prove that he wasn't afraid at all. Gradually, their bodies were even pressed together. Answer me, Jinriksu's face was inches away. Her words were accompanied by a fragrant breeze. This close contact allowed both of them to clearly feel each other's heartbeats. Yichu stared at Jinriksu's blushing face, her scent filling his breath. Without much thought, he quickly answered the questions one by one. I saved you only because we're friends. Having those thoughts last night is normal. Jinriksu pressed tightly against Yichu, her previously shy expression suddenly turned ashen. Yichu's heartbeat remained completely still. In other words, these were the truth. Could it be that this bastard had absolutely no feelings for her? Jinriksu stubbornly stared at Yichu, biting her red lips where he had bitten her earlier, a few drops of blood seeping from them. She listened quietly to Yichu's final answer. I didn't refuse you just now because I didn't realize it. PFFT, ha ha ha. Jinriksu, whose face had been pale, suddenly burst into laughter. She looked at Yichu with a smile. Yichu frowned, somewhat embarrassed. Jinriksu, laughing heartily, her breathing fluctuated, her chest heaving. The ever-changing pressure made him somewhat distracted. After laughing, Jinriksu tilted her head slightly, a hint of mockery, smugness, and sarcasm on her face. Yichu, you're lying. Just now, you weren't just not refusing, you clearly wanted to devour me, and when I laughed just now, your heartbeat seemed to be fluctuating a bit. Jinriksu moved closer again, stepping directly on Yichu's toes. To steady herself, Jinriksu had already wrapped her arms around Yichu's neck. Their foreheads touched. Yichu, you clearly have feelings for me. Why did you say we weren't suitable? Jinriksu's golden pupils suddenly trembled, and a muffled groan escaped her nose. Gritting her teeth, she met Yichu's azure eyes in confusion. Yichu had already forcefully pulled her into his arms, their noses touching. After being pressed together for a while, both of them felt a little hot. Jinriksu felt Yichu's physical strength even more. Her face flushed crimson. Her eyes seemed to well up with tears. Yichu's expression was also somewhat unnatural, inwardly cursing himself for his weakness. His voice was slightly hoarse. You're so beautiful, with such a great figure. All those intimate moments during our martial soul fusion technique training, those unexpected advances, and the accidents you mentioned during last night's healing, I'm not tempted? That's a lie, but whether I am tempted or not, and whether we're compatible, are two different things. What you want is lifelong commitment, and I clearly can't meet your requirements, therefore, we are indeed not suitable. Yichu looked earnestly at Jinriksu, trying to let her go. But she held him firmly, her toes pressed against his neck. Oh? Is that so? I see. Jinriksu suddenly understood. She tilted her head slightly and moved forward a little. Yichu's face turned red, trapped in his predicament. Jinriksu's face was also flushed, with fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Her crimson lips barely touched Yichu's. Whenever she spoke, they would occasionally brush against his red lips. Her gaze toward Yichu turned contemptuous. She sneered, so, in the end, you're still afraid. The reason you pretend not to know is actually because you're afraid I'll harass you and make your life miserable, afraid I'll harm your women. Isn't that right? 10,000 word update. Wishing everyone a happy life. QQ group. 831,821,005. Chapter 213 Conquest. Yichu looked at Jinring Su, who seemed to have already broken down. He remained silent for a long while. Suddenly, the hand that was wrapped around her waist loosened. He gently pinched both sides of her lower abdomen, about to push her outwards. After a few slight movements, Yichu felt a gaze as sharp as needles. Jinring Su's skin, which was as white as snow, was now as red as blood. She stared straight at Yichu. Yichu awkwardly withdrew his hand. He could only nod slightly. That's right, I do have such concerns. Jinring Su, whose eyes were full of anger, immediately showed an I knew it look. Then she sneered. She said lightly, Yichu, do you think you know me well? No, not really. Ugh. HMPH, as Yichu was speaking, his mouth was suddenly bitten hard by Jinring Su. Instantly, a strong taste of blood filled his mouth. Yichu's azure pupils contracted sharply. In an instant, she transformed into the form of an eternal kaleidoscope, her figure becoming ethereal. Whoosh! Jinring Su, who was clinging to Yichu and biting him, suddenly stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Yichu passed through Jinring Su's body and turned to look at her, who was bent over with her hair disheveled. His sword-like eyebrows furrowed, and his face was grim. A little blood was oozing from her lips. Jinring Su kept letting out cold laughter, straightened up, and turned to look at Yichu. There were still traces of blood at the corner of her upturned mouth. Her pink tongue swirled around her lips, and she raised her hand to gently touch the corner of her lips. Such a somewhat alluring scene. Yet, it made Yichu frown. What do you mean by this? Nothing, just consider it punishment for trying to push me away earlier, Jinring Su replied casually. As she spoke, she took a step and swayed her hips as she approached Yichu. Seeing Yichu's somewhat wary gaze, she smiled even more brightly. She sat on the edge of the desk, her buttocks slightly raised, leaning back, her right toe lightly touching the ground. She braced herself on the table with her hand, turning her head to look at Yichu. She said mockingly, you have absolutely no need to worry that I'll touch your women. I'm not as bored as you think, going around fighting over a bunch of little girls. Then her eyes turned cold as she looked at Yichu, narrowing her eyes, and said, I certainly won't shamelessly pester you. Hearing this, Yichu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, his previously tense body relaxing. Yichu, are you happy to hear these words? Jinring Su's face had lost much of its embarrassment, replaced by anger and coldness. Aren't you hoping I'll do this? Before Yichu could speak, Jinring Su smiled strangely. Her narrowed eyes held a hint of murderous intent. Her voice was calm, yet firm and resolute. Looking at Yichu dangerously, she said, I won't bother you, but I'll kill you. Yichu was stunned for a moment, his heart pounding again. He gave a bitter smile. Isn't this necessary? We can be friends, no need. Be friends? Jinring Su looked at him in surprise. Have you forgotten what you did to me, not to mention last night when you saw me completely naked? Your lewd martial spirit made me give you a lot of benefits. You took advantage of me in almost every way. I haven't forgotten. Yichu shook his head. Some things, he couldn't just forget. Jinring Su's eyelids reddened, and she bit her lip lightly. She straightened up and came to Yichu's side. Her teasing gaze made Yichu a little embarrassed. She tilted her head and gently blew a breeze into Yichu's ear, mockingly saying, then tell me, is this something that should happen between friends? Yichu's ears turned red from the warm breeze beside him, and he took 2 steps back. Looking at Jinring Su, Yichu's face showed some apology. These are indeed my faults, but there hasn't been any substantial progress. I think I don't deserve to die, right? Not deserve to die? You're really shameless. Jinring Su glared at Yichu resentfully. All he did was buy 2 coconut milk breads at the store. He opened the packaging, checked the appearance, took them, left teeth marks without eating them, wrapped them up, washed his hands, and wiped his mouth. Could he just pretend nothing happened? Jinring Su shouted sharply, her face flushed as she looked at Yichu. Yichu, I'm not joking. You either marry me or you die. Yichu was also somewhat helpless. What had happened between them had indeed crossed the line of friendship. With a hint of probing, he softly asked, I'm willing to marry you. Are you willing to marry me? I'm willing to marry you. Are you willing to cherish me alone? Jinring Su's voice followed closely, her eyes filled with expectation. I've already answered that question before, Yichu said calmly. He glanced at her helplessly and sighed. Jin Ringsu bit her lip, her eyes turning icy. Her voice was calm and low. Then you can only die. Whoosh! The six-winged angel martial soul instantly materialized, and Jin Ringsu unfurled her 6 wings, floating in the air. Her 5th soul ring flashed beneath her feet, and a sacred sword was instantly forged. Looking down, the sword tip pointed directly at Yichu's throat. Jin Ringsu stared coldly at Yichu. A strong killing intent shone in her golden eyes. You are no match for me. Yichu glanced at her with a serious expression, his eyes quickly switching to the eternal kaleidoscope. He tilted his head back, staring unblinkingly at Jin Ringsu. Seeing Yichu activate his martial soul, Jin Ringsu's aura faltered. Her eyes darted away, avoiding Yichu's gaze, calming her racing heart. Then she let out a strange laugh. Under normal circumstances, perhaps I really am no match for you. Yichu raised an eyebrow, his expression turning grave. Seeing this, Jin Ringsu could somewhat guess Yichu's thoughts and smiled faintly. Don't be nervous, I won't let others bully me, I'll win it back myself. She then changed the subject. But how much soul power do you have left? How much of your spiritual power has recovered? Jin Ringsu, radiating golden light, was like an inviolable deity. Even with a mocking smile on her lips, her charm remained undiminished. But you can't catch me, Yichu had barely spoken when he charged towards Jin Ringsu's sacred sword. Jin Ringsu cried out in surprise, frantically pulling her sacred sword back. Yichu froze, his expression no longer solemn. He looked up at Jin Ringsu with a strange expression. She was now devoid of any murderous intent. She looked as if someone had discovered a secret, her face filled with lingering fear and panic. Golden eyes darted around under Yichu's gaze. What are you looking at? I just thought you were going to ambush me. Jin Ringsu gritted her teeth, pointing her holy sword at Yichu again, using an excuse she herself didn't believe, and said fiercely. She was secretly annoyed. She had actually forgotten that Yichu had that kind of overpowered soul skill. After what had just happened, her current posture was no longer intimidating. Now that she was pointing her sword at him again, Yichu couldn't bring himself to be cold. His Sharingan was already closed. He forced a friendly smile, raised his hand, and whispered to her, I think, why don't you come down first, let's have a good talk, anyway, you can't kill me now, shut up, Jin Ringsu shouted sharply, trying to sound intimidating. Several black lines appeared on Yichu's forehead. Jin Ringsu radiated golden light, her face expressionless, her eyes obscured by the golden glow. Yichu's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated again, taking in all her hidden expressions and postures. Jin Ringsu's chin twitched slightly. Yichu knew he could see clearly. She was avoiding eye contact with his Sharingan. Jin Ringsu gritted her teeth, thrusting the sacred sword forward. Yichu neither dodged nor evaded, simply tilting his head back, calmly watching her. The sacred sword pierced Yichu's skin, blood trickling down his neck. Jin Ringsu trembled, gripping her sword tightly, motionless. Time seemed to stand still. Yichu frowned. The pierced area was painful, the flowing blood causing a slight itch. The sacred flame at the sword tip flickered, searing Yichu's nerves. Yichu? Jin Ringsu called out Yichu's name, each word deliberate, seemingly driven to madness. The sacred sword in her hand trembled incessantly. Are you so sure I can't bring myself to kill you? I just wanted to. Oh, thud. Before he could finish speaking, Jin Ringsu twirled the sacred sword, sending a spray of blood flying. The sharp pain in his neck startled Yichu. A red light flashed in his eyes, and his martial spirit dissipated. His azure pupils contracted sharply. His body slowly weakened, and he staggered backward. The only sound in the quiet room was the clatter of Yichu's footsteps as he took 2 steps back. Yichu clutched his neck. A horizontal bloodstain ran across it. All his soul power had been purified by the sacred fire. He felt utterly drained. In mid-air, the golden light around Jin Ringsu dissipated, and she flapped her 6 wings, landing before Yichu. With a cold expression, she stared at him, the sacred sword pressed against his neck. Don't look at me like that again. Jin Ringsu was furious at Yichu's unmoved, calm, and confident demeanor. The sword had already cut her skin again. Jin Ringsu said coldly, Yichu, don't think I really wouldn't dare kill you. I'm just giving you a chance. Before I can kill you alone, I'll give you time to consider, marry me or be killed by me. With that, Jin Ringsu sheathed the sacred sword and turned away. Does it really have to come to this life or death situation? Yichu's azure eyes were fixed on Jinriksu's retreating figure. No. Perhaps, we can still have other ways of getting along. Maybe. Jinriksu suddenly turned back, her eyes filled with possessiveness as she looked at Yichu. What? Yichu looked at her strangely. Suddenly, Jinriksu flapped her 6 wings and stood before Yichu. A strange smile played at the corners of her lips. She stretched out her fingers, tracing patterns on Yichu's chest. Her lips parted slightly to his ear, and she said in a deep voice, "You can use your strength to conquer me fiercely, Punker?" Yichu's heart skipped a beat, pounding wildly. In that instant of stunned silence, Jinriksu leaned close to Yichu, her lips curving upwards, her pearly teeth parting, and bit his lip. "You?" Yichu's pupils dilated, his azure eyes reflecting Jinriksu's shy yet assertive demeanor. She kissed Yichu again, and began to touch him. Yichu frowned, his lip, which he had previously healed, was bitten again. After a brief kiss, Jinriksu pursed her lips, her face flushed, and smiled faintly. "Or, let me conquer you fiercely." Feeling her soft hand about to provoke him, Yichu was immediately startled and tried to back away. Seeing Yichu's current frail state, Jinriksu's delicate face even revealed a somewhat sickly smile. She immediately and swiftly reached out to cup Yichu's cheeks. "Yichu, what do you say? Should I force-feed you some drugs that prevent you from gathering soul power, imprison you, and then properly torture you? Hey, you shouldn't do this." Yichu's face finally showed a panicked expression. His intuition told him that Jinriksu wasn't joking. After all, this was practically a fine tradition of her Jin family. Yichu couldn't speak anymore. Jinriksu had already firmly sealed his mouth. Looking at Jinriksu, whose eyelashes trembled and whose breathing was somewhat labored, Yichu frowned. What else could she do besides smear his face with saliva? In the realm of kissing, Yichu was already a veteran. Conquer. Yichu narrowed his eyes, since there was no escaping it. She didn't want to abandon Rongrong and the others, nor did she want to die, and she certainly didn't want to be manipulated by Jinriksu. So, this was the only path she could take. Huff. Soon, the inexperienced Jinriksu released Yichu. Not knowing how to breathe properly, she found herself panting heavily. Jinriksu, having just released Yichu, hadn't even reacted before he pulled her into his arms. After a gasp, she couldn't speak, only letting out whimpers. In her martial soul possession state, she appeared even taller, her figure even more curvaceous. Yichu held Jinriksu tightly in his arms, his movements both loose and tight, creating a peculiar rhythm. Jinriksu, struggling to breathe, immediately began to struggle. Her 6 wings vibrated behind her, her soul power surging. Yichu held her tightly, letting out several muffled groans, and what appeared to be crimson blood oozing from his mouth. Upon tasting a hint of blood, Jinriksu stopped struggling. She slowly followed Yichu's rhythm, breathing gradually. Gradually, azaleas bloomed on Jinriksu's face and neck. She leaned softly against Yichu's chest. Suddenly, her eyes widened, her cheeks puffed out. The arm that had been wrapped around Yichu's neck suddenly pushed him away forcefully. Yichu, already engrossed in the moment and without any soul power, was immediately pushed away. He staggered, almost falling to the ground. Yichu, hands on his knees, stared blankly at the flushed Jinriksu. Jinriksu also looked at him with eyes full of longing. They remained silent. Yichu secretly and rapidly recovered his soul power. He didn't want to be truly imprisoned. This was no joke. Tap tap tap. In the quiet room, where only their breathing could be heard, Jinriksu slowly walked to Yichu. "Hey! What are you doing?" Yichu was startled, this time he'd really messed up. "Nothing," Jinriksu replied calmly. But slowly and deliberately, she took out a packet of powder from her soul tool. Hey, don't mess around. "Oh my god, cough cough cough." Yichu's panicked voice came from Jinriksu's boudoir. After being fed the powder, Yichu immediately collapsed to the ground, limp and weak. Jinriksu squatted down and gently touched Yichu's blood-stained neck. Feeling her own weak body, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. She said softly, "Who told you to let me discover that I have little resistance to your advances? Give me some time, let me think about how I should deal with you." Bar Kingdom. Located on the Lima Plain, in Yale City, east of Soto City. In the VIP waiting room of the Grand Seoul Arena. The luxurious room was over 100 square meters, with a massive leather sofa exceeding 8 meters in length, enough to comfortably accommodate a team of soul masters. The room was decorated in warm tones, golden lighting, an orange carpet, and gold wallpaper. Though simple, it exuded a magnificent aura. Beside a large sofa stood a crystal coffee table, laden with various exquisite pastries and drinks. However, all of these were currently concentrated in front of a red-haired, red-eyed, slender girl. The red-haired girl smiled, her cheeks adorned with small dimples. However, the food in her mouth had bulged her cheeks, making her look somewhat comical and strange. Glug, glug, she quickly poured a glass of fresh mango juice into her mouth. In just a few seconds, what appeared to be several hundred milliliters of juice was gone clatter. She placed the cup on the crystal coffee table. Suddenly, the red-haired girl frowned. Beside her, the green-clad girl, who had been looking out onto the soul arena from a transparent crystal wall in the room, turned around and looked at her with concern. She asked softly, "What's wrong, Xiaolan? Is it not to your liking?" Indeed, the red-haired, red-eyed foodie girl was Xiaolan, disguised as a life form. The green-clad girl beside her was naturally Du Guyan. Her hair was a mix of deep purple and green, and her green outfit tightly covered her fully developed body, dressed very conservatively, revealing nothing. No, Sister Yan, the fiery red Xiaolan looked less delicate than the blue one. Xiaolan shook her head, clutching her chest, frowning. "I think I just heard my brother's voice. Did Yichu whisper something to you again?" Du Guyan looked at her strangely, a hint of resentment in her eyes. Every time she wanted to get something from Xiaolan that Yichu had asked her to deliver, she had to spend a lot of gold soul coins to buy the girl food. "I don't know, I tried contacting my brother again, but he didn't respond." Xiaolan shook her head in confusion, her eyes filled with worry. Could Yichu be in some danger? Hearing this, Du Guyan also frowned. Her green eyes held deep concern. "It shouldn't be, right? Everything seems normal on my brother's end." She could sense that Yichu's vital signs were fine. "Yan, Xiaolan, what are you two whispering about again?" A slender, silver-haired girl with a black veil covering her face approached them. Her usually emotionless eyes suddenly showed a hint of feeling. "Could it be that you're thinking about Yichu again, Sister Lingling?" Xiaolan told her what she had just said. Yi Lingling comforted her, "Don't worry too much, maybe Yichu is busy with something right now." "I hope so," Du Guyan nodded. It had only been a little over a month since she left Yichu, and she missed him terribly. According to their plan, it shouldn't be long before they can reach Soto City, located in the center of the Lima Plain. As Yichu had told Xiaolan before, he should be waiting for them there. She wondered if he'd forgotten her while he was mingling with those women. "Alright, Yan, if you keep staring like that, you'll turn into a statue." Seeing Du Guyan's eyes constantly darting westward, Yi Lingling couldn't help but wave her hand in front of her. Du Guyan finally snapped out of her daze. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Ziuqing were trying on clothes they bought that morning from Yongdao City. "That guy Yichu actually left the 3 of us behind and went out to spend the night alone. I've been waiting for him for so long and he hasn't come back," Ning Rongrong huffed. "Alright, Rongrong, you've said it so many times. Maybe Xiaochu has something urgent to do." Xiao Wu, who was helping Zhu Ziuqing fasten her bra straps, comforted her. "But it's almost afternoon. It's almost lunchtime," Ning Rongrong pouted, deeply resentful of Yichu. Then, grinning and revealing her little tiger teeth, she said fiercely, "I'll definitely punish him properly when he comes back, PFFT. Rongrong, you waited all night and didn't find him, that's why you're so angry, right?" Zhu Ziuqing teased her. She had cultivated until very late last night. When she went to sleep, she saw Ning Rongrong with her eyes open, refusing to fall asleep. "Nonsense, I didn't." Ning Rongrong's face flushed red as she quickly denied it. However, the dark circles around her beautiful eyes made her rebuttal seem very weak. In the secret room of the Crown Prince's mansion, in Jinrixu's boudoir. This morning, Yichu was lying on the large bed. Yichu suddenly woke up and sat up. Looking flustered, she kept groping her body. After not finding any strange jewelry or necklace, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had not been imprisoned. "What? Did I make you have nightmares?" A soft voice sounded from the side. Yichu turned his head and looked at Jinrixu sitting at the middle table. You didn't do anything to me, did you?" Wishing everyone a pleasant life. Chapter 214 Last Wish. Jinrixu seemed to have bathed again. She had changed her clothes. A slight mist and a faint fragrance lingered in the small room. Hearing his question, Jin Ringsu turned around, looking at him expressionlessly. "What do you want me to do to you?" Yichu was taken aback, then quickly checked his soul power. It seemed to have recovered considerably. There was nothing wrong. "Don't worry, I only used some sleeping pills. It won't have any adverse effects on your body." Jin Ringsu's voice rang out softly. She seemed to have returned to her normal self, very serious. There was no trace of the person who had previously threatened to imprison Yichu. Yichu gave her a strange look. Then he was about to get out of bed, his hands resting on the edge. Suddenly, he stopped. The spot his hands touched seemed still warm. Looking down at the pillow, he saw traces of not yet dry skin. Jin Ringsu was sipping tea with her head down. Noticing Yichu's pause, a blush suddenly appeared on her pretty face. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Seeing that he only stiffened slightly and then acted as if nothing had happened, her beautiful eyebrows immediately twitched. Yichu stretched his body and walked to sit opposite Jin Ringsu, intending to sit down. Jin Ringsu, however, patted the seat next to her. "Over here, huh?" Yichu looked at her in surprise. Jin Ringsu ignored him and continued patting the seat next to her. "Come here. Didn't you say you wanted to have a good chat?" Not understanding what she was up to now, Yichu sat down next to her with a dark expression. Jin Ringsu poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Yichu. She squinted at him, her expression unreadable. Ahem, Yichu felt uncomfortable under her gaze. He coughed twice and tentatively asked Jin Ringsu, "Didn't you say you wanted to chat? Why are you staring at me like that?" "Nothing," Jin Ringsu said calmly. Upon hearing this, Yichu immediately felt relieved and took a small sip of tea to calm his nerves. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his right shoulder. The shock he had just suppressed returned, and he turned his head without blinking. A bitter feeling welled up in his heart. What kind of trouble was this now? Beside him, Jin Ringsu actually moved closer to Yichu. She tilted her head and rested it on his shoulder. Yichu's body stiffened, and he dared not move. A warm, smooth hand gently stroked his neck. He saw Jin Ringsu reach out and take a strand of golden hair from Yichu's clothes. "Do you know what this is?" Jin Ringsu pressed her chin against Yichu's shoulder, pinched the strand of hair, and placed it between herself and Yichu. Her face was flushed as she calmly looked at him. This was something she had left on him after bathing and sharing a pillow with him. Yichu turned his head and met her gaze. Her golden eyes were deep and unfathomable. Her gaze was completely unwavering, making it impossible for Yichu to discern her thoughts. He nodded slightly, a little guilty. "I know." Whoosh! As soon as Yichu finished speaking, Jin Ringsu blew a fragrant breeze towards him. A strand of hair brushed against Yichu's face, tickling him slightly. Jin Ringsu lifted her eyelids, glanced at Yichu, and then sat up straight again. "Since you know, then why did you act like nothing happened just now? Are you still afraid? Do you really want to be friends with me that badly?" Jin Ringsu held her teacup, glancing sideways at Yichu. Somewhat disappointed, Yichu gently placed the strand of hair that had brushed against his face in his hand. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid. After all, he almost messed up this morning and was about to be imprisoned in the secret room. Looking at the strand of hair in his hand, he looked up at Jin Ringsu and calmly said, "It seems my thinking is useless. So, you still want to be just friends with me?" Jin Ringsu smiled faintly, her eyes filled with mockery. She didn't seem to care too much. She just blushed and moved closer to Yichu. Yichu smelled the fragrance lingering around his nose and swallowed hard. Jin Ringsu smiled smugly, her voice tinged with shyness. "Since you're afraid of getting involved with me and only want to be friends, why did you kiss me before you fell asleep? And why wouldn't you let go?" Yichu awkwardly turned his head away and took a sip of tea. He chuckled and said, "Isn't this what you called conquering?" Upon hearing this, the blush on Jin Ringsu's face immediately turned into icy frost. Gritting her teeth, she said, "You really are shameless." Hearing Yichu's reply, Jin Ringsu could no longer remain calm. Her chest heaved, clearly furious. This was completely different from what she had imagined. "What's wrong with me?" Yichu looked at Jin Ringsu strangely, her expression suddenly changing. If she hadn't seemed much more normal now, he would have already run away. "What's wrong? You call this conquering?" Jin Ringsu's beautiful eyes flashed with malice as she stared intently at Yichu. "Wasn't I clear enough? I said conquer me with your strength. What are you thinking, you bastard? Is this how you conquer me?" As she spoke, Jin Ringsu felt a strange scent lingering in her nose and mouth. A slight blush rose to her cheeks. This bastard had actually used those kissing techniques he'd tested on other women, relentlessly attacking her. He wouldn't let go even if he coughed up blood. Thinking of this, Jin Ringsu glared at Yichu with hatred, unable to let go for a long time. Yichu was dumbfounded. How could it be his problem? He was just imitating her. He immediately retorted. That's not right, didn't you kiss me first? After you said something about conquering me, you started using your lips and even bit me until I bled. Yichu frowned at Jin Ringsu. He even pointed to his lips, where the scabs were still visible. If he was wrong, it was Jin Ringsu who demonstrated the wrong way. Jin Ringsu's face turned pink, and she gritted her teeth. Her gaze was unusually cold. You bastard, that wasn't about conquering you, that was about what happened after I imprisoned you. It was about me defeating and conquering you, then imprisoning you, and then doing that. Yichu was silent for a long time. He scratched his head. Jin Ringsu's words seemed to be correct, and logically, that was the order. Looking at Jin Ringsu's murderous gaze, Yichu touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Jin Ringsu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Seeing Yichu about to speak again, she gestured for him to be quiet. You don't need to say anything. I've already told you. I'm tired of hearing your apologies. Yichu reluctantly shut his mouth. The resentful voice of Jin Ringsu made his heart tremble. Yichu, what do you take me for, just because I can't tolerate their existence, because I'm afraid I'll hurt them? You treat my feelings as nothing. What about being friends? What about conquering me? It's all just to make me behave and not cause trouble for you and your women, right? You've never really considered my feelings. Jin Ringsu stood up agitatedly, grabbed Yichu's collar, and looked down at him. A whole morning had been enough for her to think things through. Her eyes were full of resentment, yet mixed with other emotions, heartache, murderous intent, and a hint of affection. Yichu stared blankly at her, a sudden irritation creeping into his heart. Had he not considered her? His considerations were based on the established fact that he already had Rongrong and the others. Jin Ringsu's somewhat morbid possessiveness and her demand for unwavering loyalty were things that even Yichu couldn't satisfy, no matter how much he considered her needs. He couldn't just abandon Rongrong and the others, could he? After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, as if asking a rhetorical question, yet also as a question to himself, then what should we do? Be strangers, strangers, Jin Ringsu repeated, her face suddenly turning icy. She sneered. It's too late. Jin Ringsu released Yichu, sat down again, and poured herself a cup of tea. Then what exactly do you want? Are you still going to imprison me? Yichu looked at her strangely. If she really wanted to imprison him, wasn't his loss of soul power this morning the perfect opportunity? Jin Ringsu glanced at him. She tilted her head back and drank the tea in one gulp. She shook her head, her voice calm. Her slightly swollen lips parted. If I imprison you, it'll be difficult to explain to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Furthermore, I need your help with my cultivation, to help me acquire a super limited soul ring, and, she also wanted to figure out some secrets about Yichu, the soul skills whose quantity and cultivation level were disproportionate, and other things that puzzled her. Of course, she didn't say any of this. Putting down her cup, Jin Ringsu looked at Yichu again. So I've decided not to imprison you for now, it's not worth it. Yichu's lips twitched, a bitter smile appearing on his face. What did she mean by not imprisoning me for now? The fine tea in his hand lost its sweetness. He said helplessly, so you still want to imprison me? No. I might not necessarily imprison you. Jin Ringsu narrowed her eyes, a rather malicious smile playing on her lips. When I'm strong enough to deal with you alone, if you're still stubbornly clinging to your delusions, with someone else in your heart, and have no love for me, that kind of you will make me very unhappy and disgusted. Slap. With that, Jin Ringsu slammed her cup heavily on the table. Looking at Yichu, she gritted her teeth and said, then, it'd be better if you were dead. Yichu looked at the fierce-looking Jin Ringsu with her wrinkled nose, his expression somewhat somber. Is this really how it has to be? Yichu, stop putting on that miserable act. Jin Ringsu looked at Yichu with disdain. You like being friends with me, right? Then be friends. Until I kill you, you'll be my good friend. Yichu's lips twitched. This really was a truly devoted friend. A hint of difficulty appeared on his face. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, how do I know when you'll make your move? What's the point of being friends who are afraid to meet? Smash, Yichu. You dare? Hearing Yichu's words, Jin Ringsu suddenly stood up, her jade-like hand slamming onto the table with a loud bang. Her expression was dangerously inscrutable, mixed with a hint of fear. "If you dare not come to see me, I won't let you and your women get away with this." Yichu frowned, a hint of fierceness in his eyes. His eternal Mangekyou Sharingan blazed as he stared intently at Jin Ringsu. He said coldly, "Aren't you afraid I'll make the first move?" Jin Ringsu was not to be outdone, showing no hesitation as she met Yichu's gaze directly. Her face flushed, and her eyes welled up with tears. She bit her red lips tightly, her hands gripping the edge of the table, her long, straight legs trembling. She suppressed the urge to pounce on him. Oh, just as she was about to speak, her heart pounding, she let out a slightly seductive sound. She bit her lips again, her face turning even redder. Yichu raised an eyebrow, seeing how determined she was. He had no choice but to reluctantly deactivate his Sharingan. Jin Ringsu's skin above her collar was already burning red. Her body felt weak, and she struggled to support herself on the table. Her mind was about to shut down. She gasped for breath, head down. "Yichu, even if you, alright, catch your breath first." Seeing that Jin Ringsu could barely speak, Yichu helplessly got up and helped her. Ugh, she let out a soft moan as soon as Yichu grasped her arm. Her body trembled slightly. Her fiery red lips bled from being bitten so hard. Yichu was stunned, looking at her in surprise. He hadn't done anything. Jin Ringsu's hair was disheveled, her head bowed. Yichu could only see a large patch of crimson and hear her rapid breathing. She leaned weakly against Yichu, slowly sitting back down on the stool. Leaning on Yichu's shoulder, she was covered in a light sweat, a few strands of hair clinging macily to her beautiful face. Her legs were pressed tightly together, and her erratic breathing caused her full breasts to rise and fall. Even through her clothes, Yichu could feel her burning hot face. Neither of them spoke, they just sat quietly. Yichu observed her out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, Jin Ringsu reached out and grabbed Yichu's arms. Her grip tightened, her fingertips turning white. "Yichu?" After a long silence, Jin Ringsu finally recovered, gritting her teeth and uttering two muffled words. "No matter how much you hate me, I'm warning you, if you dare to deliberately avoid me, every single one of those women, every single one of them, I'll kill them all." She spoke these murderous words as if she had used all her strength. Yichu could feel Jin Ringsu's body trembling. For a moment, Yichu was speechless. With so many women, he couldn't possibly attend to everyone. He tried to push Jin Ringsu away, but she held on tightly. Jin Ringsu chuckled softly. Having recovered considerably, she brought her red lips close to Yichu's ear. She continued, "I know you're angry. If you dare, you can kill me right now. I absolutely won't resist." Feeling the warm breath on his ear, Yichu could only grit his teeth and accept it. He really couldn't kill her now, not only because of the spirit hall behind her, but also because he probably couldn't bring himself to do it. He took a deep breath and calmly said, "Don't worry, I won't hide from you, that would be best." Jin Ringsu smiled smugly. Whether it was because of Yichu's words or because she sensed that Yichu didn't hate her as much as she had imagined, she couldn't help but speak again, dispelling any remaining concerns in Yichu's mind. "You can also rest assured, I won't let anyone bully the weak or interfere in our affairs. I'll also notify you in advance if I want to kill you." After saying this, Jin Ringsu's voice turned cold again, her soft hand already gripping Yichu's neck. Her voice carried a chilling killing intent. "In these final moments of your life, you can rest assured and be my friend. Consider it fulfilling one of your last wishes." A few black lines appeared on Yichu's forehead. What kind of ridiculous last wish was this? That wasn't what he originally meant. Yichu slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He rolled his eyes and could only nod helplessly. "All right then, I'll just wait for your death sentence." Circumstances forced him to agree. At least this matter was temporarily resolved. Thankfully, he wasn't imprisoned in a dark, sunless chamber. Moreover, Yichu felt he still had a very high chance of winning against this rule. Unless Jin Ringsu could far surpass him in level. She wasn't a god, so she shouldn't pose a threat to him. He could still live quite a long time. In short, the advantage was on his side. Thinking this, Yichu felt much more relaxed. Glancing at Jin Ringsu, who was still leaning quietly on his shoulder, Yichu asked doubtfully, "Speaking of which, you hit me, wouldn't that be considered bullying the younger one?" Jin Ringsu stiffened, her cold voice sending a chill down Yichu's spine. "So, Is this one of the reasons you don't want to accept me? Do you think I'm too old? Sensing the surging soul power emanating from Jinriksu, Yichu knew his words were a bit sensitive for a woman. He quickly chuckled awkwardly and explained, how could that be? Aren't we friends? I was just joking, trying to lighten the mood. Jinriksu was in the prime of her youth, only in her early 20s. She was definitely not considered too old. Moreover, compared to the still somewhat immature girls like Xiao Wu, Jinriksu was undoubtedly more charming. Is that so? We're friends? Jinriksu whispered in Yichu's ear. Then she suddenly called out softly. Yichu? Caught off guard, Yichu turned his head. A blushing face greeted him. Their lips met, a kiss, 4 red lips touching. In a few short moments, Yichu reacted, pulling his head back. He looked at Jinriksu, her golden eyes sparkling, her snow-white face flushed. His face was full of surprise and confusion. This doesn't seem like something friends should do, does it? Jinriksu pursed her red lips, looking coldly at Yichu. Are you teaching me how to do things, huh? Yichu was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook his head. No, not at all. HMPH, Jinriksu snorted coldly. She said indifferently, I can do whatever I want, after all, you'll just be a dead man. She then glared at Yichu with eyes containing a hint of murderous intent and shame. Yichu sighed helplessly. Jinriksu was completely acting strangely. Alright, I give up. Yichu's eternal kaleidoscope appeared in his eyes, and he immediately pulled his arm back, then stood up. In that case, let's talk about it again when you can meet me. I'm leaving. Yichu was about to use his divine power to leave when Jinriksu stopped him. Leaving? Don't you want it anymore? Jinriksu looked at Yichu teasingly. Yichu stopped at the same time, looking at her strangely. What is it? A soul bone. The second condition you mentioned earlier. Jinriksu propped herself up with her hands, feeling uncomfortable from being soaked all over. She glared at Yichu with a hint of reproach in her beautiful eyes. It was all because of this bastard's lewd martial soul. Then the soul bone has finally arrived. Yichu was overjoyed. He had been looking forward to that soul bone for a long time. A smile appeared on Jinriksu's lips as she glanced at Yichu teasingly, then turned and walked towards the desk. She spoke as she walked. Hell, actually, that soul bone was already in my hands, but I just didn't want to give it to you. What? Then why didn't you give it to me sooner? Yichu followed closely behind her, somewhat puzzled. Is this how you talk to your friends? Why are you so loud? And pointing your finger at me, Jinriksu suddenly turned around, almost bumping into Yichu. You? Seeing her cold, furrowed brows, Yichu didn't say anything more. Hell, I suddenly regret it. Jinriksu chuckled strangely. Regret what? Yichu asked, puzzled. Of course, I regret not imprisoning you. After all, compared to your current unruly state, I still prefer you this morning when you had no soul power. As Jinriksu spoke, she raised her hand and clenched it in the air. She even smiled gently at Yichu. Easier to control. Seeing this somewhat eerie scene, Yichu's eyebrows twitched, and he was speechless. Seeing Jinriksu turn away, Yichu also strolled over to the table. The object she held in her hand was a long brocade box she had taken from under the table earlier. Actually, I already got this soul bone after you spanked me last time. Jinriksu spoke of that day with little emotion, only a slight blush on her face. As for why I didn't give it to you, it's because your answers and behavior didn't satisfy me. Yichu understood. Jinriksu smiled smugly, making a gesture to hand the box to Yichu, but then she saw the 2 elements heart sutra on the table. She immediately put the box aside. Yichu's outstretched hand froze in midair, somewhat embarrassed. Jinriksu, however, ignored him completely. She took the 2 elements heart sutra herself and turned to Yichu, asking, Yichu, you've already read the rest of it, haven't you? Yes, I've read it. Yichu rubbed his nose and nodded. If you're willing to give up those women and choose me, it's not impossible for us to cultivate the later stages. Although Jinriksu was somewhat hesitant and shy, she still looked directly at Yichu and said these words. Hearing this, Yichu looked at Jinriksu in surprise. He naturally understood the meaning behind it. According to the book, the yin-yang creation of the 2 elements Heart Sutra requires a male-female pair to cultivate this skill. The day of true mastery requires the 2 to harmonize their yin and yang, becoming husband and wife. This establishes the most intimate connection, where yin and yang complement each other, blending seamlessly. They become one, their hearts in perfect harmony. Based on this, they can maximize the power of the martial soul fusion technique. Under Jin Ringsu's expectant gaze, Yichu shook his head. Before he could speak, Jin Ringsu continued, I know you're still struggling to decide, but it's alright. During our time as friends, as long as you're still alive and before I kill you, you have time to consider. Jin Ringsu smiled coldly, forcing a smile. As if remembering something, she blushed and tempted Yichu, if you're willing, not only this, but I can also cultivate that dragon essence tiger fierce skill with you. Yichu's heart pounded. That book was different from the Two Elements Heart Sutra. It contained knowledge from pure private secret techniques, which broadened Yichu's horizons. Seeing Jin Ringsu's intense gaze, and having learned from past mistakes, he dared not answer carelessly. He directly refused, lest he upset her again and cause her trouble. He could only nod. Yes, I'll consider it carefully, I hope so. Jin Ringsu gave Yichu a deep look. She wasn't particularly concerned whether he was just being perfunctory. These things would come to a conclusion sooner or later. He could hide for a while, but not forever. If he continued to refuse, then she would have no choice but to take drastic measures. Thinking this, she opened the top drawer next to her desk, intending to put the book she was holding back. Yichu glanced at it. Inside, besides the frivolous dragon essence tiger fierce skill, there was a porcelain bottle. Yichu vaguely remembered that bottle. It seemed to be something he had deliberately left for Jin Ringsu after spanking her bottom. Jin Ringsu also saw the bottle of ointment, pursed her red lips, and felt that the wound she had just bitten hadn't completely healed. She glanced at Yichu, smiled foolishly, and then took the small porcelain bottle in her hand. Then she grabbed the long brocade box that Yichu had been longing for and stuffed it into her bosom. Come with me, Jin Ringsu called to Yichu and walked towards the table in the middle without looking back. Yichu looked at her strangely and could only follow closely behind. Is there something you need? Sit here and help me apply the medicine. Jin Ringsu put down the brocade box and patted the seat next to her. Apply medicine? I can cure you directly, why bother with this? Yichu frowned and sat down next to her. I just think using ointment is better. Hurry up. As a friend, what's wrong with helping out? Jin Ringsu blushed and stuffed the small porcelain bottle into Yichu's hand. Then she stretched her face in front of Yichu, staring straight at him. Okay, Yichu saw that Jin Ringsu was determined to do it. He couldn't resist her, so he opened the porcelain bottle and gently scraped a layer of ointment onto his fingertip. Looking at the exquisite and perfect charming face in front of him, Yichu gently reached out and touched her red lips. It was warm, soft, and elastic. Jin Ringsu's eyes were filled with shyness, yet she remained motionless, staring intently at Yichu. Yichu tried to be as gentle as possible, looking at this difficult woman. He felt somewhat powerless. Fortunately, although he seemed a bit broken, he was still quite rational. He wouldn't act recklessly for the time being. Looking at Jin Ringsu's blushing cheeks and her eyes that held a hint of joy as she looked at him, Yichu suddenly felt that he had another way to get through this. Maybe he could use his charm to make her give in. Wouldn't that worsen her condition? Hiss, Yichu suddenly gasped. Coming back to his senses, he looked at Jin Ringsu and saw that his fingertips had been taken into her mouth. Feeling the pain, Yichu frowned. His fingertips were being bitten by her silver teeth, and he could feel the warm, slippery, gentle caress. Jin Ringsu grabbed Yichu's hands and pulled him away. A small, shallow wound remained. The blood had been sucked clean. Jin Ringsu scolded, "Stop having those filthy thoughts, I won't let you touch me until you've severed ties with those women." Although she didn't know what Yichu, who was staring blankly at her, was thinking, she could still guess something from his suddenly tender gaze. Yichu said awkwardly, "I don't have any filthy thoughts, don't slander me, hmph. You know perfectly well whether you do or not." Jin Ringsu grabbed Yichu's finger and gently scraped it against her lips. "Here, have some ointment." After saying that, she let go of Yichu's hand and put away the small porcelain bottle. Yichu stared blankly, his mind a little confused. So, he couldn't touch her, but she could touch him? Are we really friends? It feels a bit strange. What are we if not friends? This is how I interact with my best friends. Besides, I already said, you're going to be a dead man anyway. Why think so much? Jin Ringsu hurriedly avoided Yichu's gaze, taking the opportunity of putting the ointment back on the desk to quickly run out. Although she had already thought about Yichu's final fate, she could also use her own efforts to get Yichu to give her an answer before that happened. She believed she had that charm, enough to make Yichu love her wholeheartedly. Alright, this is the soul bone you wanted. Jinriksu returned to the table, pushed a long brocade box in front of Yichu, and then opened it. Inside lay a soul bone of excellent quality. It flickered with bursts of electricity, and arcs of electricity pulsed like small snakes. This is a right arm bone, from Death Valley, from a 75,000-year-old thunder beast, which my grandfather personally killed. You really got a bargain, Thunder Beast. It's a unique soul beast found only in Death Valley. Its numbers are scarce. Enveloped in lightning, it resembles a dazzling thundercloud, obscuring its form. It feeds on lightning falling from the sky and rarely touches the ground. When it does, it's a disaster for most soul beasts on the ground. Furthermore, it has an extremely violent temper and formidable attack power. Once provoked, it's a fight to the death. The reason for this is its extremely low intelligence. While most soul beasts develop some basic intelligence after 10,000 years, this thunder beast is like a simple, reckless brute. Years ago, this thunder beast went berserk and nearly broke through the entrance managed by the spirit hall. It was only then that Jindaoliu slew it. 75,000 years, Yichu reached out and picked up the soul bone, feeling a slight tingling sensation upon touching it. What? Do you think its age is too low? Jinriksu rolled her eyes at him. So many people want this soul bone, and you're still being picky. If you become capable in the future, I might even take you to Death Valley to hunt a 100,000-year-old thunder beast. According to the records, there should be a 100,000-year-old thunder beast there. Jinriksu tilted her head, pondering for a moment. Then she noticed Yichu staring at her. Why are you looking at me so strangely? Nothing. Yichu shook his head and smiled lightly. I just feel that if you help me like this. Aren't you afraid that I'll become stronger and you won't be able to beat me? HMPH. Jinriksu would never stoop to weakening you. Jinriksu snorted coldly. She looked at Yichu seriously. I said, this is between the two of us. Before I declared war, we were friends. It's normal for friends to help each other hunt souls, right? Yichu looked at her aggressive appearance and nodded with a wry smile. Then I'll thank you in advance. No need. Maybe you'll already be dead before then? It just so happens I can retrieve the soul bone on behalf of the spirit hall. Jinriksu smiled nonchalantly. Her words, however, made Yichu feel somewhat embarrassed. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Jinriksu's injuries had healed, and she had learned most of what she wanted to know. With that, Yichu took the purple soul bone and was about to leave. Jinriksu stopped him again. You're going back like this? Your soul power and mental strength haven't fully recovered. You can absorb the soul bone here. I have some things to tell you later. Jinriksu, without any awkwardness, grabbed Yichu's arm, stopping his movement. Something else to say? Yichu looked at her curiously. Yes. And I've already had someone prepare food. Hearing her words, Yichu did indeed feel a little hungry. He had almost been stabbed by Jinriksu shortly after waking up this morning. Just drinking some medicinal food isn't enough. Yichu nodded slightly. Then I'll stay a little longer, then wait for me here, Jinriksu said, and walked out of the secret room. A short while later, Jinriksu returned with a food box. She pulled Yichu out of the boudoir and into the secret room outside. Looking at Jinriksu sitting next to him, shoulder to shoulder, constantly putting food on his plate, Yichu gradually relaxed. The thought from earlier resurfaced in his mind. Maybe he could indeed influence Jinriksu and make her accept Rongrong and the others? As for the worsening of his illness, as long as he was strong enough, that wouldn't be a problem. This didn't conflict with avoiding being killed by Jinriksu. Since she wanted him to conquer her with his strength, it wasn't impossible. At the very least, he still had a pair of Sharingan eyes, which were specifically designed for attacking women. Completely winning her over wasn't out of the question. He secretly suppressed his thoughts. This matter needed to be considered more carefully. Coming to his senses, he added some dishes for Jinriksu. Jinriksu narrowed her eyes, glancing at Yichu with delight. Completely unaware that Yichu had the same idea as her. What was supposed to be a life or death battle had now begun prematurely, evolving into a war without gunpowder, a battle to see who could leave the other first. After a simple meal, Yichu didn't enter Jinriksu's boudoir. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the stone bed outside, silently meditating, recovering his spiritual power. Having been drugged by Jinriksu that morning and sleeping all morning, Yichu's spiritual power had recovered considerably. It didn't take much time. Only half an hour later, Yichu was fully recovered and opened his eyes again. Looking around, he didn't see Jinriksu. Without much thought, he took out the right arm bone from his divine space and pressed it onto his right arm. He closed his eyes again and slowly circulated the mysterious heaven technique. On the stone bed, a torrent of lightning surged into Yichu's body. Within him, crackling sounds like popping beans gradually rose. A ball of purple lightning enveloped Yichu, continuously forging his physique. Having undergone extensive forging with immortal herbs and the ice-fire dragon soul, Yichu's body was already far beyond that of ordinary people. This lightning didn't cause him much pain, he only felt a slight numbness throughout his body. His soul bone was being slowly absorbed, and his cultivation level was also slowly increasing. Meanwhile, Jinriksu lay in a small bathtub in the corner of her boudoir, separated by a screen. Her face was rosy. She had forgotten to change into dry clothes when she went out to fetch food, almost letting her two uncles notice something. Thinking that Yichu was gradually forgetting his previous unpleasantness and had entered the role of what she called a friend, a slight smile appeared on her face. She was carefully considering how to set rules for Yichu, how many days he should have to come to see her. Time flew by. Yichu's absorption of the soul bone was nearing its end. In the secret chamber, the light of lightning slowly dimmed. Yichu's cultivation had reached level 37. Less than 2 days had passed since his last breakthrough to level 35. Jinriksu had already finished bathing and was sitting by the stone table in the middle, her face cupped in her hands, quietly watching Yichu. Seeing Yichu's breakthrough, she felt a slight sense of crisis, but was also happy for him. Yichu opened his eyes, sensing his cultivation level, and almost burst into tears. He hadn't skipped levels in a long time. Although he had only just broken through the level 37 barrier, it was enough to make him extremely happy. He also excitedly looked at his right hand, which was glowing with purple lightning. This soul skill is really somewhat familiar, he murmured. Beside him, Jinriksu's figure had already walked towards him. Yichu, how is it? Are you satisfied with this soul bone? Very satisfied, Yichu nodded with a face full of joy. A massive 10,000 word update. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 215 Poisoning. Yichu extended his right hand, circulating his soul power. A piercing roar echoed throughout the secret chamber. Blue-purple lightning illuminated Jinriksu's pretty face. Jinriksu frowned. Is this the soul bone skill you acquired? Yes, the lightning emanating from the soul bone can activate my physical body, and then I concentrate the power in my hand to sprint and penetrate at maximum speed. With that, Yichu thrust his hand towards the stone bed beneath him. Poof! Without any resistance, Yichu's palm easily sank into the stone bed. The lightning dissipated, and the noise vanished. This power is indeed impressive. Jinriksu looked at the mark on the stone bed and nodded. Then she gave Yichu a reproachful glare. Since meeting Yichu, she had changed the stone bed in her secret chamber countless times. What's the name of this move? She asked curiously. Well, the piercing sound it makes when used is like 1,000 birds chirping at the same time, so let's call it 1,000 birds. Yichu smiled faintly, a hint of something deeper. She looked at her right hand, lost in thought. This soul bone skill was quite fun to use, mainly because it was cool. 1,000 birds, Jinriksu nodded slightly, the name was indeed fitting. Oh, right, Yichu seemed to remember something and suddenly smiled at Jinriksu, saying, after my mental strength recovered, I found that it had also improved considerably, and I'm not far from getting the 6th soul ring you need, which has a lifespan exceeding 20,000 years. Jinriksu responded softly, then sat down directly on the edge of the bed. She wasn't in a hurry, it would still be some time before she broke through to level 59. Jinriksu suddenly leaned on Yichu's shoulder again. Aren't you really afraid I'll kill you? Yichu looked at her strangely, paused for a moment, then, remembering his previous seduction plan, he didn't think much of it and instead reached out to put his arm around her waist. He was going to act on his plan. She had just finished bathing, her hair was still slightly damp, and her body exuded a pleasant fragrance. Her waist was soft and supple, without an ounce of fat, and felt comfortable and shapely to hold. Looking into Jinriksu's eyes, he chuckled and said, didn't you say we were good friends? And this is what I promised you, so, this is how you take advantage of a friend. Before he could fully process this, a resentful voice reached his ears. Jinriksu blushed slightly, then looked coldly at Yichu. Yichu's face stiffened, and he could only chuckle awkwardly, withdrawing his hand. Yichu, stop with your little schemes. Without my permission, you're not allowed to push your luck. Jinriksu's voice was cold. She went a step further, reaching out to hug Yichu's waist, leaning her entire body against him. Her breath was sweet as orchids, and she smiled as she looked at Yichu's flushed face. And you're not allowed to refuse me. For now, I'm allowing you not to refuse, not to take responsibility for any of this. I'll settle things later. Yichu felt her soft, warm body pressed tightly against him, making him somewhat unable to control himself. He turned to look at Jinriksu, his face full of strange expressions. Isn't this a bit unfair? Unfair? It's inherently unfair. After all, you, who previously claimed to be friends, have taken advantage of me quite a bit. Jinriksu nodded in deep agreement, raising a hand and placing it on Yichu's face. Besides, I like you, but you don't like me, so what right do you have to touch me, huh? Yichu was utterly astonished. What kind of nonsense was this? Jinriksu, however, didn't care. Her red lips lightly touched, like raindrops. She gently, fleetingly, touched Yichu's lips several times. Yichu silently endured it helplessly. Only when her red lips were stained a vibrant, glistening crimson did Jinriksu finally stop, smiling sweetly. She then moved closer to Yichu's neck, gently biting and nibbling, her skin slippery and swirling. Yichu felt a little uncomfortable from her teasing. Only when a bloody mark was left did Jinriksu finally stop, smiling sweetly. She pressed her face against Yichu's ear and whispered, Yichu, are you feeling uncomfortable? If you treat me well, I'll reward you. Alright, stop it. Yichu grabbed her hand, which she was trying to grasp freely, and rolled his eyes in exasperation. This girl wouldn't let him use seduction. But it didn't matter. Yichu wasn't particularly interested in such temptations. He preferred to first establish a connection with her Sharingan. She just needed to provide opportunities for that connection to begin. He wasn't in a hurry. Did Yichu say you had something to tell me? Go ahead and say it. Yichu wiped his honey-smeared lips and asked Jinriksu, whose face was flushed. Actually, it's nothing big. Jinriksu leaned comfortably against Yichu. I just wanted to remind you about the cultivation of the martial soul fusion technique. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Yichu nodded immediately. Really? Who is it that said last time that once you finished that period, you could come and cultivate with me every day? But what happened? Jinriksu frowned, her eyes filled with inquiry. Yichu chuckled awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Jinriksu snorted coldly and said, HMPH. You don't need to explain anymore. Let bygones be bygones. From now on, you have to come here at least once every 3 days. 3 days? I'm afraid that's not possible recently. Yichu shook his head quickly upon hearing this. Is there anything else you need to do? Jinriksu sat up straight, her expression quickly turning cold. Yes, I have to go to the starred-out Great Forest. Yichu shrugged. He then told Jinriksu about the assassin he had discovered in the starred-out Great Forest, who appeared to be trying to kill her. Really? Jinriksu looked at him suspiciously. Of course it's true, why would I lie to you? Yichu smiled helplessly. His hand, however, had already begun to wander and grasp Jinriksu's soft hand. Then should I have Porcupine and Serpent Spear protect you closely? Jinriksu thought carefully for a moment. The Jinjun and demon-subduing brothers had already withdrawn from Soto City. Their agreement with Yichu had not been fully fulfilled. For Yichu's safety, it would be a good opportunity to have Porcupine and Serpent Spear fill in and exchange jobs with their two uncles. Forget it, I'm not used to that. Yichu decisively shook his head. Jinriksu wasn't around. How obedient these two would be was still unknown. Besides, he wouldn't let others know about his affairs. If you don't want them, fine, but they'll probably stay here. If you encounter anyone you can't handle, you can come to them, and I'll make arrangements. Jinriksu didn't insist. Instead, she changed her approach. That's a good idea, Yichu agreed with a smile. For his divine might, this wasn't just a convenient escape tool, but also good for summoning reinforcements. Alright, if there's nothing else, I should leave. I've been out for so long. Rongrong and the others. Yichu? Jinriksu interrupted Yichu coldly, taking a soft hand from his palm. Try not to mention them in front of me in the future, it makes me very unhappy. Okay. I'll be careful in the future. Although somewhat helpless, Yichu tried his best to accept the ambiguous relationship between them. Remember, come find me after you've finished that matter. I'm keeping an eye on Soto City. Understood? Yichu nodded seriously. Then he disappeared into the secret room. Jin Ringsu stared at the empty secret chamber, momentarily lost in thought. She gently stroked her red lips, murmuring to herself, "Yichu, don't disappoint me." Meanwhile, as Yichu absorbed the soul bone and broke through, in the Bara Kingdom, in the VIP waiting room of the Yale City Grand Soul Arena, most of the members of the Royal Fighting Team had already gone up to the stage for one-on-one or two-on-two soul battles. Qin Ming was watching his students' battles from outside. Only Du Guyan and her two companions remained in the waiting room. Xiao Lan, who was eating and drinking heartily, suddenly reacted. Yi Lingling, who was feeding her, stared blankly at the ever-growing aura emanating from Xiao Lan, somewhat dumbfounded. This wasn't the first time Xiao Lan had broken through so casually. Du Guyan, who was watching the soul battles through the glass wall, was also attracted by the movement from Xiao Lan. "Little Blue, you've broken through again." "Yes, yes." Little Blue is already level 37. Little Blue, with her long red hair, nodded happily, her eyes curving into crescent shapes. She could feel the changes in her figure, developing into the kind of appearance her brother liked. "That's wonderful," Du Guyan exclaimed happily. The reason she was so happy was that she understood the relationship between Yichu and Little Blue. Little Blue's breakthrough meant that Yichu had also broken through. It seemed that everything was alright for him. Looking at Little Blue, who had grown quite a bit, but whose face still retained a touch of innocence, Du Guyan couldn't help but reach out and pinch Little Blue's chubby cheeks, which were still full of things. She even leaned in and took a small sip. The taste was very similar to her husband's, which could soothe her longing. Little Blue couldn't help but wrinkle her nose, feeling a little ticklish from Du Guyan's pecs. She had already gotten used to this kind of contact with Du Guyan. After all, Sister Lingling often did the same thing to her. She was already used to it. But Yi Lingling couldn't get used to it, couldn't get used to Xiao Lan's cultivation as simple as eating and drinking. Before, it was alright, she only broke through one level. But now, in less than a few days, she'd broken through 2 levels. This was simply absurd. "Xiao Lan, how exactly do you cultivate? Can you just keep eating to improve?" Yi Lingling, her face veiled in black, poked Xiao Lan's round little belly with some surprise. Her face was filled with curiosity and confusion. Although she guessed part of it correctly, she wasn't entirely right. "Sister Lingling, Xiao Lan can't say." Xiao Lan gently shook her head. Having been human for so long, she had gradually adapted. Okay, Yi Lingling's personality prevented her from pestering someone who didn't want to answer a question. After getting Xiao Lan's answer, she didn't say anything more. "Sister Lingling," just as Xiao Lan was about to say something more, the voice of the host from the Soul Arena rang out from outside. "Everyone. Next up for the one-on-one soul battle are 2 soul masters. They are Lan Rulbing, a level 35 control-type soul master with a martial soul fire ghost vine. And Yenk, a level 38 power-type soul master with a martial soul firebird. Let's give them a warm round of applause as they come up to the stage. Little Lan, it's your turn." Du Guyan took off the scarf that Little Lan was wearing. "Yes, Sister Yan, I heard you." Little Lan stood up happily. "Sister Lingling, Little Lan is going to fight now. Okay, be careful. Good luck." Yi Lingling nodded and smiled as she wiped her mouth for her. "Then I'm off." Little Lan happily grabbed a handful of candy and dashed off. She smacked her lips as she walked towards the soul battle arena. She passed through the entrance passage, still chewing on the candy. When she stood on the soul battle arena, there was no smile on Little Lan's face. Her hands hung naturally at her sides, and her eyes were unblinking. With a blank expression, she turned sideways to look at her opponent, exuding a cool, emotionless aura. "This Xiao Lan is really quirky." Yi Lingling in the VIP room couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Lan's antics. A hint of amusement lingered at the corners of her mouth, hidden behind the black veil. "Yet, she's practically a different species from Yichu." Du Guyan nodded in agreement. Yichu wasn't as carefree. He seemed a bit insecure, especially when dealing with emotions. She wondered if his skills had improved over the past few days. Had he listened to her and convinced Xiao Wu? If so, she could practically give him her all. "Yanzi, you and Xiao Lan are really too obsessed." Yi Lingling rolled her eyes at Du Guyan's seductive glances. These two talked about Yichu every day. As the only 3 girls in the team, they naturally shared a room. She had heard Du Guyan call out Yichu's name while holding Xiao Lan to sleep, nibbling and touching her. Xiao Lan was even more outrageous. asking her to choose a nickname for her fighting spirit. She even wanted to register something like Brother Xiaolan. This almost gave her goosebumps, even though she was usually quite emotional. Lan Rubing. She had even helped her choose that name. Now it seemed that Xiaolan could easily get into character. Then, Lingling, are you poisoned? Du Yuan put away her lovesick expression and suddenly looked at Yi Lingling teasingly. You silly goose, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Lingling was stunned for a moment, then immediately glared at Du Yuan, her pretty face, hidden under the black veil, slightly flushed. Lingling, I'm not lying. You, who seem indifferent to everything, actually helped a stranger on our first meeting. Alright, Yanzi. I do have a slight liking for him, but it's just a liking. You know I wouldn't consider such things. Yi Lingling interrupted Du Yuan, her voice turning cold. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. Yi Lingling admitted that she initially had a slight liking for Yichu because of his excellent appearance. But it was definitely not to the point of having any real feelings. Du Yuan hadn't expected Yi Lingling to admit it so readily. It seemed she really didn't have many feelings for Yichu. But that didn't mean she had none. After all, she clearly saw that when Yi Lingling lightly kissed Xiaolan, her gaze was very strange. There was a hint of how she herself looked at Yichu. However, Du Yuan understood Yi Lingling's situation. A hint of concern and sincerity appeared in her eyes. Her words just now weren't a spur-of-the-moment remark, they were carefully considered. She shifted her shapely bottom and sat down next to Yi Lingling, putting her arm around her slender shoulder. Lingling, even if you have feelings for Yichu, I wouldn't mind. In fact, I'd love for you. Yanzi, are you crazy? Yi Lingling looked at her in surprise. Don't test me anymore. I won't ruin things between you two. Lingling, what are you thinking? You don't know, do you? That guy Yichu has several close female friends besides me, including Ning Rongrong, the young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. They're probably all very close now. Du Yuan chuckled, lying down and resting her head on Yi Lingling's plump thigh. Really? Yi Lingling looked at her in shock. What? You can't tell, can you? Du Yuan smiled. Yichu did indeed appear harmless and honest. If you hadn't talked to him in depth, you really wouldn't have guessed he was a complete womanizer. Yi Lingling nodded blankly, then looked at her strangely. Then Yanzi, how did you end up with him? Of course, it's because I like him. Du Yuan quickly finished the sentence. If it weren't for genuine affection, even if her grandfather forced them together, she would rather die than submit. Watching Du Yuan speak of this matter with such composure, Yi Lingling clicked her tongue in amazement. Yanzi, you're really too deeply infatuated. Yes. I've been infatuated for a long time. If it weren't for Yichu, you might not even be seeing me now. Du Yuan changed the subject. She used to be poisoned by herself, now she's poisoned by Yichu, not wanting to get rid of it, wanting to deepen it. So, Lingling. I wasn't joking just now. If you joined me, I wouldn't be so alone. Yanzi, don't say such things anymore. Don't you still have Xiaolan as an ally? Yi Lingling shook her head, looking down at the soul arena below, where Xiaolan was smugly standing. Xiaolan? HMPH, she's the most unreliable one. You're much more reliable, Lingling. Yanzi, seeing that Yi Lingling was a little angry, Du Yuan didn't force her. She believed that Yi Lingling wouldn't remain unmarried for life. As long as Yi Lingling was truly moved, she only needed some simple assistance. Winning over Yichu would be easy. Recalling Yichu's flushed face when she was wrapped in her snake body, she smiled slightly. Yi Lingling's pale blue eyes gazed at Du Yuan's sweet and happy expression, a hint of envy and longing flashing in her lowered gaze. However, the curse she bore due to her martial soul prevented her from harboring even the slightest wishful thinking. She shifted her gaze to the soul arena, her eyes returning to their blank expression. While the two were talking, the battle on the soul arena below was raging. Because of Tang Hao's previous attack, Xiaolan not only used life mimicry to change her eye, hair, and clothing colors, but also transformed her blue-silver emperor into the appearance of a fire ghost vine, claiming it to be a mutated ghost vine. Her opponent, Yank, was a young woman. After her martial soul possessed her, her originally black hair suddenly turned fiery red, and pink wings covered her entire body. 3 spirit rings, white, yellow, and purple, floated beneath her feet. Xiaolan, on the other hand, lacked all those fancy embellishments. She simply stood still, making no movement. Then, the 3 hidden spirit rings, yellow, and purple, appeared beneath her feet. Fiery red fire ghost vines kept peeking out from the surrounding ground. Yang glanced at the 3 spirit rings at Xiao Lan's feet, showing no disrespect despite her age. She immediately unleashed her second spirit skill, a deep red flame erupting from her mouth and sweeping towards Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan, expressionless, slowly raised her hand. Numerous fire vines immediately formed an impenetrable barrier in front of her, isolating the raging flames. Having already gained fire immunity, the Blue-Silver Emperor was completely unafraid of any flames. Therefore, Du Yan had no concern for Xiao Lan's safety in this battle. She herself was finding it somewhat difficult to deal with Xiao Lan. Seeing that Xiao Lan could easily withstand her second soul skill without even using it, the flame sparrow on the opposite side dared not be careless. Its purple third soul ring flashed, and 2 fiery red wings suddenly appeared behind it. It soared into the sky. Xiao Lan reacted immediately, raising its head. Several fire vines grew rapidly, forming an encirclement around the flame sparrow. The flame sparrow tumbled in the air, searching for an opening in Xiao Lan's attack. Ultimately, its combat experience was superior. As it rose high into the air, its first soul ring flashed, and the wings covering its body suddenly stood upright, becoming as solid as a rock. Yang's clear voice rang out, "First soul skill, feather kill." Seeing the vines constantly trying to protect Xiao Lan, Yang shouted again, "Second soul skill, crimson blaze." Her second soul ring flashed, and a thick burst of flame instantly ignited the feather blades she had previously shut out. Fire feather kill. In this way, even if Xiao Lan defended against her crimson blaze, she couldn't completely block out the air above her in a short time. Those abundant feather blades would be enough to find an opportunity to strike. Great, Yang's face lit up with joy. The flames she had exhaled were directly blocked. However, her composite soul skill, fire feather kill, had passed through quite a bit. Then, before she could rejoice for long, with Xiao Lan's first sound, her attack plan collapsed. Blue-silver, spiral barrier. Xiao Lan quickly raised her right hand and opened her palm. A clear, bell-like voice rang out. Suddenly, a crisscrossing fire ghost vine appeared in her palm, spinning rapidly. This was a self-created soul skill that Xiao Lan had created based on the Sharingan technique Yichu had taught her. Just in case, Xiao Lan had also secretly used the power of extreme ice to harden the disguised Blue-Silver Emperor. Clang clang clang. The feather blades with trailing flames struck the spiral protective barrier, clanging and sparking. Having neutralized the opponent's attack, Xiao Lan no longer held back. She coolly waved her hand towards the still somewhat dazed flame sparrow in the sky. Numerous fire ghost vines continued to swarm forward. At the same time, crimson fruit slowly appeared on the fire ghost vines. Flame Sparrow was puzzled when it suddenly noticed the third soul ring beneath Xiao Lan flashing. It was immediately startled. It suddenly saw crimson fruits flying towards it from below. It frantically began to dodge. Hiss! Yang cried out in pain, looking at his scalded arm, only then realizing that it was all from clusters of terrifyingly hot fireballs. A few glints suddenly appeared in his eyes. Apple-sized fireballs kept hurtling towards Yang. Poof! Several fruits collided, producing a muffled thud. The flames contained within immediately spread out, covering an area of more than 2 meters in radius. I concede. Seeing this, Yang understood that he had no chance of winning. His opponent had only used his third soul skill from beginning to end. Hearing someone concede, the host quickly reacted. The fireworks exploding in the sky were so beautiful. Congratulations to our land-ruling soul master for winning this soul battle. Please proceed to the designated location to settle your points. Hearing that he had won, and feeling the thunderous cheers from the audience, Xiao Lan's fiery red eyes darted around. A smile almost burst from her lips. She immediately and methodically turned around, only starting to sprint towards the exit. She took out some snacks from her soul tool and ate them, letting out unrestrained giggles. Qin Ming, on the stands, held paper and pen, meticulously recording Xiao Lan's and the others' performances. Watching Xiao Lan's departing figure, an expression of admiration appeared on his face. These two siblings are both so monstrous. The 7 treasure glazed tile school, bathed in the setting sun. Most of the tower-like buildings were adorned with glazed tile decorations. The reflected light was dazzling, giving the place a unique and magnificent feel. After waking up in the afternoon, Yichu ate a meal, absorbed a soul bone, and spent a considerable amount of time with Jinriksu. When he returned to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, It was already late. Zhu's Huking and the other two girls were in the courtyard, preparing food. Ningrongrong was making her specialty pastries. Xiao Wu was stirring her favorite vegetable and fruit salad. Meanwhile, Zhu's Huking was outside grilling her signature fish. Yichu silently appeared in the courtyard, looking around. He then spotted Zhu's Huking crouching in the corner, turning the fish in her hands. Zhuking? Why are you grilling fish yourself? Ah, Yichu. You're finally back. Zhu's Huking paused, then quickly turned around, calling out joyfully. She immediately dropped the fish and ran towards Yichu. Yes, I'm back. Yichu gently embraced the graceful woman who had stopped in front of him. Although there was a slight smell of smoke, her pleasant fragrance was more prominent. Her slender body, almost hidden by her toes, made Yichu hold her tightly. He wrapped his arms around her soft waist, the pressure shifting with each breath. The slight change in his breathing brought a blush to her pretty face. Xiao Chu, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Xiao Wu, lively and energetic, jumped out. She quickly came to Yichu's side, her fair face still smeared with cream. Ningrongrong, who had also heard the commotion, was delighted, but stopped in her tracks. She continued with her work. HMPH, once I win this competition, I'm going to stay up all night. Xiao Wu, what are you doing in the kitchen? Where's Rongrong? Yichu, having gained a little advantage, gently released the shy cat in his arms. He reached out to wipe the cream off Xiao Wu's face. It's a bit boring without you around, so Rongrong suggested we have a cooking competition to see who can make the best dish. The winner can make a small request to the other two, Xiao Wu said with a coquettish smile. Is that so? Yichu was taken aback, wondering what Ningrongrong was planning to do this time. Last time she competed with Yan Yan in cooking, he didn't seem to have fared much better. Yes, Sister Xiao Wu is making a vegetable and fruit salad that I just learned, Xiao Wu said with a smile, pressing her cream-covered face close to Yichu's. Yichu smiled wryly. Although salad was relatively simple, he wasn't sure how well Xiao Wu, who was just learning, could make it. He pinched her cheek, lowered his head slightly, and licked her face. After picking up the creamy white frosting, her soft, pink skin was revealed. Yichu looked at Zhu's Huking, whose nose was a little black and whose forehead was covered in a fine sheen of sweat, and reached out to wipe it away for him. Oh. Zhuking, is your grilled fish almost burned? Xiao Wu sniffed the air and smelled a burnt smell. Ah, I forgot. Zhu's Huking ran back to check on her grilled fish. Although she didn't care about that little request, she couldn't let Yichu eat anything burnt. Xiao Chu, you're back just in time. My salad has one last step, can you chill it for me? Xiao Wu pulled Yichu and headed towards the kitchen. Okay, Yichu chuckled and followed her inside. As soon as he entered, a fierce glare fell upon him. Ningrongrong pouted and glared at him resentfully. Yichu, you still know how to come back. Rongrong, I'm sorry, helping Brother Zhu heal his injuries took up a lot of time. Yichu scratched his head. Haha, Xiao Chu, you didn't see Rongrong's dark circles this morning. She must have been waiting for you all night. Hearing Xiao Wu's voice, Ningrongrong didn't argue. She glanced shyly at Yichu and continued cutting the pastries she had made. Xiao Chu, hurry up. Xiao Wu brought a large bowl of salad mixed with carrots, bananas, cabbage, spinach, cream, peanut butter, and other ingredients to Yichu. She wasn't too concerned about winning or losing the competition, she just found it interesting, since she had never made it herself before. Yichu held the large bowl in both hands, and a layer of white frost immediately formed on the bowl surface. Xiao Wu then took an even larger bowl, filled it halfway with water, and placed it in front of Yichu. Xiao Chu, help Xiao Wu cool this too. Xiao Wu pouted and kissed Yichu's face twice. HMPH Ningrongrong watched this scene angrily and continued doing her own thing. Yichu put his hand in, and only withdrew it when some ice appeared. Okay, Rongrong, Zhuking. Xiao Wu is the first one to finish. Xiao Wu placed a medium bowl of salad into the large bowl of ice water. She shouted happily and ran out with her finished product. Yichu watched this scene with a smile. Then he looked at Ningrongrong, who was already plating, and felt her glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. Yichu didn't stand on ceremony. He directly pressed himself against her from behind, hugged her waist, and rubbed his cheek against her ear. Yichu, what are you doing? I'm plating. Ningrongrong's face turned red, and she struggled slightly. Okay then. It's good that you're not angry anymore. Yichu gently kissed her and was about to leave. Ningrongrong frowned. Yichu, why do you smell like a girl? Did you leave us to sneak out and eat? Yichu was taken aback and quickly explained. Jinriksu's true identity definitely couldn't be revealed. How could that be? I've been at the Crown Prince's residence the whole time, I haven't gone anywhere else. Saying this, Yichu pressed himself against her again, activating his blue-silver fragrance to mask Jinriksu's scent on him. Smell it again if you don't believe me. You can't get so close. Ningrongrong felt the embarrassment behind her, her pretty face turning red. No, hurry up and get out of here, I'm almost done. I'm warning you, you can't be as perfunctory as last time. I can taste who makes the best food myself, don't worry, I'll try to be fair. Yichu smiled lightly, mischievously wiping his work. Then he left the kitchen. The sun set, only a sliver of afterglow still shone on the horizon. Looking at the salad, grilled fish, and pastries on the table, Yichu and the other girls were acting as judges. The girls would judge first, and only if they couldn't decide a winner would it be Yichu's turn. Zhu Qing, your grilled fish tastes a little burnt, Xiao Wu said, biting her chopsticks and taking a tiny bite. Zhu Qing nodded slightly. Xiao Wu was right. Xiao Wu, your salad is too sweet, and there's too much carrot, it's a bit off flavor. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Ningrongrong quickly tried Xiao Wu's first attempt as well, smiling at Yichu. Zhu Qing also tasted it. Xiao Wu's salad was indeed a bit too sweet. Haha. Looks like we don't need Yichu anymore, I've won. Ningrongrong laughed happily. Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu picked up their chopsticks and tasted her pastries. The two girls exchanged a glance and nodded somewhat disappointedly. So, Rongrong, what are your requests? Xiao Wu immediately asked Ningrongrong. Ningrongrong's blue eyes darted around mischievously. Suddenly, she pointed at Yichu. I want you to give Yichu to me for the night. You and Zhu Qing can rest in my room, and I'll sleep alone in his room with Yichu? Wrong, you're too cunning. This is no small request, Xiao Wu cried, her face crestfallen. Yichu wasn't around when they were competing, she was too busy having fun to think about this. Yichu rested his chin on his hand, quietly watching Rongrong and Xiao Wu argue, while Zhu Qing remained uninvolved. He exchanged a glance with Zhu Qing, smiled brightly, and received a shy blush. Alright, let's finish our meal and rest. We'll be leaving Xiandao City for a while tomorrow, after all, Zhu Qing's matter isn't finished yet. Okay, Xiao Chu. Hearing Yichu's voice, Xiao Wu, who had already given in, pouted. She moved a stool, squeezing Ningrongrong aside, and sat down next to Yichu. Ningrongrong didn't mind, she had plenty of time tonight anyway. Evening. In Ningrongrong's room, Zhu Xiuqing, who had just finished showering, sat cross-legged on the bed and said to Xiao Wu, who was fussing about wanting to sleep in her arms, Xiao Wu, I'm going to cultivate for a while. Call me when you're ready to sleep, okay? I know, Xiuqing. Watching Zhu Xiuqing close her eyes and sink into cultivation, Xiao Wu leaned against the window, gazing at the moonlight, somewhat lost in thought, a look of despondency flashing in her eyes. In Yichu's room, Ningrongrong, who had been busy for half an hour, suddenly got up, covered her pretty face, and ran towards the bathroom. Yichu lay sprawled on the bed, completely relaxed, feeling the soft mattress, incredibly comfortable, feeling like he had reached the pinnacle of life. Not long after, Ningrongrong, who had already washed up again, returned to Yichu's side. Rongrong, are you alright? Yichu turned and embraced the somewhat fierce girl. It's nothing, just a sore throat. Ningrongrong snuggled into Yichu's arms and gently shook her head. She then took Yichu's hand, letting him feel her heartbeat. She whispered softly, Yichu, you haven't massaged me in a long time, Yichu nodded slightly, holding the girl in his arms even tighter. He acted immediately. Fortunately, he hadn't forgotten the techniques she had taught him. He was still very skilled and adept at them. Thanks to his continued efforts, Ningrongrong's breakfast became more elaborate, from just fried eggs and peanuts to including steamed buns. Early in the morning, feeling refreshed, Yichu got up after eating the steamed buns. Xiao Wu and Zhu Xiuqing looked at the radiant Ningrongrong suspiciously. The three girls huddled together whispering something. Yichu didn't linger, leading them to say goodbye to Ning Fengzi and the others. Yichu, you must take good care of them. In a few years, I will personally hold a grand engagement banquet for you, Ning Fengzi said with a friendly smile, instructing Yichu. He also prepared some gifts for Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, including some gold soul coins and the hidden weapons he had crafted in the past few days. Don't worry, Uncle Ning. Seniors, I will take good care of Rongrong and the others. Yichu smiled, holding Ning Rongrong's little hand, and waved to Ning Fengzi. Daddy, Grandpas, see you next time. Remember to miss Rongrong, Uncle Ning. Goodbye to seniors. X2 Ning Rongrong and the other two girls also waved goodbye to them. Watching the group disappear from sight, a glint of light flashed in Sword Douluo's eyes. Fengzi, that kid Yichu has actually broken through again. I wonder how he cultivated Shrek Academy. At this time, Daimyo Bei, Tang Sen, and the others were still carrying bamboo baskets filled with stones, training around the village. Flander personally supervised, with Yu Ziagang accompanying him. Yichu led the girls directly to their dormitory. Before they could even stand still, Yichu said goodbye. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Rongrong, I have some things to do these next few days, so you can stay here for now. If you don't want to do Shrek's training, then don't go. Just focus on practicing the ghost shadow steps and such techniques I taught you before. Xiao Chu, where are you going? Can't you take us with you? Xiao Wu reluctantly held Yichu's hand. 10,000 word update. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 216 Damn Yexiu. The morning breeze dissipated, and the blazing sun hung high. In the mixed zone of the starred-out Great Forest, the very spot where Erming had once feasted, space suddenly distorted in the dark, mottled jungle. Yichu, having bid farewell to the three women, slowly appeared. Yichu wouldn't bring Xiao Wu and the others along for this. He didn't know the strength of those evil soul masters. Bringing them along might only cause trouble. As soon as he appeared, Yichu's bright eyes dimmed slightly. The environment in this starred-out great forest was truly oppressive. Insects, snakes, tigers, leopards, screams, and roars, all sorts of sounds rarely heard outside were present. Roar, Yichu was about to take a step towards the place where he had seen the blood-red arrow that day when a beastly roar came from behind him. He was enveloped by a massive shadow. A whooshing sound followed. The wind pressure swept over him, causing Yichu's hair to fly and sway wildly. Fortunately, since arriving here, Yichu hadn't turned off his eternal kaleidoscope. Bang! A beastly claw struck, the air whistling. The ground shattered. The massive figure staggered, nearly tumbling over. So it's the swift shadow leopard. No wonder it was so silent. Yichu dodged its attack using his divine might and stood behind it. The swift shadow leopard, a master of assassination, could hide in the shadows, silent and incredibly fast. Looking at this 10,000-year-old soul beast with a tail exceeding 2 meters in length, Yichu rubbed his chin. Perfect age, roar. The swift shadow leopard suddenly turned its head, its sharp, bloodthirsty dark yellow eyes fixed on Yichu. Whoosh! Blue-silver domain entanglement. The swift shadow leopard transformed into numerous afterimages, disappearing into the shadows beneath the trees. Unfortunately, its movements were completely exposed to Yichu's Sharingan. The domain expanded, and the blue-silver emperor on the ground grew rapidly, instantly grabbing its forelegs and binding them. Roar! Before the swift shadow leopard could struggle, a pair of blood-red eyes had completely taken over its brain, turning it into a puppet. Yichu's mental power had already increased to the point where he could control 18,000-year-old soul beasts for sacrifice. While ensuring the life functions of the soul beasts, he could control soul beasts around 10,000 years old as henchmen, or even 2 soul beasts around 8,000 years old. The swift shadow leopard had strong stealth capabilities and was extremely fast, making it the perfect choice for traveling. A moment later, Yichu mounted it and quickly headed towards the place where the blood-red arrow had appeared. The ground was shattered, and most of the surrounding trees had been snapped in half. The clearing in the middle was littered with the corpses of soul beasts that had been completely devoured. Yichu, who had thought that even knowing the direction would take a long time to find, frowned as he looked at the corpses scattered everywhere and smelled the stench of decay in the air. These evil soul masters were truly bloodthirsty. They had actually killed almost 100 giant horned rhinoceroses. Looking at these enormous skeletons, many of them appeared to be soul beasts 30 or 40,000 years old. In this area, they would undoubtedly hold a dominant position. Yichu leaped off the swift shadow leopard and arrived at a deep pit, where the largest of these soul beasts lay. A single horn as thick as an adult man's thigh and as long as his arm, it possessed at least 50,000 years of cultivation. He activated his divine might. A St. Hubert hound appeared before Yichu. This dog, also known as the bloodhound, was a relatively common 100-year-old soul beast, but it possessed one of the strongest senses of smell among soul beasts. It could track even scents older than 14 days. The dog had a large, long, and narrow head, a slender nose, wide nostrils, long and thin ears set low, short and dense fur, light brown eyes, and a red body. Even after several days, Yichu could still see faint crimson soul power condensing on the enormous skeleton in the deep pit. Under Yichu's command, the bloodhound moved back and forth in the pit, quickly pointing Yichu in the right direction. Fortunately, it wasn't too big, so Yichu picked it up. He wanted it to experience the pinnacle of dog life, riding a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Just as Yichu was riding the leopard on his way. At the edge of the mixed zone, a group of people dressed in blood-red robes stood among the trees. Nanming, why aren't you staying in the Douluo Empire? What are you doing here causing trouble? The speaker had a buzz cut, bulging muscles, and his upper garment was missing. He had a rugged face, was at least 2 meters tall, and his brown eyes were bloodshot. Brother, I didn't do a good job on the assassination mission last time, so I specifically asked the lords to let me come here to atone for my mistake. Nanming's figure was much more normal, tall and muscular, with long blood-red hair and a flippant expression. HMPH. I don't know what you were thinking, failing to assassinate a little girl. Nangong snorted heavily, clearly displeased with his younger brother. How would I know? It was such a coincidence that it hit the spot on her external soul bone. It actually helped her completely fuse with that soul bone. Nanming sighed helplessly, then turned to look at his brother, Nangong. Brother, how's your mission in Xiandao going? Hearing this, his already angry face became even more anxious. He shook his head listlessly. According to the message from Hunfeng, it seems there's been a problem on my end too. That lowly kid who was hit by my blood dragon poison arrow is still barely clinging to life. BIU. Just as the two brothers were about to exchange some words, a sharp sound rang out from the distant sky. A streak of red light, with a long trail of flame, exploded in the air. Lord Nangong. We've found a woman's trail, one of whose 6 subordinates pointed to the still red sky in the distance. I see it. Nangong squinted and immediately took the lead, rushing towards that direction. Everyone, follow. Nanming followed closely behind, not forgetting to call the others to join him. Nangong. The Heavenly Dao Empire, the assassin who attempted to assassinate the Crown Prince. A powerful offensive soul saint, unable to break through to Soul Douluo due to an innate deficiency in his martial soul. Currently a level 79 soul saint, martial soul, heavenly punishment bow. Nanming, the Douluo Empire, the assassin who attempted to assassinate the Zhu family's young lady. A powerful offensive soul emperor, unable to break through to soul saint due to an innate deficiency in his martial soul. Currently a level 69 soul emperor, martial soul, heavenly punishment arrow. The two brothers are fraternal twins. Their martial souls should have been one, but due to unforeseen circumstances, an unknown change occurred. 6 people followed behind, all evil soul masters, skilled in savagery. Their soul power was mostly at the soul emperor level, except for one soul king level healing soul master. Nanming caught up with his elder brother's speed and rushed forward with him. Brother, is our target pretty this time? Nanming licked his lips, a sickly pale expression on his face. Enough. You'd better control your lower half. This target can't be harmed. Nangong glared at his younger brother, whose cultivation had stagnated and who had succumbed to lust, with a somewhat helpless expression. Yet, he still warned him about the importance of this operation. According to the memories Hunfeng seized, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, one of the 3 upper sects, is not a unified entity. Their second master seems to have harbored ulterior motives. This target is a crucial bargaining chip. Don't give me any trouble. If you delay the important matter, His Majesty won't forgive you. I know, brother. I was just asking casually. Nanming knew he couldn't afford to act recklessly, and he couldn't challenge the majesty of the several lords. Alright, keep the soul bone. I got it a few days ago from slaughtering a group of giant horned rhinoceroses. It's 50,000 years old. I guess it's similar to berserk ability. Although it won't help you break through, it's not bad to add a life-saving soul skill. Nangong took out a jet black soul bone from his soul tool. It was actually an extremely rare bone fragment. The giant horned rhinoceros had witnessed its entire clan being slaughtered and drained of blood, generating immense hatred that gave rise to this soul bone. "Thanks, brother." Nanming put the soul bone away, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. He had tried to refuse several times to no avail, so he had eventually kept the soul bone. "Alright. Everyone speed up. That woman is an 80th level soul saint. Even if she's injured, Wang Feng and the others won't last long." With that, Nanguang began leaping and darting between the trees. "Hiss, brother. Watch out." The starred-out great forest was fraught with danger, and many soul beasts would actively attack humans. While they were rushing at top speed, suddenly a giant python with a lifespan of 20,000 years shot out from a tree, its jaws wide open. It lunged directly at Nanguang. Having already sensed it, Nanguang immediately leaped away, dodging the python's attack. Fifth soul skill, crushing arrow. A meter-long blood-red arrow swiftly appeared in Nanming's hand, and 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, rose rapidly beneath his feet. His fifth soul skill activated, a surge of power flowing into the heavenly punishment arrow. He then hurled the arrow. In mid-air, it swelled in the wind, becoming as thick as the giant python, which resembled a giant barrel. It then crushed down upon the python. Hiss, the python hissed, flicking its tongue, a ghostly light flashing across its body. It twisted its body, abandoning its attack, dodging the giant arrow, and then lashed out at the center of the arrow, sending it crashing to the ground. It crushed many trees, creating a deep crater. "The rest of you continue forward. Leave this beast to me," Nanguang shouted, a large blood-red bow suddenly appearing in his hand. The simple, unadorned dragon patterns gave the bow solemn appearance. 7 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, floated beneath Nanguang's feet. 7th spirit skill, weapon spirit true form. The spirit rings lit up, and a blood-red great bow hovered behind him. 3rd spirit skill, 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. Nanguang's robust body suddenly leaped repeatedly towards the broken tree trunk, then turned to look down. As the 3rd spirit ring lit up, he slowly drew back the blood-red great bow. The heavenly punishment true form behind him was also entwined with dragon shadows. Suddenly, an arrow formed from condensed spirit power appeared on the bow, which had previously been empty. The 3rd spirit ring suddenly expanded and vanished without a trace. Around Nanguang, within a 7-meter radius of the area covered by the 3rd spirit ring, a sky full of arrows had formed. "Everyone, run!" Nanming understood the attack range of this move and immediately led everyone away without stopping. A mere spirit beast over 20,000 years old was definitely no match for his elder brother. "Beast, die!" Whoosh! Countless blood-red arrows swarmed towards the giant python below. That giant python was a 22,000-year-old iron-scaled black python, renowned for its defensive capabilities, powerful bite, and constricting strikes. A hail of arrows rained down, but the black python merely darted about. Its body was simply too enormous to protect itself. It could only coil its head up in the center for protection. All its scales were seamless, impervious to ordinary weapons. They were unaffected by frost in winter or dew in summer, making them virtually invulnerable to heat or cold. They were excellent material for crafting armor. Unfortunately, today it had provoked someone it shouldn't have. Hiss, the jet black python trembled violently. The blood-red arrows seemed to possess immense corrosive power. They dripped like raindrops onto its black scales, emitting wisps of black smoke. The iron-scaled black python cried out in pain, but dared not show its head. When the rain of arrows ceased, the black python swiftly raised its head. Able to sense its enemies by heat, it had already locked onto Nanguang's location. Black, emotionless vertical pupils. Staring intently at the despicable human perched on the tree branch, looking down at him thump, without the slightest hesitation, a muffled thud echoed from the ground. The iron-scaled black python suddenly raised its head, about to crash into Nanguang. Nanguang stood calmly in place, palm open, fingers flicking. His 4th soul ring flashed. 4th soul skill, blood arrow sky curtain, swoosh. Thud, as Nanguang's words fell, the sound of a sharp blade slicing through scales rang out. The iron-scaled black python's body suddenly and eerily froze in mid-air. Stiff and motionless, it looked like a bare, dark tree trunk from a distant strip. Bright red blood suddenly dripped onto the ground. As the blood flowed, countless sharp, blood-red lines were covered with droplets of blood. The arrows that Nanguang had previously unleashed with his 3rd soul skill, piercing the ground, the tree trunk, and even the python, had not yet dissipated. Long, crisscrossing threads extended from their ends, binding the iron-scaled black python in place. The threads, sharp yet corrosive, rendered the python's iron scales largely ineffective. Even the slightest movement brought waves of excruciating pain, followed by spurting blood. Hell, Nanguang chuckled, quickly heading towards the location where the signal had been sent. The iron-scaled black python stood alone, slowly trying to move its body to escape the threads. A streak of blood shot from the direction Nanguang had left. Thud, an arrow wreathed in dragon shadow pierced the iron-scaled black python's eye. The corrosive power within quickly dissolved the structure and tissues of its brain. Head tilted back, looking at the sky, blood tears streamed from its eyes, blood spilled from its mouth. It collapsed to the ground, stiff and lifeless. Thud, a jet-black spirit ring slowly emerged from the dust. Soon, Nanguang caught up with his younger brother, Nan Ming, and the others, rapidly advancing towards the location where the signal had been sent. Such attacks occurred occasionally during this time. Just as Nanguang Zhang encountered the iron-scaled black python, Yi Chu had already ridden a swift shadow leopard towards that location. Although Gaozi was guiding Yi Chu's direction, he also occasionally used his Sharingan to scout the surroundings. When he saw the blood-red signal rise into the sky, Yi Chu's Sharingan captured everything that was happening there. After discovering it was an evil soul master, he temporarily ended Gaozi's peak life experience and returned it to the divine might space. In order to hear some sounds, Yi Chu urged the black leopard beneath him to approach. In the dense jungle, a clearing had been created due to the battle between soul masters. Giant trees lay scattered, and debris littered the ground. Two evil soul masters wearing blood-red robes lay on the ground, their hearts shattered by a single punch, and they had died. Not far away, three other evil soul masters were besieging a woman. Dai, a warbling oriole seemed to echo in Yi Chu's ears, filled with rage and killing intent. He and his swift shadow cheetah had already hidden in the shadows of trees not far from the battlefield. The woman shouted, her fifth spirit ring rapidly illuminating. Everyone, retreat. The evil spirit master named Wasp immediately warned the other two to retreat. The woman gritted her teeth and pressed her hands quickly to the ground. Fifth spirit skill, soaring flame. A crimson vortex of flame rapidly spun violently around her. The flames, which should have soared into the sky, suddenly surged towards the ground, then spread wildly. Boom! A deafening explosion followed, and terrifying flames, carrying a heat wave, swept towards the three evil spirit masters. A wasp's originally pale face turned bright red from the heat. The other two evil spirit masters weren't so lucky. Her body was covered in burns of varying sizes, burning all over, and she couldn't help but hiss in pain. Hidden in the shadows, Yi Chu finally got a clear look at the woman after the three evil soul masters surrounding her retreated. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s. She wore a simple black cloth dress, and a light blue cloth headband held up her long, glossy black hair. Her pale face had exquisitely beautiful features, with delicately drawn eyebrows and eyes. Her eyebrows, perfectly proportioned, were long and sharp like swords, and beneath them were a pair of large, black eyes, like obsidian, crystal clear and bright. Her nose was smooth and gentle, and her lips, though pale, remained full. Beneath the cloth robe was a stunningly beautiful figure that no ordinary girl could achieve, possessing the curves of a mature woman. With well-defined lines, slim where she should be, full where she should be, perfectly proportioned. Even now, facing the combined attack of three soul emperors, there was no fear on her face. Her left arm seemed to be bleeding, and her delicate, beautiful face was covered in sweat, dirt, and blood. A few strands of hair fell across her cheeks. A gentle breeze stirred, ruffling her slightly disheveled bangs and revealing the resolute black eyes hidden beneath. Yi Chu frowned. He easily recognized the martial spirit behind the woman. It was somewhat similar to Yu Xianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit, which he had encountered before, but it was entirely crimson and much more delicate, bathed in flames. A fire dragon martial spirit. Yi Chu thought to himself. He had confirmed the woman's identity, Liu Erlong, the illegitimate daughter of the second in command of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. However, her appearance was quite different from what Yi Chu had imagined. Where was the image of a young woman? This was clearly the figure of a young woman, but the face of a young girl. What surprised Yi Chu even more was that among the three evil soul masters attacking Liu Erlong, one of them actually possessed the spirit of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Liu Erlong, in the arena, also glared fiercely at the evil soul master with a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit. Use Hu Feng, I will definitely kill you today, Liu Erlong glared hatefully at the disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. He was originally sent by her unfaithful father to find her 8th spirit ring. She never expected this bastard to dare deceive her and even collude with outsiders to arrest her. Liu Erlong couldn't tolerate being stabbed in the back like this. Miss Liu, I advise you to surrender. We've been chasing you for almost a day. I think you're at your limit, aren't you? Cooperate well, and we won't hurt you. The man called Yu Xiufen, clutching his chest, spoke slowly. His face was still raw from Liu Erlong's 5th soul skill. Even so, if Zhu Bang were here again, he would definitely recognize this person. It was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan disciple who had his martial soul replaced and his soul devoured by his teacher, Hun Feng, and whose human skin was peeled off by the evil blood Douluo in that cave. Don't even think about it. Even if I die today, I'll kill you. Liu Erlong's long, sword-like eyebrows furrowed, her pale face flushed with anger. Faced with this 3-on-1 encirclement, she no longer conserved her soul power. The signal they had just sent out would definitely attract the guy wielding the blood-red bow. Her left arm, the one he had injured, still throbbed with pain. 1st soul skill, Tyrannosaurus possession, 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, pulled around her feet, the 1st ring illuminating. Liu Erlong's body was rapidly covered in fiery red dragon scales. Her fingers seemed to be wearing sharp, glowing finger guards, and fiery red scales spread across her neck, reaching past her jawline. Her defense, attack power, speed, and other attributes all saw significant increases. She gripped the ground, staring intently at Yu Xiufen, displaying a resolute determination. The leader of the group, Wang Feng, immediately reminded the other two, Chen Pai, Yan Feng, we just need to hold her off. Lord Nangong will be here soon. Before the other two could respond, Liu Erlong had already charged towards Yu Xiufen. Her 3rd soul ring flashed. With a flick of her right hand, a massive, fiery red sphere crackling with purple lightning appeared in her grasp. 3rd soul skill, Raging Thunder. Although puzzled as to why Yu Xiufeng's name hadn't appeared in the man's words, Liu Erlong didn't hesitate. A lightning fireball over a meter in diameter was swiftly thrown out by Liu Erlong. Swift as lightning, the exploding thunder scorched the land in its path. Careful, the man named Chen Pai, whose martial soul was a pangolin, displayed 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, demonstrating his soul emperor-level cultivation. As his 1st soul ring flashed, a layer of scales covered his body. He pressed his hands to the ground, and his 3rd soul ring flashed. An earthen wall instantly appeared in front of Yu Xiufen, the rock peak that Wang Feng had mentioned. Because his martial soul had been swapped, his strength was the lowest among them. He hadn't even mastered the dragon transformation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. 5th soul skill, B-tail poison sting. Ignoring Chen Pai and the other situation, Wang Feng immediately used his ranged attack soul skill to force Liu Erlong to retreat. Behind him, the illusory image of a bumblebee displayed 6 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, clearly indicating that he was also a spirit emperor, and a level 69 one at that. The bumblebee's tail suddenly aimed at Liu Erlong, who was charging towards Yan Feng. It sprayed out a dense spray of poisonous stingers, carrying a cloud of poisonous mist. As Liu Erlong dodged, a cold smile appeared on her lips. Boom, the lightning fireball she threw swiftly shattered the wall. Chen Pai and Yan Feng, having already distanced themselves, still showed panic on their faces. Boom, the lightning fireball exploded, transforming into a wide area attack spirit skill, terrifying flames raging and lightning surging. It engulfed the 2 evil spirit masters, eliciting screams of agony. The moment the lightning fireball exploded, the bumblebee was momentarily distracted. Liu Erlong quickly closed in on him. 2nd spirit skill, Dragon Arm. The dragon scales on her arms suddenly became brighter and thicker, and her arms swelled up, displaying dragon-like features. Bone spurs on his fists, barbs on his elbows. Just looking at them, his attack power was incredibly sharp. Attack power and strength increased by 50%. Not good, Wasp exclaimed, trying to retreat, but it was too late. He had no choice but to activate his soul skill, taking Liu Erlong's fist head-on. 3rd soul skill, Gentle Breeze. His 3rd soul ring flashed, and transparent wings suddenly appeared on Wasp's back, flapping continuously. Layers of gentle breeze suddenly blew around him, swirling around him, forming a shield with no blind spots using the airflow. How, die? Liu Erlong's expression was inscrutable. She was about to throw a punch, but suddenly stopped. She immediately turned and attacked Chen Pai and Yan Feng, who had already revealed themselves. Not good. Yan Feng, be careful, Wasp immediately shouted. Liu Erlong's third soul skill was not just a simple combination of lightning and fire attributes, those hits would also randomly trigger burning and paralysis effects. She was about to run towards Yu Xiufeng when her steps also faltered. The scorched Yu Xiufeng's face had bulged out, with half of it even peeling off, revealing his original appearance. So you're not Yu Xiufeng after all, you deserve to die, Liu Erlong roared, about to charge forward. The earlier pause had allowed Yan Feng to react. His third soul skill, Thunderous Earth, was ultimately not his own martial soul. He possessed a martial soul but lacked a bloodline, and even experienced a rejection reaction when using it. Yan Feng gritted his teeth and unleashed a blue sphere towards the ground, immediately creating a fan-shaped area of lightning. This stopped Liu Erlong in her tracks. But her gaze then fell upon the paralyzed, charred pangolin, Chen Pai. Her eyes, shining like obsidian, narrowed. Her sixth soul ring flashed instantly. Having already reacted, the Wasp immediately used its fastest and most powerful single-target attack soul skill. With a low shout, sixth soul skill, Wasp's Sacrifice Sting, the illusory image of a bumblebee behind her aimed its stinger at Liu Erlong's position. The thick stinger suddenly spiraled outwards, enveloped in a hurricane, leaving a white trail in the air. The bumblebee's expression was somewhat solemn. The stinger was one of the most important parts of any bee. After the bumblebee used this soul skill, his sixth soul skill would enter a 3-day cooldown period. He thought he could use this to relieve the siege of his own territory, but Liu Erlong ignored him and directly used her sixth soul skill. Sixth soul skill, Explosive Fire Dragon Speed. Liu Erlong's cold voice, tinged with smugness, rang out. Her movement speed suddenly increased dramatically. She dodged the stinger and immediately pressed herself against Chen Pai, who hadn't even reacted yet, unleashing her ultimate move at close range. Her right fist, wreathed in dragon flames, slammed into his head, and a terrifying fire dragon bared its fangs and claws, lunging at the just reacting Chen Pai. The fist landed directly on his temple. A fire dragon snapped its jaws around his head, and in his incredulous gaze, he felt the world spin bang. Chen Pai's mangled body flew out, charred all over, especially his head, which looked as if it had been roasted. Most of his hair was carbonite, and the rest was curly, emitting a meaty aroma. He lay motionless on the ground, seemingly dead. Damn it, Wasp's face was grim. He hadn't expected that in just a few seconds, another of his brothers would be gone. His eyes darkened as he looked at Yan Feng, who was trembling beside him. He knew Yan Feng's condition was also dire. He himself was in the same predicament, his soul power was almost depleted. He couldn't even use his sixth soul skill for the time being. Liu Erlong gasped for breath, the wound on her left arm seemingly unable to heal. It continued to bleed, causing excruciating pain. Her soul power hadn't fully recovered during the day's escape. Wasp's second soul ring lit up, and his transparent wings flapped behind him. He slowly took flight. Yan Feng, you stay down here and help me, we'll hold her off. Yichu, hidden in the shadows, had been observing the battle with his Sharingan. He had also clearly heard their conversation. He hadn't expected Liu Erlong to have been tricked into coming here. That person seemed to be wearing a human skin. He wondered what these people wanted to do with Liu Erlong, if they wanted to capture her alive. Watching the battlefield draw ever closer, Yichu hesitated, unsure whether to offer help. With the remaining soul power of those two soul emperors, Yichu was confident he could keep them here forever. But the relationship between Liu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang made him hesitant. He and Yu Xiaogang were destined to be enemies. Saving Liu Erlong would only create another opponent for him. Time was running out for Yichu. From what they said, they wanted to hold off Liu Erlong until the others arrived. Presumably, one of them would be the one with the Crimson Bow martial soul. Not good. PFFT, a cry of alarm came from the air, but before he could finish speaking, a scream followed. As Yichu's thoughts drifted away, the situation on the field suddenly changed. The little bee flying in the sky actually plummeted directly towards him, followed by a huge fire dragon. Just now, when Yichu hadn't noticed, Liu Erlong in the field had actually used her Crimson Dragon true form. She knew that she didn't have much time left. If she couldn't quickly deal with these people, and that soul saint named Nangguang came looking for her, she might really die. Therefore, she had no need to hold back. She directly transformed into a crimson dragon and used her fourth soul skill, bloodthirsty flames, towards Yanfeng. Dragon flames, like dragon breath, were released, covering an area of several meters in radius. The guy named Yanfeng had no ability to resist at all. He was directly scorched by the dragon flames. Then, Liu Erlong flapped her wings and actually took flight, pouncing on the little bee above. Her dragon might was overwhelming. The wasp's flight was momentarily halted. The wasp hadn't expected Liu Erlong to possess so much soul power and be able to unleash her martial soul true body. A dragon paw, crackling with lightning and flames, slammed towards the wasp. A scream rang out, and it crashed directly into Yichu's hiding place. Thud! Yichu looked at the wasp that had crashed not far from him, his blood-soaked robe tattered, his hair standing on end from the lightning. Ugh! A black figure descended from the sky. An exceptionally voluptuous figure, topped with a delicate young face, pale yet undeniably beautiful. Falling from the sky, she stomped directly on the wasp's head, slamming it into the ground. Red and white fluid seeped from the crack. The wasp twitched twice, then fell still. This fighting style was truly brutal. Cough cough. Who? Liu Erlong gasped, clutching her left arm. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened. She quickly turned to look at the blue-haired, white-clad boy in the shadows. Her gaze was icy. Suddenly, she felt a little dizzy. She frowned, her heart pounding slightly, but she dismissed it as a physiological reaction from exhaustion. Her voice was cold and forceful. Who are you? Are you here to capture me too? Yichu's azure eyes swept over her. He was equally expressionless, only his eyes narrowed as he reached out his hand to her. If I said I came to save you, would you believe me? Liu Erlong sneered. Do you think I'm stupid? Die? With that, she raised her fist to attack Yichu. Several black lines appeared on Yichu's forehead. This tigress's brain didn't seem to work very well either. If he wanted to hurt her, he would have done so already. There was no time to explain. Suddenly, the sky was obscured by a blood-red shadow. Yichu had already noticed a group of people approaching. He hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. The eternal kaleidoscope appeared in Yichu's eyes, distorting space. He and the swift shadow cheetah beneath him slowly vanished from their original spot. Since the other party didn't need his help, then so be it. Liu Erlong looked at the bloodlust in Yichu's eyes. Her expression suddenly became somewhat dazed, and a very blurry figure seemed to flash through her mind, overlapping with the boy before her, but that feeling only lasted for a moment. The impending rain of arrows from the sky left Liu Erlong no time to dwell on her slight doubts. Spreading her arms, her fifth soul ring flashed brightly beneath her feet, and her face turned pale. Her soul power was truly almost gone. Fifth soul skill, Soaring Flame. A fire tornado enveloped Liu Erlong, then shot into the sky. The rain of arrows, however, did not harm her in the slightest. Out of the corner of her eye, Yichu, who had been in the shadows just moments before, had completely disappeared. As if he had never been there. A sudden pain and discomfort welled up in her heart. Swish swish swish. 6 or 7 whooshing sounds rang out, and a figure stood on a tree branch. Brother, that kid seemed to have special abilities. Nanming glanced at the corner where Yichu had been, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yet, I saw him too. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, we don't need to worry about him for now. Nanguang frowned. He had naturally seen Yichu's figure as well. Although he couldn't see his whole face, his blue hair stood out brightly in the dark shadows. He could tell that the other party was not very old. The intelligence he had gathered seemed to have never mentioned anyone with a special soul skill. Nanguang looked down at Liu Erlong, who was already kneeling on the ground. He glanced at his younger brother, whose eyes were glazed over. He said to Liu Erlong seriously, Miss Liu, you can really run. It's been almost a whole day and night. Liu Erlong didn't speak, looking at them coldly. She was secretly recovering her soul power. Nanguang didn't care. How much could she recover in such a short time? With a light leap, she landed on the ground. They slowly approached her. Miss Liu has killed many of our brothers. Isn't it time to surrender? Don't worry, we won't make things too difficult for you. We just want your father, Lord Yuluomian, to cooperate with our work. Help! Die! Liu Erlong, who was kneeling, suddenly erupted. Her third soul skill, Thunderous Fury. A lightning fireball, only half a meter in size, flew towards Nanguang. Why bother? Nanguang, seeing this level of attack, didn't even use a soul skill. He directly summoned his martial soul, drew his bow, and condensed an arrow. Bang! He shattered the lightning fireball, creating a small wave of dragon flame. HMPH. Still trying to run, above, watching Liu Erlong throw the fireball and run into the dense forest, Nanming coldly snorted. His heavenly punishment arrow martial soul appeared in his hand. Without a bow and crossbow, his attack method was basically throwing arrows. His third soul skill, barrage of arrows. His third spirit ring flashed, and the arrow he had thrown transformed into something as thick and long as bamboo. Then it multiplied into dozens of arrows, which were planted around Liu Erlong, restricting her movements. Bastards, let me go right now. Otherwise, one day I'll kill you all. Liu Erlong struggled incessantly, but with her spirit power depleted, she couldn't break free. Brother, let me tie this woman up. Nanming jumped down from the branch and took the rope from his subordinate. No need. Nanguang narrowed his eyes, glancing at his younger brother's lewd gaze, and rejected his suggestion. Long Tao, you go. Under Nanming's somewhat displeased gaze, Nanguang randomly pointed to someone. Get out of my way, don't touch me, I'll kill you all, Liu Erlong roared relentlessly, struggling through gritted teeth. Suddenly, Nanguang heard Long Tao's scream. What? Good heavens, get out of the way. Seeing the sudden turn of events, Nanguang immediately grabbed his younger brother and darted aside. Holy crap! How is this possible? What's going on? Damn it, damn Xiu! In the distance, Yichu, who had escaped using Kamui, was observing the situation with his Sharingan. Seeing what was happening, he suddenly burst into profanity. 10,000 word update due to spatial distortion. Wishing everyone a pleasant life. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 The Unexpected Amaterasu. Yichu, who had suddenly cursed from afar, was originally planning to use his divine power to rush to the crown prince's residence to gather people once the dust settled. He was immediately stunned, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. He hadn't expected that Xiu's artifact would also be left on Liu Erlong. Before he could even be shocked, Yichu immediately unleashed his divine power, rushing to the scene. Could someone tell him why Xiu had left Amaterasu on Liu Erlong? Just as Nanguang cried out in alarm, a shocking scene unfolded before his eyes. Long Tao, who had stepped forward to bind Liu Erlong, was suddenly ignited by a strange cluster of black flames. His scalp vanished, his skull burned away, his brain shrank, and he died instantly, collapsing to the ground and slowly turning to ashes. Blood tears streamed from Liu Erlong's right eye as her gaze swept over Nanguang and the others. Nanguang immediately felt a chill run down his spine and pulled his younger brother away. My lord, save me. The others weren't so lucky. The evil spirit master standing behind him had his chest ignited, the flames spreading rapidly. He was practically draped in a black ghillie suit, his entire body writhing in black flames. He writhed and struggled, but couldn't stop the burning. Liu Erlong gritted her teeth, stubbornly persevering. Although she couldn't remember why such a thing was hidden in her eyes, it wasn't the first time she'd experienced it. To be precise, this was the fourth time. It seemed that it was almost always when she was in danger, her emotions fluctuating too much, that triggered the thing in her eyes. Sealing her mother. Seeing through Yu Zhiagang's beastly thoughts. Fighting back when facing mortal danger while hunting souls alone. And this time, her final struggle after being captured alive. Blood flowed, her right eye filled with bloodshot veins, a sharp pain shooting through her. Her vision began to blur. If Yichu were here, he would definitely be shocked, shouting, just as I thought, the pattern in Liu Erlong's right eye was exactly the same as Yichu's eternal kaleidoscope. Damn it, Nanguang grabbed his younger brother and leaped up, hiding behind a giant tree. Besides Long Tao, there were two other evil soul masters. They hadn't dodged in time and hadn't understood the situation, and had been burned to death by Amaterasu. Nanguang's eyes turned cold. He immediately summoned his heavenly punishment bow. He drew back the bow and shot an arrow at Liu Erlong, whose right eye was already closed. Liu Erlong felt dizzy. Something seemed to be breaking through the ground in her mind. A blue figure flashed through her mind, indistinctly. Whoosh! Nanguang fired the arrow, formed from soul power, which was already heading towards Liu Erlong's chest. Even if it wasn't fatal, it would leave her severely injured and near death. Liu Erlong moved her fists. She was too weak to struggle anymore. Looking at the blood arrow hurtling towards her, her eyes were filled with confusion. Suddenly, the blood arrow twisted and vanished just before it touched her. "Who is it?" Nanguang shouted, looking around. "Big brother, it's that kid from earlier," Nanming pointed. Nanguang immediately saw it in the corner where Yichu had disappeared. Yichu's figure reappeared in that spot. Liu Erlong was panting. Unable to move her head, she turned her bright eyes and looked in that direction. It was him. Liu Erlong frowned. A sense of familiarity rose in her heart again, though only for a moment. But the feeling, repeated several times, still made her somewhat concerned. "Kid, you're courting death," Nanguang shouted, waving his hand. "All of you, attack. Kill him." Swish. Except for the Soul King level healing type Evil Soul Master, the other two rushed towards Yichu. Nanguang sneered, and as his words fell, he had already begun to draw his bow and shoot arrows. He was quite experienced in dealing with Soul Masters with special teleportation abilities. Nanming, damn it. Where are you going? Just as he was about to call his younger brother to use his martial soul fusion skill to seal this space, he saw Nanming jump down from the branch, and his confident expression vanished. Nanming jumped down from the branch and immediately rushed towards Liu Erlong. Yichu didn't want to waste time with him. When Nanming noticed him, he immediately used Ghost Shadow Step to move through the jungle, shaking them off while also approaching Liu Erlong. 5th Soul Skill, Flame Fist. 4th Soul Skill, Sky Piercing Beacon. 2 Soul Emperor level Evil Soul Masters who were close to Yichu had already used their soul skills to attack him. Yichu's constantly rotating Sharingan could clearly perceive that the Soul Saint level Evil Soul Master in the field posed a constant threat to him. Boom. Using his intangibility to dodge the attack, Yichu didn't linger. Blue-Silver Domain, Blue-Silver Range Enveloping. Blue-Silver Emperor's 3rd Soul Skill, Blue-Silver Ice and Fire Break. Boom. Crack. The ground suddenly shattered, and thick, Blue-Silver Emperors surged forth from the earth, covering an area of about 10 meters in radius. These thick, constantly regenerating Blue-Silver Emperors helped Yichu hold them back. Except for Nanguang, who was still perched on a tree branch, all the other Evil Soul Masters were included. Aside from the 2 Soul Emperors, the Soul King level healing type Evil Soul Master was already bound by the Blue-Silver Emperors. Liu Erlong's vision went black as a large, tightly wrapped Blue-Silver Emperor enveloped her, preventing her from being affected by the explosion. At the same time, along with the Blue-Silver Emperors, dozens of basketball-sized spheres floated around the Evil Soul Masters. What are these? Nanming stared at the basketball-sized, blue and red spheres before him, completely bewildered. Not good, Nanguang sensed the terrifying power contained within them. Unfortunately, it was too late. Energy spheres containing the ultimate ice and energy spheres containing the ultimate fire collided violently. Boom. 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 Explosions rang out continuously, and the Blue-Silver Emperor was utterly destroyed. Blood and flesh splattered, and screams of agony filled the air. Damn it! Looking down at the dust-filled, constantly shaking ground, Nanguang's rugged face appeared even more ferocious. 7 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, rose beneath his feet, constantly pulsating. He wanted to shoot the arrow, but hesitated. Nanming was also in that direction. In this situation, he couldn't see Nanming's exact location. Who exactly are you? Yichu, using the illusion of divine power, quickly arrived beside Liu Erlong. Ignoring her question, without hesitation, he swiftly placed his hand on her body. The soft, firm touch stirred Yichu's heart. He simply continued to activate his eternal kaleidoscope. You bastard. How dare you take advantage of me? Liu Erlong was still imprisoned in place, gritting her teeth as she glared at the blue-haired boy who had assaulted her. For some reason, she found herself not so averse to his touch. She even felt a primal flutter in her heart. When her gaze met Yichu's, her eyes flickered, and strange images flashed through her mind. These images vanished as soon as Yichu looked away. Boy, prepare to die. From the thick fog, a figure charged towards Yichu. It was Nanming. His clothes were torn, and blood trickled from his mouth. He had been badly injured by the explosion. His skin was crimson, clearly indicating the burning effect of the blue-silver ice fire break. He held an arrow in his hand, and 6 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, pulled around his feet. He was about to charge at Yichu. 4th spirit skill, Gale Arrow Rain. His 4th spirit ring flashed, and he hurled the arrow. A light also shone on his right arm. It was a soul bone that enhanced his strength. Without a bow and crossbow, increasing his strength was crucial to better unleash the power of his arrows. The arrow was thrown, instantly splitting apart. Swish, swish, swish. A rain of arrows, like a stream, rushed towards Yichu and Liu Erlong. Yichu glanced at him, having no intention of lingering. By the time the rain of arrows reached them, Yichu and Liu Erlong had vanished without a trace. Nanming stood frozen in place, his mind buzzing. He then remembered that in a moment of madness, he seemed to have heard his elder brother's shout. The smoke cleared. Looking at the scene below, on the tree branch, Nanguang's face was ashen. The two soul emperors below were in a sorry state. The explosion that had directly struck them had severely injured them. If Nanming hadn't possessed two soul bones and had a stronger physique, it probably wouldn't have been as simple as just coughing up blood. The Soul King level evil soul master, who had received special care from Yichu, was in even worse shape and was on the verge of death. Nanguang jumped down with a dark face. Big brother. PFFT, slap. Nanming shamelessly leaned forward, only to be slapped hard across the face. You still have the nerve to call me big brother. Is this how you come to atone for your sins? Knowing that kid has special abilities, why didn't you stand by my side? Nanguang's 2-meter-tall frame trembled with anger. His eyes were gloomy as he looked around at the horribly destroyed area. Big brother. I didn't know that kid had such a move. Cough cough, a little blood seeped from the corner of Nanming's mouth, and his squatted face burned even more. He clutched his chest and coughed a few times. He was also feeling quite unwell. Lord Nanguang, what should we do? The other two soul emperors ran over, looking disheveled. The Soul King was already unable to get up. Nanguang looked around, his expression uncertain. After a moment's hesitation, he said, wait here until the other team returns. Although we didn't see that kid's soul ring, his soul power fluctuations weren't significant. His special abilities might not be able to teleport very far. Once the other team returns, pair up and search. If you can't find him, don't blame me for not pleading for you. Nanguang's rough voice carried a strong aura of death. Except for Nanming, the other two were sweating profusely. They knew Nanguang wasn't threatening them, nor was he exaggerating. If this mission wasn't completed, the Nanguang and Nanming brothers would at most be punished, while they would most likely be used as human sacrifices inside the divine might space. Liu Erlong was thrown to the ground by Yichu, breathing heavily. Her perfect curves undulated. Looking up at this boundless, unfamiliar place, she remained stunned for a long time. Yichu, on the other hand, frowned, looking down at her, seemingly trying to discern something from her face. Liu Erlong's face was covered in cold sweat, with traces of blood and dirt. She looked at Yichu's face, which was clearly unfamiliar yet somehow strangely familiar. A hint of confusion flickered in her dark eyes. Who are you? Hearing her voice, Yichu's eyebrows furrowed, and he tilted his head, looking at her with bewilderment. You don't recognize me, what do you mean? Have we met before? Liu Erlong also looked at Yichu, equally puzzled. In her memory, there was no such person. Yichu didn't speak, but instead stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed this female tyrant truly didn't recognize him, or rather, couldn't remember anything related to Xiu. Otherwise, she wouldn't have attacked him when he offered help. We haven't met, and I don't know you. But, Yichu shook his head. Under Liu Erlong's strange gaze, he paused briefly before continuing, but we have the same thing on us. What thing? Liu Erlong slowly got up from the ground, standing in front of Yichu, looking at him strangely. Frowning, a strange feeling welled up within her. Since losing some of her memories and becoming somewhat misogynistic, she felt no disgust or wariness towards this stranger. Could it be that Yuhua's treatment had worked? That's it. Yichu pointed to his right eye, quickly activating his martial soul, the Tomo transforming into a six-pointed star. Liu Erlong stiffened, some images flashing through her mind. But when Yichu turned his gaze away, the images vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Buzz, the sound of burning flames rang out. Liu Erlong turned to follow Yichu's gaze. She saw a small stool in the distance, suddenly bursting into black flames, which were then completely burned away. What is this? Liu Erlong trembled, immediately understanding what Yichu was referring to. She looked at Yichu in shock. How did you get this? Can't you tell? It's my soul skill. Yichu wiped away a tiny bit of blood from the corner of his eye and said calmly. Then he looked at Liu Erlong suspiciously. Speaking of which, shouldn't I be asking you this question? You really have absolutely no recollection of what I look like. Soul skill, Liu Erlong murmured. Hearing Yichu's words, she shook her head and then nodded. What do you mean by shaking your head and nodding like that? Yichu frowned at her. Before meeting you, I had no recollection at all, but after meeting you, I had a vague impression, but I really can't remember. Liu Erlong patted her head. She felt that her current state was very strange, perhaps a little more delicate than usual. Then aren't you surprised that the soul skill in your eye came from this? Yichu looked at her in surprise. How could she use something that suddenly appeared so confidently? I find it strange. But it doesn't stop me from using it. Besides, I had a serious illness before, and I can't remember some things. Alright, it seems you really don't remember Yixiu. Yichu shook his head helplessly and sighed. He had thought he could get some clues from Liu Erlong. Unexpectedly, her memory seemed to have been tampered with. Yixiu? You're that scumbag, heartless man. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the name Yixiu, Liu Erlong suddenly seemed to remember something. She looked at him with a strange and surprised expression. Yes, Yichu's face lit up with joy, and he nodded unconsciously. Then he quickly shook his head. He dared not admit to being a scumbag or heartless man when the situation was unclear. No. I'm not Yixiu, my name is Yichu. I just want to find him. Do you know him? Yichu looked at the pale-faced woman in front of him with surprise. This woman didn't seem as difficult to communicate with as he had imagined. No, Liu Erlong looked at Yichu suspiciously, but also shook her head. I don't know where he is, and I don't know him. Maybe I do know him, but I've lost some memories and can't remember. But, her voice trailed off, tinged with sadness, and her eyes softened as she looked at Yichu. But I occasionally hear my best friend mention that name. Who is your best friend? Yichu looked at her strangely. He had no idea who Liu Erlong's best friends were. Surely he couldn't possibly bring up Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, again? It shouldn't be that far off. Why are you so strange? Instead of asking my name first, you're concerned about my best friend's name. Liu Erlong suddenly glared at Yichu, thoroughly annoyed by his behavior. She had even unconsciously started referring to him as my best friend. Ahem. Sorry, I was too hasty. Yichu smiled wryly. He knew Liu Erlong's identity, but she didn't. His question was indeed very abrupt. As Yichu scratched his head, he suddenly noticed a small pool of blood on the ground. It was flowing from Liu Erlong's left arm. Looking at the pale-faced Liu Erlong in surprise, Yichu realized this dragon was indeed a tiger. Even while bleeding, she was still chatting. How about I heal your wounds first? Yichu tried to maintain a friendly attitude towards those connected to Yixiu and whom he had left with a backup plan. He didn't want any further misunderstandings. Okay, thank you in advance. The two sat down cross-legged on the spot. Liu Erlong turned sideways, her left shoulder facing Yichu. My name is Liu Erlong, and I'm the Dean of Lamba Academy in Xiandao Imperial City. As if possessed, facing this increasingly familiar young man, Liu Erlong spoke softly. She even felt an urge to recount her experiences over the years. Frowning, Liu Erlong suppressed this urge. She stopped herself, turning her head to carefully examine the young man before her. Could she really know this person? But in the past 10 years, she had rarely left Xiandao City or gone out. The other person's age didn't seem like it at all. So it's Dean Liu. I'm Yichu. May I ask which of the good sisters you mentioned earlier is this? Yichu raised an eyebrow, and after his voice faded, there was no response for a long time. He glanced at Liu Erlong. At this moment, she didn't seem to want to answer the question and remained silent. She just frowned at Yichu. Seeing this, Yichu didn't speak anymore. There would be plenty of time to ask after the injury was healed. Liu Erlong didn't know why. She didn't seem to like Yichu's way of addressing her, and didn't even want to tell him about Tang Yuhu. Dean Liu, I'm sorry for the offense. Yichu's voice made Liu Erlong frown, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Rip. As soon as Yichu finished speaking, he suddenly tore off the sleeve of her left arm. It revealed a smooth, blood-stained arm. Liu Erlong frowned and felt a little pain. But she didn't have any other major reaction, except that her right fist was already clenched tightly. Yichu saw that there was a bloody hole in her left upper arm. Fortunately, no bones were broken. Otherwise, she would have already lost her fighting ability. Yichu picked up a towel, his internal energy of ice and fire surging. The towel suddenly became covered in frost, and then slowly emitted wisps of smoke. Between the ice and heat, the towel became somewhat warm. Yichu held her arm, which felt cool to the touch. Her skin was a pale peach color, smooth and firm, full of elasticity. She looked like a girl in her early 20s, tender and radiant. Liu Erlong turned her head to look at Yichu, carefully wiping away the bloodstains, feeling increasingly strange. She didn't feel any unease or resistance. His palm was warm. In her heart, she felt more and more that she knew Yichu. Yichu, who was carefully treating her wound, did not notice the slight embarrassment on Liu Erlong's face. He was just carefully wiping away the dried bloodstains on her arm. Seeing her injury, the wound that was slow to heal and was even spreading. This confirmed Yichu's suspicions. The person who assassinated Jinring Su was indeed the evil soul master with a crimson bow martial soul. Yichu opened his Sharingan, observing the crimson soul power swirling around it. Fortunately, Liu Erlong's injuries were less severe, still only visible on the surface. Dean Liu, I might need to use the black flames I just used. Please forgive me. Yichu looked up, greeting Liu Erlong first to avoid any misunderstanding. Liu Erlong, who had been staring blankly at Yichu, suddenly met his Sharingan gaze. Like a key, a slight blush rose to her cheeks, and memories replayed in her mind. A vague figure, blue hair, eyes that flickered between blue and red, her best friend Tang Yuhua, and a purple-robed woman who had stirred her hatred. At such close range, overwhelmed by the memories, Liu Erlong even began to murmur. Yichu. Yihum, wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 218 Unsealing Memories. Noticing her unusual behavior, Yichu frowned, thinking it was his Sharingan's unorthodox nature acting up again. He immediately looked away. Liu Erlong was also taken aback. The memories that had just flooded her mind receded like a tide. No matter how hard she tried to hold on, she couldn't recall them. Her heart ached slightly. But when she looked at Yichu, she felt an increasing sense of familiarity and peace. Liu Erlong glanced at Yichu, who had lowered his eyes, wanting to recapture that feeling. But seeing her still bleeding arm, she suppressed her eagerness and nodded slightly. Yes, I believe you. Come on. Yichu looked at Liu Erlong, whose eyes were now filled with tears and whose expression had softened considerably, with a strange expression. He didn't understand why this girl's emotions were so volatile. Putting these thoughts aside for the moment, Yichu nodded gently and continued with the healing work. Yichu slightly opened his blood-red Sharingan, and a small black flame landed on Liu Erlong's snow-white arm, which was tinged with pink. The black flame swept across the skin, quickly clearing away the blood-red soul power. Then, under Yichu's control, the black flame passed through the blood-red hole. With the Sharingan's ability to see through things, it was also exceptional in surgery. Yichu's meticulous actions came into Liu Erlong's view, and her heart trembled. It seemed that someone had taken care of her like this back then, but she couldn't remember. Gradually, half an hour passed. Yichu had completely cleaned away the blood-red soul power that clung to the wound. Two warm palms suddenly covered the two holes, covering Liu Erlong's arm. A faint green light flashed out, and Liu Erlong felt a slight itch. When Yichu removed his palms, the wound had disappeared. Her entire arm was restored to its original state, becoming incredibly smooth, fair with a hint of blood, as smooth as mutton fat jade. Yichu didn't hold back either. He fully circulated the life force, healing the other injuries on Liu Erlong's body as well. Warm life force flowed through her body, a warmth that made her feel as if she were in the warm winter sun. Alright, Dean Liu, your injuries are all healed. Yichu gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Now can you answer my question? Yichu, having closed her Sharingan, quickly raised her head. Seeing the tears streaming down Liu Erlong's face, she was somewhat at a loss. Dean Liu? Did I hurt you? Yichu looked at Liu Erlong, whose face was normal but whose tears were falling, with a strange expression. She was completely confused. Suddenly, Liu Erlong reached out to Yichu. Dean Liu, you? Yichu quickly dodged, but was suddenly tackled to the ground by her. She was slender where she should be, and full-figured where she should be, her body perfectly proportioned, like that of a young married woman. She pressed herself against Yichu, clinging tightly to him. Although there was some blood and dirt on her body, a faint floral fragrance still lingered, invigorating the senses. Yichu could feel her shapely curves clearly. They were so soft, it felt like he was being drawn into them. Even clothed, she exuded an irresistible charm. Dean Liu, what are you doing? Yi Chu pushed her shoulders, his Sharingan eyes flashing faintly. Slap. Two soft slapping sounds rang out. Yi Chu looked at Liu Erlong, who was cupping his cheeks, utterly confused. Liu Erlong's cheeks were flushed. Her hands pressed against Yi Chu's face as she whispered, Yi Chu, look at me. Keep looking at me, huh? Dean Liu, what are you doing? Yi Chu grabbed her arm, trying to pull it away. He was completely baffled by her actions. But Liu Erlong gritted her teeth, clinging to him relentlessly. Yi Chu's struggle sent a tingling sensation through her soft flesh, her long eyelashes fluttering, creating a warm glow. Even though the uneven surface beneath her was uncomfortable, she pressed down, her face flushed. This was her chance to regain her memories. Yi Chu, activate your martial soul, it can help me regain my memories. Regain my memories? Yi Chu was taken aback, a strange feeling rising in his heart. He stopped struggling. Otherwise, he would make a fool of himself. He couldn't just move around like that. That's right. Regain my memories? Liu Erlong stared intently at Yi Chu, forcefully pressing her forward against his. Yi Chu looked at Liu Erlong, whose eyes were streaked with tears, and tentatively asked, are you sure? My martial soul is a little, I'm sure. Every time we look into each other's eyes, something comes to mind. I can feel, you're very important. Liu Erlong looked at Yi Chu seriously, interrupting him before he could finish. A fragrant breeze wafted towards Yi Chu's nose. Yi Chu didn't speak, but silently activated his martial soul. He believed in his willpower. Even if he lost control, he could quickly exit the divine might space. Before things were clear, he couldn't bring himself to act recklessly. The blood-red eternal kaleidoscope bloomed, like a blood-red, bewitching flower, captivating Liu Erlong's gaze and seducing her. Yi Chu could feel her arms, which had previously held some strength, weakening. Her body became heavier, sinking slightly. Yi Chu felt a little short of breath. As she became more immersed in the scene, her face flushed. Liu Erlong stared intently into Yi Chu's eyes, her gaze unblinking. Yi Chu, in turn, scrutinized her closely, a hint of amazement rising in his heart. Her long, black hair, bound by blue cloth, cascaded down her cheeks, causing a slight tickle. Her once slender and strong eyebrows had softened, a gentle sweep capable of stirring endless imagination. Her obsidian-like eyes, crystal clear and shimmering, seemed poised to spill tears. Her full, rosy lips trembled as they opened and closed. Brother Yixiu. 10 years ago. Shortly after Liu Erlong founded Blue Tyrant Academy. Outside Liu Erlong's residence stood 3 women of distinct styles, all around 20 years old. Liu Erlong, dressed in black with black hair, had already locked the door, preparing to depart. However, she was stopped by an uninvited guest, a woman as fiery as her figure. She glared angrily at the woman in purple robes blocking her way. Although her face was obscured, her alluring figure beneath the long robes revealed her to be a rare beauty. Beside her stood a mature and elegant woman in palace attire. She wore a silver palace dress, her figure tall and full-figured, her face delicate, and her demeanor noble and graceful. Her long, light blue hair flowed down her back, adorned with touches of gold. Long bangs framing her face. Her gaze towards Liu Erlong held a hint of apology. Bibi Dong, why are you stopping me from going to him again? Liu Erlong looked at Bibi Dong blocking her path, her face filled with barely suppressed anger, even a hint of hatred. Going there now will only hinder his growth. I already warned you not to try to approach him again. Bibi Dong's figure was hidden beneath her purple robes, her voice authoritative and unyielding. She slowly took a step closer to Liu Erlong. Why? Why can you and Yu go? While I haven't heard a thing. I just wanted to catch a glimpse from afar. Get out of my way. 6 spirit rings floated beneath Liu Erlong's feet. The fire dragon martial spirit behind her was eager to move. Fiery red dragon scales slowly covered her body. If you insist on doing this, then I have no choice but to seal your memories. Bibi Dong's voice was indifferent. She would nip any factor that might interfere with his normal growth trajectory in the bud. Seal my memories? Why, you're going to seal my memories again. What did I do wrong this time? A hint of fear appeared in Liu Erlong's eyes, and there was even a hint of hatred in her eyes as she looked at Bibi Dong. Sister Dong, is this really okay? Isn't it a bit too much? The woman in palace attire standing beside Bibi Dong couldn't help but plead for Liu Erlong. Too much? How could that be, Yu? Don't you think it's even more painful to endure the pain of unrequited love for over a decade alone? It's a good thing to let her cultivate properly for a few less years of unrequited love, isn't it? Bibi Dong said softly. Her steps showed no sign of stopping. Get away from me. No. I don't want to forget him again. Bibi Dong. Tang Yu, who couldn't bear to watch the scene before her. Liu Erlong's strength was simply no match for Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong unleashed her killing god domain, and Liu Erlong was quickly grabbed by the neck and lifted high. Under the purple hat, those cold purple eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. The shape was a six-pointed star with a three-leaf windmill hidden within. Lifted up, Liu Erlong kicked her legs, slowly rolling her eyes. She desperately pried open Bibi Dong's fingers. Her whimpering voice sounded like a plea. No. A flash of blood-red light appeared under the brim of the hat. Liu Erlong had stopped struggling, her arms hanging limply at her sides. Two clear tears streamed down her face as Bibi Dong gently laid her down, and she collapsed to the ground. Tang Yu quickly stepped forward and let her lean against her chest, a look of guilt flashing in her eyes. While Liu Erlong still retained some consciousness, she vaguely heard a conversation between the two. Sister Dong, once Sister Erlong recovers, she'll probably hate you to death, HMPH. I told you long ago, don't tell this brainless woman about him. I don't care about her resentment. She kept causing trouble at the spirit hall before, and I already sealed her once. What's wrong with her doing it again? Keep a close watch on her. The soul power he left me isn't much anymore, it won't last much longer. He's used up all the methods he left for this brainless woman. To prevent any accidents, I've patched it up for her. This time, the condition for her to regain her memories is being seduced again. When she wakes up, her beloved will be right in front of her. I think she'll be very happy. Memories replayed. More than 20 years ago. When he completely disappeared from the Soul Master world. When she learned that the blood sword in his hand had appeared in Bibi Dong's hands. Liu Erlong went to the spirit hall to cause trouble more than once. Because after Xiu disappeared, Bibi Dong's cultivation began to surge. Liu Erlong couldn't help but assume Bibi Dong was the murderer who stole the treasure. Under Bibi Dong's constant provocation, fearing she might influence the course of events and affect the future, Bibi Dong sealed all of Liu Erlong's memories of Xiu for the first time. It wasn't until many years later, when the contingency plan he left behind was activated, that Liu Erlong regained her memories once more. Later, when she went to Xiandao City to establish the Blue Tyrant Academy, she still harbored intense hatred for Bibi Dong. Then she was told Xiu's true whereabouts. She then remained silent for several years. Then, before achieving her goal, she died, and her memories were sealed again. Liu Erlong's face was flushed, her eyes shimmering. A few tears fell, landing on Yichu's eyes and cheeks. Yichu stared blankly at Liu Erlong, whose face flickered with joy, sadness, and hatred. The most intense emotion was the love in her eyes that made Yichu's heart flutter. Her memories seemed to be slowly returning. Suddenly, a wet sensation touched Yichu's lips, their red lips and white teeth colliding. His blood-red eyes began to gleam. Yichu stared blankly upwards. Liu Erlong, who had already grabbed him, closed her eyes, captivated by the unconventional nature of his martial soul, left Yichu somewhat dazed. He felt breathless, even experiencing a long-forgotten difficulty breathing. His eternal Mangekyou Sharingan suddenly shut down. Yichu forcefully turned his head away, trying to avoid Liu Erlong's kiss. As if sensing his resistance, Liu Erlong released her lips, leaving a glistening trace of color on Yichu's lips and spilling onto his cheeks. Hiss! Yichu, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly stiffened. Tears dripped onto his neck. Liu Erlong's silver teeth actually bit down hard on Yichu's neck. Ding Liu, you! Hiss! Yichu grimaced in pain. It hurt so much. Fortunately, it was just a bite. Then he could only feel his clothes becoming damp. Liu Erlong was actually sobbing uncontrollably in Yichu's arms, muttering incoherent words that Yichu couldn't understand. Why? Yichu spread his hands, somewhat helplessly. His face flushed, and his temperature rose. The trembling body in his arms felt like a full-body massage. Yichu gritted his teeth and pursed his lips, silently enduring the gentle pressure. Ding Liu, Yichu felt he couldn't resist the temptation, his body stiffening, afraid to move. He awkwardly called out to Liu Erlong softly, but received no response. Liu Erlong gripped Yichu's shoulders. She remembered everything. The person before her was the one she had forgotten, the one she had been searching for. Tears streamed down her face. She greedily inhaled Yichu's scent, burying her head in his hands, clinging to him, unwilling to leave. Seeing that she wasn't moving, Yichu laid down beside her, quietly waiting for her to recover. Today's 10,000 word update is complete. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 219 The Truth Revealed. Inside the Divine Might space, Liu Erlong lay limply on Yichu's body. Only when Yichu's collar was soaked did she gradually stop crying. However, her body trembled intermittently, the lingering effects of her sobs. Seeing that she seemed to have finished crying, Yichu slowly began to move his body. Even through her clothes, her soft skin possessed an extraordinary charm. As if sensing something, Liu Erlong's already red eyelids began to redden. Her face, which had transformed from spirited to delicate, slowly flushed pink. Her arms slowly climbed onto Yichu's shoulders. "Dean Liu," Yichu called softly, trying to be gentle, as she pressed closer to him. He called twice, but received no response. Only between his neck and lips, he could feel slightly cool and soft lips, pressed against his neck, slowly moving, tickling him and making him feel somewhat embarrassed. He tentatively and slowly climbed up her fleshy yet well-proportioned waist, like a soft and gentle ragdoll. Yichu, already tempted, felt a sudden flutter in his heart and a surge of excitement. He didn't catch his breath, his chest heaving. The delicate body in his arms trembled slightly from the sudden attack, then pressed against him again, sinking down. Feeling a surge of heat, Yichu exhaled a breath of hot air. Holding her waist, seeing no reaction, Yichu tried to push her away to let his private parts breathe. Liu Erlong let out a muffled groan. A warm breath touched Yichu's neck. She seemed unwilling to let him go. Yichu was about to turn them from lying on top of each other to lying on their sides when Liu Erlong seized the opportunity to hug Yichu's neck. She also pressed one leg against Yichu. Her slightly swollen eyes revealed a strange light as she stared intently at Yichu. "Dean Liu," Yichu looked at Liu Erlong, who was clearly awake but not responding, with some confusion. "Brother Yixiu." Her round, red lips parted, and a slightly hoarse voice uttered four words that sent a jolt through Yichu's heart. He looked at her uncertainly. "Dean Liu, what did you call me, Brother Yixiu?" Erlong remembers, she remembers everything. "I've finally seen you again." Liu Erlong hugged Yichu tightly, her eyes brimming with tears, and she was sobbing slightly. Yichu lay on the ground, stunned. Even though the truth was so close, he was still somewhat bewildered. "Dean Liu, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else?" "No, I couldn't possibly be wrong. You are my brother Yixiu. Eyebrows, eyes, nose, martial soul. And your scent, I remember it all clearly." As Liu Erlong spoke, she gently stroked Yichu's cheek, bringing her face close and breathing in his scent, seemingly somewhat intoxicated. "So that's how it is," Yichu murmured to himself, looking at the beautiful face before him. Although he had suspected it before, after truly confirming that Yixiu was indeed him, a few inexplicable emotions welled up in his heart. Looking at Liu Erlong capturing his lips again, Yichu's pupils trembled slightly. It seemed that he had incurred one or even several emotional debts out of nowhere. Thinking of this, he was momentarily stunned. He let Liu Erlong pluck at him, his teeth almost clattering together. A moment later, the wetness on his lips had subsided, leaving only a sweet taste in his mouth. A plaintive voice drifted into his ears. "Brother Yixiu, don't you like Erlong anymore?" Looking at Yichu, who let her do as she pleased without any response except for that area, Liu Erlong's expression was extremely sorrowful. The light in her eyes seemed to fade, and large tears were about to fall again. Yichu pursed his lips, unsure how to explain. He shook his head helplessly. He had only just met her, how could he possibly like her? "I just met you today." Liu Erlong paused, a large tear suddenly falling from the corner of her eye, dripping over her nose and onto the ground. PFFT. Haha, just when Yichu thought she was about to cry, Liu Erlong suddenly couldn't help but laugh. But even as she laughed, the tears streaming down her face didn't stop. "I'm sorry, Brother Yixiu. I was just too happy and forgot about you for a moment." Overjoyed, Liu Erlong rested her head against Yichu's chest again. The feeling of a woman he had just met throwing herself into his arms made Yichu feel somewhat awkward. "Dean Liu, shall we get up first?" "Yes, whatever you say." Liu Erlong frowned and nodded slightly. With her consent, Yichu released his hold on her slender waist. Liu Erlong cooperated and let go. After they both stood up, Liu Erlong pressed herself against Yichu again, hugging him tightly. "Brother Yixiu, can you hug me?" Although Yichu felt awkward, he still did as she asked and hugged her waist. His fingers gently traced her curves, a look of happiness on Liu Erlong's face. Her waistline was smooth, starting from her slightly concave abdomen, flowing down to her hips in an elegant arc, creating a sensual rhythm. Yichu could feel the delicacy and softness of her skin, as if touching an exquisite silk. Gently pressing on her waist, Yichu could clearly feel that the flesh was not exaggerated, but just right. With a voluptuous beauty and a slender suppleness, Liu Erlong was far more irresistible than the still somewhat inexperienced Zhu Qing and the other girls. She was enough to make one not want to let go, wanting to feel the warmth of being enveloped by a waist that combined softness and strength. "Dean Liu, do you know Yixiu?" Yichu asked again, embracing the tight, delicate body in his arms. While seemingly wanting to learn about Yixiu, he actually wanted to confirm things further. Whether he was truly Yixiu or not, no amount of confirmation was too much. "Brother Yixiu, Erlong wouldn't mistake you." Liu Erlong tightened her embrace again, allowing Yichu to hear her heartbeat and feel her softness. "I know you have a second martial soul, the Blue-Silver Emperor. Your martial soul is called the Sharingan, and this is the Kamui space." "Aha!" Yichu chuckled dryly at Liu Erlong's suddenly somewhat resentful gaze. Liu Erlong's first sentence was enough for Yichu to believe he was Yixiu. His own Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul was truly an acquired Dean Liu. "Brother Yixiu, could you please not call me that?" Yichu was about to speak when Liu Erlong wrinkled her nose and rubbed against him unhappily. "Then what should I call you?" Yichu was a little distracted by her rubbing, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Liu Erlong hesitated for a moment. Remembering how Brother Yixiu addressed Bibi Dong, she bit her red lips and said in a sweet voice, her face flushed, "Brother Yixiu, you can call me longer." As soon as she finished speaking, not only Liu Erlong's face felt burning hot, but Yichu's lips also twitched involuntarily. He really couldn't bring himself to say longer, after all. She was much older than him. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "How about, you change it?" Okay. Liu Erlong didn't hesitate at all, burying her head in Yichu's arms and responding in a muffled voice. Knowing her own personality, she couldn't handle such a title. She quickly whispered, "Brother Yixiu, it's better to call me Erlong, alright." "Erlong," Yichu breathed a sigh of relief and readily agreed. Then, as if remembering something, he said, "Liu Erlong, you can just call me Yichu, that's my current name." "Okay, Brother Yichu." "No need for brother." Yichu's forehead creased with a few black lines as he quickly corrected her. "Yes, Yichu." Liu Erlong looked up, gazing at Yichu with a dazed expression. At this moment, Brother Yixiu seemed even more interesting. His facial expressions were much more varied than before. Under Liu Erlong's puzzled gaze, Yichu pressed her shoulder and pushed her away. Erlong, how about we change our clothes first? I have some questions to ask you." "Change our clothes?" Liu Erlong glanced at her tattered clothes stained with blood, mud, and sweat, and her bare left arm. Then she saw Yichu's clothes, soaked with her tears. A blush crept onto her face. She nodded slightly. Yichu didn't hesitate, his eyes flashing with divine power. He led Liu Erlong to another stone platform. There were some furniture and a screen there. "Erlong, why don't you go change over there?" Yichu looked at Liu Erlong, who was tightly holding his hand. He raised his hand and pointed to the screen not far away. "Okay," Liu Erlong replied softly, somewhat reluctantly, taking a few steps away before gently letting go of Yichu. As she approached the screen, she didn't forget to look back at Yichu, seemingly afraid of something. Yichu tugged at his damp collar and pinched his brow. It was a bit of a headache. What young, vigorous man could resist such an alluring, slightly chubby little tank? It was really hard to resist. He sighed softly and then disappeared from the spot. After randomly finding a stone platform, Yichu quickly changed his clothes. Noon. Starred out great forest. Fallen trees on the shattered ground revealed the blazing sun high in the sky. Several corpses, some far apart, lay exposed to the sun. Their red robes were tattered. These were the evil soul masters slain by Liu Erlong. Their exposed hands and faces were eerily withered. Their already dwindling blood seemed to have been drained. In a spatial distortion, Yichu appeared. Looking at the withered corpses at his feet, Yichu frowned. His mood suddenly turned heavy. I didn't expect them to even kill their own people, he murmured. Yichu's resolve to eliminate them hardened. His divine power swirled. The bloodhound appeared out of thin air beneath his feet. Yichu led it to the spot where Liu Erlong and his group had fought. He first had it memorize the scents in the air. He glanced at the sky, then vanished again, inside the divine power space. Liu Erlong, having changed into a light blue cloth dress and washed her body and face with some drinking water, excitedly ran out from behind the screen. Not seeing Yichu, her heart skipped a beat. She stood alone on the vast stone platform, pacing back and forth. Tears streamed down her face like broken pearls. She stood there utterly alone. Even when surrounded and captured, she hadn't panicked. Now, she frantically looked around, searching for Yichu. After searching for a long time, she still couldn't find him. Her eyes were lifeless, blurry with tears. She stood there blankly, somewhat lost. Suddenly, Liu Erlong's body trembled. Dean Liu, are you looking for me? Yichu's voice suddenly came from behind her. Brother Yixiu, Liu Erlong's voice trembled with tears as she threw herself into Yichu's arms. Despite the force of the impact, Yichu barely managed to stay upright. He felt no pain whatsoever. Looking at Liu Erlong, who was still covered in tears despite having already been cleaned up, Yichu felt a mixture of helplessness and a touch of inexplicable heartache. Perhaps, that damned possessiveness in a man's heart had made him consider Liu Erlong his woman. Feeling a dampness on his shoulder, Yichu patted Liu Erlong's back softly, saying, Dean Liu, can you please stop crying? I'm sorry, I thought it was all a dream. I thought you left me again. I was so scared. I was so scared that when I woke up, I would forget you again. Liu Erlong's voice choked with sobs. She quickly raised her head, tears still streaming from her swollen eyes. Her body trembled from sobbing. How could that be? This is my divine might space. It's lunchtime. I just went to buy some food. Yichu is carrying a food box in his left hand, which he had bought in Xiandao City. Don't cry, Yichu said helplessly, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Okay, I won't cry anymore, Liu Erlong nodded vigorously, quickly wiping away her tears with both hands, then tightly hugged Yichu's arm, unwilling to let go. Yichu looked at Liu Erlong, who was biting her red lips and staring intently at her, trying not to let the tears fall. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. This Mother Tyrannosaurus title seemed somewhat undeserved, as she was making such a childlike expression. After gently stroking her cheek again, Yichu withdrew his hand. Dean Liu, let's eat something first. I also have some things to ask you. Let's talk while we eat. Yichu is carrying the food, about to lead Liu Erlong, who was clinging to him, to a table not far away. But Liu Erlong's voice, trembling with tears, rang out again. Yichu, call me Erlong. Okay, I remember, don't call me Erlong. Yichu turned around and saw a pair of large, dark eyes that were already brimming with tears. A little flustered, he pulled her into his arms and comforted her. After a while, Yichu led her to the table. Seeing that she was still clinging to him and wouldn't let go, Yichu had no choice but to sit down with her. He put down the food box he was carrying. Erlong, can you let go of me now? Yichu turned to look at Liu Erlong, who was leaning on his shoulder and had already wet it. I'm sorry. Liu Erlong also realized that she had wet Yichu's newly changed clothes. She awkwardly tried to pat Yichu's clothes dry. It's alright, I can do it myself, Yichu said, placing his hand on her shoulder. A moment later, a wisp of smoke appeared, and Yichu's clothes became clean again. He looked up at the somewhat haggard Liu Erlong. Yichu couldn't help but reach out to cover Liu Erlong's swollen eyes. Erlong, let me heal you. Close your eyes. No, I don't want to close my eyes. Liu Erlong looked at Yichu stubbornly. She was afraid that if she closed her eyes and opened them again, she would find that it was just a dream. Alright. Don't worry, it's not a dream, Yichu comforted her softly. He simply raised both hands and cupped her temples. Green light emanated from his thumbs, which gently moved around her eyes. Liu Erlong's eyes, like black pearls, still held a few tears, shone like dazzling glass, radiating a dazzling and burning light. Soon, her swollen eyes returned to normal. Yichu had just lowered his hands when Liu Erlong's face suddenly loomed large in front of him. Her round, cherry-like lips gently touched the corner of Yichu's mouth. The touch was brief. Yichu was stunned for a moment, but didn't say anything more. Alright, let's eat. Several dishes were placed on the table, and bowls and chopsticks were distributed. Yichu started eating first. He hadn't eaten much since morning and was indeed quite hungry. Liu Erlong took out a damp handkerchief and gently wiped away the tears on her face. Looking at Yichu, her eyes held a hint of disappointment, but even more so, infatuation, relief, and joy. Yichu, who had just taken a bite of food, noticed some of his favorite dishes in his bowl and turned to look at Liu Erlong. She was also slowly picking at her food, chewing her chopsticks. Watching Yichu eat, she smiled gently at him, noticing his gaze. Then she added some more food to his bowl. Thank you, Erlong, Yichu said, completely dispelling his last doubts. No matter what, she couldn't possibly like all the same dishes as him, could she? Yes, Liu Erlong nodded happily. Recalling the past years, even the slightly sweet taste in her throat was difficult to swallow. Looking at Yichu now, she felt as if she had returned to the time more than 20 years ago when she and Yichu ate together. Slowly, tears welled up in her eyes, then slowly faded. Yichu seemed to dislike seeing her cry. He pursed his lips, a smile in his eyes, and finally swallowed the food in his throat. Yichu, standing to the side, didn't think too much. Right now, he was focused on his food. He ate a few more mouthfuls and quickly filled his stomach. Alright, Erlong. I'm full, don't put any more food on my plate. Yichu took another bite of the food that Liu Erlong had put on his plate and said softly. Okay, I know, Liu Erlong nodded, looking at Yichu, and ate slowly. Erlong, can you tell me about the past? Yichu propped his head up and looked at Liu Erlong quietly. At this, Liu Erlong paused. She gently shook her head. I'm sorry. There are some things I can't say. Huh? Like what? Yichu looked at her curiously. Like, some things between us. Liu Erlong nervously held her bowl, afraid that Yichu would be angry. But she didn't want to reveal everything about her interactions with Yichu. She hoped that Yichu had interacted with her naturally back then, rather than passively doing so because he knew those things. Moreover, some information left to her by Bibi Dong when she unlocked her memory seal had also been implanted into her mind. Although she hated Bibi Dong, she also agreed with this matter. Is that so? It's okay, Yichu waved his hand indifferently. He could guess her thoughts to some extent. Besides, these weren't what he wanted to know most. He reached out his chopsticks and picked up some dishes that Liu Erlong ate frequently for her. Actually, what I want to know is, do you know why those evil spirit masters who were chasing you appeared? Is it related to me? Yichu wanted to know more about some unknown changes happening in this world. Liu Erlong, who was still immersed in the happiness of Yichu serving her food, stiffened again. She shook her head with some guilt. These I really don't know. You never take me with you when you're doing serious business, and you've never told me anything. Liu Erlong lowered her head in disappointment. She only found out about Tang Yuho's relationship with Yichu after she caused trouble at the spirit hall. Okay. Let me think. Yichu was also a little troubled by this situation. Yichu didn't just think, he added some more food to Liu Erlong's plate. After a moment of contemplation, he continued to ask, do you know Yu Zia Gang? I know. Liu Erlong seemed a little flustered, but quickly calmed down. Although that beast is my cousin, I have nothing to do with him, huh? Yichu looked at her strangely. Erlong, could you tell me in detail? Seeing that Yichu hadn't changed at all because of this, Liu Erlong felt slightly relieved. Then, a look of deep disgust appeared on her face. She slowly recounted what happened after she met Yu Zia Gang. Back then, my memories were still sealed. I was adventuring in the Soul Master world with that beast and the four-eyed cat Alflander. I felt sorry for that beast, so I pulled him into the team, and we became known as the Golden Iron Triangle. Finally, that beast proposed to me, actually wanting me to train a genius with him. It was disgusting. Then I broke his leg and returned to Heaven Dao City. Liu Erlong's face flushed slightly when she mentioned breaking his leg. Because of the information left by Bibi Dong, Liu Erlong hadn't told Yichu that her memories had been sealed twice. She only discovered Yu Zia Gang's true thoughts through the illusion Yichu had created in her eyes. Her memories returned when she broke Yu Zia Gang's leg, and she immediately returned to Heaven Dao City. Have a nice day. Chapter 220 Defeating them one by one. So that's how it is, Yichu exclaimed, utterly astonished. He hadn't expected such similar developments to lead to such drastically different outcomes. Yu Zia Gang, knowing Liu Erlong's identity, still dared to propose. His motive? Because Liu Erlong possessed a mutated martial soul. And both of them shared a bloodline of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He wanted to increase the chances of their offspring's martial soul mutating, thus creating a genius. What a beast. Yichu, did he offend you? Tell me where he is. I'll cripple him for you. Liu Erlong glared at Yichu, putting down her chopsticks and clenching her fists until they cracked. She had only broken his leg and hadn't retaliated too much because he was her so-called uncle. She hadn't told her father either. But if he dared to provoke Yichu, she would definitely not let him off. She would settle both old and new scores. No need for that. If I really want to deal with him, I'll do it myself. Yichu smiled indifferently. Just a good-for-nothing who only knew how to talk big. Having realized the similarities between Liu Erlong's trajectory and her original experiences, Yichu asked the question he was most concerned about. By the way, how much do you know about Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Spirit Hall? This. I don't know either. Liu Erlong hesitated, then gently shook her head. She wasn't very clear about Bibi Dong. She had only met her a few times. Tang Yuho seemed to know her well, but Tang Yuho had never told her anything. Yichu looked at her, raising an eyebrow. He clearly saw a flash of hatred in Liu Erlong's eyes upon hearing the name. Before Yichu could speak again, Liu Erlong said, "My good friend should know about Bibi Dong and those evil spirit masters. She seems to have connections with people from the Spirit Hall." Yichu was taken aback. Seeing that Liu Erlong didn't want to elaborate and genuinely didn't know much, he didn't press her. He had to find another way. "Who is your friend?" Liu Erlong shook her head again. "I can't say right now." "Why?" Yichu looked at her, puzzled. "Unless you spend 2 months. I want you to spend 2 months with me." Liu Erlong blushed, holding up 3 fingers, but then seemed to think it was a bit inappropriate. Afraid that Yichu wouldn't agree, she put 1 finger away. "It doesn't need to be long. You just need to come and spend half an hour with me every day, or come to see me once a day. Please." Liu Erlong grabbed Yichu's hand, her eyes pleading. She hadn't seen Yichu for over 20 years. She just wanted to spend more time with him. All right then. Seeing this, Yichu, who had been pondering, didn't think much of it and nodded in agreement. Her request wasn't too difficult to fulfill. Besides, his future self had indeed wronged her. 2 months was far from enough to make up for it. "Great. Thank you, Yichu." Liu Erlong happily threw herself into Yichu's arms. Her soft, round buttocks landed on Yichu's lap, her imposing body making it difficult for Yichu to resist. Pop! She gently kissed Yichu's lips. Liu Erlong wrapped her arms around Yichu's neck, looking down at him slightly. "Speaking of which, why did your best friend call me a scumbag and a heartless man?" Yichu asked with an embarrassed smile, somewhat unaware of his own ignorance. He was still a little curious about where that assessment came from. Liu Erlong was puzzled for a moment. Then a blush and apology appeared on her face. "Actually, she didn't say that. I just often heard her mention you, and I made it up in my head." Liu Erlong smiled cautiously at Yichu. At that time, she didn't remember Yichu, and only thought that Tang Yuho had been cheated on by a heartless man named Yixiu, although it was pretty much the same thing. Yichu smiled awkwardly, a hint of helplessness on his face. It seemed like another emotional debt was involved. "Then can you tell me now?" "Okay." Liu Erlong nodded somewhat disappointedly. Actually, she didn't want to tell Yichu so soon. She also wanted Yichu to spend more time with her. But thinking of how she had also suffered from love sickness, and how she had told her about Yichu, and how she had taken care of her slightly erratic self due to her sealed memories, Liu Erlong didn't hesitate any longer. "She is Tang Yuhua, the master of Yuxun and Xiandao City." Tang Yuhua. Yichu was shocked. How could it be her? He had just cut off her second brother's hand not long ago, even killed him. How did his future self get involved with her? And how did Tang Yuhua, as a member of the Haoshan sect, get involved with the Spirit Hall and Bibi Dong? Was it also because of him? "Yichu, do you know Yuhua?" Liu Erlong looked at Yichu curiously. "Yes, I've heard of her." Yichu smiled bitterly, not saying much. But he still made up his mind to visit Yuxun. "Yichu, I'm sorry. I really didn't know those things." Liu Erlong leaned against Yichu and said softly. "Don't always apologize to me. If anything, I'm the one who owes you a lot." If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, He couldn't have imagined that a soul saint could cry so uncontrollably. Thinking of this, Yichu couldn't help but gently pull her voluptuous body into his arms. "No, I've never blamed you," Liu Erlong smiled foolishly. The two embraced each other, just like before. After a long time, immersed in the joy of reuniting with Yichu, Liu Erlong suddenly stood up. Her soul power had become abundant again. "Yichu, my soul power has recovered. Take me out." "Take you out? Take you where?" Yichu looked at her in confusion and stood up as well. "I'm going to take revenge." Liu Erlong's eyes became somewhat dangerous. She, who had been speaking softly, suddenly became fierce, her voice cold and piercing. She cracked her fists, gritted her teeth, and her eyes showed a fierce glint. "Revenge?" Yichu looked at her strangely. He wondered if her thick-skinned nature had made her forget that she had been chased not long ago. "They outnumber us. This is going to be difficult." "What's so difficult about it? You're here, aren't you?" Liu Erlong skillfully pulled Yichu's arm into her embrace. Her gaze was intense as she looked at him, seemingly full of confidence. Fortunately, Yichu had already thoroughly explored Zhu Zhuking's body and was somewhat used to this level of pressure. "But I'm only level 37 right now." Yichu tried to pull his arm away, but to no avail, which only made Liu Erlong feel hotter. It seemed that her earlier crying was a misunderstanding. He had heard about her tyrannical personality and knew that getting her to let go of this matter would be difficult. So he explained his plan. "How about I go find some outside help?" "No. I want to go myself." Liu Erlong shook her head firmly, a determined look in her eyes. "Look. What's this?" Seeing Yichu still hesitant, Liu Erlong suddenly released him and took out two long, thin objects from her soul tool. "These are soul bones." Yichu looked at the left arm bone and right leg bone in her hand with some surprise. "That's right, they are soul bones, and they are both over 10,000 years old. I dug them out from the bodies of those bastards I killed." Liu Erlong held the soul bones in her hand, smiling at Yichu. She took these things out at this time. Yichu naturally knew what she meant. He didn't expect those evil soul masters to be so wealthy. He immediately made a plan in his mind. He nodded and agreed to Liu Erlong's request. "All right, then we'll go avenge you." "Great. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you." Liu Erlong gave Yichu a bear hug, letting him bury himself in her broad chest. After a while, Yichu regained his sight. But the warmth on his face lingered for a long time. "Here you go, these two soul bones are for you." Liu Erlong, with a slight blush on her face, presented the soul bones to Yichu as if offering a treasure, her large black eyes fixed on him without blinking. "No need, these are yours." Yichu reached out and pushed the soul bones she offered away. Liu Erlong, however, directly stuffed them into his arms. "What's mine is yours, just take them." Yichu had no choice but to put the two soul bones in her hand. "Then let's set off." Liu Erlong happily took Yichu's hand, full of enthusiasm. "Don't rush." Yichu stood still and shook his head. He wouldn't complain about having too many soul bones. Calling the spirit hall would likely result in them taking a share. It was better to call his own people. That guy had wanted him to get him a set of inheritance soul bones. "Erlong, wait for me here for a bit. I need to make some preparations." "Preparations? Okay, I'll wait for you." Liu Erlong didn't ask any further questions. She trusted Yichu. Yichu nodded and disappeared from Liu Erlong's sight. Liu Erlong looked at the somewhat empty divine might space. She was no longer afraid. Her face was even beaming with joy. Yichu had actually hugged her for so long. As she smiled, she couldn't help but think of that hateful woman, Bibi Dong. A hint of hatred flashed in her eyes. Then she touched her body, her face beginning to glow. If she, Bibi Dong, were to get pregnant with Yichu's child first, Bibi Dong would definitely be furious. Just as Liu Erlong was lost in thought, less than a quarter of an hour later, Yichu reappeared before her. "Erlong, I'm back." Yichu patted a brocade pouch hanging from his waist, a confident smile on his face. "Yichu?" Liu Erlong quickly ran to Yichu's side. She noticed that Yichu seemed to have changed since he left. His face showed less worry and instead appeared quite relaxed and carefree. "Yichu, where did you go?" Liu Erlong looked at Yichu, whose demeanor had changed drastically, with curiosity. "Nothing, just preparing some backup plans." Yichu took her hand, offering no further explanation. "Let's go, let's get out of here now." He hadn't fought seriously in a long time. Or perhaps he had fought, but rarely had the opportunity to go all out. Now, with so many evil soul masters and Liu Erlong supporting him, it was undeniably a very good opportunity. He could finally let loose completely. Liu Erlong nodded slightly, her face beaming with joy. Yi Qiu had actually taken her hand on his own initiative, although it was unintentional. She was still very happy. Space distorted. The two figures appeared in the starred-out Great Forest. Also appearing were a leopard and a dog. Liu Erlong and Yi Qiu were sitting one behind the other on the back of the swift shadow leopard. Leaning against Yi Qiu, Liu Erlong, her face flushed with excitement, didn't forget to remind him. Yi Qiu, when they came to capture me, there were 3 teams of 6 people each. Now they should still have about 10 people left. 10 people, Yi Qiu frowned, immediately having a plan in mind. Then let's search first. If they've scattered, we'll take them down one by one. If they're all together, then we'll think of another way. Okay. I'll do whatever you say, Liu Erlong nodded, placing Yi Qiu's hands on her lower abdomen. Then she quietly leaned against Yi Qiu's chest, peacefully enjoying this beautiful moment. After having a plan, Yi Qiu had the bloodhound sniff around again. They wouldn't track the Soul Saint level evil soul master for now. Soon, the dog pointed the way for the leopard. Starred out Great Forest. On a clearing at the boundary between the outer area and the mixed area. Lying there was a 15,000-year-old blood-crowned golden eagle. At this moment, Nanming was holding a blood-red bead. He poured a little soul power into the bead. The bead immediately floated up, releasing a powerful and eerie suction force. A large amount of blood gushed from the body of the soul beast killed by the stray arrows. Gradually, the golden eagle's body shriveled up, all its blood draining away. Nanming reached out, and the bead returned to his hand. Brother, the blood has been collected. Nanming carefully handed the bead to his elder brother. At this moment, Nanguang's face remained gloomy. They had been searching for Liu Erlong for most of the day, but there had been no progress. HMPH, Nanguang snorted coldly, roughly snatching the bead into his hand. Since the mission to capture Yu Luomian's daughter hadn't been completed, he would have to complete the other mission more successfully. Let's go, find a few more prey. On the other side, the small team that had originally followed the 2 Nanguang brothers was now reduced to 2. They were cautiously searching for something in the jungle. Little did they know. Not far from them, a pair of bloodshot eyes had already set their sights on them. Today's 10,000-word update. Wishing everyone a pleasant life. Chapter 221 The Biggest Trump Card. Erlong, there are 2 soul emperors over there. Their cultivation levels are probably around level 60. Yi Qiu sat on the back of a soul beast, the purple windmill within the 6-pointed star in his eyes gleaming. He was staring intently at the 2 evil soul masters. Then let's go over there now. Liu Erlong put away the shyness on her face, clenched her fists, and a fierce fighting spirit flashed in her eyes. Wait a moment, let me check the surroundings again. Yi Qiu hugged her, stopping her movements. Then he used his Sharingan to survey the surroundings. No problem, we'll each take one. I'll cover you. Okay, Liu Erlong nodded, her face flushed. Hey Fengzi, could they have already left the starred-out Great Forest? In the dark forest, Iwatani and the others had just emerged from a cave and couldn't help but complain again. Impossible. According to Lord Nanguang, that kid's cultivation level isn't high. Even if he has teleportation abilities, with his meager soul power, how far can he teleport? The evil soul master named Fengzi responded in a deep voice. He was quite convinced by Nanguang's analysis. Back when they were slaughtering the continent, they had encountered soul masters with special abilities before. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that Yi Qiu's divine might space was different. Regardless of the distance, the energy consumption was constant. Of course, the size and mass of the object also mattered. The larger the object, the slower it moved, and the more soul power and spiritual power it consumed. Fengzi looked up at the sky and shook his head helplessly. Alright, stop complaining, let's search the vicinity. Roar. As soon as Fengzi finished speaking, a roar from some kind of soul beast suddenly came from the dense forest. What is that? Iwatani exclaimed, looking behind him. It's a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Fengzi's gaze followed closely. It was indeed a 10,000-year-old swift shadow leopard. Crackling sounds. Not good. Dodge. Boom. Before Fengzi could finish speaking, a huge fireball had already blasted towards them from behind. The dark forest was suddenly illuminated. The two reacted quickly, jumping to opposite sides. The massive fireball carved a long furrow in the ground before crashing into a tree and exploding with a deafening roar. "It's that kid." Iwatani turned to see Yichu, with his blue hair, standing atop a tree, looking down at them. Blue Silver Emperor's third soul skill, Blue Silver Ice and Fire Break. Before they could even react, Blue Silver Emperors burst forth from the ground, followed by basketball-sized ice blue and fiery red energy balls. That move again. Feng Zi's face flashed with panic as he quickly prepared to use his defensive soul skill. Boom! The powerful explosions filled the forest with smoke and dust, and some weaker trees collapsed. Within the thick smoke, a flame ignited. Feng Zi stood inside a fiery red dome, his 6 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, floating beneath his feet. He smirked, secretly relieved that his reaction had been timely and he hadn't suffered much damage. On the other side, Iwatani, who lacked any defensive soul skills, wasn't so lucky. When the explosion occurred, he could only try his best to protect his vital points with all his soul power and move to the edge. However, the damage he suffered was still considerable. He also unexpectedly triggered a burning effect. And now even breathing was extremely painful, his blood-stained robes were tattered. Footsteps sounded behind him, and Iwatani immediately turned around to check. He saw another fireball hurtling towards him. "You're asking for death, kid," Iwatani shouted fiercely, and 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, immediately appeared beneath his feet. Behind him was a small, flickering flame, his martial soul. Blue-silver entanglement. Bang! Suddenly, a large amount of Blue-Silver Emperor appeared on the ground, trying to envelop him. "Get out of the way!" Iwatani's 6th soul ring lit up, and his entire body suddenly erupted with a powerful force, transforming into sharp blades that sliced through the Blue-Silver Emperor. Then, his 5th soul ring lit up, Fiery Fist. Flames crackled around his right fist, enveloping him in firelight to insulate him from the heat. Bang! He shattered the fireball Yichu spat out with a single punch. From afar came Feng Zi's call. "Iwatani, how's it going over there?" Feng Zi was about to head over to meet him. But Iwatani yelled, "Damn it! Send the signal now." Reminded by him, Feng Zi finally reacted and quickly pulled out something resembling a firecracker from his pocket. He looked up, about to pull the switch. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, filled with terror and panic. "Not good," a figure descended from the sky. "Die, you bastard!" Liu Erlong descended from the sky, already clad in fiery red scales. She attacked with all her might. 7th soul skill, Crimson Dragon True Form. 4th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Flames. A gigantic crimson dragon spread its wings, spitting out a massive blood-red fireball, imbued with dragon might. Seeing that the signal couldn't be successfully sent into the air, Feng Zi gritted his teeth. His 4th and 6th spirit rings flashed beneath his feet, and the fiery red camel hump martial soul instantly materialized. 4th spirit skill, Blazing Flames. 6th spirit skill, Blazing Fire Barrier. A pillar of flame as thick as a man shot upwards, striking the massive crimson dragon. A fiery red barrier completely enveloped him. He knew that only by surviving this attack could he have a chance to call the others. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Fortunately, the countless giant trees of the starred-out Great Forest formed a natural barrier, preventing the sounds from traveling too far. On the other side, Yangu once again broke free of the Blue-Silver Emperor, his face grim. He was certain that Feng Zi was in grave danger after the commotion he had caused. He stared darkly at the misty surroundings. That brat dared to toy with him all this time. He deserved to die. The 2 dragons are dealt with. I should be done too. Yichu's eyes flickered. He had thoroughly annoyed his opponent. Blue-silver thrust formation. Swish swish swish. On the ground, ice blue-silver emperors continuously transformed into sharp spears, piercing upwards towards Iwatani. Damn it! Iwatani dodged repeatedly, but his face and body were still inevitably injured. Already wounded, his face became even paler. Buzz! Another large fireball attacked from behind him. 3rd soul skill, Flame Burst. Iwatani suddenly turned around and spat out a dense fireball. Boom! The 2 large fireballs collided. Yichu's fireball was blasted apart, and Iwatani's attack continued forward. How could this be? Iwatani looked at Yichu, who emerged from his fireball. His eyes filled with shock. Then, his expression turned ferocious. Yichu's face was cold, and blue-purple arcs of electricity crackled around his body. He left after images in the air. Good, die, looking at the blue-silver emperors constantly reaching towards him from all sides. Iwatani's face was grim as he activated the little soul power he had left. His sixth soul ring flashed, and a sharp blade formed from flames appeared in his hand. Sixth soul skill, Crimson Flame Blade. The ground beneath his feet shattered as he charged towards Yichu, relentlessly slashing at the blue-silver emperors that reached out along his path. He quickly clashed with Yichu. His eyes widened in a ferocious grin, his mouth agape, as if he could already see Yichu's death thud. Watching the blade pierce Yichu's heart, a terrifying smile appeared on his face. He quickly realized something was wrong. There wasn't a drop of blood, completely different from his usual killings. Yichu was even still moving. His blade pierced Yichu's body, slicing from the heart to the left. Yet not a drop of blood was seen. Crackling sounds, a deafening roar suddenly rang in his ears, and a blue-purple light illuminated his pale face, turning it deathly white. Just as the blade pierced through Iwatani's hand, Yichu solidified his body again. His right hand released a large amount of lightning. Soul Bone Skill, 1,000 Birds. Iwatani tried to retaliate and retreat, but found that a blue-silver emperor's had already wrapped around him, binding his hands. Sizzle, the sharp 1,000 birds pierced his throat, blood gushing out and staining the ground red. Thud. Yichu withdrew his hand, silently watching Iwatani's corpse slowly fall. Yichu not far away, Liu Erlong, who had just finished a battle, quickly ran over. On the ground lay a charred corpse. Yichu. Are you alright? I'm fine. Yichu shook his head and beckoned to the shadows. The swift shadow leopard quickly ran over. At Yichu's command, it slowly stuffed the corpse into its mouth. Liu Erlong watched this scene, only frowning slightly, without saying a word. She picked up her sleeve and wiped the bloodstains from Yichu's face. A moment later, after cleaning up the battlefield, Yichu used his divine might to leave this dangerous place. Half an hour passed. The Nanguang and Nanming brothers had just finished slaughtering a small ape tribe. Scattered soul beasts lay on the ground. There were about 20 of them, the strongest having over 20,000 years of cultivation. Nangongjang personally collected their blood, controlling a blood-red bead that floated in the air, continuously absorbing the blood of the dead soul beasts. He then turned to look at Nanming, who was covered in blood. An hour has passed. Send a signal to check on their situation. Understood, brother. Nanming nodded. He took out a firecracker from his left-hand soul tool. Biu, a streak of blood-red light flashed across the sky, exploding brilliantly. After a moment, the surrounding sky remained silent. Nanguang's face immediately darkened. Brother, what's going on? Nanming also sensed something was wrong. His signal hadn't received any response. It was truly bizarre. Everything had been fine before. What's going on? Are you a pig brain? Nanguang roared, his face grim. It seems that woman has recovered. She's coming to take revenge on us, Nanguang said in a deep voice. Brother, could they have been killed by soul beasts? Nanming scratched his head and asked softly. Calling you a pig brain is an overestimation. How could such a coincidence happen? A total of 8 people were sent out, in 4 groups. Were they all eaten by soul beasts? Nanguang's face was gloomy. He put away the blood-red bead, looked around, and walked towards the outer area. Big brother, where are we going? Aren't we going to find her? Nanming also realized what was going on, but seeing his older brother's actions, he was still a little confused. Since she wants revenge, let her come to us. Let's rest for a while. Nanguang's sinister voice came, and Nanming quickly followed. Less than 3 kilometers away from Nanguang and the others, Yichu and Liu Erlong had found the 4th 2-person team. This was the last team, and also the strongest one. The 2's soul ring configuration was not only the standard configuration, but their cultivation levels had also reached level 68 and 67 respectively. Roar, the true form of the Crimson Dragon in mid-air roared. The 3rd soul skill, Raging Thunder. The Crimson Dragon opened its mouth and spat out a huge ball of lightning and fire, which blasted downwards. 5th soul skill, Spear like a Dragon. The level 68 Soul Emperor below was not much of a threat to the Soul Saint, who possessed a martial soul true body. The evil Soul Master Liu Erlong was facing had a red tasseled spear as his martial soul. At this moment, even though his attack power was strong, he was still somewhat outmatched against Liu Erlong's martial soul true body. On the other side, Yichu was facing a level 67 evil Soul Master. Martial Soul, Iron Fist Tiger. The signal they were about to send was intercepted halfway by Yichu's divine might. Similarly, Yichu had already seen the signal sent by Nangguang and the others and memorized their location. Kid, I didn't expect you, a mere soul venerable, to dare to provoke me. You're simply courting death, roar. The evil soul master's martial soul possessed him, his muscles bulged, his hair grew thicker, and a mark with 3 horizontal and 1 vertical lines appeared on his forehead. Especially his hands, which had been magnified several times over. They were covered in a layer of keratin as hard as iron. 6 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, unfolded in succession. The 3rd spirit ring beneath his feet flashed brightly. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked, and this man-tiger hybrid charged towards Yichu like a hungry tiger. 3rd spirit skill, fierce tiger assault. Yichu's eternal kaleidoscope didn't blink. Although the figure, filled with afterimages, was indeed very fast, even Yichu could only barely see it clearly. But Yichu's blue-silver emperor martial soul was enough to slow him down. Puff puff puff, blue-silver emperors continuously emerged from the ground. His iron fist swung with ferocious force. Get out of my way, the evil spirit master roared, and golden light suddenly erupted from his iron fists. 5th spirit skill, earth rumble, his fist slammed into the ground, shattering it and creating terrifying waves of wind. The air trembled, and the surrounding blue-silver emperors crumbled inch by inch. Yichu narrowed his eyes. Looking to the side, he saw that Liu Erlong's battle was nearing its end. Whoosh! Facing the evil soul master who had suddenly appeared before him. Yichu's blood-red soul power immediately surged forth, condensing into physical skeleton. Susanoo. He unleashed a punch with all his might towards the evil soul master. This is, the evil soul master's eyes flashed with surprise, but his movements were ruthless. Boom. The air exploded. Cracks appeared on Yichu Susanoo's giant fist. He was sent flying backward, his face paling slightly. It seemed his Susanoo was still somewhat strained against a high-level soul emperor. Yichu thought to himself. The evil soul master, on the other hand, only trembled slightly, without retreating a single step. HMPH, suddenly, his expression changed, and he let out a muffled groan. A fragrant aroma filled his nostrils, and his body felt like it was being burned by fire, causing him unbearable discomfort. His breathing was painful, and his face flushed red. A smile played on Yichu's lips. The extreme fire contained within the blue-silver fragrance was having some effect. Kid, die, 6th soul skill, Iron Fist Mountain Splitter. With another roar, his fist, already larger than a sandbag, swelled even more. Other buffing soul rings on his body flashed one after another. His body stood tall, instantly moving in front of Yichu. Because of the martial soul's possession, his body, much taller than Yichu, cast a shadow over him. Die, a straight punch from above rapidly enlarged before Yichu's eyes. Yichu, wielding Susanoo, was determined to meet him head-on. Just as they were about to touch, the blood-red skeleton on his body suddenly vanished, and a bewitching light flashed in Yichu's Sharingan. Boom! The ground trembled, and shockwaves swept outwards. Yichu, outside the thick smoke and dust, Liu Erlong's face flashed with worry as she rushed towards the scene. Suddenly, screams of agony came from within the smoke. Liu Erlong breathed a sigh of relief. This wasn't Yichu's voice. She quickly walked inside. In a large pit, a blood-robed figure lay motionless, black flames still rising from his head. Yichu stood at his feet, staring at the figure in the pit, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his right eye. Divine power penetration, turning Amaterasu. This whole sequence of attacks from Lao Liu was enough to easily catch anyone unfamiliar with Yichu's soul skills. Yichu also breathed a sigh of relief, wiping away imaginary sweat from his forehead. Yichu, how are you? Liu Erlong rushed over, cupping Yichu's face and examining him closely. I'm fine, Yichu said irritably, removing her hand. Who checks a body by looking at the face? By the way, this guy seems to have a soul bone. Yichu dodged Liu Erlong's hand. He glared at the man in the pit with his right eye. One of his left legs was instantly burned away, leaving only a yellowish-brown soul bone. Whoosh! Blue-silver emperor swung the soul bone, and it landed in Yichu's hand. After a careful examination, a hint of disappointment flashed in Yichu's eyes. He sighed. It seems to be only about 5,000 years old. I also have a find here. Liu Erlong suddenly leaned on Yichu's shoulder, holding a fiery red soul bone in her hand. She looked at Yichu with a smile. How is it? This one is of good quality, at least 17,000 years old, not far away. The swift shadow leopard was enjoying a piece of roasted meat. It was missing its left arm. Here, Liu Erlong stuffed the soul bone into Yichu's hand. Erlong, you. Taking advantage of Yichu holding the soul bone in both hands, Liu Erlong suddenly attacked. She pressed down on Yichu's shoulder, her red lips parted, and she took Yichu's lips into her mouth. She nibbled at them. Noticing something, Yichu's Adam's apple bobbed, and his pupils contracted slightly. After a few breaths, Liu Erlong released Yichu. Yichu, don't dodge my movements anymore, Liu Erlong said earnestly, a hint of sadness in her eyes. She had waited too long. She never wanted to experience that little bit of disappointment and loss again. Gulp. Yichu paused, swallowing the sweet taste in his mouth. He nodded gently. Yes, I'll remember. Hearing this, Liu Erlong's once fierce expression softened considerably. She smiled gently, her thin lips curving into an alluring smile. Her exquisite face drew closer to Yichu. She said tenderly, I'll help you clean it up. As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Erlong tiptoed and leaned towards Yichu. Yichu was startled, his eyes flickering, but he didn't flinch. A voluptuous body pressed against him, warm and comforting. A few drops of moisture trickled down his cheeks to the corners of his eyes. The blood left after using Amaterasu was being absorbed by Liu Erlong. The tip of his tongue gently touched the blood, and slowly left a kiss on the corner of his eye. The tickling sensation on his face, the warm breeze, the lingering fragrance, and the voluptuousness of her flesh stirred something within Yichu, his heart pounding uncontrollably. His hands, holding the soul bone, tightened around Liu Erlong's waist. Yichu. Liu Erlong was pleased with his reaction, pressing her face against his and leaning against him. His long, arched eyebrows and the shimmering light in his obsidian eyes were captivating. Alright, let's go. We still have a tough battle to fight later. Yichu tightened his embrace, gently shaking his head, their faces slowly rubbing together, generating considerable heat. Liu Erlong didn't say much, simply nodding. She snuggled closer to Yichu. She could finally feel her brother Yixiu's love again, even if only a tiny bit of space was distorted. Their embracing bodies were swept into the vortex, entering the divine might space. Yichu didn't bring the swift shadow leopard anymore, it was no longer necessary. After slaying 8 Soul Emperor-level evil soul masters, Yichu and his companions obtained 3 soul bones, a 5,000-year-old earthen yellow left leg bone, a 7,000-year-old emerald green left arm bone, and a 17,000-year-old fiery red left arm bone. They also had a left arm bone and a right leg bone, both 10,000-year-old, that Liu Erlong had given them earlier. Yichu couldn't help but marvel at the high drop rate of these evil soul masters. He wondered what they had been doing and where they had gotten so many soul bones. In a dense forest scattered with the corpses of over 28 like soul beasts, Yichu and Liu Erlong slowly ran towards them from a distance. Looking at the desiccated corpses, Yichu suddenly understood where the soul bones from those evil soul masters had come from. He wondered why they had collected their blood. Yichu, what about the last 2 evil soul masters? Liu Erlong asked, holding Yichu's hand tightly. I've already checked it out. They seem to be waiting for us in that open space ahead. Yichu looked ahead, his expression calm. He wasn't worried about any tricks they might have up their sleeve. After all, he had a major trump card up his sleeve. Have a nice day, everyone. Chapter 222 The No-Fly Arrow Realm. Yichu chuckled softly, patting the cloth pouch at his waist. Let's go, he said softly, glancing at Liu Erlong beside him. Then he pulled her forward. Yichu, you must be careful later. I might not be able to completely protect you. Liu Erlong followed beside Yichu, gently reminding him. It's a life or death battle. Why are you watching me? If the enemy finds an opening and hurts you, I'm done for too. Yichu rolled his eyes at her, annoyed. You just need to focus on taking down the enemy. Don't rush or underestimate them. I'll be careful, okay? I understand. Liu Erlong nodded, appreciating the slight concern in Yichu's words, and smiled happily. Watching this scene, Yichu pinched his brow helplessly. It seemed that leading a team with someone obsessed with love had its risks. Luckily, he had the foresight to find someone to cover for him. Soon, Yichu and his companions spotted 2 small dots in the distance. The burly Nangguang sat cross-legged on the ground. The strength he had expended hunting spirit beasts had long since been fully recovered. He had also chosen his battleground. For an archer, it was natural to avoid direct combat in such an open area. The dense forest behind him was perfect for him. He could use the obstacles to create distance from the enemy. Nanming, standing nearby, immediately perked up. "Brother, they're here," he reminded Nangong and immediately released his martial spirit. 6 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, appeared beneath his feet, and a slender, blood-red arrow appeared in his hand, spinning twice. I see them," Nangong's voice boomed as he suddenly stood up. The slender Nanming stood before his over 2-meter-tall, burly figure, like his little wife. Buzz! The ground was suddenly illuminated crimson. A large, blood-red bow appeared in Nangong's hand. The dragon-shaped patterns on it were lifelike, as if they were about to come to life. Beneath his feet were 7 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. His spirit power at level 79 was comparable to Liu Erlong's. "It seems we can all complete the task His Majesty assigned us," Nangong muttered coldly, watching Liu Erlong and Yichu rush towards him. He was completely indifferent to the fate of the others. If the mission wasn't completed, they would all die sooner or later anyway. "Nanming, go inside and wait for me." "Understood," Nanming replied and immediately walked into the dense forest behind them. Nangong, however, began to draw his bow towards Yichu and Liu Erlong. His 3rd spirit ring flashed, suddenly flying into the sky and spreading out, enveloping the approaching Yichu and Liu Erlong. He then fired an arrow at the spirit ring, followed by a rain of thousands of arrows. His 3rd spirit skill, 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. "Erlong, watch out!" A glint flashed in Yichu's eyes, and the arrows pierced right through. Liu Erlong immediately summoned her martial soul, a roaring fire dragon behind her. 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, pulled continuously beneath her feet. 3rd soul skill, Raging Thunder. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge fireball of lightning appeared in Liu Erlong's hand. She threw it into the air. Boom! Then, flames filled the sky, and lightning flashed everywhere. Brightness returned to the sky above her head. Nangong looked at Yichu with some surprise, a cold glint flashing in her blood-red pupils. She turned and ran towards Nanming. "Stop right there." Seeing that he had just gotten close, Nangong turned to run. Liu Erlong's 4th soul ring flickered, and another fireball appeared in her hand. 4th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Flames. Fiery red light shone on Nangong's back as she blasted it towards him. "Don't even think about it," Nanming shouted from the dense forest. Immediately, an arrow was thrown out by him. 5th soul skill, Crushing Arrow. The arrow grew larger and larger, instantly becoming as thick as a person, and crashed into the giant fireball. Yichu's eyes flashed, and he activated his divine might. The giant arrow twisted slightly, pausing for a moment. Suddenly, it grazed past a ball of dragon flame. With a thud, it crashed to the ground. Seeing this, Yichu reached out, and a large number of blue and red blue-silver emperors appeared in front of Nangong. They blocked his path and swept towards him. "Big brother," Nanming exclaimed in surprise. His attack hadn't caught up. His face immediately turned ugly. Nangong looked at the blue-silver emperors that appeared in front of him, his brows furrowed, wondering what Yichu's martial soul was. Sensing the scorching aura of the dragon flame approaching from behind, he stopped running. His 2nd soul ring flashed, and he raised his great bow and slashed down. 2nd soul skill, Bow like a longsword. Swoosh! Bang! The crimson bow slashed downwards, sending a crescent-shaped blade of energy flying forward, instantly shattering Liu Erlong's dragon flame. For a moment, it obscured Liu Erlong's vision. "Big brother! Watch out behind you!" Hearing Nanming's voice, he immediately turned around. When he turned back and saw the several blue and red fruits, each larger than a watermelon, that had already formed in front of him, his expression darkened. Yichu smiled slightly and whispered, "Explode!" Boom! The blue-silver ice firebreaker exploded violently. Then Yichu frowned again. He could clearly see that his soul skill hadn't caused much damage. It had only left him somewhat disheveled. It seemed that if he faced a soul saint head-on, he wouldn't have much of a chance against some battle-hardened experts. As they were about to enter the battlefield, Yichu couldn't help but remind the person beside him, "Erlong, be careful." "Yes, I know." Liu Erlong nodded quickly, her face serious. Gone was the gentleness he displayed in front of Yichu. Nangong had already activated his martial soul true body. Yichu's attack only caused a slight tremor in his blood and ki. But being slightly injured by a brat still greatly displeased him. He immediately jumped onto a tree branch and stood with Nanming. Not long after Yichu and Liu Erlong stepped into the forest, Nanguang shouted to his side, "Nan Ming, martial soul fusion technique, understood, big brother," Nanguang called out. Nan Ming reacted as well, immediately turning back to back with his older brother. Nanguang's martial soul rose into the sky, 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, rising beneath his feet. The arrow in Nanming's hand also rapidly ascended, adorned with his 6 soul rings. Not good, Yichu was startled, his right eye immediately looking up. Crimson blood flowed as he suddenly opened his eyes. Nanguang felt his scalp tingle. Without thinking twice, he immediately grabbed Nanming by the collar and quickly moved to another tree. Bang! No sooner had they left than black flames erupted from the tree trunk, instantly snapping the branch in two. Liu Erlong immediately entered her martial soul true form state. However, the dense trees somewhat restricted her movements. She could only unleash a breath of dragon flame towards Nanguang and the others. Whoosh! Unfortunately, it was too late. As fraternal twins, their martial souls were originally one. Their compatibility was unparalleled. A blood-red arrow shot directly at the dragon flame. The dragon flame exploded. A complete heavenly punishment sword floated in the sky. 13 soul rings floated below. Amaterasu, Yichu used Amaterasu again, but it was blocked by a transparent light barrier. This kid's soul skill is truly bizarre. Nanguang glanced at Yichu indifferently. A burly figure appeared behind the two brothers, seemingly a combination of them. After a dazzling flash of blood-red light, a long-haired, burly man appeared, wielding a complete heavenly punishment sword. Under Yichu's Sharingan's observation, that terrifying soul power was almost on par with the title Douluo. "This is bad," Yichu's expression turned grave. "Kid, you have great potential. How about joining us?" A combined voice of Nanguang and Nanming rang out, and the burly man actually extended an olive branch to Yichu. Yichu didn't immediately refuse. He also wanted to get some information about their purpose. "I wonder what I can get by joining you? And what will I have to give up?" Liu Erlong stood quietly to the side, not intending to disturb Yichu at all. "Join us, and you can witness the birth of a god. You can change this unjust world, and you will get everything you want." The long-haired, burly man raised his hands, looking up at the sky as if praising his faith, somewhat fanatical. Then he looked at Yichu and slowly said, "And all you need to do is offer your loyalty. Contribute your strength to our actions." Yichu frowned deeply. "Become a god? Does that mean inheriting a godhood or creating one? I wonder how to bring a god into being." "How?" the burly, red-haired man sneered, not answering Yichu's question. He raised his longbow. The 3rd, 4th, and 7th soul rings belonging to Nanguang flashed beneath his feet, 10,000 arrows piercing the heart, blood arrow sky curtain, martial soul true body, and the 3rd soul ring belonging to Nanming flashed, rapid arrow encirclement, fusion skill, anti-air arrow realm. The hoarse voice fell, and the blood arrow rose into the sky. A sense of foreboding came from Yichu, and he immediately tried to use his divine power to transfer it. But his divine power seemed to have failed. How could this be? "Erlong," Yichu shouted without hesitation. 6th soul skill, exploding fire dragon speed, bang! A dragon flame like a fire dragon was spewed out, rushing quickly towards the burly, long-haired man, abbreviated as Nanguang Ming. Wherever it passed, trees along the way collapsed and exploded. Boom! How could this be? Liu Erlong looked at this scene in shock. Arrows, unseen by her, were now embedded all around Nanguang Ming, swirling around him. Yichu used Amaterasu against him and the arrows he fired, but it couldn't harm them. Spatial ability, Yichu's face darkened. "Haha. Did you notice? When I used this soul skill, I was no longer in the same space as you," Nanguang Ming laughed. Crackling sounds filled the air as the blood-red arrows exploded like fireworks. As they fell, they transformed into a rain of arrows. Yichu was about to use his intangibility to dodge when he discovered he couldn't use divine might. Damn it, Yichu's face was grim. Apart from facing Douluo, he had never encountered such a situation before. It seemed he had underestimated the soul masters of this world. Swish! Before he could think further, a large amount of blue-silver emperor enveloped Yichu. Liu Erlong, meanwhile, surged her soul power, strengthening the defense of her dragon scales. The rain of arrows continued to fall, much to Yichu's astonishment. Slowly merging into the void, with wisps of crimson threads locking this space in place. "Boy, you felt it? Your special abilities have failed. Nanguangming squinted at Yichu triumphantly. My anti-air arrow realm has completely isolated this space, cutting off its interaction with other spaces. Nanguangming quietly observed Yichu, then spoke again. I won't tell you about these issues. As for you and Miss Liu, I suggest you surrender quickly. Don't even think about it, Liu Erlong cried out, immediately unleashing a mouthful of dragon flame. Nanguangming leaped away from that position. Yichu's eyes lit up. It seemed that what he meant by being in a different space from them was merely a special protective mechanism when using a soul skill. Yichu followed up with an amaterasu. Whoosh! Nanguangming dodged, hiding behind a large tree, constantly increasing the distance between himself and Yichu and Liu Erlong. It seems you've made your choice. Nanguangming leaned against a tree, his patience worn thin. Maintaining this barrier consumed a significant amount of his soul power, and its range was limited to a mere 30 meters. Once he or his enemy left this area, the soul skill would be useless. Yichu's Sharingan had also discerned this. The crimson soul power permeating the void vanished beyond 30 meters. A slight sense of relief washed over him. Whoosh! Nanguangming poked his head out. The 6th soul rings belonging to the 2 Nanguangs flashed beneath his feet. Blood Dragon Poison Arrow, 2 arrows shot towards Yichu and Liu Erlong respectively. These were the poison arrows used to assassinate Jin Ringsu. It's not over yet, Nanguangming murmured, his soul rings flashing again. Another arrow was fired, a rain of arrows filing the sky, each connected by sharp, crimson threads. The treetops were easily sliced flat. Amaterasu, Yichu activated Amaterasu, and the 2 blood-red arrows burned to ashes before they even reached the ground. 5th soul skill, Soaring Flame, Roar, the crimson dragon in the air roared, and a storm of dragon flames suddenly erupted around it. It exploded in all directions and into the sky. The rain of blood-red arrows was blasted away. But the blood-red threads had already torn through the crimson dragon's outstretched wings. A look of pain flashed across Liu Erlong's face. Yichu looked at the trees falling all around him and his Susanoo, which was on the verge of collapse. He touched the wound on his face where the threads had cut him. His Sharingan looked at Nanguangming, who had moved to a different position. His expression was somewhat helpless. He waved to the sky. Erlong, come down, huh? Liu Erlong, who was about to rush up, looked at him in confusion. Listen to me, trust me, everything will be alright. Yichu smiled mysteriously. Hearing this, Liu Erlong dispelled her martial soul possession with some doubt, and there were bloodstains on both of her arms. Liu Erlong came to Yichu's side. Yichu took her soft hand in his. What is this guy trying to do? Nanguangming frowned. Hidden behind a tree, he naturally saw this scene as well. Today's 10,000 word update is complete. Wishing everyone a happy life. QQ Group. 831,821,005. Chapter 223 Lack of Martial Morality. Seeing that Liu Erlong and Yichu seemed to have given up resisting, Nanguangming was somewhat puzzled. He leaned forward, his hoarse voice ringing out, What? Kid, are you going to surrender and join us? Under Liu Erlong's confused gaze, Yichu gently shook his head. Joining you is impossible, I just want to end this battle quickly. As he spoke, Yichu leisurely untied a brocade pouch from his waist. Hearing this, Nanguangming frowned and said coldly, End the battle quickly? Fine, then I'll grant your wish. With that, without waiting for their resistance, he immediately drew his bow and nocked an arrow. The 6th spirit rings of the 2 beneath their feet and Nanguang's 7th spirit ring flashed. He aimed the arrow at Yichu. Kid, die, fusion skill, heaven and earth annihilation, swish. A blood-red arrow, intertwined with a dragon shadow, shot through the air, the explosion echoing through the air. This caused even Liu Erlong's expression to change. Yichu? She grabbed Yichu's hand tightly, trying to pull him away. Calm down, Yichu pulled her back, gently squeezing her soft hand. He glanced at the blood-red arrow that was already causing a throbbing pain between his brows. Black flames instantly ignited on the arrow. Before it even reached Yichu, it had already turned to ashes. Nanguangming frowned, moved to another tree, and drew his bow again. 3 stars aligned. Watching the blood-red arrows coming again with overwhelming force, Yichu's Amaterasu was effective, but it couldn't withstand the opponent's rapid-fire attack. A smile appeared on his lips as he held the brocade pouch in one hand. He spoke softly, Senior, if you don't act soon, my Yan Yan will be living a life of widowhood. Yichu, Liu Erlong looked at him strangely, wondering who he was talking to. Anxiety flashed across her face as she watched the arrows fly like lightning. She took a few steps closer to Yichu. Suddenly, with a whoosh, as Yichu finished speaking, a streak of dark green light shot out from the brocade pouch. Liu Erlong looked up in surprise. A somewhat gaunt old man with green hair and beard, a gray robe, and dark green pupils stood in midair. 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, below him, proclaiming his terrifying cultivation. 5th spirit skill, Serpent Heavenly Shield, a magnetic, slightly aged voice echoed in the air. The old man's 5th spirit ring flashed, and a massive, lifelike Azure Serpent King appeared behind him. The Azure Serpent King coiled once, quickly protecting Yichu and the others in the center. A 360-degree, all-encompassing protective shield appeared and disappeared. Poof, a blood-red arrow pierced the shield, embedding itself in the phantom's body, before slowly stopping and vanishing without a trace. Just as they finished dealing with the enemy's attack, a complaining voice rang out. "Boy! You almost suffocated me." The old man glared at Yichu unkindly. The space inside was already small, and this kid had sealed it off, making it incredibly suffocating. Such distinctive features, who else could it be but Poison Douluo, Douluo? The item in Yichu's hand was none other than Douluo's soul tool. A special soul tool capable of holding living beings, the Ruai 100 treasure pouch. This is Poison Douluo, Liu Erlong, as the Dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy in the Heaven Dao Imperial City, naturally recognized the infamous old poison master. She stared at Yichu in shock. So this was his preparation. At the same time, she was filled with doubt. How did Yichu get involved with Poison Douluo? Living a life of celibacy. Yichu's voice echoed in her mind, and Liu Erlong's expression suddenly changed, a realization dawning on her. She pursed her lips, looking at the young man beside her, her expression somber and complex. I'm just having trouble, Yichu, oblivious to Liu Erlong's unease, said with a forced smile to Douluo HMPH. I'll settle the score with you later. Douluo glanced at Liu Erlong standing beside him. He snorted coldly and then flew towards Nangongming. Only a few words had passed since Douluo appeared. Seeing the dark green figure in the air, Nangongming's blood-red pupils widened in shock. Not good. Damn it, where did this title Douluo come from? Wasn't his special ability restricted? Suddenly, Yichu waved the Ruai 100 treasure pouch in his hand at him. Nangongming's face immediately darkened. His knowledge wasn't bad. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be a soul tool that could hold living beings. Damn it. He didn't expect this brat to carry his grandfather around. Why didn't he bring out the title Douluo earlier? This is truly unethical. His mind raced, and Nangongming gritted his teeth. Seeing Douluo charging towards him, Nangongming drew his bow again. Several soul rings shone brightly beneath his feet. Arrows rained down in countless bursts, a relentless barrage of arrows, intertwined with connecting red lines. Trees already severed in half suffered even greater devastation. Fusion technique, Heavenly Net. After the attack, Nangongming dared not linger, immediately fleeing into the jungle. He didn't dare look back. This move possessed a terrifying attack range. Nangongming could only hope to make Douluo hesitate regarding the safety of Yichu and the others. Unfortunately, this little scheme was utterly useless. Not only were Yichu and the others unfazed by this attack, but Douluo also had no reason to turn back. With a thought, his eyes flashed green. Behind him, the Azure Scale Serpent King looked up at the falling heavenly net, its eyes suddenly bursting with dazzling green light. As 2 beams of green laser light streaked across the sky, the arrows and connecting lines in the air were all petrified. This was Douluo's head soul bone technique, Medusa's gaze. Its power was immense, even capable of petrifying energy. Seeing Nangongming trying to escape, Douluo's face turned cold, and his 8th spirit ring flashed. 8th spirit skill, Time Freeze. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Nangongming frantically leaped between trees, his body drenched in cold sweat. As Douluo finished speaking, his 8th spirit ring expanded rapidly, quickly exceeding a radius of 100 meters. Everything in this space seemed to freeze. Falling leaves, a gentle breeze, and the frantically fleeing Nangongming. In this frozen moment, Douluo's 6th spirit ring flashed. Behind him, the thick, ferocious Azure Serpent King tumbled several times in the air before hurtling towards Nangongming's location. 6th spirit skill, Azure Serpent King Break. The terrifying impact uprooted many trees, sending them crashing to the ground. Under these circumstances, Nan Guangming directly and completely caught Douluo's sixth spirit skill. The powerful force even contained the Azure Serpent King's poison. Boom! A loud bang echoed from the ground. But it only lasted a short while before returning to normal. A thin layer of green mist emanated from a huge crater. Nan Guangming coughed up blood, his face ashen, looking like he had been poisoned. A flash of blood appeared, and Nan Guangming fell out of his body. Long red hair, a slender body, limp, black blood dripping from his mouth and nose. His burly figure had returned to normal, and Nan Guang's once fierce, buzz-cut face now showed weakness. Yet, he still forced himself to stand up. Nan Guang, don't lie there, run. Nan Guang looked at his brother lying on the ground. Enduring the pain, he bent down to help Nan Guang up so they could continue their escape. Ah! My leg! Nan Guang, who had just stood up, immediately felt a sharp pain in his leg. He immediately collapsed back into the crater. Brother! Ah! My leg! No, no! Nan Ming cried out in panic, then his voice turned to terror and screams. Looking down, his heart trembled. His calf was engulfed in black flames. No! Spare my brother! Save me! Save me! The eerie black flames slowly spread. Nan Ming's cries did not move Nan Guang. Cold sweat beaded on Nan Guang's forehead. Now he understood that this time there was no escape. His leg was also set ablaze by Yichu's Amaterasu. The intense pain was unbearable, his face as pale as paper. Yet he gritted his teeth, his body trembling. Soon, both of their legs were completely burned away. Nan Ming, exhausted from his constant screams, was on the verge of fainting. Nan Guang, supporting himself with his hands, turned around. His eyes blazed with fury as he stared at Yichu, who was slowly walking towards him. Yichu, holding Liu Erlong's hand, still had blood trickling from the corner of his eye. Looking at Nan Guang and Nan Ming, a fierce killing intent flashed in Yichu's eyes. Although their martial soul fusion skill had been broken, and Yichu's divine might could be used normally again, his killing intent remained undiminished as he looked at the two lying on the ground. The martial soul fusion skill of these two brothers posed a great threat to his life. If he accidentally let them escape, he would be unable to eat or sleep peacefully. In the air, Douluo slowly descended. Looking at his unfortunate comrades in the pit, his eyes showed no emotion. Instead, he was somewhat surprised. I wonder where these people came from? The world of this continent is about to change, Senior Douluo. Don't you know that the crown prince of the Heavenly Dao Empire has been assassinated? Yichu looked at him strangely. Is that so? Douluo looked surprised. Since Douluo Yan left, he had rarely visited the Heavenly Dao Imperial City. The Douluo mansion had almost become a mere decoration. Then he realized what was happening and pointed at the two brothers in the pit. You mean these are the ones who did it? Yichu was speechless. Wasn't Douluo too aloof? He nodded slightly. Yes. They should be the subordinates of that title Douluo called Evil Blood. Evil Blood? The new retainer of the Heaven Dao Empire. Douluo stroked his beard lightly. Noticing Yichu's slightly surprised look, he glared at him and said, You brat, what kind of look is that? I'm a title Douluo, after all. The Heaven Dao royal family would invite me to attend such an event. That's true. Yichu nodded reluctantly. Although I couldn't go, Douluo also said the last sentence quietly. Senior is really unique. Yichu glanced at him speechlessly. He almost let him pretend. Haha. Of course. Douluo laughed and stroked his dark green beard. How, it seems the Heavenly Dao royal family has let a wolf into their house this time. A hint of seriousness flashed across his face, then he shook his head. He had always been a loner and wasn't particularly interested in these matters. He glanced at Yichu discreetly. As long as this kid doesn't get involved, hiss, that seems unlikely. Ahem, putting aside his thoughts on these troublesome matters, Douluo glanced at the two people in the pit and coughed twice. Then, he put his hands behind his back and looked at Yichu, saying, You brat? What are you still standing there for? Do you want me to clean up the battlefield? How could I? Yichu smiled happily. He turned his head and gently patted Liu Erlong's hand before letting go of her. He walked towards Nan Guang and Nan Ming. Douluo squinted at Liu Erlong standing beside him, his eyes showing some surprise. Liu Erlong glanced at him, also somewhat curious. This brat, Douluo muttered, then looked at Yichu's back, his face twitching. Could you answer my question before you die? Yichu opened his Sharingan and squatted down beside Nan Guang. He wasn't afraid of a last-ditch effort. Having suffered such severe injuries and been poisoned by the Azure Serpent King, it was already remarkable that he could maintain his sanity. How? I have nothing to say. I'll be waiting for you down there. Nanguang's throat was still choked with blood, his voice hoarse, his eyes as fierce as ever. Yi Chu frowned but didn't press him. Seeing him turn to look at his younger brother, Nanguang sneered again. Don't be delusional. He's just a soul emperor. What do you expect him to know? Nanguang looked at Yi Chu mockingly. He wasn't lying, even as a soul saint, he was merely following the orders of the evil blood Douluo and the others. Yi Chu quietly watched him. Nanguang wasn't about to back down either, meeting Yi Chu's Sharingan, his expression suddenly becoming somewhat dazed. Yi Chu's face paled instantly, and he swayed slightly. Yi Chu? Seeing this, Liu Erlong immediately ran to his side and supported him. Yi Chu, are you alright? I'm fine. Yi Chu shook his head. He had only intended to use Tsuku Iomi to create some illusions, to confirm, and perhaps even find some information, but he almost suffered a backlash. Ha, don't waste your time. You won't get anything from me. Nanguang's aura weakened further. Clearly, he was struggling to deal with Yi Chu's illusions. He glanced one last time at his good-for-nothing brother, then seemed to mock himself. It seemed he was just as useless. Do it. Give us a quick death. Alright. Yi Chu finished speaking and began to attack. Although he hadn't obtained any valuable information, he was certain that the other party wasn't lying. Thud, a sharp, frost-covered blue-silver emperor suddenly pierced through Nanguang's throat from Yi Chu's hand. Cough cough, Nanguang coughed twice, then his eyelids grew heavy, and he slowly lost consciousness. To avoid being too bloody, Yi Chu froze his blood, preventing any crimson seepage. Turning to deal with Nanming, he discovered that Nanming had already quietly passed away. Erlong, step back. Okay. Liu Erlong nodded slightly and stood up and stepped back. Yi Chu activated Amaterasu in his eyes, dismantling the soul bones and soul tools from Nanguang and Nanming. Then he burned their corpses. Huh? Yi Chu looked at the blood-red light in the ashes and picked up a blood-red bead. What is this? Without much thought, Yi Chu quickly stored these things in his divine might space. Kid, you really don't have any dietary restrictions. As soon as Yi Chu walked over, Douluo looked at Yi Chu and Liu Erlong with a mocking expression. Obviously, he also recognized Liu Erlong's identity. Senior, this matter is a bit complicated. Yi Chu smiled wryly, about to explain. Douluo waved his hand, somewhat gloating, and said, Alright, you can explain to Yan Yan later. I can't interfere with your affairs. This change is too fast. Just 2 days ago you brought 3 little ones to pay respects to this old man, and today you've changed to the eldest. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a piercing gaze fall on him. Turning his head, he saw Liu Erlong staring intently, not at all intimidated by Douluo's title Douluo cultivation. Even though she still looked youthful and beautiful, her age still felt like a thorn between her and Yi Chu. Especially the 3 little ones Douluo mentioned, which stung her heart as she saw Liu Erlong's unfriendly gaze. Your temper is even bigger than your father's. Douluo frowned, snorted coldly, and said nothing more. Yi Chu chuckled and took Liu Erlong's outstretched hand, gently holding it in his palm. Liu Erlong's resentful, heartbroken gaze was almost unbearable. Senior, let's take stock of our spoils first. Yi Chu looked at Douluo. Seeing him nod, he activated his divine might and disappeared into the starred-out great forest, leaving behind only devastation. Inside the divine might space, Yi Chu and Douluo sat facing each other at the stone table. Liu Erlong sat beside Yi Chu, brewing tea with an elegant gesture that surprised Yi Chu. He hadn't expected the seemingly carefree Liu Erlong to be so refined. Little did he know, Liu Erlong had been learning these things from Tang Yuho at Yuxuan. Picking up the tea she had poured, Yi Chu took a small sip. It was slightly bitter at first, but a subtle sweetness lingered in his throat. Senior, this is all the spoils we've got. A total of 7 soul bones. Yi Chu chuckled, placing the soul bones one by one in front of Douluo. He didn't take out the 2 from Liu Erlong. Aside from the 3 soul bones dropped by the evil soul master teams, the Nanguang and Nanming brothers actually had 4 soul bones. This was more than most titled Daluos. Especially Nanming, who had 3, a right arm bone over 13,000 years old and a left arm bone over 9,000 years old, both for strengthening. And in his soul tool, there was also a 50,000-year-old trunk bone that he hadn't had time to absorb. Of course, The best quality was the skull Nangguang possessed, which looked to be at least 60,000 years old. Its function was to allow soul masters to better concentrate and improve their mental strength. Hey, you kid really didn't lie to this old man. It's rare that you still remember me after such a good thing. Douluo gently touched the soul bones, letting out his somewhat grating, strange laugh. Didn't you say you wanted a set of inheritance soul bones, senior? Let's pick a few suitable ones now. Yichu covered his face, quickly interrupting Douluo to stop him from laughing. Alright. You can keep them. Douluo's smile vanished, and he suddenly pushed the soul bones towards Yichu with a serious expression. Senior, what's wrong? Yichu looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly didn't want them. You brat, tell me, who am I supposed to pass these soul bones on to? Douluo tugged at his beard in annoyance. You've already taken my only granddaughter, you can't just abandon her, can you? Oh, I see, Yichu nodded slowly. In Douluo's current situation, besides Douluyan, he was practically alone. Douluyan and Yichu hadn't even had a child yet, so these things were just decorations for him. However, Yichu thought of his parents-in-law, still lying in their ice coffins. Once he revived them, Douluo wouldn't have this problem anymore. Yichu was about to suggest that Douluo choose some suitable items to equip himself with when Douluo's next words dispelled his idea. Moreover, the only one suitable for my Azure Serpent Emperor Soul Master among these soul bones is that 7,000-year-old emerald green left arm bone, which seems to increase recovery power, Douluo said calmly, sipping his fragrant tea. He continued, so, you still have to take responsibility and treat Yan Yan well. I've staked the entire Douluo family on you, senior, you don't need to say more. Yichu will do his best, Yichu assured Douluo. Since Douluo didn't find anything he liked, Yichu turned to Liu Erlong beside him. You can keep it yourself. Liu Erlong gently shook her head, leaning on Yichu's shoulder. Yichu was enough for her. Yichu glanced at Liu Erlong, who seemed preoccupied. He didn't say anything more and moved the soul bones elsewhere. His wealth had truly increased. He had at least 10 soul bones. Even if he didn't need them, they were excellent for winning people's hearts. By the way, senior, Yichu noticed his arm was deeply sunken and suddenly remembered something. Kid, there's something I need your help with. What is it? Speak up, stop beating around the bush. You'll have to call me Grandpa from now on. Douluo raised his eyelids and glanced at Yichu indifferently. Hearing this, Yichu's face darkened. Why did this old guy always want him to call him Grandpa? Liu Erlong looked at Yichu's stiff profile and smiled slightly. Yichu was indeed more interesting now. Erlong has broken through to level 80, so I want Senior to help me hunt a soul, Yichu said slowly, pouting helplessly. Wishing you all a happy life. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224. Do you have medicine? Liu Erlong, leaning on Yichu's shoulder, was clearly stunned for a moment, then pressed Yichu's arm even tighter. Hey, Yu Luomian is really wasting his life. His daughter is about to surpass him. Douluo glanced at Liu Erlong and immediately became amused. Before, when that brat Yu Xianheng was being unruly, he had often gone to that old dragon to beg for money. Liu Erlong didn't react at all to this. She didn't want to say anything more to Yu Luomian, even though he was already trying his best to make amends. Alright. I'll help with this. Douluo drank the fragrant tea in his cup in one gulp. Good. Let's start now. If we're lucky, we might find a suitable one today. Yichu made a decisive decision and immediately prepared to send the group out of the Divine Might space. Outside, in the starred-out Great Forest, it was another golden dusk. Looking up from under the trees, one could almost see some scattered golden dragon scales. This location is right in the middle of the mixed zone. Let's start here. Yichu and his companions were already standing on a towering tree, gazing into the distance. Alright, Douluo nodded. Liu Erlong held Yichu's hand, following closely behind. For the Crimson Dragon Martial Soul, if a soul ring were to be added, a sub-dragon type soul beast would naturally be the most suitable. Furthermore, a soul master's 8th ring isn't particularly picky about its age. The higher the age, the better, within 100,000 years. But just the sub-dragon type criterion alone is enough to make the search take a long time. Because on the surface, it seems there are no longer any dragon-type soul beasts on the Douluo continent, only some subspecies, or some with diluted bloodlines. Time slowly passed. The sun set, its light dissipated, and a bright moon quietly rose in the east. Under Yichu's Sharingan observation, he did indeed find a 50,000-year-old soul beast with dragon blood. Unfortunately, it was a plant-type soul beast, a dragon blood vine. The age is too young, and the bloodline is too weak. After searching for a while, Yichu looked at the now quite dark environment. He turned to Douluo and said, "Senior? Why don't we go back and spend the night? We can come back to help Erlong hunt souls tomorrow morning." No need, let's just find a place here." Douluo waved his hand, refusing Yichu's suggestion to go back to the ice and fire yin-yang well for the night. He couldn't stand the way young people like Yichu were so affectionate. Just being under the same roof made him uncomfortable. Moreover, when he was hiding in the Ruai 100 treasures pouch today, although that brat had kept quiet, his somewhat cheesy conversation still bothered him. Alright then, Yichu turned to look at Liu Erlong, and seeing that she had no objections, he agreed. Soon, Yichu and the others found a large tree hollow. It seemed that no soul beast had lived there for a long time. Yichu turned all of his blue-silver emperor into crimson and thoroughly cleaned the large tree hollow. Then he used blue-silver fragrance to purify the air again. Finally, he took out a few luminous pearls he had taken from Jinring-su and hung them on the ceiling. In the dark starred-out great forest, looking down from high above, one could still vaguely see scattered firelight. Such a vast forest. Many soul masters, unable to find suitable soul beasts, chose to camp on the spot. Outside the tree hollow, a bonfire had already been lit. Douluo kept popping peanuts into his mouth. Yichu picked up the water bottle in his hand and poured some tea for Douluo. Liu Erlong was turning the oily roasted meat beside him, her eyes watching Yichu, and occasionally glancing at Douluo. It was unclear what she was thinking. "Kid, what's that in your hand?" Douluo frowned as he looked at the blood-red pearl in Yichu's hand, feeling a strong smell of blood. "This? I got it from that evil soul master." Yichu tossed the pearl in his hand, realizing he had forgotten about it when he was counting soul bones this afternoon. "It's definitely not a good thing." Douluo glanced at it and then ignored it. Yichu, on the other hand, looked at the thing with curiosity and examined it with his Sharingan. He saw nothing but a bloody color. "It seems to have some soul power fluctuations. Could it be a soul tool?" Yichu suddenly grabbed it tightly in his hand, his eyes burning. Just as he was about to input soul power to test it, "Yichu, here." Liu Erlong suddenly handed him a skewer of grilled meat. "Thank you." Yichu took it, and Liu Erlong handed another piece to Douluo. "Your Majesty." Douluo responded softly and took the grilled meat without ceremony. "Yichu, what's wrong?" Liu Erlong looked at Yichu strangely, whose face turned ugly after taking a bite of the meat. Seeing that he didn't answer, she asked cautiously, "Did I grill it badly? Is it not to your liking?" Douluo looked at Yichu's appearance and then at the grilled meat he had just received. He brought his nose and sniffed it lightly. "No way, right? It smells pretty good." "No, it's delicious." Yichu snapped out of his daze, looking at Liu Erlong with worry and fear in her eyes, and quickly explained. "Then why do you look so pale?" Liu Erlong blinked her slightly trembling eyes. "It's because of this bead." Yichu's expression turned serious. "This bead?" Douluo snatched a blood-red bead from his hand. The old fox was shrewd, he immediately recognized what it was. "This thing seems to be a soul tool, right?" he said, channeling some soul power into it. Suddenly, his body trembled, his pupils contracted sharply, and he stared at Yichu in shock, as if seeking confirmation. "It's filled with blood." "Yes, you read that right, a whole pool of fresh blood. Some from soul beasts, some from humans." Yichu nodded. He remembered the evil soul masters who had turned into mummies, and those chaotic beasts. That meant there was not only beast blood, but also human blood. Nearly 100 cubic meters of blood-red liquid, who knows how many lives it will kill? Erlong, don't look, it'll ruin your appetite. What do they need so much blood for? Liu Erlong also wanted to see the blood-red bead, but Yichu took it from her. "I'm not quite sure either." Yichu shook his head slightly. Based on Nangguang's words, he had some guesses. Perhaps enough blood was one of the conditions for them to witness the so-called gods. Alright, you're just a soul master now, why think so much?" Douluo ate heartily. Then said, the Spirit Hall, the 3 upper sects, and the 2 great empires aren't in a hurry. Thinking about it won't help. Haha, that's true. Yichu chuckled dryly and put the blood-red bead away. He could use it to remind Jinriksu later. More than that, you should think about how to explain to Yan'an that you've got more romantic entanglements now. Douluo's slightly ruddy old face showed schadenfreude. Senior, I won't trouble you with this. It's a matter between my wife and me. Yichu glanced at the old man, always feeling that he wanted to see him kneeling on a washboard. Sitting next to Yichu, Liu Erlong felt a pang of unease upon hearing the old man's use of the term my wife and me. She silently ate her food. HMPH. What do you mean it's none of my business? If you dare bully her, I'll make 2 little holes in you with my 9-section jade. Hiss as Douluo finished speaking, the small, exquisite 9-section jade on his shoulder flicked its tongue, threatening Yichu. How could that be? Yichu shrugged. Time slowly passed, and after chatting with Douluo about various things, Yichu felt a little sleepy. Senior, I'll trouble you to keep watch for the first half of the night. I'll take over for the second half. Yichu yawned, got up, and headed towards the tree hollow. No need, you should rest. I'm getting old, I can't sleep, Douluo said with a long face, shivering and feeling unwell. All right. If you're sleepy, just wake me up. Yichu shrugged helplessly. He walked into the tree hollow, about to retrieve his belongings for the night. But he found that Liu Erlong seemed to have already made up a makeshift bed for him. She seemed tired and had come in to sleep early. Lying on her side, her delicate and beautiful face was turned towards Yichu, and the makeshift bed prepared for him was right next to hers. Yichu hesitated for a moment. He still went over and lay down on the mat next to her. There was a clean white sheet on the mat. Underneath was a thick quilt, so it was very soft and comfortable to lie down on. As soon as Yichu lay down, Liu Erlong opened her eyes. Yichu, a gentle voice came to his ear. Yichu turned his head and met her dark eyes. There was a hint of joy in her eyes, which were like black gemstones. She was quite pleased that Yichu was willing to sleep with her. Erlong, why aren't you asleep yet? Yichu turned his head and looked at her strangely. I can't sleep yet. I'm waiting for you. Liu Erlong reached out and touched Yichu's face, gently stroking it. Can sleep? Waiting for me? Yichu quietly looked at the beautiful face that was slowly approaching him. A slightly cool touch touched his lips. They separated after a brief touch. He said softly, I want to hear about you and His Majesty Douluo's granddaughter. Who are the other 3 girls? Is that alright? Both of them were lying on their sides, looking at each other, their breaths mingling, inhaling each other's fragrance. Of course, Yichu nodded slightly and introduced Xiao Wu and the others to Liu Erlong. Of course, he omitted some things, such as Xiao Wu's identity. He would let them tell him that themselves. But Yichu did not hide the fact that he had already had a physical relationship with Xiao Wu. Liu Erlong listened quietly, her eyes shimmering. The more she learned, the more worried she became. Douluo Yan, the only granddaughter of poisoned Douluo Douluo Zhuxiuqing, the young lady of the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire, expected to break through to the Soul Master level before the age of 12. Ningrongrong, the eldest daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, whose family is incredibly wealthy, one of the 3 upper sects, currently the undisputed number 1, and with a high probability of becoming the sect leader in the future. Xiao Wu, Yichu's childhood sweetheart, another genius girl, and most importantly, she had obtained something that neither she nor Bibi Dong had ever received. And this was the first time. No, perhaps there would be a second. Even more. Biting her red lips, she looked at the slight doting and loving expression on Yichu's face. A pang of sadness welled up in her heart. Erlong, you don't need to worry too much. They're actually quite easy to get along with, Yichu said softly, gently wiping away the tears from Liu Erlong's face, comforting her. Liu Erlong smiled softly, squeezing back the tears that were about to spill. At least Yichu would accept her. Get some rest. You'll be in better shape to absorb the soul ring tomorrow. Yichu reached out and smoothed the hair that had fallen across her cheek. Good night. Liu Erlong didn't ask anything more, she already knew what she wanted to know. She leaned over and gently kissed Yichu before turning over and closing her eyes. Yichu raised his hand and covered his eyes. Through his fingers, he watched Liu Erlong's back, and seeing that she hadn't moved for a long time, he let go of his doubts, assuming she was truly sleepy. After all, he hadn't slept a wink while being chased for so long. He glanced at the firelight by the door. With a title Douluo guarding the door, he could finally get some rest. Choosing a comfortable position, Yichu also closed his eyes. The bright moon moved westward, slipping through the clouds. The night was already more than halfway over. Douluo sat cross-legged by the campfire, eyes closed in rest. On the makeshift bed in the tree hollow, Yichu's breathing had gradually calmed, clearly asleep. Liu Erlong, on the makeshift bed next to him, slowly turned over, facing Yichu. Her eyelashes fluttered gently. She slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the sleeping Yichu, unable to look away for a long time. Her handsome, noble face, a blend of gentleness and determination, held a serene smile. She reached out, wanting to touch him, but stopped herself in time. A glint flashed in Liu Erlong's bright, obsidian-like eyes, as if she had made a firm decision. A slight blush rose on her face, and she glanced at Yichu with seductive eyes before slowly sitting up. She wanted to overtake those young people, to get revenge on and win against Bibi Dong. She had to do something. She needed to get Yichu to accept her sooner, to get used to their intimacy. Therefore, she had to take the initiative. Perhaps she could find a shortcut, the fastest and most effective path. Liu Erlong tiptoed outside the tree hollow and carefully sat down by the campfire. The firelight obscured her flushed, blushing face. "What are you doing out here? Go back to your little man. I'll keep watch." Noticing the movement, Douluo opened his eyes and raised an eyebrow. "Your Majesty, I have a request." After a long silence, Liu Erlong greeted Douluo, who was sitting cross-legged by the campfire. "Oh? What is it?" Seeing Liu Erlong's hesitant expression, Douluo became interested. "Your Majesty, do you have medicine?" Today's 10,000 word update complete. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 225. A wrong ends in depths. "Your Majesty, do you have any medicine?" Liu Erlong asked hesitantly, looking at the roaring campfire. "Medicine?" Douluo narrowed his eyes, looking at her strangely. Liu Erlong gritted her teeth, her beautiful face burning hot and redder than the flames. "Your Majesty, Douluo's title is poison, so you must have some knowledge of pharmacology." After offering this flattery, she suddenly found it difficult to speak. She took a few deep breaths to regain her composure, but her voice was very soft. I want some medicine that can enhance the relationship between men and women." "Hey," Douluo suddenly chuckled softly. He suddenly realized and looked at Liu Erlong with amusement. If it weren't for his keen senses, he really wouldn't have heard her. "So you want that kind of medicine?" After laughing, Douluo became serious again and added a handful of firewood to the campfire. He said calmly, "But why should I help you? Yichu was his granddaughter's husband. As her grandfather, how could he do such a thing?" "What? Before? That was different. It was for his granddaughter's happiness." Liu Erlong was stunned for a moment, then smiled confidently. Through his conversations with Yichu, she had already understood Douluo's only weakness. "Your Majesty knows that Yichu has many female confidants, and with more people comes more trouble. Given Yichu's current situation, it's only a matter of time before we get together. But I don't want to wait too long. If your Majesty is willing to help, I will definitely take care of your Majesty's granddaughter in the future." "Your Majesty doesn't want Douluo to be isolated and helpless, does he?" Douluo was also stunned upon hearing this. He hadn't really thought about this issue yet, but remembering his granddaughter being ostracized by others, his face immediately darkened. "HMPH. I don't know where this kid gets so much affection from," Liu Erlong said with a wry smile. She was somewhat helpless, but what could she do when she was the one who fell in love first? Looking at the item in Douluo's hand, Liu Erlong breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt a little strange. She hadn't expected Douluo to carry such a medicine with him. Douluo naturally noticed her gaze but didn't seem to think anything of it. He recounted his glorious deeds in a few words, a hint of pride on his face. "Hey, to be honest, my Yan owes a lot to me, but it's a pity that kid didn't know what to do. The rice was already being cooked, and that brat actually put out the fire. Senior, you really have a personality." Liu Erlong looked at him strangely and said with a smirk. He finally understood why people said that the poisoned Douluo had a strange personality, both righteous and evil. He actually gave his granddaughter such a medicine. "Here, take it." Douluo didn't care about the strange look on Liu Erlong's face and tossed her the small medicine bottle. Although he was somewhat unscrupulous, at least the result was good, a happy ending for everyone. Liu Erlong took the small porcelain bottle, a sudden worry creeping into her heart. "Your Majesty, Will Yichu cure himself again? Hey, you don't need to worry about that. This medicine, after my improvements, is more than 10 times stronger than before, guaranteed to make him lose his mind. Douluo chuckled softly. As a powerful expert known for his poison, he was quite resentful when Yichu cured him last time. Therefore, he spent some effort adding some epimedium, Cistench deserticula, and some items from soul beasts. The enhanced version of I Love a Piece of Wood he developed will definitely make this tree hollow resonate with its echoes, lasting from night to day. Hearing about the potency of the medicine, Liu Erlong's face flushed red, and she became worried about Yichu again. Your Majesty, this medicine won't harm your body, will it? Hey, how could it? As long as the poison is detoxified in time, it will be fine. Douluo chuckled sinisterly, stroking his beard, extremely smug. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Erlong stood up, clenching her fists tightly, and said, "Then I'll trouble you, Senior, to protect us, you're going to use it now." Douluo looked at her in surprise, his face already turning somewhat dark. He, a titled Douluo, was actually going to guard this kind of door for someone else? Yes, there's no time like the present. Liu Erlong nodded slightly, then turned and walked inside. She seemed to be facing death with a sense of resignation, her heart pounding, the small porcelain bottle in her hand almost crushing her. The closer she got to Yichu, the more her body trembled, her heart pounding, slowly warming up. Standing next to Yichu, she looked down at his peaceful sleeping face. With a wave of her soft hand, a screen appeared, and then her face flushed red. She started by opening her collar. A moment later, in the tree hollow illuminated by the luminous pearl, a sculpture carved from mutton fat jade stood behind a screen, adding a touch of brilliance to the hollow. The jade skin even had a pinkish tinge, lifelike. Then she slowly lay down in bed. Outside the tree hollow, Douluo stood with his back to the door. A sudden look of joy appeared on his face. Hey, a rather grating laugh was drowned out by the crackling sound from the campfire. Douluo belatedly felt a surge of smug satisfaction. With Liu Erlong's talent, another titled Douluo would be calling him grandfather in the future. Not only that, if she called him grandfather, wouldn't that old bastard Yu Luomian have to call him father? And then there's Yu Yuantan, wouldn't he also be Douluo's good eldest son? Had he? Douluo had already figured out how to tease that old dragon the next time he saw him. The bright moon rose in the east, and the night was just past midnight. Yichu, fast asleep, suddenly dreamt that he held the sun, moon, and stars in his hands, feeling incredibly carefree. In his hazy state, he found himself pinned down by an evil dragon. The dragon's claws roamed over Yichu's body, seemingly searching for something. Raindrops of moisture washed over his fair face. Suddenly, realizing he was being manipulated, Yichu's heart jolted. His tightly closed eyes snapped open, bloodshot. His eternal kaleidoscope bloomed, its captivating crimson light barely illuminating it before Yichu was stunned. His pupils dilated sharply. Before him lay a face that seemed to glow with a pinkish light. Obsidian-like eyes, seemingly lost in passion, gazed seductively into those bloodshot eyes. Round, glossy cherry lips, dotted with countless stars, adorned Yichu's face, slowly seeping into his heart. Two slender, white arms reached out, grasping Yichu's shoulders. Her voluptuous body pressed tightly against Yichu's, their hearts pounding together. Yichu's hands moved slightly, touching her smooth, porcelain-like skin, but with a gentle, burning heat. He immediately realized what she was doing. Erlong, what are you doing? She had preempted him. Yichu was now somewhat passive, his body tense, afraid to move rashly. Noticing Yichu was awake, Liu Erlong didn't give him a chance to speak. Her cheeks moved, her eyelashes fluttered, and with a swift movement of her pearly teeth, she pressed her lips to his. Yichu couldn't utter a sound. Gulp. Yichu's Adam's apple bobbed. Liu Erlong seemed to be offering him something. After the kiss, Liu Erlong released him. Erlong, what did you give me to eat? Yichu gasped for breath, asking in a flustered manner. As soon as it entered his stomach, Yichu immediately felt a throbbing pain. Her fair, handsome, and noble face instantly burned like fire. Liu Erlong trembled from the heat, her eyes brimming with tears. She bit her red lips, admitting that Douluo's title of poisoned Douluo was well deserved. It was indeed true. It's nothing, just candy from His Majesty Douluo, Liu Erlong softly replied to Yichu. Senior Douluo. Yichu was startled, recalling some past events and realizing that his soul power had stopped circulating. He was instantly transported back to that night. He cursed loudly, "Douluo, it's you again, you old geezer, I specifically asked His Majesty for it." Liu Erlong slowly moved her body, pressing against Yichu's increasingly burning face, and said softly, "Erlong, why, calm down." Yichu was shocked, even the mini ice and fire yin-yang eye within him showed no reaction. Liu Erlong completely ignored Yichu. Slowly, she bit down on Yichu's neck. Even without Douluo's medicine, she had already prepared all the necessary conditions herself through her own hard work. She just needed to follow the steps. Yichu felt his consciousness becoming somewhat hazy. His body trembled slowly. Yichu clenched his fists tightly, closed his eyes, and his breath was frighteningly hot. "Old poisoner. Yichu was about to make a final struggle, trying to make the old poisoner have a change of heart. But Liu Erlong didn't want to waste any more time. She went straight for him. He no longer had time to speak. The abnormality in his body made Yichu tilt his head back, his Adam's apple bobbing, somewhat lost in the sensation. Gradually, Yichu also embraced the soft waist in his arms. Liu Erlong raised her head, pursed her lips, and savored the moment. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her body was flushed with a sunset glow. Her voluptuous figure was faintly visible under the cover of her long, flowing black hair. Her black eyes, like bright black pearls, were veiled in mist. A sudden tightness gripped her heart, and a muffled groan escaped her lips. Seeing Yichu struggling, a flicker of joy crossed Liu Erlong's flushed face. "I won't regret it," Liu Erlong whispered, seemingly to comfort Yichu, and also to encourage herself. Hearing her voice, Yichu froze, his eyes losing all clarity. Liu Erlong lightly kissed Yichu, then, as if all her strength had left her, slowly slid down. Liu Erlong gritted her teeth, her brows furrowed. Things had come to this, she could only go all the way. Yichu's body trembled, his pupils contracting sharply. He could feel it. Things had come to this, there was no point in continuing. Outside the tree hollow, Douluo sat outside, his fingers covering his ears, blocking out the chirping of insects from the forest. Dark clouds loomed in the sky, overlapping and obscuring the bright moonlight. Wishing everyone a happy life. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.